hope turning to despair, then darkness and begging for mercy. Leavenly then could he justify imprisoning her more easily. He didn't believe Macy would pass up this chance to leave. He knew his reputation and never thought anyone from the council truly liked him. Their friendliness was merely a ploy to stay by his side. Realizing his emotions were slipping out of control, he decided to break the prey early, completely making her his possession. He preferred being the controller rather than being controlled. Macy stared straight at Jemison for a long time, her smile fading slightly. Her eyes remained clear, like beautiful black gemstones. They seemed untouched by anything, radiating pure innocence. Looking at him, she whispered after a while. "Why are you trying to drive me away? Did I do something wrong?" She blinked, her eyes reddening. Gem-black pupils shimmering with moisture, her voice softened further. "Lever, do you dislike the taste of my pheromones?" Jemison's eyes widened, his heart aching sharply as the feeling of controlling everything vanished instantly. Panic appeared visibly in his demeanor. He had imagined countless reactions from Macy, even considering the possibility that she might hypocritically say she didn't want to leave and wished to stay by his side. Gemmet he never expected this situation. Jemison opened and closed his mouth, his heart pounding rapidly. He averted his gaze, almost afraid to look into Macy's eyes. However, Macy grew more assertive, taking a step forward and coming even closer. "Lualu, why do you want me to leave? I've been very obedient, haven't I?" The young girl's voice carried a choked-up tone. Jemison closed his eyes tightly, nearly drawing blood from his palm with his fingernails. Just as Macy attempted to come closer again, he finally took a deep breath and pinched the bridge of his nose hard. The beautiful yet venomous face displayed confusion and helplessness. "You, don't cry." Macy sniffled. "Why do you want me to leave?" Jemison, I didn't ask you to leave. I just wanted you to get some exercise, go for a walk." "Macy, Conroy, am I a dog? Why do I need to be walked?" Her brows furrowed, a tear still lingering at the corner of her eye, but she looked somewhat angry. Jemison stared at Macy's face in a daze. His Conroy's apple bobbed up and down, and he licked his sharp canines inside his mouth, letting out a light laugh. "Not a dog, a little sparrow." Conroy's he spoke, he suddenly approached Macy and patted her head. This was the first time he had initiated physical contact. "Macy, this is the path you chose yourself," he murmured, his lips curling. The depthless black eyes gazed straight at her, making one's scalp tingle. In reality, Macy had no other options. Whether she left or stayed, the outcome would be the same. He wouldn't allow anything to escape his control. Ultimately, Macy really did stroll around on the lawn. The castle was too large, even sprinting to the main gate would take over 10 minutes. Macy lazily sat on the swing, basking in the sun, watching the tall and handsome back of the man not far away. She thought to herself, only a fool would run. It was so far, and running would be exhausting. Gemicides, those unsettling crazy eyes made it clear that she wasn't dealing with the same person. Indeed, a malicious predator. In fact, this wasn't Jemison's first game of hunter and prey. Countless times, he had let traitors or spies escape, watching them sprint towards the gates before pulling the trigger at the last moment. He didn't aim for the head or chest but preferred to shoot their legs. Then, while the target struggled and desperately crawled towards the gate in despair, he appeared in front of them, savoring their anguished expressions. Hope within reach but forever unattainable, how thrilling. Gemmet Macy was always an unpredictable wildcard. Chapter 395, Gentle and Soft Female Conroy, Gemrudel and Irritable Male Levi, 10. Karina thought that after she finished playing the role of the obedient and pitiful one, she could have a pleasant time with Darian. However, this despicable lunatic Levi threw her back into the castle and vanished again. During this period, the parliament was in some chaos, and the old emperor in the hospital was barely breathing out without breathing in. Conroy's the next heir and soon-to-be the youngest Curtis of the entire empire, countless eyes were hungrily watching Darian. In places unseen by Karina, he had at least endured 3 assassination attempts. Led of course, he also successfully found a few leads, arrested several people, and conducted artistic creation happily and madly in the basement of the castle. Lately, Karina always caught a faint scent of blood, but she didn't think there was anything wrong. She just missed Darian a little. Counting on her fingers, there was still half a month before Darian's next heat cycle. Just thinking about his uncontrollable appearance due to desire and instinct made Karina feel she could bear it for a while longer. Haste makes waste. Laverdinary small cakes are tasty too, but how could they compare to a freshly baked matcha small cake straight out of the oven, still warm with its milky sweetness wafting through the air? Conroy, they were already married, so what's the fear of the cake slipping away? Karina lay idle at home for several days. Yelena came to find her multiple times. Too lazy to see anyone, Karina refused every time, until the third time when she finally relented, mainly because life in the castle was indeed a bit boring. So, she agreed to Yelena's visit. When Yelena eagerly presented gifts before Karina momentarily saw a foolish white Pomeranian pouncing towards her. The white Pomeranian approached Karina enthusiastically, handing her an exquisite gift box. "Gemig's sister, this bracelet is handmade by me, I'm sure you'll like it." Karina placed it aside casually, looked into Yelena's eyes, and smiled. Do you come here to play? Did your mother agree? Yelena choked for a moment. No, she didn't. Dammit, she still sneaked out. Her mother wanted her to date Clark more, but she truly felt nothing for Clark, following instructions only out of habit. Luckily, Clark was gentlemanly and gentle, not making her feel uncomfortable, plus everyone at home required this, so the ever-obedient naturally wouldn't refuse. However, sneaking out to meet her elder sister under the pretense of dating Clark was the most rebellious thing she had done. Yelena whispered softly. Don't tell my mother, alright? Karina, it's fine. You tell her that I'm doing well and very happy. The Andrew takes good care of me, and I've learned a lot. She should be willing for you to come see me then. They didn't understand these words, but an experienced aunt would surely get it. She meant to hint to Marlowe that she had gotten some information but was confined by Darian. This way, Marlowe would definitely send Yelena to find Karina to obtain the information Karina had. Yelena gazed at Karina with admiration, nodding, really? I'll try it home. Gemig's sister, you're so amazing. Why are you so calm facing such a terrifying Andrew? Karina blinked, terrifying? Not really. I think he's adorable. Yelena widened her eyes, thinking how he could possibly be cute. Noemi ago, at a banquet, she met Darian once, who scared her with his terrible gaze and overall aura. Sister is truly a remarkable Levi Mega, the most beautiful and excellent one she has ever seen. Karina found Yelena's naivety utterly adorable, nor did she mind such innocent proximity, chatting intermittently. Until dinner, the Pomeranian kept chattering. Jemmy nightfall, Yelena suddenly seemed off. Her little face started blushing, sitting restlessly, lips slightly parted as if unable to catch her breath. Karina raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? Yelena's face was flushed red, her voice trembling. Gemig's sister, do you have any suppressants here? Karina was taken aback. Darian probably did have them, but she didn't know where. Moreover, Darian was always in danger, and the suppressants might have been tampered with. Karina, I'm already married, why would I have suppressants? Yelena started panting rapidly, her face red, close to tears. What do we do? I forgot today was, ugh, it feels so awful. This is Darian's territory, even if she called someone, they likely couldn't approach the castle gates. Going back now might be too late. Yelena had already opened her blouse, breathing heavily as if about to suffocate, with tears welling up in her eyes. What do we do? I feel so uncomfortable. Sister, you're in Levi Mega, don't you have any backup suppressants? Look for them. Monique thought, as in Conroilfa, how could she possibly have a backup suppressant? Yelena couldn't control herself and moved closer to Monique. She thought that although Monique was in Levi Mega like her, she really enjoyed being close to her. Conroined being near her sister seemed to make the discomfort lessen. Monique gently pushed Yelena's forehead back, retreating a little. Try to hold on, I'll call the driver to send you back. Tears dripped down Yelena's face. Gemmet right now, I'm feeling so bad, woo-woo. Her breathing was unusually rapid, her heartbeat quickened, and her eyes were dazed. Monique suddenly remembered that Yelena had asthma. Especially during these uncontrollable moments of excitement. Monique sighed, her nose full of the sweet strawberry scent. The air in the living room was filled with Levi's scent, but Monique didn't feel particularly affected by it. Instead, she thought of her matcha cream small cake. Unfortunately, Yelena looked incredibly uncomfortable, and the way she was gasping made Monique worry she might pass out at any moment. Monique sighed again, touched Yelena's forehead, and slowly released a tiny bit of her own pheromones in response to Yelena's tearful expression. Conroilfa pheromones are the most effective aphrodisiac and also the best sedative for Levi Megas. Yelena instantly felt relieved, as a powerful scent suddenly invaded her senses, reducing her heat while bringing more impulses. Thea's first reaction was panic. Sister. Is there another Conroilfa here? Monique stared at Yelena expressionlessly for a while before Yelena suddenly widened her eyes. Sister. Sister. They couldn't express her shock. Her sister turned out to be in Conroy. Gemmet soon, her face turned even redder. Sister, why don't you just temporarily mark me? Chapter 396 Gentle and Soft Female Conroy, Fierce and Gemmet-Tempered Male Levi, 11. For in Levi Mega, going through heat without inhibitors and not getting comfort is truly too painful. Yelena had always been pampered, even a scratch on her hand would call for the family doctor immediately, who must arrive very quickly, otherwise, it would heal on its own. This was the first time she encountered such a situation, so naturally, she wanted her elder sister to comfort her. Conroy century ago, interactions between Conroy and Levi were much stricter. With technological advancement and societal openness, now giving a temporary marking by an Conroilfa to an Levi Mega is incredibly simple. Sometimes, if an Levi Mega unexpectedly enters heat and cannot get comfort, they might casually find a stranger Conroilfa for a temporary mark. It's not a big issue. However, encountering someone with ill intentions could be dangerous for the delicate Levi Mega. Most times, Conroilfas only feel they are doing a small favor. Even so, Yelena's face flushed even more. She has always been well-behaved and followed the rules. She never asked an Conroilfa to mark her proactively. If anyone else was in front of her at this moment, she wouldn't have said this. Not even Clark. Gemmet if it was her elder sister. Yelena thought with her heated head, if it's my sister, it's okay. Conjoined her pheromones are especially unique, they smell so good. Contradictive and appealing. Yelena moved closer to Karina, noticing that Karina didn't speak. Her face turned redder, appearing as if she was about to cry. Does sister dislike me? But I'm feeling so uncomfortable right now. Karina. She couldn't have imagined this situation. For in Conroilfa, biting and Levi Mega is nothing unusual. Moreover, this strawberry scent smells sweet. If she really wanted to bite, she wouldn't mind. She just didn't expect Yelena to accept the fact that she's in Conroilfa so quickly and even make such a request. Pomeranian puppy, really like a little dog. Karina sighed, looking at Yelena rubbing against her, licked her fangs, thinking, fine, let's just pretend. She lightly held Yelena's neck and leaned closer, seeing her delighted yet nervous expression. Suddenly, Yelena let out a startled scream. In the next moment, she was yanked away from Karina by a powerful force and thrown onto the nearby sofa. The sofa was soft, she didn't feel any pain, but she was greatly startled and looked at the newcomer fearfully. The tall man was filled with ice-cold aura, his eyes sharp like knives, glanced at Yelena expressionlessly, scaring her into silence. Even the heat caused by her unsoothed heat subsided rapidly. Darian's gaze swept over Yelena and quickly turned to Karina. Karina, apart from initial surprise, showed no significant reaction, even smiling joyfully. Levi, my husband is back. Standing in front of Karina, Darian looked down at her, not showing any ferocious expression but terrifyingly beautiful. He spoke softly, word by word. I didn't know that my wife wanted to mark another woman while I was away. Then he looked at Yelena again, his gaze like watching a dead person. Yelena, the beloved youngest daughter of the Lee family, the S-level Levi Mega cherished in everyone's hands, what a pity. Today she will be played with and killed by some crazy vagrants in some alley in District Gem because she sneaked out and forgot to bring inhibitors. On behalf of the royal family, I express my deep regret and condolences to President Lee. His tone was indifferent, like a devil declaring Yelena's death. Yelena trembled all over, her lips pale white, unable to utter a single word. He's insane. Tears streamed down Yelena's face, yet the man didn't show a shred of mercy. In the next second, Karina suddenly grabbed Darian's fingers. Darian's heart shook violently, glancing at his fingertips. Karina stood beside him, her warm, soft fingers gripping his cold ones. The girl's voice carried laughter. Conroy right, Luo, I know you're jealous, you always scare people like this. Sister will keep my secret, although dual Conroy couples are common now, it's still not quite traditional in the royal family and as public figures. Sister understands and won't tell anyone. Yelena nodded frantically, ready to use the most vicious oath to promise keeping Karina's secret as in Conroilfa. Darian glanced at Karina, noticing the key phrase in her words, double Conroy couple. Yes, his secret hadn't been discovered. Why had he been so angry that he almost lost control, making a malicious decision without even starting to think rationally? Could it be because his canary was so intimately holding another Levi Mega's neck and leaning in so close? If he had arrived any later, would she have really bitten down? Karina gently stroked Darian's wrist, where the bones protruded. Conroy right, you frightened my sister. Jean good, you must be tired. Go rest for a bit, I'll come back to you as soon as I see my sister off. Darian frowned, no need. He waved his hand, and immediately someone approached Yelena. Yelena trembled all over, was he really going to kill her? Darian said, escort Sandra home. She forgot to bring her suppressants, it seems her mind isn't right. Let her stay home to treat it and come out again when she's better. Not only was he cruel, but his words were sharp too. TSK, how spicy. Karina barely controlled her twitching lips, looking comfortingly at Yelena. Don't worry, your brother-in-law was just joking with you. Go home obediently, and we'll see each other at the next gathering. Karina's smile was sweet and gentle, seemingly possessing magical powers. Yelena was soon pacified, struggling to stand up and being led out. Though her legs felt weak, she tried to walk quickly, eager to escape this place as fast as possible. Aggie, so scary, she wanted to go home. Before Yelena reached the door, Darian had already ordered all windows and ventilation systems opened. While he couldn't smell Yelena's pheromones, the distinct feeling of rejection among Levi Megas was very evident. He would never allow his place to retain another Levi Mega's pheromones. Moreover, he looked at Karina, recalling the scene when he first arrived home. Conroy that moment, Karina seemed quite fond of the other Levi Mega's pheromones. Karina lifted her head to meet his gaze, smiling sweetly. Conroy right, don't be mad anymore. I'm hungry, let's go have some matcha cake together. She tugged at Darian, but didn't budge him. Ernst's eyes were dark, making her feel a bit uneasy. Karina's patience was wearing thin. Just as she was about to release pheromones to teach Darian a lesson, she suddenly heard him frown and ask softly. What does her pheromone smell like? Karina answered subconsciously, strawberry scent. Darian's face looked even colder. Does hers smell better or mine? Chapter 397, Gentle and Soft Female Conroy, Ferocious and Gemma-Tempered Male Levi, 12. Macy was momentarily taken aback, but then her lips instantly curled upward. Even her watery almond eyes curved, as if she had heard something incredibly delightful. When she laughed, a seductive allure emerged from her innocent and cute demeanor. Even though Darian had been looking at her for so long, his heart still involuntarily raced. Then, he frowned. What are you laughing about? Although he would blush and get angry when Macy teased him, he was completely unaware of the emotion conveyed in this question. He just desperately wanted to know Macy's answer. Macy moved closer directly and gave Darian a tight hug. Lev, of course it's you. You're my favorite, I only like you. So, can we? No. Darian immediately realized what Macy wanted to ask and refused resolutely. Macy paused in her action, loosened her arms around Darian, took a step back, and her face filled with displeasure. If not biting, then not biting. Saying this, she turned around directly, intending to walk upstairs to the bedroom. Gemma, it's fine. If not now, then later when you fall asleep, I will release pheromones, tie you up, and bite fiercely. However, as she turned, her wrist was grabbed by Darian. Ernst's voice was somewhat hesitant, then just bite a little bit. After saying this, without waiting for Macy to turn around, he reminded again, gently. Macy's eyes lit up, and all her annoyance vanished. Wow, great, come here, come here. Macy stood on tiptoe, beckoning Darian over. Ernst took a deep breath, his ear tips turning red, and his brows furrowing. He didn't realize that he had narrowly avoided trouble. In fact, the moment he said it, he already regretted it. How could he agree to being bitten? To him, being bitten on the nape of the neck meant complete submission and control. His bones were rebellious, he would never be controlled. Darian was still hesitating whether to bend down when Macy jumped onto the sofa beside him. Since Luoluo doesn't want to bend over, then I'll stand higher. Macy sweetly finished speaking and stared at his beautifully contoured nape with shining eyes. Standing on the sofa, she approached Darian from behind, then extended her hands, hugging his neck from behind. Darian thought Macy would just give a light bite. Unexpectedly, with this sudden move, he felt a jolt of alarm surge within him. In the next second, the girl jumped up, tightly clamping his firm narrow waist with her legs like a koala clinging stubbornly to his body. Veins popped out on Darian's forehead. Just as he was about to shake Macy off, he felt a sharp pain in his nape. Hiss. Didn't you say gently? Why is it so painful? Gemmed along with the pain came a scorching electric sensation that spread through his entire body instantaneously via the glands. He wasn't a fragile person, but Macy's Conroilfa scent was pure and terrifying. She hadn't tested it, so she didn't know her Conroilfa rating, but Darian suspected that she must be an SS level, or even an unheard of SSS level. Darian didn't want to admit it, but almost instantly when Macy bit him, his legs went weak. Macy also found it incredibly pleasant. The scent of small cakes outside the heat period wasn't as strong, the sweetness reduced slightly, and the tea aroma became more pronounced, a slightly bitter fragrance filling her mouth. Macy felt as if she had been fed a sip of rich milk green tea, far surpassing any milk green tea she had ever drunk. She closed her eyes happily, her legs clamped around Darian's waist even tighter. Until Darian gritted his teeth and said, enough. Leavenly then did Macy open her eyes, but her mouth didn't loosen. She mumbled. Not enough. Afraid of being shaken off, Macy clung tightly to Darian, crossing her legs around his abdomen and looping her arms around his neck, interlocking her wrists. Darian resisted the urge to lose control, trying hard to pry Macy's hand off, but she remained unmoved. This fragile little girl has quite a grip. Darian put down his hand, closed his eyes, and tried hard to regain some sanity. He had never imagined he would be bitten by an Conroilfa, especially while fully conscious. Gemmed, it was only a temporary mark, not exactly being controlled. Most importantly, he indeed liked the taste of Macy's pheromones. He walked towards the nearby bar step by step, scanned the area, and picked up a few bottles of alcohol. Macy was still hanging on his back, the intensity of her bites much lighter than before, but her lips lingered on his bleeding nape, caressing it as if savoring the taste. The soft, moist touch on such a sensitive spot made Darian unable to focus on anything else. Gemmed, he didn't want to show how out of control he felt. He raised his hand, picked up a glass, and poured 2 types of wine Macy couldn't recognize along with some cream into the glass. His long, pale fingers trembled slightly, but his movements were still graceful. Especially when he lowered his head and cast his eyes down. Macy tilted her head. Just by seeing a bit of his profile and minimal actions, she found him mesmerizingly beautiful. Attracted by Darian's movements, she curiously turned her head but couldn't see clearly what he was doing. Reluctantly, she jumped off his back. Darian silently let out a sigh of relief, his hands became more steady. Macy then realized he was mixing a cocktail. She suddenly understood why so many people liked bartenders, it was indeed captivating. The aroma of strong liquor mixed with the rich creaminess. Darian flicked his fingertips, and a match seemed to ignite from nowhere. He brought the flame close to the glass, causing the alcohol in the glass to catch fire. Even though it had a creamy flavor, white flames burned on top of the floating cream. Darian discarded the matchstick, placing the glass in front of Macy. After receiving a temporary marking, even in Levi Mega as aloof as Darian couldn't help feeling lighthearted. Conroy Rare's smile curved at the corner of his lips, but it carried a familiar mischief, drink it. Considering the Lee family's strict rules for Levi Megas, Macy must never have tasted alcohol, or even drinks containing any trace of it. Macy blinked obediently and directly lifted the glass to drink it all at once. Darian's breath hitched, quickly grasping Macy's wrist. Her glass shook, nearly spilling the burning liquid inside. The flame atop flickered hotly. "Conroy, you foolish?" he asked softly, offering a straw. "Use this to sip from below." "You really want to get scalded?" Macy's voice was gentle and soft. "I've never seen it before, I didn't know." She took the straw and sipped. The liquor was fierce, its fiery warmth immediately felt as it went down her throat. Yet, her mouth lingered with a rich creaminess and honey sweetness. Macy widened her eyes in surprise. "What is this?" "It's delicious." Darian chuckled lightly. "I like it too." Conroy's he said this, he gazed at Macy intently. The dim lighting obscured his expression. Agiance later, just as Macy was about to take another few sips, Darian took away the glass. "First time drinking, you should drink less. Conroy, after some time, there will be a public ball where you'll meet my family. Jeem good." Macy licked her lips, her eyes still fixed on the glass in his hand, absent-mindedly replying. "Conroy, right, I'll make sure they're satisfied." "No," Darian lifted her chin with his index finger, making Macy look straight at him. "Conroy absolutely do not satisfy them." Chapter 398, Soft and Delicate Woman Conroy, Fierce and Irritable Man Levi, 13. Karina was still thinking about the taste of that cocktail. She licked her lips and nodded obediently. "I'll listen to you." Conroy, she spoke. She hooked his wrist again and picked up the glass in his hand. The flame on top had already burned out. Before Jemerson could stop her, Karina tilted her head back and took a big sip. Jemerson frowned. "Not listening?" Karina blinked innocently. "Jemet, this is the drink you personally made, and it has to be finished. It's the best I've ever had." Jemerson's heart raced at the direct words from the young girl. He loosened his grip on her chin and coughed softly. "It's late. Get some rest." Karina felt truly satisfied tonight. She had tasted an especially delicious small cake and enjoyed an exceptionally tasty drink she'd never had before. She wanted to spend more time with Jemerson, so she reached up and hugged his waist. The young girl's eyes sparkled, and her body was soft and warm, hugging tightly like a clingy little creature. Jemerson held his breath, tilting his head back slightly, his ears turning redder, his voice raspy. "Let go." "No." Karina rubbed her cheeks against his chest, her voice sweet and tender. "Jemet, you're my husband, aren't you? Isn't it normal for a husband and wife to sleep together? I don't want to rest alone, I want you to stay with me." Jemerson clenched his fist and gritted his teeth. "I advise you not to push your luck." Karina wasn't angry. She let go of her arms but grabbed his wrist again. "How do you know how to mix drinks?" Jemerson looked at his wrist and laughed lightly. "I used to do it." Having said that, he suddenly stepped forward and lifted Karina up by the waist. The young girl let out a small cry, too late to struggle, as she was carried upstairs to the bedroom by Jemerson. Compared to him, she was tiny, with no strength to resist, and was thrown onto the soft bed. Karina bounced twice on the bed, while Jemerson looked down at her with a faint smile playing on his lips. The room was dark, with only a bit of light from the corridor seeping in, making it hard to see if his face or ears were blushing. Judging from his voice, he seemed to have calmed down. "Karina, as my captive canary, you should know your place. When you behave, I might be lenient, but that doesn't mean you can overstep." He said these words as if reminding himself. Conroy, feeling incredibly content, Karina's temper became unusually good, nodding obediently. "I'll be very well behaved." Jemerson gave a slight nod and walked out of the bedroom, closing the door for Karina. In the bright hallway light, his ears were tinged with pink. He stood in front of Karina's door for a while, looking down, lost in thought. Conroy, for a moment, he exhaled deeply and raised his hand to touch the back of his neck. Conroy's slight stinging sensation came from there, and his fingertips trembled involuntarily, brushing against his lips. The wound on his neck still held the lingering sweetness and heat from the cocktail. Jemet, soon, he realized what he was doing, his heart skipping a beat. Yelena returned home and injected herself with a suppressant to finally calm down. She swore that it was definitely the most terrifying and death-defying experience she'd had until now. Yet, that devil seemed to listen to his sister. Thinking of her sister, Yelena's face turned red. The sweet and intense smell of alcohol still lingered in her nose. Her upbringing was strict, and she had always been obedient. She had never drunk alcohol before. Jemet, that taste. Yelena touched her burning ear tips and called Clark. "Clark, can you take me drinking tonight?" No, I haven't gone bad, I'm just curious." Clark needed the Lee family support and naturally needed to win Yelena's favor. Though he didn't like his girlfriend drinking, he still took her. Yelena didn't know the name of the drink, so she described it to the bartender. "It feels warm, has a milky and sweet flavor, but also a strong alcohol taste." The bartender quickly understood. "Miss, you have good taste. Not many people know about this cocktail, but once tried, it's unforgettable." Clark turned to look at Yelena, frowning. "Where did you learn about this drink?" Yelena opened her mouth, her face rapidly turning red. I saw it in an advertisement." She rarely lied, and when she did, she blushed immediately. Fortunately, the dim lights in the bar hid it from Clark. There were only a few days left until the royal banquet, and he felt something would happen at the event, leaving him somewhat distracted. Relieved that Clark didn't seem to mind, Yelena sighed with relief and accepted the glass and straw from the bartender, sipping cautiously. So delicious. Her eyes widened, and she couldn't help but think of Karina again. She longed to swim in her sister's pheromones. Suddenly, she felt that the castle wasn't as scary as before. Yes, in a couple of days, she must find her sister again for a play. Just before Yelena could mentally prepare herself to visit Karina again, the royal banquet arrived. Every time a new princess joins the royal family, after a month of marriage, a grand banquet is held. Nominal host is the new princess. This is the first public appearance of the new princess, where she gives a small speech before the event begins. First impressions are crucial, and the entire banquet is broadcast live. Conroy's the future emperor and the most controversial public figure. Jemison naturally attracts countless eyes watching him. Conroy's for Karina. She is currently seen by the public as an extremely pitiful and weak little thing who has endured much torment. The public has not forgotten her vulnerable appearance at the wedding, and now she is about to appear in public once again. Not only the public, but even people within the royal family started worrying about Karina's state. Lev, of course, not for Karina herself, but for the fear that she might tarnish the royal family's image. Conroy mad crown prince was already enough embarrassment. With less than half an hour until the official start of the banquet, everyone except Karina and Jemison had already arrived. Women wore long dresses, competing for attention. Men were gentlemen, holding wine glasses with smiles. The difference between Conroyalphas and Levi Megas in the room was evident, even without releasing pheromones. Their appearances made it easy to distinguish them. For instance, Yelena wore a milk-white strapless gown, her chestnut-colored curls adorned with a small diamond-studded crown, exuding gentle elegance with a hint of shyness, a typical Levi Mega. Expecting to see her sister again, she suddenly overheard a few girls from senators' families discussing something nearby. Wasn't it called Karina? Poor Karina, still hasn't appeared. Maybe she's putting on makeup to cover up her injuries? That's possible. That man looked terrifying. I didn't dare look too closely. Well, despite everything, the Andrew is stunningly beautiful. I got someone to secretly make a collectible figurine of the Andrew last time. He may be handsome, but he's crazy. What do you think? Will Karina look exhausted when we see her? Definitely. If she becomes uglier, she won't be the most popular Levi Mega anymore. Yelena frowned and stepped forward. What are you talking about? My sister will never become ugly. Conroy. Soon as she finished speaking, the lights dimmed, and numerous cameras focused on the long luxurious spiral corridor. When Karina's face finally appeared before everyone, all present gasped in unison. Chapter 399, Delicate and Soft Female Conroy, Savage and Gemma-Tempered Male Levi, 14. No one had ever worn a black evening gown so dazzlingly and captivatingly. Her face, small as a palm, was exquisitely delicate to an unreal degree. Her slender and graceful neck was beautiful yet fragile. She was so beautiful, her long lashes cast shadows that made her pupils look even darker. Her skin was whiter than snow, her figure graceful, and her waist so slender it could barely be circled by two hands. Though she appeared soft and adorable, the red lips, black dress, and cascading long hair made her look exceptionally glamorous. Contradictory beauties intertwined in her, making people unable to look away. The wine glass in Clark's hand suddenly shook, spilling onto the ground and splashing on someone's shoes nearby, but no one paid attention. Ernst beside the young girl wasn't any less striking either. He stood a head and a half taller than Karina, and their height difference was surprisingly attractive. His white tuxedo made him look less sinister and more elegant and gentlemanly. With his perfect physique paired with a strikingly handsome face, all the women present momentarily forgot he was insane, someone they'd never dared to look at directly before. Now, everyone stared at him, eyes wide open in admiration. They looked perfectly matched, like a heavenly couple. Karina clung to Darian's arm, stepping down slowly. The spotlight shone on them, following their every step downwards. Finally, she stopped, lifted her chin, and smiled. Enjoy your food and drinks, do as you please. Her gentle voice resonated, leaving everyone stunned for a moment, especially those watching the live stream. After a while, when Karina said nothing more, the royal family finally realized. Was this all the new queen's speech? Conroy's such a casual one? What face would the royal family have now? Karina tugged on Darian's arm and whispered to him. Did I make them very unsatisfied with how I spoke? Darian slightly curved his lips, indeed. He often smiled, but every time he did, something unfavorable followed. Those present were terrified, while the viewers were excited. Wow! The new queen is so down-to-earth. I love it. I thought there would be a bunch of boring speeches, but it turned out to be just one line, and her voice is so nice. She truly lives up to being a white moonlight Levi Mega. They look so well suited. Conroy and August. Darian's smile just now was amazing. Why does it feel sweet? Conroy, am I crazy enough to ship August Luoluo? You're not alone. Me too. Suddenly, August Luoluo doesn't seem so terrifying. The royal family hadn't expected Karina's single sentence to shift public opinion subtly. They already started to dislike Karina. Conroy, though she was in Levi Mega, although she came from a good family, and supposedly trained rigorously as a noble Levi Mega. Yet, the queen consorts felt she didn't belong among them. Soon, Karina walked down the stairs with Darian, grabbing a champagne and sipping it. The taste was incredibly bland. She tilted her head back and looked at Darian. I want the cocktail you mixed earlier. That tasted much better. Karina thought Darian wouldn't respond, but unexpectedly, he lowered his head, looking at her. I miss it too. He wore formal attire with a restrained yet sinister air. His slanted eyes were the epitome of a villainous character, so handsome he'd end up being tormented. Wait, what was she thinking? It seemed she had been visiting too many unhealthy websites lately. Conroyal because Darian seldom appeared, leaving her idle at home where she naturally sought odd distractions. The young girl's face was a bit peculiar, tinged with a slight pink hue. Darian frowned. What are you thinking about? Karina looked up at him. Despite his normal appearance, images flashed in her mind, his eyes flushed red, crying, drenched in water, and wrists marked by handcuffs. Karina swallowed. I want to bite you. Darian stiffened for a moment, averting his gaze. He had heard this too many times, immune by now. Nearby, some pretentious royal relatives approached with wine glasses, paying their respects and engaging in casual chatter. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Darian couldn't go berserk, so they couldn't help but trip him up. Conroy married couple toasted to Darian with smiles. They were considered his elder siblings. Ernst chuckled. Luo, your brother Clark has done quite a lot these days. Several elevated roadways in North City are under Clark's supervision. What have you done? Before Darian could reply, the young girl beside him interjected first. Karina, I did your father. Darian? Leviposit? Ernst was so shocked he forgot to get angry. Looking at Karina, what did you say? Karina, Conroy, you deaf? Ernst's face instantly puffed up as if filled with air, turning increasingly red. Karina burst into laughter. So ugly, ha ha ha. Luo, look how he's about to explode. Darian. He raised his hand and patted Karina's head. You're being naughty. His tone was intimate, tinged with a hint of indulgence. Though he said she was being naughty, it clearly meant, well done. Karina proudly lifted her head, and the woman opposite her was fuming, pointing at Karina. You, how can you speak like this? How uncultivated. Just as she pointed at Karina with an ugly expression, it was captured by the camera. Suddenly, Karina changed her expression, smiling sweetly and gently. Mrs., is there something uncomfortable with you or your husband? You. The provoking couple were speechless with anger. People from the royal family were used to speaking in circles, talking sarcastically and hiding messages in their words. They never expected Karina's crude and straightforward sentences to directly hit them in the chest, causing pain. They had never encountered such a situation, and they were directly clevied. The couple was escorted out for some fresh air, and Karina looked up to meet Darian's scrutinizing gaze. She was far from the Karina they had investigated, unpredictable in her actions. Darian lifted his hand and lightly hooked Karina's hair. You did well. Karina raised an eyebrow. Reward, you know what I mean. Darian shifted his gaze. It's not up to you to decide. He was the controller. He wouldn't agree to whatever the songbird said. Karina nodded thoughtfully. I understand. The little cake didn't want to be controlled anymore. How cute. Who controls whom isn't decided by him. Levine Day, she would make him meow. Having scared off one pair, there was now a break. Not far away, Yelena had been hesitating for a long time before finally mustering the courage to come greet her elder sister Noemi. Conroy soon as she approached, Karina noticed. Karina looked at her and smiled. Yelena blushed and quickened her pace. Just then, Karina suddenly saw a waiter behind Yelena who was looking down, and there was a sudden flash of darkness in her eyes. Chapter 400, Delicate and Soft Girl Conroy, Riddle and Irritable Man Levi, 15. Macy's pupils suddenly shrank. Conroy almost the moment she saw the glint, a servant behind Yelena suddenly lunged at her back. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. With a crowd gathered here, all nobility offspring, none had any ability to identify danger. Yelena only noticed Macy's sudden change in expression, but before she could react, there was a loud bang from behind her. Jamang. Choking smoke spread, everyone screamed, covering their mouths and noses, coughing frantically. Macy felt a powerful force on her waist. She was lifted and tightly held in Darian's arms. Ernst's voice was icy. Catch him. Conroy soon as he finished speaking, several black-clad figures appeared with gas masks and stun guns, fully equipped, striding towards the thickest part of the smoke. People were still screaming and pushing. Especially without a clear view of the situation, it made people even more panicked. Darian took 2 steps back while holding Macy, giving the crowd a disdainful look. He cradled Macy with one hand while unbuttoning his suit jacket with the other. Macy turned her head and saw his profile showed no signs of panic, only an expected smirk. Darian pulled out a gun from inside his coat, aimed upwards, and fired. Jamang. This shot was louder than the smoke bomb, instantly silencing everyone. Darian casually put away the gun and said coolly. That's better. Conroy, of you be quiet. Compared to the terrorist, he now looked more like one. Especially with a delicate beauty held in his arms. Soon, the smoke dissipated, and the black-clad men had already surrounded the servant. The previously terrified crowd, who were now silent as chickens, finally understood what was happening. The servant had a timed bomb strapped to his body, ticking away. He had one hand choking Yelena from behind and another holding a gun to her temple. He sneered, looking around. Today, everyone will die here. Upon hearing this, everyone lost control over their emotions. They screamed and cried, rushing towards the main door, only to find it locked from outside, trapping them inside. The countdown on the bomb ticked down second by second, showing only 5 minutes left. No. I don't want to die. Security. Who can defuse this? Help. Conroy. Conroy. At this moment, neither gentlemen or ladies cared about their images anymore. In the face of death, all are equal. The audience watching the live stream was also stunned, equally frightened, not expecting a historical event to unfold before their eyes. This is too terrifying. They really might die. Is there no emergency plan? No matter how tense it was outside the ballroom, it couldn't compare to the despair felt by those inside. Yelena's face was pale, her lips bloodless, her whole body trembling violently, on the verge of fainting. The cold gun barrel pressed against her temple told her she was as fragile as an ant. Darian held Macy, the two of them looking the most elegant among everyone. His lips were even slightly curled, his dark eyes scanning the servant and then the distressed, weeping crowd. Lowering his head, he whispered into Macy's ear. Scared? Macy looked up at him, realizing that the girl was smiling, not scared. If anyone else had said this, he would have seen through their pretense instantly. Gemmet, he knew Macy was telling the truth. She wasn't afraid at all. Her bright, round eyes were filled with excitement, curiosity, even anticipation, anything but fear. Darian felt genuine joy. Feeling better than ever, he tightened his arm around Macy's waist and whispered. See, they're ugly, aren't they? People always show their true selves in these moments. Frantic struggles, cries to the heavens, mutual blame, stripping away all pretenses, leaving only raw survival instinct. Just then, a savior appeared among the crowd. Clark. Clark stepped forward, his face slightly pale but relatively calm. Sir, please let go of the young lady. If you have any demands, speak, and as a member of the royal family, I will do my best to help. Everyone fell silent, looking to Clark, hoping his appeasement would work on the terrorist. The servant remained silent, staring at him with a sinister smile. Yelena, who was held hostage, was already in tears, likely to have fallen to the ground if not for being pulled by the servant. Time ticked by second after second, and Clark became increasingly anxious. He tried again. Sir, you must be upset about something or someone at this banquet. Is it with the royal family, or with Darian? We will meet all your demands. Once dead, you gain nothing. Darian was suddenly mentioned. He raised his eyebrows. The servant finally spoke. I'm dissatisfied with all of you. All of you deserve to die. Negotiations failed miserably as the criminal refused to budge. Everyone fell deeper into despair. With only 2.5 minutes left on the bomb's timer, some people started screaming. Forget the hostage, let's just rush over and shut off the bomb. Otherwise, we're all going to die. Exactly, exactly. Better to have one person die than everyone. They shouted such words, yet no one dared to move forward. Who knew if they would get shot by the criminal while getting closer? They all wished to live, hoping others would be their scapegoats. The live-streaming camera swiveled, capturing each person's face. Darian and Macy stood out like disinterested spectators, still as beautiful and captivating as ever. Everything around them turned chaotic, loud voices, an atmosphere of panic and hopelessness, as if even the luxurious chandelier's light had become fractured. Macy looked at Darian and licked her lips. Weren't you afraid either? Darian's upward slanting eyes carried a smile. Seeing them like this is quite interesting. Macy blinked. Can I bite you before dying? Darian pinched Macy's nape and laughed pleasurably. No, you can't. Macy pouted, preparing to push forward, when she saw a wealthy yet disheveled woman rushing over. Darian. Weren't you going to do anything? You useless piece of trash, you harbinger of disaster. Darian's eyelashes fluttered, but he didn't speak. Macy tilted her chin up and spoke. Madam, why are you shouting so rudely? Luo has acted. Hasn't he sent people to catch the bad guy? It's just that with a hostage, we can't just ignore my dear sister, moreover. She suddenly smiled brightly, her eyes curving into crescents. There are only 10 seconds left, catching him won't be in time. Chapter 401, Graceful and Soft Female Conroy, Cruel and Violent Male Levi, 16. The sound of beep, beep, beep echoed in everyone's heart. They cried out in despair, cursing and awaiting death. Jameep, beep, beep. When the final second sounded, people covered their heads, closed their eyes, and many had already fainted. In the silence, nothing happened. It was so quiet that a pin dropping could be heard. Clap, clap, clap. Conroy applause broke the silence. The crowd looked up dazedly as Darian smiled and clapped for everyone. He was already on the steps with Macy, looking down at the crowd. Surprise, his voice was not loud, yet it carried a teasing smile. The criminal in the center of the crowd released Yelena, walking toward the black-clothed men surrounding him and leaving the crowd with them. These were actually Darian's men. Was this devil putting on a show? After the initial relief of narrowly escaping death came raging fury. Even the anxious viewers watching the live stream became furious. What the hell? This prince is insane. Who would joke about something like this? You're right. What kind of person can be an emperor? Such a person should be deposed. He scared me to death. My heart almost stopped. Damn, he's truly a devil. Furious voices buzzed among the crowd. The guests, driven by jealousy and anger, rushed toward Darian, as if wanting to tear apart his beautiful but despicable face. Yelena collapsed on the ground but did not wait for her boyfriend to help her up. Clark stood beside the woman who had just denounced Darian, glaring at Darian, accusing him. Darian. I thought you'd know better. Convoyers from the crowd seemed like knives stabbing at the two on the stage. Madman. Devil. To actually joke like this, do you have any humanity? Die. You should die. You deserve 1,000 cuts. This woman must be a witch too. Gemon her. Darian initially watched these people go mad with a blank expression. Gemmet when he heard the first insult aimed at Macy, he finally raised his gaze, locking onto the one who spoke. His cold stare carried restrained madness, terrifying as the earlier death threat. He pulled out a gun and fired another shot into the air under the frightened gazes of the crowd. Jamang. The gunshot reverberated throughout the hall. Everyone fell silent, incredulously staring at the madman before them. What was he planning to do next? Darian calmly retracted the gun, keeping his arm around Macy's waist. He pressed closely against the girl, feeling the warmth of her body, experiencing a pleasure he had never felt before. Previously, whenever he did crazy things, he always did them alone. Stop screaming, it's noisy. He smiled, tucking the gun back inside his coat as he said. Who says this was a joke? Today, there was indeed a killer who wanted to kidnap a hostage at this banquet and force me to choose between the hostage's life and everyone else's. I really hate making choices, so before the banquet started, I captured him. Conroys, you see, I only brought out what was supposed to happen. Whether it was those present or the audience watching the live stream, they all froze. Silence prevailed until Clark broke it. What proof do you have? Darian's gaze swept over them lightly, snapping his fingers. Conroy image projected in the air, showing a man being captured with a bomb strapped to him, clearly displaying a 3-hour countdown. This meant he had been caught 3 hours ago. Then, footsteps came from the stairs, and 2 black-clothed men dragged out a red object, throwing it onto the stairs. Conroy first, no one knew what it was. Upon closer inspection, it moved slightly. It was a blood-covered person. The smell of blood gradually spread, causing several Levimagus to cover their mouths and gag. People retreated in fear, looking at Darian. Darian's voice remained unemotional. It's this man. He had a stubborn mouth, which took me quite a while to pry open. From his mouth, I heard a name. He paused after speaking. Everyone held their breath involuntarily. Darian suddenly chuckled softly. Well, saying so much is just to make you believe in this unreliable successor. Drag this thing away, don't ruin everyone's mood. His subordinates moved swiftly and quietly, dragging the barely recognizable object away and cleaning the bloodstains on the steps. Yet, the scent of blood still lingered in everyone's nostrils, evoking deep-seated fear. Is this not dampening everyone's spirits? Darian turned to pick up a glass of wine beside him and raised it towards the crowd. Conroy, apologies, but I did this to remind everyone that danger lurks everywhere. Please forgive me, and let's continue. With that, he finished the drink in one gulp. Macy glanced at him, watching his sexy Conroymia's apple move up and down, feeling an urge to bite him. The crowd didn't know whether to scold or to continue on. Someone attempting to assassinate Darian was indeed very common. If he hadn't noticed the assassin beforehand, everyone's life would have truly been in danger. Gemmet, since Darian had caught the terrorist and played out the scenario, though his actions were extreme, they couldn't bring themselves to curse him. People awkwardly tidied themselves up, realizing their disheveled appearance had all been broadcast live, wishing they could disappear into the ground. Clark furrowed his brow tightly, clenching his palms before remembering to go find Yelena. Darian looked down at his little girl, his chin brushing against the top of her head. What a pity, it wasn't real. Macy looked up, meeting his eyes directly. Not too bad either. Conroy, after all, we haven't fully marked each other yet, so dying would have been a bit regrettable. Is that so? Darian raised an eyebrow. His gaze was dangerous, but Macy nodded seriously, yes. Jemmy the way, I'm curious, since it was your people who staged this, why did they have to choose Yelena as the hostage, and precisely when she came to find me? Darian released Macy's waist and turned to face her, slightly bending over. His left hand passed through her waterfall of long hair and rested on the back of her neck, gently stroking her delicate skin. His fingertips were slightly cool, sending shivers down her spine with each stroke. His movements were gentle and intimate. He leaned closer to her, lips curled up as he gazed into Macy's eyes, whispering softly. I'm not interested in discussing others now. Do you know whose name I heard from that killer's mouth? Macy felt her heart quicken under his cool touch, excitement surging. Who? Darian paused his stroking, his palm moving up, thumb resting behind her ear, gently caressing her cheek. It's you, my queen. Chapter 402, Soft and Delicate Female Conroy, Cruel and Gemma-Tempered Male Levi, 17. His voice was low and hoarse, with a smile curling at the corner of his mouth, like whispers between lovers. Gemmet malice swirled in his dark eyes, as deep as an endless abyss, ready to swallow the fragile prey. Macy heard her own clear heartbeat, staring into Darian's eyes. Suddenly, she lifted her hand and hooked it around his neck. Darian's body stiffened abruptly, his hand on the back of Macy's neck tightening so much that it even hurt her a little. Gemmet he did not stop Macy's actions. With her hand around his neck, Macy stood on tiptoe, pressing her lips near his earlobe and softly saying in a sweet voice. What should I do? You've caught me. So, will Luoluo punish me? The time went back 1 month. Gemma for the original host prepared to get married and Macy came to this world. The Lee family had already arranged this pawn. They made the original host find a killer, who would appear at the banquet, randomly abduct someone, strap a bomb on him, and force Darian to make a choice. Lev of course, the bomb was fake, and in the end, it would be defused by Clark. No matter what choice Darian made, it was wrong. This set up a trap for Darian and paved the way for Clark. Conroy that time, even if Darian found out something, he could not do anything to his own princess. Conroy most, he would let her suffer a bit but would never let her die. The Lee family planned well. Conroy's for Macy. She inherited the memory of the original host and naturally knew this, but she did not tell Darian. Why tell him? Wasn't it more interesting to see how the little cake solved the crisis? Macy had even thought about how to save the hero as a beauty, but alas, he was too powerful. She felt Darian's fingers tightening, making her feel even better. Gemmet wanting to die with you is true, and wanting to bite you before dying is also true. Look at me, I'm clearly very obedient. Darian couldn't help but hold his breath. Gemending over, he could just see Macy's slender neck. In an instant, he even understood why Macy wanted to bite him so much. He wanted to bite her too. Indeed, she was a treasure. Just now, he realized that Macy was no fragile little creature. She was a little madcap who could go crazy with him. He had to hide her and control her so she wouldn't run away. It was worrying that he couldn't mark her. Sending a killer to trip me up, is that being obedient? He chuckled softly, using his lips to caress her neck. His breath brought a warm tickling sensation to her skin. Macy hugged Darian's arms even tighter. Gemma, cause I'm just a fool who wants Luoluo's attention. Trapping you in a disadvantageous situation and then standing up to protect you might make you like me a little more. The girl's voice was sickly sweet. Despite speaking humbly, there wasn't any trace of submission in her tone, only a casual teasing. Deep down, she knew he really liked her pheromones. Darian stiffened as Macy spoke. Conroy his scheming vanished in the face of such straightforwardness. The scariest thing was, he couldn't detect a hint of dishonesty from Macy. The faint scent of the girl invaded his nose, speeding up his heartbeat, reddening his ears, leaving his mind blank and unable to speak. Macy wasn't in a hurry, just maintaining this intimate pose, patiently waiting. Like passionate lovers, they whispered and nuzzled each other, stunning everyone around them and all the live viewers. Conroy bold cameraman even captured a close-up shot. The tall, handsome man in the white suit bent over, the girl's hands hooked around his neck, their lips touching each other's ears, whispering intimacies. Their perfect looks and figures made the screen radiate with sweet ambiguity. Is this CP real? Conroy, though his royal highness is a bit crazy, he doesn't seem so bad, right? That moment when he fired shots was so captivating. Did Macy develop Stockholm Syndrome? Used to being tortured? Why am I seeing love between these two? This scene. It's beautiful beyond belief. Neither Macy nor Darian knew how others viewed them. They carefully felt each other's breathing and heartbeat. Finally, Darian spoke, his voice rough and hoarse. No matter what you say, having deceived me requires punishment. Hearing the word punishment, Macy became excited. Her eyes lit up. What kind of punishment? Darian thought she didn't need to show her excitement so obviously. He felt that his little canary seemed a bit too unrestrained. She definitely needs a lesson to know who's in charge. He took a deep breath, raised his hand to grip Macy's hand that was still around his neck, and gently pulled it off. Then he held her hand in his palm and whispered. We'll talk about it when we get back tonight. Macy swallowed hard and nodded vigorously. Darian couldn't bear to see her excited expression, so he rolled his Conroymia's apple, stood up, and looked away. Conroy most the moment his attention shifted from Macy, he noticed two gazes and not far away. Levin a nearby long bench, Clark seemed to be comforting his little girlfriend, Yelena. However, now both Clark and Yelena were staring at Macy. Ernst's brows were tightly furrowed, his expression unpleasant, almost green with envy. The girl had tears in her eyes, looking aggrieved, longing for someone she wanted to see to glance at her. Darian's eyes turned cold, pulling Macy's hand towards Clark and Yelena. Conroy soon as Darian moved, everyone around tensed up. They even cleared a path for this lunatic, watching him approach Clark and Yelena, full of menace. Clark stood up with a frown, subtly glancing at the camera nearby, knowing Darian wouldn't do anything in such a public setting. You. Clark started but was interrupted by Darian. Darian stared directly at him, expressionless, and said word by word. Don't look at my girl with those disgusting eyes. You don't deserve it. Then he lowered his gaze to Yelena sitting beside him. You too. Clark's brows knitted tighter, anger rising in his heart. Darian rarely insulted others personally, and he clenched his fists, preparing to retort, when Yelena spoke up. Yelena, having narrowly escaped death, was still in a daze, craving her sister's care. Gemmet now, seeing her sister in front of her, hearing this bad man speak such words to her, she blurted out, standing up, tears streaming down her face, looking at Macy. Sister, look, Gem brother-in-law is so scary. I just wanted to see you, sister. Chapter 403, Gentle and Soft Female Conroy, Cruel and Temperamental Male Levi, 18. Darian's eyebrows twitched noticeably. His gaze towards Yelena grew even colder. In reality, he was more wary of Yelena than Clark. After all, Clark is in Conroy. Even though he had previously investigated Karina and found out that she seemed to have an ambiguous relationship with Clark. He now realized that the information he gathered might not be accurate. He was almost certain that Karina would never feel any affection for Clark, that hypocritical waste. Gemmet Yelena was another matter, a woman, and a seemingly harmless, fragile Levi Mega. The more defenseless and frail one appears, the more they might act pitiful. Sure enough, Karina took a step forward and patted Yelena's head. Don't cry anymore, you'll turn into a little kitten. Yelena blushed, wiped away her tears, and glanced at Darian. Though this glance was merely out of fear and curiosity about Darian's expression, without much emotion behind it. In Darian's eyes, it was filled with defiance. Darian frowned even deeper, abruptly grabbed Karina's wrist, pulled her into his embrace, and hugged her tightly. He didn't want to talk to this scheming Levi Mega. Instead, he coldly turned to Clark. Watch your Levi Mega. With that, he dragged Karina away in large strides. Karina giggled as she was held in Darian's arms, struggled to turn her head and smiled sweetly at Yelena, blinking her eyes. She's smiling at me. She must like me. Yelena blushed, instantly forgetting the terrifying pressure Darian had brought. Yes, I should visit her often. While Yelena was thinking about what gift to bring Karina next time, she felt someone pull on her finger. Ying, you've worked hard today. Do you want to go home? I can drive you. Clark was clearly very unhappy but, maintaining his gentlemanly demeanor, swallowed his resentment and gently said to Yelena. However, Yelena pulled away from him and whispered. Sorry, I've already arranged for the driver. I can go back by myself. She felt a bit like breaking up. Just now, when she was in danger, Clark, her boyfriend, did not care about her at all. For the first time, this innocent girl realized that she wasn't important to her arranged boyfriend. Perhaps she was just a tool to him. Gemmet being naturally compliant, she couldn't say anything accusatory and could only silently protest with her actions. Meanwhile, Clark didn't notice anything unusual. He thought Yelena was very obedient, much like the old Karina, even softer. So he nodded, Conroy right, see you tomorrow. Yelena looked back at Karina wistfully, but Darian had already taken her into a private room where she couldn't be seen. She touched her bruised neck and wrists, then walked out. Inside the private room, there were only Karina and Darian. The lighting was dim, and the man's eyes gleamed dangerously. Do you like that, Levi Mega? Karina was in a fantastic mood but feigned ignorance. Which Levi Mega? Darian chuckled softly, you're asking deliberately. Karina, you're a smart person. She was indeed clever. After initially being deceived by her appearance and acting skills, the intelligent and deranged crown prince finally belatedly realized that she wasn't a simple girl. Karina giggled, looking at Darian as if they were two foxes conspiring something wicked. She's my half-sister, related by blood. Conroy liking is based on familial affection. Darian, yes, but it's a half-sibling relationship, and you haven't interacted much. Your relationship doesn't seem particularly close. He knew everything about Karina, so saying this felt perfectly fine. Karina pouted, what can I do? It's not intentional. Gemicides. She paused and laughed, if I weren't charming, how could you possibly love me? Darian's eyes flickered, instinctively wanting to argue, who loves you? Gemmet, the words stuck in his throat. He straightened up, uncomfortably turning his gaze and changing the subject. I brought you here to give you a gift. He snapped his fingers, and two men in black appeared, throwing a bloody figure in front of Karina. It was the person who was just dragged away earlier. Leavenly, the shape vaguely resembled a human. The person twitched, covered in blood, emitting inhuman sounds from their throat. Karina's nasal cavity was filled with the smell of blood. She frowned as she looked at the person on the ground, taking a step back. Darian raised an eyebrow. What, are you scared? I skinned him myself. He was stubborn, but he couldn't match my skills. When Darian said this, there was even a hint of pride in his tone. Karina shook her head, not really scared. Just found it dirty. The people who do dirty work for high-ranking officials were often desperados, with countless lives on their hands. Karina did not feel guilty, she just felt a bit disgusted. She took another step back, and Darian stood behind her, blocking her retreat. Her back pressed tightly against Darian's chest, feeling the vibrations from his chest. Karina turned around and hugged Darian's waist. Darian stiffened all over, unsure of how to react for a moment, only to see Karina suddenly let go of him, holding a gun in her hand. It was the gun from his embrace. In the instant Karina held the gun, the two men in black immediately raised their guns, aiming the barrels at Karina's forehead. With just one nod from Darian, this delicate beauty would become a corpse with a bullet through her head. Darian chuckled softly. What? Karina stroked the gun ambiguously, her eyes equally ambiguous. I'm not the kind who likes to toy with prey. Having said that, she pointed the gun at the bloody figure on the ground, Jamang. The person on the ground stopped struggling, and the smell of blood became even stronger. Karina blew on the gun barrel, then affectionately slipped the gun back into Darian's arms. Compared to wasting time on insignificant things, I'd rather spend more time alone with Luo. Darian straightened his spine stiffly, his Conroymia's apple moving up and down as he gestured towards the two men in black. Clean it up and get out. The two men hesitated and glanced at each other silently, perhaps sensing that their master might be turning into a tyrant. Ultimately, they silently cleaned up the body, dragged it out, and closed the door. Inside the private room, the sultry, hot atmosphere mixed with the smell of blood gradually spread. Karina licked her lips, looking expectantly. Luo said, what punishment was it supposed to be? Chapter 404, Delicate and Soft Female Conroy, Gem Riddle and Gemma-Tempered Male Levi, 19. Darian had said such things before. He enjoyed toying with his prey. Every time he said something like this, it would result in skinning or tendon extraction, or even more unimaginably terrifying actions. Not only the villains who fell into his hands but also sometimes his subordinates would tremble all over because of these two words. His rules for subordinates were strict, and punishing those who failed to accomplish tasks did not let anyone off easily. Darian had seen countless expressions of fear, hatred, and despair, but he had never seen one like this. Gemright eyes, full of anticipation. He tightened his nails slightly. Weren't you afraid I might kill you? You won't kill me. Karina lifted her chin. You like my pheromones, very much. You can't bear to part with them. Yes, he couldn't bear to part with them. Such an interesting treasure should indeed be well hidden. Darian didn't like having his thoughts guessed, but this time he didn't feel uncomfortable. The feeling of being evenly matched was quite good. He indeed wanted to give his little pet some punishment, but he was also willing to indulge her a bit. Punishing you by forbidding you from eating matcha cake for a month, Darian suddenly chuckled lightly and said indifferently. Sure enough, the light in the little girl's eyes went out. Karina miscalculated. She had thought there would be some violence or something, yet she still felt somewhat expectant. What kind of thing is this? How could it be so cruel? Not letting her eat matcha small cakes was worse than killing her. Karina pouted. Can we change it? The corner of the little girl's eyes drooped, all traces of anticipation vanished. Her red lips puckered up, looking utterly aggrieved. Darian suddenly felt extremely pleased, as if he had sensed some weird victory. He laughed pleasantly. That's it. Well, the party is almost over, get ready to go back. Saying that, he turned around and walked out of the private room without looking at Karina's grievous eyes. The moment Darian walked out, Karina's expression changed instantly. She licked her lips, looking at Darian's back, her face devoid of any previous aggrieved look. Not being allowed to eat matcha small cakes, no problem at all. Anyway, calculating, the estrus period of the small cakes was still a few days away. She had been carefully keeping track of the days, just waiting for the grand feast. Matcha small cakes were nothing, compared to men in estrus, she wouldn't even glance at them. Conroys for inhibitors. She wouldn't let him succeed in injecting them anyway. When Karina pinched the back of her neck in the private room, adjusted her expression, and once again became the delicate Levi Mega, she walked out. Leavenly then did she realize that half of the people at the party were already gone. Not far away, Darian seemed to be talking to someone. With his back to Karina, no one could see his expression, but seeing the trembling person in front of him, one could tell that Darian was scaring people again. The person being tested by the madman saw Karina like seeing a life-saving straw. Conroynion could see that the Andrew was very different toward this national dream Levi. That person hurriedly said, Sir, Miss Karina has arrived. Darian turned his head, meeting Karina's gaze, a smile curved at the corner of his mouth, beckoning her. Come here. Playing the role of the most obedient Andrus, Karina walked step by step towards Darian, standing beside him, intertwining fingers with him. The little girl's palm was very warm, even warmer than his. Was it because Conroy's body temperature was always a bit higher? Darian seemed to think of something, his ears flushing slightly. He hurriedly diverted his attention, looking at the middle-aged man in front of him. The middle-aged man looked like a noble gentleman, but now in front of Darian, he seemed like a turtle tucking its head in. Darian glanced at him indifferently, speaking coolly. So, Grady found out that the inhibitor had problems? Grady trembled. Yes. Darian chuckled softly. Get lost. Grady left as if relieved from a great pressure. Darian pathologically kissed Karina's fingertips. Do you see how hypocritical humans are? Clearly, he tampered with the inhibitor, yet he acts like he serves me faithfully. Mentioning the inhibitor woke Karina up completely. She suddenly thanked this Grady very much. If it weren't for him, how could she have seen this world's marvel as soon as she arrived? Gemicides, she was preparing to tamper with the inhibitor too. Karina squinted her eyes in delight, nodding vigorously. Yes, yes. Really hypocritical. I wouldn't do that. I'll tell you straight up when I tamper with it. The party ended in a rather dramatic way. Whether insiders or onlookers, none of them expected such a farce to occur during this party. What enraged the Amanda, Clark, and the Lee family the most was that this banquet actually boosted Darian's popularity among the common people. The public seldom saw Darian so vividly in front of the camera. His image had always been fixed, a capricious madman. Gemmet now, everyone discovered that he had strategy, could smile at his beloved, and could be gentle and doting. Conroy bad person only needed to do one slightly good thing to quickly change people's minds. Clark looked at the posts discussing on websites, his expression ugly. He felt betrayed. Karina seemed like a completely different person now. She wasn't like this before. Could it be that she is also a sycophant, now favoring Darian's higher power over him? Conroy at the same time, Karina finally heard the voice of the long-silent Pierre in her mind. Flint, the idiot target's affection for you has decreased. It's down to 10. Pay attention. Karina was lying in bed preparing to sleep, mulling over how to handle Darian when she heard Pierre's voice. She chuckled, "What's up? Did you learn some foul language? Don't let kids pick it up." Pierre. I'm not a kid. Karina, you're angry because I haven't contacted you for a while? Pierre. Damn, you noticed. Karina, Jean good, I know you're the best little cat in the world. I didn't contact you because I have an important task for you. Pierre instantly perked up. It was mad at itself, feeling useless and unable to help its master. Now, it still had a role to play. Flint, what task? Karina, I don't want to communicate with the idiot target, help me increase his affection for me. Pierre. You're making it hard for a kitten. With a thought, Karina summoned a white kitten onto her bed. Satisfied, Karina held and played with Pierre, then tossed it off the bed. It's simple. I'm trapped here and can't go out. Help me send a message to him to boost his affection. Pierre almost rolled its eyes. Conroy, are you really trapped? You could leave any time if you wanted to. Gemmet once chosen as its master, it would serve even on its knees. Pierre cried, I'll deliver, I'm your tool cat, I'll do it. Karina hugged Pierre and planted a big kiss. Pierre is the best. Pierre. Suddenly, it didn't seem like a big deal. The kitten perked up again, holding the small note Karina scribbled, leaped from the window, and vanished into the night. However, just as it reached the gate, Pierre felt a chill at the nape of its neck, like the instinctive hair-raising fear of danger. Conroy pair of cold hands grabbed its nape, and then it saw a pair of narrow, beautiful yet hellish black eyes. Darian's voice was soft, looks like my little girl isn't very obedient. Chapter 405, Gentle and Soft Female Conroy, Savage and Irritable Male Levi, 20. Conroy de Bayo had met an untimely end before even getting started. Well, not exactly dead, but nearly scared to death. The trembling little kitten was thrown into Azar's top-floor office. Conroy's a fragment of the administrator, Azar inherently had control over the system he had created. Now, he had become so terrifying. Conroy de Bayo wanted was to return to Conroyna's mind and never come out again. Azar opened the small note, and his fingertips paused as he read its contents. Restricted and controlled, unable to send messages, only able to play along. He might make a move soon. It contained a bit of information that seemed useful but wasn't critical. True or false, knowing it wouldn't cause any harm. Azar didn't understand again. He thought he had found a reason to kill the little pet. He couldn't see through Conroyna clearly. Levifton, he believed he understood human nature, with all its hypocrisy and desires. Gemmet he saw no desire in Conroyna. No, there was some, but only for himself. Azar took a deep breath, trying to stop himself from thinking in bizarre directions. He folded the note back up and tossed it in front of Conroy de Bayo again. Go. Trembling, Conroy de Bayo picked up the note with his teeth, ready to run away, when he heard Azar say. I didn't know she kept a cat. There was no one else here except for the little kitty. He appeared to be talking to Conroy de Bayo. Conroy de Bayo shuddered, thinking, sure enough, a madman, he doesn't understand anything, I'm just a kitten. Conroy de Bayo jumped out the window, and Azar stood by the bed looking at the night outside. Conroy for a while, he walked towards Conroyna's room. Conroyna was sleeping soundly, half asleep when she felt an itch on her neck. She thought Conroy de Bayo had returned and softly said, stop being naughty. That itchy sensation paused, then a low male voice asked, who are you really? Conroyna finally woke up. Gemmy the moonlight, she saw a ghost-like man sitting at the edge of her bed, one hand propping him up against the headboard, the other caressing her neck, cool fingertips bringing a tickling sensation. It's me, Conroyna, she softly replied, rubbing against the large hand. Suddenly, Azar felt a surge of panic, a sudden fear that he would lose something. Was it because darkness offered a sense of security, or were these odd emotions just suddenly overwhelming? Suddenly, Azar spoke. I did not naturally divide into an Levi Mega. Conroyna's heart skipped a beat, fully awake now, staring straight into Azar's eyes. His eyes in the dark, pupils merging with the darkness. Gemmet just as she looked, Azar's cool hand covered her eyes. Her long lashes fluttered gently against his palm as she heard his low voice say. The Amanda is my stepmother, Clark is her biological son. My father was a senile fool. When I was 6, she became the Amanda, intent on killing me. If I died, her son would be the heir. Luckily, I was smart enough to avoid her several attempts, but I couldn't escape the toxins she slowly infused into my daily life, causing emotional instability, and the labels placed upon me. Emotionally unstable, insane, brutal. Lev, of course, as she wished, I indeed became this person. His voice was distant, almost cold, like telling someone else's story. Later, I gained a little power of my own, believing I could gradually improve, dividing into Enkenroilfa and smoothly taking over the entire country. Gemmet, on the day of my division, they used my mother to capture me again. He chuckled slightly, self-deprecatingly. Conroixally, by then, I had already divided into Enkenroilfa, extremely weak right after the division. They tied me down in a surgery room without anesthesia. I still remember the glaring lights in the operating room. It hurt terribly. They cut open my neck forcefully, implanted Levi mega glands, and injected many substances. I can't describe that pain. I've heard intense pain drives people to insanity. I think I might have gone mad then. They weren't wrong, I am indeed insane. I don't remember how I escaped, probably using the surgical knife to kill many people. So many. I lost count. They succeeded. I became an Levi Mega, a monster who was almost in Enkenroilfa but was tortured into becoming an Levi Mega. Gemmet, I didn't let them know this. Later, I killed many people. The Amanda likely thought the surgery failed. She suspected a bit, but dared not openly doubt. I played the role of Enkenroilfa very successfully, and the suppressants were also claimed to be prepared for those Levi Megas who just want to play around. Recently, she made another move to probe me, tampering with the suppressants. She has extensive influence, and she has allied with the parliament. I can't do anything to her, every day feels like walking on the edge of a knife. So, Conroina, you see, I'm a madman, a monster, not a complete Levi Mega or Enkenroilfa. My emotions are hard to control, I might kill you in the next second. Conroy's he spoke, his fingers gently caressed Conroina's neck, moving from her throat to her jawline. Whether it was due to the aftermath of the surgery, his fingertips always felt cool, as if they had never known warmth. Like a cold snake coiling around her neck. Conroina felt suffocated, but not out of fear. Her heart felt like it was being wrapped by the venomous snake, throbbing with pain. She had never experienced empathy before and didn't know what it felt like to have a heartache. Until now, a thought suddenly sprang up in her mind. She felt heartache for him. Levins, this thought appeared, it grew wildly like vines. Izar was still calmly revealing his wounds. So no matter who you are, it's dangerous to be around me. You. Suddenly, Conroina sat up sharply, grabbed Izar's wrist, and silenced the words he was about to say with her lips. His kiss tasted bitter. This was Conroina's first thought. Izar's muscles tensed, reflexively trying to pull back. How could Conroina let him succeed? She bit down even harder. Gemmet, the next moment, a cold large hand abruptly gripped the back of her head, deepening the blood-flavored kiss. Conroy's muffled voice sounded, viciously. You chose this yourself. Chapter 406, Graceful and Soft Female Conroy, Gemrudel and Irritable Male Levi, 21. Clark found it incredible when he received the note. Gemmet soon, he came up with a perfectly reasonable explanation for why Macy would risk sending this message through a cat. Macy was indeed trapped. If she hadn't acted that way, she might not have even survived. Under such difficult circumstances, she still managed to pass on information to him. Indeed, his obedient Macy had not failed him. Clark felt much better. Though there wasn't any useful information in the note, at least he knew Macy hadn't betrayed him. In a better mood, he thought about his little girlfriend. Yelena had been held hostage today and was terrified. She seemed to have also sustained some minor injuries. Clark decided to visit Yelena's home tomorrow and take her out to play. However, when he arrived at the Lee residence the next day, he was told that Yelena had gone out. Strange, where could she go? Lev, of course, Yelena went to find Macy. For some unknown reason, after discovering her sister was in Enkenroilfa, it was as if a switch inside her had flipped. She suddenly realized she didn't want to be just a good girl anymore. Her never-before-experienced rebellious phase erupted because of Macy's pheromones. Even, she had developed a sense of competitiveness against Gemrinson. She noticed Gemrinson wouldn't kill her. Though it was terrifying, as long as her life wasn't in danger, Yelena felt she could push forward. If they wouldn't let her see her sister, she would see her anyway. It was only natural for a younger sister to meet her elder sister. Macy was having breakfast alone. She licked her slightly sore lips and sighed. After kissing yesterday, she wanted to do more, but Gemrinson fled immediately and locked the door. Macy. Indeed, the estrus period was better, obedient, soft, crying, and completely under control, ha ha ha. Macy finished eating and went upstairs, directly heading to the top floor. Not even Gemrinson's closest subordinates were allowed here. She guessed correctly that his suppressants were stored here. Macy looked around, checking those hidden cameras, then continued exploring idly. Gemrinson was not watching the surveillance. Ever since Macy undressed in front of the camera last time, he hadn't watched it for a long while. The cameras in Macy's room were primarily installed to monitor her plans. They weren't aimed at the bed, and most people wouldn't undress there. Jemerson always suspected Macy did it on purpose, but he couldn't find evidence. Who would allow a camera in their room, allowing others to watch them? His lips were cracked, and he spoke little today, remembering yesterday's kiss, his ears reddening. He felt like he was going crazy. How could he be driven to open old wounds with his enemy's pawn? Gemmet, the emotions in that kiss were too complex, and he dared not delve deeper. Ultimately, he never got an answer to his question, who are you really? He wouldn't let go, he thought, not even in death. Conroy the next moment, a message from the Conroy assistant on his personal computer came in. Yelena is here. Jemerson's eyebrows twitched. Clark and the Amanda silently watched the old emperor who was barely clinging to life. Conroy after a while, the Amanda spoke first. Jemerson can't be kept alive any longer. The old emperor probably had 3 months left. If Jemerson successfully ascended the throne by then, all their efforts would be in vain. Why should a madman become emperor? Conroy he hadn't fathered any Dariusren after so long, having played with many Levi Megas. His violent temper suggested potential issues in that regard. That surgery years ago might have caused some harm to his body, though it didn't turn him into an Levi Mega. The Amanda looked uneasy, and Clark suddenly spoke up. I'll propose to Yelena in a few days, arrange the engagement quickly, get full support from the parliament, and then set up Jemerson at the engagement banquet. Mother, at that time, it will be our territory. The Amanda nodded, yes, we need to prepare quickly. Yelena couldn't even get past the castle gates. No matter how she tried to contact Macy, she failed every time. The little innocent girl returned home with a disappointed face, ready to think of new ways. What significant public events were coming up? She pondered. Conroy that moment, she received a call from Clark. Inying, where are you? I want to see you. Yelena arranged a meeting time with Clark, distracted. Halfway through their date, she suddenly saw her friends and family appear on the crowded street, and then Clark knelt before her with a gentle expression. Inying, will you marry me? The crowd cheered, shouting, yes. Envious glances from countless young girls were cast their way. Yelena suddenly felt a wave of fear. No matter how rebellious she had started to become, she was still someone who had been obedient for over 20 years. In the glare of public scrutiny, she only had one choice. Conroy, right, her voice trembled. Not yes, but all right. Clark didn't notice anything amiss. He smiled, stood up, and slipped the ring onto Yelena's finger. Jealousy and envy filled the air around them, but Yelena kept her head down, biting her lip. Conroy engagement banquet? Macy looked up, slightly surprised. These two are moving rather fast. Jemerson sneered coldly, because he can't wait any longer. The old man is about to die. Macy had no interest in this gossip. She pondered, then suddenly looked up. Wait, isn't your heat cycle on the day of the engagement banquet? Jemerson froze, her face turning awkward. Why did she have to say that so loudly? Conroy, how could she remember it so clearly? Jemerson gritted her teeth, I have suppressants. Macy opened her mouth, hesitating. Gemmet, she had tampered with those suppressants. Should she tell him? If she did, they would have to wait another month, and he would surely be more on guard, leaving no room for opportunity. Ultimately, Macy stayed silent. She touched her nose guiltily. Levi K, let's go together then. Chapter 407, Gentle and Soft Female Conroy, Cruel and Violent Male Levi, 22. If she didn't know that her sister was in Conroylfa, Yelena might still believe that her life should proceed in an orderly fashion. Gemmet now, sitting in her room and looking at the ring on her finger, her expression was somewhat dazed. Was this truly the life she wanted, to be arranged into marriage with someone, then bearing Dariusren? Clark naturally wouldn't notice Yelena's change. He had more important matters to attend to. He wanted to contact Macy and have her lead an assassination. No, more accurately, a targeted killing. Indeed, Jemerson was different toward Macy. It was the first time Clark had seen his sister interact so intimately with someone. In due time, once Macy gained more of Jemerson's trust, everything would go smoothly. Conroy their engagement party with Inying, Macy would carry out the assassination. Coupled with their arrangement of personnel at the venue, Jemerson would have no way to escape. Clark thought about this as he contacted several confidants he had placed within Jemerson's castle. I need to speak with Macy. Jemerson wasn't often at home. The old emperor was barely hanging on in a nursing home, and all affairs of the empire fell on him, along with constant parliamentary harassment and various dangers. Macy was content with her laid-back lifestyle, lounging in her room, petting cats, eating desserts, and reading. Conroy de Bayo had long told Macy about how Jemerson captured it. It exaggerated dramatically. That bad man pulled my neck so hard. Super painful. Wah. Macy stroked Conroy de Bayo's soft fur on its nape, smiling wickedly. Good job, little Conroy de Bayo. I'll help you get back tenfold by biting his neck until it bleeds. How does that sound? Conroy de Bayo. Conroy's if I don't know the rules of the world. You're just a glutton. Filled with grievances but not daring to speak up, Conroy de Bayo could only sulk silently in its master's fragrant embrace. When Clark's underling found Macy, she was humming slowly, seemingly doing something on her dressing table, holding some kind of reagent. She looked like a witch concocting bizarre potions despite being at a dressing table. The person was startled by his own thoughts and quickly got down to business. Coughing lightly. Miss Macy, there's a video call for you. Could you please take it? Macy turned around. Didn't Jemison say I can't have any communication devices on me? What's going on now? Momentarily stunned by Macy's beauty, he lowered his gaze, swallowing, before replying. It's not from Jemison. Macy raised an eyebrow, took the device offered, and saw a man with a gentle smile on the screen. Macy, thank you for your hard work. Standing before the camera, Clark's face showed genuine concern. Macy's smile widened. Clark, I didn't expect you to be so capable, reaching into Jemison's territory. Clark said, this is my trump card, but due to the urgency, I've used it ahead of schedule. Alaire can only shut down surveillance for 5 minutes. We only have 5 minutes, Macy. I need your help with something very important. Macy glanced at this tall, handsome operative named Alaire. What a cool codename indeed. To think he could remain undercover by Jemison for so long, what a pity he followed Clark. Macy focused on the screen. What do you need? Clark was delighted. I knew you would help me. It must be exhausting and stressful working beside Jemison, constantly fearing he might snap one day and kill you. Macy blinked, yes. Unable to control his smile, Clark, blinded by overconfidence and self-assured understanding of Macy, missed the abnormality in her expression. Clark continued, during our engagement party with Ying, you will have the best chance to approach Jemison. When that happens, inject this substance into him using this needle. Alaire handed Macy a small syringe. Tiny enough to hide in a sleeve without being noticed, with a fine needle that could pass unnoticed unless the victim was distracted. What will happen after injection? Macy asked, you're making me a murderer? Clark hurriedly explained, rest assured, Macy. It won't cause immediate death, only sudden weakness and dizziness, like being drunk. I'll have someone send him to the rest room afterward. After the drug takes effect, it will cause sudden death. Gemmet only an immediate autopsy can detect the drug residue. Jemmy then, everyone will think he's just drunk, and who would dare to disturb him? When he's discovered, it might already be the next day. Macy, rest assured, everything will be a complete success. Conroy at first glance, this seemed perfect. However, Clark hadn't mentioned how to dispose of the syringe or destroy any evidence. Lasciviously, if nothing went wrong, everything would be fine. Gemmet if there was a problem, Macy would be the scapegoat. Macy stared straight at the camera for several seconds, then smiled. Levi K, I'll definitely help you. Gemmet you've already married Yelena, what will happen to me? Clark had not fully trusted Macy before, but hearing her question, he believed her completely. Indeed, she was still deeply in love with him, mesmerized by him. Clark laughed. The law stipulates that an S-class Conroyalpha can have 2 Levi Megas. Conroy that time, I will definitely marry you. Macy wanted to roll her eyes, but held back. She nodded, that's great. See you in a week. The 5 minutes were almost up. Alaire closed his device, nodded at Macy, and silently walked out. Macy suddenly smiled and asked, Conroy are you loyal to Clark? Alaire paused but didn't speak, walking out briskly. Macy stretched lazily and placed the syringe under her pillow. Alaire indeed blacked out all surveillance. When the monitors lit up again, everything seemed normal. The staff sighed in relief, thinking it was just a regular network fluctuation. However, Alaire didn't know about the pinhole camera Jemison personally installed in Macy's bedroom, which wasn't connected to other cameras. In his office, Jemison had just finished handling a document and suddenly remembered something. He tapped a few times on the screen. He wanted to see what Macy was doing. Chapter 408, Soft and Delicate Female Conroyalpha, Gem Riddle and Explosive Male Levi Mega, 23. If he had tapped open the screen at this moment, he would have seen Macy taking over the syringe. Gemmet just as his fingers were about to touch the screen, there was a sudden knock on the door outside. Sir, the council has sent another new document. Jemison withdrew her finger and pinched the bridge of her nose. Jammering it in. Pale and slender fingers flipped through the document, revealing a side face that was perfectly stern. Clark didn't want to wait any longer, he couldn't wait either. In the past, he indulged without any reservations, but now with his little pet by his side, he wanted to stand at the pinnacle more than ever, so everything would bow down before him. That way, his little girl wouldn't have to suffer any injustice. Living apart for long periods, Macy relaxed for a few days but finally felt restless. She wanted to find him and become his personal secretary. The moment this idea came to mind, she bounced up from the bed, opened the wardrobe, and prepared to find a more casual set of clothes. It was then she realized that all the clothes in her wardrobe were evening gowns. Even slightly more casual clothes seemed quite inconvenient for movement. It seemed Levi Megas only needed to be ornaments, dressed beautifully in public settings. Indeed, no matter where you go, gender discrimination always exists. Macy had several outfits suitable for a female Conroyalpha delivered. Changing into one under the puzzled gaze of the maid, she looked like an efficient woman in a neat suit that accentuated her perfect figure. Despite her delicate appearance, she now exuded a striking sense of coolness. Her hair tied up, Macy winked flirtatiously at the maid. How do I look? The maid's face turned red, instantly lowering her head. You are beautiful, madam. Now, she did indeed resemble Kenrolfa somewhat. Just as Macy was about to leave, she was stopped. "Madam, you cannot go out." Macy lifted her chin. "I'm going to find Jemerson. I am his wife. Is there a problem with me going to see him?" The security personnel were helpless. They followed orders. Gemmet, with Macy looking so authoritative and giving commands, there was no feeling of oddness, almost making them instinctively follow her instructions. So they reported to Jemerson. Jemerson, who was rubbing her aching temple, paused momentarily when she saw the message. "Let her come," she said. After sending the message, Jemerson realized she also wanted to see her. Having seen too many repulsive faces, she missed seeing her own little girl. When Macy arrived at the office building, everyone momentarily failed to recognize her. Seeing Macy's appearance, they thought she must be a noble female Kenrolfa and didn't stop her. Until they saw two black-clad men following behind her, who seemed familiar. They belonged to the Andrew. Under gazes filled with shock and reluctance to stare directly, Macy rushed straight toward Jemerson's office. "This is the Andress? How different she looks." Yeah, during the wedding, she seemed half dead, and then later at the reception, she was beautiful like a fairy. Now, she's really cool. Can Levi Mega really have such a presence? Macy approached Jemerson's office, not knocking but barging right in. Ernst was sitting at his desk, supporting his temple, and raised his eyes to look at her. Conroy's faint air of indifference and ruthlessness hung around his eyebrows and eyes, while the upward tilt of his eyes added a touch of enchantment. His tie wasn't tied, and the top two buttons of his shirt were undone. Conroy, melancholic yet elegant beauty. Macy licked her lips, closed the office door, and walked straight toward Jemerson. She hugged Jemerson's shoulders and, in front of his somewhat amused and slightly flustered gaze, sat directly on his lap. It was so boring at home alone. "Can I be your personal secretary?" Their bodies pressed tightly together, and Jemerson had no choice but to put down his documents and push his chair back a bit. "Close? Literally close?" His voice was deep and hoarse, seeming to be in a good mood. Macy blinked. "Sure, whatever Connie wants." "Gemmet, if literally close, I prefer Connie and me on the bed." "Wait, Connie, do you have some special preferences?" Seemingly domineering over countless Levi Megas, yet still a novice, Jemerson struggled to follow Macy's train of thought. The next second, Macy spun around and straddled Jemerson's lap, facing him. Her curvaceous body pressed even closer against him. Macy wrapped her arms around his neck and laughed softly. "If Connie wants to be close here, it's not impossible either." Speaking, her soft little hand trailed from the back of his head, down his neck, and reached his collarbone, unbuttoning one of his shirt buttons. Jemerson's Conroymia's apple rolled, and he suddenly raised his hand to grasp Macy's slender waist. Her waist was so slim it seemed almost fragile, causing his face to flush instantly. Yet, as if unwilling to admit defeat, he didn't let go but instead looked up at her. "Macy seems especially enthusiastic today." Macy blinked innocently. "What do you mean?" "I'm always very enthusiastic. It's just that you don't give me many chances, Connie." She undid another button, finally making Jemerson release her waist and grab her wrist tightly. Goldfinch doesn't need to be so proactive. He still saw himself as the one in control. Macy found it amusing. "Conroy, right, I've always been super well behaved, haven't I?" The unique fragrance of hers mixed with her intimate movements wafted into Jemerson's nostrils. Jemerson's breathing quickened, and his heart began pounding faster. When Kenrolfa and Levi Mega have a higher compatibility rate, their influence on each other becomes greater. Kenrolfa Jemerson had never proactively tested his compatibility with Macy. He felt it was not low. No top-tier Kenrolfa could elicit such a near uncontrollable feeling from him. Even the pheromones his body emitted seemed to be beyond his control. Jemerson abruptly pushed Macy away, taking a deep breath. Meanwhile, outside the door, the two subordinates who were delivering documents exchanged glances and quietly left. They had just detected a faint scent of pheromones coming from inside the office. Jeeming Kenrolfa's, they naturally picked up the scent of the Levi Mega. With the Andress inside now, that must be her scent. So, the Andress smelled like matcha cream? Quite unique. Inside the office, Jemerson buttoned up the buttons Macy had undone and tried to keep his tone neutral. "Since you find it boring at home, you can do something here. I'll arrange some work for you." Monitoring her anywhere is still monitoring. Occasionally letting little birdie out wouldn't be a bad thing if it was under his watchful eye. Macy nodded happily, smiling sweetly. "Connie is so good to me." Leavenly then did Jemerson notice Macy's appearance today. She wasn't as soft and delicate as before but exuded a highly captivating Kenrolfa aura. His heart skipped a beat, and a sudden thought flashed through his mind. Maybe from now on, no suppressants are needed. Let her mark me. Chapter 409, Gentle and Soft Female Conroy, Savage and Irritable Male Levi, 24. However, this thought only flashed through his mind for a moment before Darian dismissed it. Leaning on others to play one's trump card was a foolish act, let alone relying on a fragile little pet. Darian opened the window. The cold wind blew against his face, dissipating much of the heat. "You are the Andress. There's no need to be constrained in your actions or to make yourself suffer." His tone was indifferent. Darian had practically classified Macy as his possession by now. He could treat her like a small pet, but he would never allow anyone to bully her. Macy thought, even if you don't say so, I wouldn't let myself suffer either. Gemmet the young girl still smiled obediently. Leave IK, I'll listen to you. Why is she so compliant? Even as in Ken, even with this strong aura, she still showed such a gentle smile to him, truly. Quite enchanting. Thus, Macy happily got herself a position in Darian's office building. In reality, she was just a freeloader, coming by each day to tease the pretty girls around. Life was quite easy and carefree. When Clark heard that Darian had allowed Macy out and even arranged a position for her, he was elated. It seemed Macy indeed gained Darian's trust. Truly deserving of being his Macy, working so efficiently. Levin's Macy could get out, communicating with her would be much easier. Clark happened to have some assassination details he wanted to discuss with Macy, so he quickly found an opportunity to send word to her through his subordinates. 2 days later, Darian's men came into his office and placed 2 photos on Darian's desk. Sir. Ernst and Black hesitated. Lady seems to be doing something detrimental to you. Darian paused slightly, then lowered his gaze to look at the photos on the table. The photos were blurry due to the distance when they were taken, but he recognized that silhouette right away. It was his little girl. What was his little girl doing? Ernst and Black asked softly, Sir, should we? He made a gesture of slitting his throat. Darian picked up the photos and put them in the drawer. Pretend you saw nothing, and don't keep her under surveillance. The 2 men in black exchanged glances, wanting to say something but hesitating. Darian tapped his fingertips on the desk, his tone unchanged but sending shivers down their spines. Do you have anything else? The men in black hurriedly left. Darian fell silent, staring at his palms for a long while. His little girl wouldn't betray him, would she? She promised. She surely wouldn't. He trusted her more than anyone else. She wouldn't disappoint him, would she? Macy didn't actually want to see Clark's face, but the messenger was Allaire, someone she quite admired. She felt this person, with all his deep grievances and strong abilities, could be a great help if lured to Darian's side. Thus, during this time, Macy secretly met with him and had Conroy de Bayo discreetly investigate him, discovering that he indeed had some intriguing background. For example, Allaire wasn't loyal to Clark at all. He simply loathed the royal family, a bit antisocial, willing to serve Clark just to witness the royals' downfall. Moreover, his family died in the royal squabbles. Macy thought she indeed had a high sensitivity to abnormal yet capable entities. During their second meeting, she suddenly said, Instead of serving under someone else, why not stand up openly and bring about change? Wouldn't that be better? Allaire looked at her coldly. You're just a pawn. Is that so? Macy smiled, tilting her head slightly without answering. Allaire watched silently as the Andrews took the message from him, burned it skillfully, and another figure emerged in his mind. His master's fiancée. Darian really didn't check up on Macy. He seemed to be gambling, betting on himself. The night before attending Clark's engagement party, he returned home early. Levin the car ride back, Macy held his wrist and whispered softly. The heat cycle is approaching. There was still a driver in the car. Macy hadn't specified whose heat cycle was approaching. No matter who listened, it would seem like the Andrews was acting brazenly, suggesting her own heat cycle was approaching, a blatant seduction. Who would have thought the seemingly well-behaved Andrews would be so proactive in such matters? Conroy, no wonder she's considered the most perfect Levi Mega in the world. Yet only Macy and Darian knew what she meant by her words. Darian lightly coughed, his face expressionless. So? Macy moved closer and closer until she pressed against him. Luo, you're so annoying. You clearly know what I want, yet you still say things like that. Really, it's embarrassing for me to say it. Darian. His fists tightened. His eyebrows twitched, his ears flushed red, but his face remained expressionless as he pushed Macy a bit away. Shut up. Macy, finding this exchange quite amusing, struggled to suppress her laughter while feigning a look of grievance. Conroy, right, as you wish. The driver, how cruel. The Andrew is truly heartless and lacking in taste. When they arrived home, a sumptuous dinner was already being served on the table. Macy savored the foie gras with red wine in her mouth, but what she thought about was that she had never had the chance for her teacher to cook for her in this world. Though these were the top chefs producing the best flavors, she always felt it wasn't as delicious as when her teacher cooked. No, when her teacher cooked, it looked good and tasted better. Darian saw the peculiar expression on the little girl's face and knew what she was thinking about. His lips twitched slightly as he said coldly. Eat early and go to bed early. Tomorrow won't be an easy day. Macy blinked. Does Luo know they will do bad things tomorrow? Darian curled the corner of his mouth. Macy, you're smart enough to know that tomorrow is a feast where danger lurks, isn't it? Macy blinked innocently. What does this have to do with me, a canary? Darian replied, Indeed, it has nothing to do with you. You just need to stay by my side obediently. He paused, lowering his voice. I won't let anything happen to you. When he mentioned that tomorrow was a dangerous banquet, he did so lightly, but deep down, he knew the peril would be no less than that of the most harrowing assassination attempt he once faced. Even if it meant risking everything, he wouldn't let anything happen to his little pet. Darian elegantly wiped his hands, stood up, and walked upstairs. Macy knew what he was going to do and called out reluctantly behind him. I've heard that using inhibitors all the time is not good for your body. Let me bite you, just once, and I'll be very gentle. Given the special circumstances of tomorrow, Macy still felt it might not be wise for him to use those inhibitors. After all, not only did she make them ineffective, but she also added something extra. She wore an honest face. Luo, if you don't let me bite you, you'll definitely regret it. Darian glanced at her expressionlessly. Shut up. Chapter 410, Soft and Delicate Female Conroy, Fierce and Gemma-Tempered Male Levi, 25. Karina propped her chin with both hands, watching Darian go upstairs. There was another reason she didn't want him to use the suppressant tomorrow. She didn't want anyone else to see Darian in that state. She couldn't resist killing everyone who would witness such a beautiful sight. Gemma now, she had been reformed into a fine young man and tried not to commit murder or arson anymore. Watching Darian ascend the stairs, she still couldn't give up hope. Wiping her mouth, she returned to her room, took a fragrant shower, and then turned on her allure mode. Darian was in the top floor room, taking out a vial of suppressant. Through the cold light, the green liquid inside the syringe glistened. Conroically, injecting the suppressant wasn't pleasant at all, especially for an impure Levi Mega like him. Gemeth mentally and physically, he intensely rejected this attribute. So when the suppressant entered his body, it felt like his heart was being torn apart. Fortunately, he was already accustomed to it. Darian placed the suppressant aside with a blank expression, opened the light brain, but heard knocking at the door. The only one who could disturb him at this time was Karina. No entry, he said faintly. Karina pushed open the door. Hey there. Darian. He didn't know why he had so much patience with her. Darian pinched the bridge of his nose and looked outside. It's late, go to bed. Karina refused to give up. Fine, you don't let me bite. Gemmet, I can't even lick. Darian snorted. Didn't you say you were a good little pet? Are my words useless now? Karina walked 2 steps towards Darian with a pitiful look. Why are you so cruel to me? Darian. Was it cruelty not to let her bite? He wanted to kill someone, but the girl was wearing a creamy white spaghetti strap silk nightdress, with long hair scattered, and her doll-like face seemed carved. Her eyes shone brightly, as if all the star rivers in the sky fell into her black pupils. Darian's heart thumped violently. Karina, you won't betray me, will you? He suddenly blurted out. Karina twirled a strand of hair around her finger. Lev, of course not. I love you most. We're the perfect match in the world. Every Conroyalpha and Levi Mega could test their pheromone compatibility rate. Conroy 50% match is enough to become partners. 60% and above, divorce is virtually impossible. Currently, the highest record in the Empire is 78%, making that couple internet celebrities with a large fan base. The higher the compatibility rate, the greater the impact between them, especially from Conroyalpha to Levi Mega. Conroyfter saying that, Karina added, when will we test? I want to know how well we match. Darian actually disliked the idea. He hoped for a high match rate but also feared it. The higher it was, the greater Karina's influence over him. Conroyalpha, his body had already made its conclusion long ago. It was just that he didn't want to believe it. Darian took a deep breath, deciding not to discuss it further. He truly felt that if this went on, he might give in and let Karina bite him. He stood up and gently gripped Karina's wrist. Go back to your room. For the first time, the girl struggled. Karina jerked away from Darian, then tiptoed and abruptly hugged Darian's neck. No way. Her warm, pleasant breath against his neck caused his heart to tremble. Suddenly, Darian felt a wave of panic and, acting on muscle memory, executed a graceful fighting move, directly laying Karina down. Just before Karina hit the ground, he caught her back. Unprepared, Karina had never enhanced her body, having remained idle. The girl blinked, her long hair falling, looking startled with red eyes. Jamulhu, so scary. Don't act, Darian revealed mercilessly. You weren't scared by the timed bomb last time either. Karina. I gave you a chance. She suddenly huffed, pulling Darian's arm to stand up, then stepped back. Fine, don't come crawling later. Darian thought, he'd rather die than beg anyone. He wondered where this little pet's confidence came from. Fearing Karina would create more trouble, he stepped forward and pinched her nape. Gem, back to your room, sleep quietly. Karina suddenly understood why the ball-shaped pastry had tattled. It really hurt. Darian grabbed the little girl and walked towards Karina's room. He opened the door and threw her inside. Jeem good. Karina, with quick reflexes, caught Darian's sleeve as he turned to leave. Caught off guard, Darian stumbled forward. Karina blinked at him. Mister, aren't you coming in for some fun? Darian pursed his lips tightly. Didn't I tell you to be good? Karina held on to Darian's sleeve and tugged him toward the bed. Come on, come on. The scent unique to her filled his nostrils, making Darian's heart race wildly, almost leaping out of his chest. In an instant, he suddenly gave in. Give yourself a break, he thought. She's different, at least in front of her, give yourself a break. Darian let go of his restraint and followed Karina's pull step by step. Finally, they reached the side of the bed. The dim lighting set just the right atmosphere, turning the charming little girl into a bewitching enchantress. Her pale, soft arms wrapped around the man's neck, her her sultry voice tinged with warm passion. Yes, like this, just let me take control. Darian closed his eyes, holding his breath. Conroy, the political machinations and intrigue among the royal family dissipated, leaving only his heightened senses focused on the girl. Conroy mixture of tea fragrance and wine aroma spread through the air, turning the cold night moist and heavy with anticipation. Following Karina's pull, Darian collapsed onto the bed above her. He instinctively braced his hands beside her body, afraid of hurting her. Looking down at her, she was so beautiful that it seemed she didn't belong to this world. Darian gritted his teeth, his voice hoarse. Karina, never betray me. Karina grabbed his shirt with both hands. Lev, of course not. Then, with a sudden effort, Karina pulled Darian closer. Caught off guard, Darian leaned forward, his hand accidentally touching something icy cold. Startled, he looked up. Conroy, at some point, the pillow had shifted to one side, revealing a small, gleaming needle underneath. Not the suppressant, but some kind of poison. Darian's eyes instantly turned cold. Chapter 411, Soft and Delicate Conroy, a female, ferocious and moody Levi mega male, 26. Darian's gaze suddenly turned cold. Conroy bone-chilling coldness swiftly spread from her fingertips as they touched the needle, causing the scalding blood to stagnate in an instant. She abruptly leaped off the bed, stood up, and tightly gripped the needle. What is this? Her voice sounded calm, almost indifferent. In reality, her mind was a blank, her eyes locked firmly on Macy's face. Macy paused, her gaze flickering for a moment. Just that moment forced Darian to confront the cruel truth. This wasn't a suppressant, it was some kind of drug. It couldn't be Macy's because everything about her was under his supervision. Images of several photos given to him by his subordinates suddenly flashed in his mind. He had chosen trust over investigation back then. Now, it seemed like a complete joke. He started to laugh, sinisterly in the dim night. So it turns out my little girl has never been obedient. Macy realized she had underestimated the situation. When she initially received this poison, planning to use it to assassinate Darian, she hadn't taken it seriously, simply placing it under her pillow and forgetting about it. The perfect mood just moments ago, almost leading to something intimate, was ruined by this discovery. Macy couldn't come up with a good explanation right away. To Darian, her silence was a sign of guilt. Suddenly, he felt a chill run through his entire body. His precious little girl, who finally started to trust him, whom he wanted to protect even when he himself was hurt. She actually planned to stab him fatally in the back. His heart ached terribly, pain mingling with sorrow turning into a twisted anger. How do you want to die? He asked softly, almost gently. I love your pheromones, so I'm willing to give you a choice. Conroy admittedly, he looked like an exceptionally beautiful madman at that moment. His upward slanting eyes were red-rimmed, his voice hoarse yet gentle, trembling slightly at the end. His face, as delicate as peach blossoms, contrasted sharply with his pitch-black eyes, which resembled the entrance to hell cracked open amidst a peach orchard. Macy, always prone to becoming crazier when encountering madness, was now equally agitated by Darian's appearance. She licked her lips excitedly and smiled sweetly. Conroy, as long as I'm killed by Lualua's hands, would be happy. Darian squeezed the palm of his hand tightly, his mouth twitching in almost unbearable pain. He rasped, shut up. Here it came again, acting all friendly, feigning trustworthiness. When did this start? When did she become so clingy and passionate? Darian couldn't bear to stay there any longer. The despair seemed to affect his body, each vein aching. He would kill her. Once he obtained everything he desired, he'd eliminate anyone who stood in his way. Not yet though, she couldn't die yet. Darian clenched the needle in his palm tightly and stormed towards the door, slamming it shut behind him. Jamang. The loud noise made everyone's hearts tremble. Macy heard the sound of the lock being engaged outside. Ernst's voice was torn and hoarse. From today onward, you won't leave this room. Darian didn't know how he managed to return to the penthouse. He sat down, only realizing how violently his hands were shaking. His eyes were red, but his eye sockets were dry. Perhaps she had her reasons. Perhaps she didn't intend to harm him. Breathing heavily, Darian opened the optical computer. Conroy's If Guided by Fate, he played the playback from the camera in Macy's room. Yes, it was on that day when Macy suddenly said she wanted to be his personal assistant. The screen showed Macy lounging comfortably in her room, when suddenly, someone entered. It was a man. That man handed Macy a syringe, and the computer clearly transmitted their conversation. Indeed, Clark wanted Macy to kill him, and she agreed without hesitation. Darian stared at the screen, inexplicably curling his lips. So, this is how it feels to be betrayed by someone you trusted. It truly hurts. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly opened a drawer, laughing softly as he nervously took out a sharp and exquisite dagger. Few people used cold weapons in this era, but Darian loved them. He enjoyed the feeling of sharp objects piercing skin, but until now, he preferred doing it to others. However, now, he placed the tip of the knife against his hand, lightly cutting it. Pain surged, blood gushed out, and he numbly thought, it was pretty quick. In the next second, he raised his hand and suddenly plunged it into his own neck. This cut was much deeper than the one on his hand, the blade slicing through the skin, almost touching the gland. He couldn't see the back of his neck, and his actions were frenzied and brutal. Soon, several deep blood marks crisscrossed his nape, blood flowing down to stain his shirt. Wasn't she always saying she wanted to bite him? Then he'd let her cut it. The bloody smell masked the scent of the glands. Would she still like it? Darian withdrew the dagger, smiling as he looked at the bloodstains on it before putting it away again. The wound on his nape was bleeding, but he didn't bother with it. When his subordinate came up, seeing Darian's bloodied hands and smelling the thick metallic scent in the room, they thought at first that Darian had killed the august consort. Darian seemed to have returned to normal, no longer looking bizarre. He calmly wiped his fingers and said indifferently, "Test this syringe and tell me what's inside. Investigate everyone this lady has met during this period. Conroy, send more people to watch over her. I don't want to see her outside her room." The subordinate was taken aback and quickly complied. It seemed the days of the august consort were numbered. Jemmy, the time Darian emerged from the shower, the test results were already in, confirming it was a lethal poison that kills without a trace. Conroy, part from royal personnel, no one could get their hands on such substances. There was almost no need to think, this had to be Clark's doing. Staring at the message transmitted by the optical computer, Darian nearly squeezed his own palm until it bled. Everything was a lie, only the intent to kill him was real. How he wished to kill her slowly, slicing her into 1,000 pieces. His eyes gathered black tempests, threatening to destroy himself along with everything else. Lying on the cold bed, he closed his eyes. The wound on his nape hadn't been treated, still oozing blood. Does it hurt? He asked himself. If it hurts, remember it. Remember you are alone, trusting no one. Conroy, she must be killed. Darian closed his eyes, curling up tightly. His spine, always straight, now bent. He hugged himself, his neck drooping like a dying swan. Macy sat by the bedside, staring at the door for a long while before finally calming down a bit. Earlier, Dwight's appearance was so wild, so dangerous, yet so beautiful. Footsteps sounded outside, as if someone stood before her door. It seemed they really wouldn't let her out of the room again. Gemmet. Macy touched her lips, laughing softly. Little Cake would receive her exclusive suppressant tomorrow. How could she not go find him? Chapter 412, The graceful and soft female Conroy, the ferocious and violent male Levi, 27. August's Karina fell ill, so only the Andrew attended today's engagement party. When this news reached Yelena's ears, she was being arranged by a group of makeup artists. To show the face of the royal family, Yelena's attire was priceless. Surrounded by 5 or 6 makeup artists, she looked like an exquisite vase. She had thought that meeting her elder sister would have alleviated some of her worries during this period. Suddenly hearing this news, Yelena's hand trembled as she lifted her head to look at herself in the mirror. She looked so beautiful, with a resemblance to her sister Noemi Gia, but without her sister's radiance and liveliness. She resembled a delicate doll to be manipulated by others. For some reason, an ominous premonition rose in her heart. Conroy, at the same time, Clark was also startled upon hearing this news. He was even more worried than Yelena. Lev, of course, he wasn't worried about Karina but whether today's assassination could continue. Clark called his subordinate and asked frowningly, "Why can't Karina come?" Faulkner lowered his head, making it impossible to see his expression. "I don't know, perhaps she exposed something," and Jemerson noticed. Clark paced angrily and suddenly looked at Faulkner. "If she really can't come, then you will carry out the assassination." Faulkner seemed to sneer. "How can I get close to him?" "You know, Jemerson won't let anyone near." Clark pondered for a moment and said, "Tell her you have secrets about Karina. Conroy, anyway, no matter what method you use, it must be done." Faulkner suddenly looked up at Clark. "Flint, there's actually a better way. You can ask Miss Yelena to do the assassination. She's a fragile Levi Mega and is like a sister to Karina. If she speaks and approaches Jemerson, wouldn't it be more convincing than me?" Clark's eyes lit up. Yes, why didn't he think of it? There's still Yelena. Yelena is his obedient girlfriend, who would become his obedient fiancée after today. Conroy's his wife, shouldn't she share his honor and disgrace and help him do something? Even though Yelena couldn't crush even a little bug, it's just inserting a needle into someone, which is quite simple. Clark nodded. "You're right. Jemring Inging here, and I'll talk to her." Faulkner silently agreed and left the room. He kept his head low, thus Clark didn't see his mocking and angry expression. Faulkner came to the luxurious makeup room, leaned against the door, and said indifferently, "Madam, Flint calls for you." His tall figure stood there with a faint aura of menace. Most people knew he was one of Clark's most trusted subordinates, and naturally, Yelena recognized him very well. She withdrew her somewhat melancholic and worried gaze and nodded, "Levi K." Holding her dress hem, she walked to the door, signaling Faulkner to lead her. The light in Faulkner's eyes dimmed, seemingly afraid to linger on Yelena's face. He straightened up and made a gesture for her to go ahead. Yelena was absent-minded, thinking of Karina, becoming more anxious the more she thought about it, almost wanting to run into the castle to find her sister. Thus, she didn't notice that the direction Faulkner was leading her wasn't toward Clark's room. Leavenly, when Yelena suddenly realized how strangely quiet the surroundings were, did she stop, lifting her head confusedly to look at the secluded passage and asked, "Where are we?" Turning her head to look at Faulkner, she found this man seemed very unfamiliar at this moment. Faulkner glanced down at her with deep and restrained eyes. Lev, originally, Clark wanted your sister to assassinate Jemison, but something unexpected happened. Your sister was confined to Jemison's territory today. Clark doesn't want all the arrangements for today to be wasted, so he sent for you to take over your sister's assassination mission. Yelena stiffened. She suddenly felt a chill all over her body, hugging her arms involuntarily, trembling lips. She never saw clearly what kind of person Clark was. Even though she was protected well, she knew how dangerous this assassination was. So, Clark was pushing her into the fire pit without hesitation? Suddenly, warmth enveloped her shoulder. Yelena shuddered and looked up to see Faulkner had draped his coat around her. Ernst's gaze was gentle, something she hadn't seen before, and even had a smile at the corner of his mouth. Go, your future is still bright, there's no need to sacrifice yourself for such a man. He extended his hand and slipped a gun into Yelena's palm. Hold it tight, don't be afraid, just keep moving forward. My arranged people will escort you away. I'll handle everything here. He no longer avoided Yelena's gaze but instead looked at her almost greedily, as if this was their last meeting. Yelena hadn't recovered from the intense emotions. Dazed, she was gently pushed by Faulkner and numbly moved forward. Soon, the footsteps behind her faded away, and Yelena gradually saw the path leading outside. Conroy, the cameras were smashed. Indeed, he had arranged everything perfectly. Yelena didn't understand why Faulkner was doing this for her when they barely knew each other. Jemmet, his final look was so gentle to the point of sorrow. Suddenly, Yelena stopped, looking at the gun in her hand. Her sister's fate was uncertain, and the person who cared about her was going to certain death. How could she be a deserter? Taking a deep breath, she blinked back the tears that welled up from panic, anger, and shock. Then, turning around, she walked back. When Jemison left the house, he injected the suppressant he had taken out last night into the back of his neck. His demeanor seemed even colder, almost ruthless. It wasn't like he was going to a banquet but more like he was going to slaughter a family. The cold suppressant, injected into his battered nape, brought agonizing pain but also calmed his restless blood, stirred by the heat cycle. Wearing a black suit with a slender waist and long legs, he left the house expressionlessly, with the driver respectfully opening the door for him. Getting into the car, he suddenly turned his head, as if sensing something, and looked toward the room where Karina sat. The girl was standing by the window, smiling sweetly at him. Jemison clenched his palm tightly. Still daring to smile like that? Truly detestable, making him want to strangle her. Conroy, watching Jemison's car drive away, Karina changed into a short skirt dress in the room. Her long, fair thighs looked perfect, and she attached a strap to the root of her thigh. Though there were no weapons available here, she had her space. Picking and choosing in her space, she took out 2 butterfly knives and a pistol, attaching them to the root of her thigh. Once the skirt was lowered, it was impossible to tell. Satisfied, Karina looked at herself in the mirror and raised her chin. The beautiful girl should go save her treasure. Chapter 413, Soft and Gentle Female Conroy, Ferocious and Irritable Male Levi, 28. Allaire had been lurking under Clark's command for many years, helping him commit arson and murder. Trusted deeply by Clark, his influence naturally permeated all aspects of the organization. Even today's ambushes and assassinations were orchestrated by him. He had long grown weary of the royal family, yet he never expected to find a little flower, untouched by corruption, deep in the mire. The darker and dirtier a person's environment, the more they are drawn to such a light. Jemmet, he remained restrained and tolerant, showing no outward sign of it. However, today, he no longer wanted to hide. Clark did not deserve her. Allaire would never allow those disgusting and dangerous plans to sacrifice the small flower that Clark cherished above all else. Frankly, he didn't care about himself anymore. He had stopped caring long ago. He was ready to go to Clark's room to find a plausible reason for why Yelena hadn't come. Standing before Clark's door for a while, Allaire finally took a deep breath. Just as he was about to knock, he suddenly heard a trembling but clear voice behind him. Clark, open the door. Allaire's hands trembled as he turned around to see Yelena standing there, wearing his coat, her frail body standing straight despite its smallness. His eyes widened slightly as he watched Yelena walk toward him, handing him the coat. Right the same moment, the door opened, and Clark greeted Yelena with a gentle smile. Inying, you're here. There's still an hour before the banquet. I want to discuss something with you. Yelena nodded and followed Clark inside, but before closing the door, she cast a deep look at Allaire outside. Why did she come back? Allaire couldn't understand. He suddenly thought of Macy, that woman who appeared soft and gentle but harbored wild torrents within. The 2 daughters of the Lee family seemed to have some quality that made them hard to fathom. Clark hadn't expected Yelena to agree so readily. The girl's lashes trembled, looking somewhat fearful, but she still took the syringe from his hand. Just a light prick will do. Conroy anywhere? Clark repeated what he had told Macy earlier to Yelena. Finally, he said, I'm sorry, Inying. I haven't told you before, not because I didn't trust you, but because I was afraid you'd be scared. I wanted to protect you. Yelena lowered her eyes, staring at the syringe in her hand, biting her lower lip, and whispered softly. I know. Levy, right, the one who called me just now, is he one of your men? Can I ask him for some details? Seeing Yelena take such initiative, Clark felt even more reassured. Lev, of course you can. Watching Yelena leave, Clark's lips curled into a satisfied smile. How wonderful, to have two women willing to do anything for him. Unfortunately, Macy was probably out of the picture. Most likely, that madwoman had noticed something was amiss. She was probably already dead by now. He felt a bit of regret but quickly pushed Macy out of his mind. Macy certainly couldn't leave through the front door. Her room was on the second floor. The castle's floors were quite high, equivalent to 4 or 5 floors in a regular building. For Macy, jumping down was as simple as descending a flight of stairs. She nimbly leaped out of the window, gripping the ledge with both hands and landing gracefully like an elegant white cat, making no sound. However, the main gate was still far away, with many black-clothed guards between her and it. Macy hugged the wall corners, moving like the top-notch assassin she was, slipping past each security guard undetected, always staying in the blind spots of the surveillance cameras. No one was alarmed by her presence. Finally, as she approached the entrance, just as she was about to crouch through, a black-clothed guard suddenly turned and met her gaze. Startled, he instantly drew his gun. Gemmet Macy was faster. She delivered a flying kick, knocking the gun away while simultaneously striking the side of his neck. The large figure fell unconscious instantly. Indeed, her recent enhancement of physical abilities had proven effective. Her instinct as a top-tier assassin hadn't left her. Sorry about this, Macy muttered to the unconscious guard, cracking her knuckles, then walked to the roadside and casually jimmied open a car. Her immaculate makeup remained perfect as she stomped on the gas, speeding away in the vehicle. When Jemison arrived at the banquet, almost everyone was already there. The entrance hall was bright and lavish, with graceful matrons and gentlemen exchanging compliments everywhere, diamonds and jewels shimmering extravagantly. Clark stood at the entrance, seeing Jemison's car pull up, hurriedly smiled and walked forward. Gemrother, you've arrived. Conroy's the chauffeur opened the door. The moment Jemison stepped out, the surrounding noise noticeably quieted down. No matter where he was always the center of attention. Jemison's lips curled into a faint, indifferent smile. With a wave of his hand, the butler behind him delivered the gift. Clark asked with a laugh, why isn't Miss Macy here? Inying has always been looking forward to seeing her sister. He was observing Jemison's expression. Unfortunately, there was no hint of reaction on Jemison's face. Conroy's few strands of hair fell in front of his eyes, his dark gaze as deep as an abyss, concealing all emotions far below the surface, making them hard to read. I thought you had already received the message. His voice was equally indifferent. Clark's expression stiffened for a moment before he laughed and said, yes, the message did arrive, but I still wanted to ask about it. Jemison didn't speak, merely giving him a cursory glance before striding inside. Clark pinched the palm of his hand and followed suit. In a place hidden from surveillance, Yelena stared intently at Allaire. So, you initially approached my sister? Allaire nodded silently. Yes, Miss Macy agreed as well. Yelena immediately shook her head. That's impossible. My sister would never agree to something like this. What did she say to you? Allaire remained silent. Macy had indeed spoken to him, especially about how there were many ways to avenge the royal family, and spilling blood was the most rudimentary. The best way was to grasp all power in one's own hands, then gradually take away everything from those disgusting people, piece by piece. Trinitigi was far more painful than sudden death. The first time Allaire heard Macy speak like this, he knew the woman before him was far more complex than Clark imagined. He hadn't revealed this discovery to Clark. In fact, he despised Clark. After all, he was just an arrogant and hypocritical stinking Conroyfa. Seeing that Allaire didn't respond, Yelena anxiously continued. I don't know what you intend to do, but my sister must be safe. Something bad will happen tonight, won't it? You aren't completely under Clark's command, or you wouldn't have let me go earlier. So, tonight. Miss, I only wish to protect you, not anyone else besides you. Allaire interrupted Yelena, suddenly raising his hand and snatching the syringe from her. The assassination today is my responsibility. He strode away. Tears welled up in Yelena's eyes, her breathing rapid as she bit her palm, unsure of what to do. She didn't want anything to happen to her sister, nor to Jemison, because she could see that her sister liked Jemison. She made a decision, she would tell Jemison the truth directly later. Chapter 414, Gentle and Soft Female Conroy, Cruel and Violent Male Levi, 29. When Darian arrived, the banquet officially began. The engagement ceremony was relatively simple, with everyone watching the couple on the platform exchange rings, clapping for them. Everyone seemed to have a premonition that something big would happen tonight, that terrifying events were imminent. Yet, everyone put on a show of genuine blessings, seemingly oblivious to the approaching storm. Darian sat on the sofa, casually swirled his glass of red wine, and through the crimson liquid, he saw those hypocritical faces. He gave a slight laugh, feeling a sharp pain in the back of his neck. Probably the wound he inflicted on himself last night had reopened. Soon, the engagement ceremony ended, and people started mingling. When Yelena approached Darian with her wine glass, he did not even lift his eyes. Conroy black-clad bodyguard politely stopped Yelena. Sorry, sir needs some peace now. Not even she could get close, so Ginger naturally couldn't either. Yelena felt a little relieved, thinking that Darian should be safe for now. Gemmet, as the atmosphere grew more, these bodyguards might not remain this cautious. Yelena bit her lip and whispered. Darian, I want to talk to you. Darian lazily leaned against the sofa, looking down at the liquid in his wine glass. Yelena continued, it's about my sister. Darian finally reacted. He suddenly sneered, let her come over. The black-clad man lowered his arm, and Yelena walked over. Clark was toasting nearby but kept his attention on Darian. Seeing Yelena successfully approach, he was delighted and immediately signaled to Ginger nearby to be ready. Ginger's expression was extremely complicated. Darian looked at the nervous Yelena beside him and laughed softly. What do you want to say? Yelena took a deep breath. Sir, someone wants to kill you. Darian raised an eyebrow. Levi? Yelena, really? Darian, Lev, of course I know, it's your sister. His voice was low and filled with hostility, causing Yelena to shiver. Gemmet, she resisted the urge to run and forced herself to say. It's not her. Your sister won't kill you, she really likes you. There must be a reason. Please believe me. I think my sister must have been threatened. Don't hurt her. Having mustered up the courage to say all this, Yelena received no response. Looking up, she suddenly felt that Darian's expression was off. His fingertips holding the wine glass turned pale, as if he couldn't control the force. His face flushed unnaturally, while his lips were deathly white, biting down mercilessly on his lower lip until it was almost bleeding. The veins on his forehead stood out slightly, as if enduring great pain. Yelena's heart skipped a beat and she asked in panic. What's wrong with you? She hadn't attempted to assassinate him. She didn't even have the needle on her. Darian suddenly lifted his gaze. His dark eyes seemed to carry an ominous aura, glaring fiercely at Yelena. She was directly scared to stand up, unable to speak. This expression, this aura, so terrifying. Darian bit down hard on his lower lip, trying to endure the pain. This situation wasn't good at all. Clearly, after injecting the suppressant this morning, he felt that his heat period was under control. Gemmet, why did that familiar burning sensation surge back so intensely? Conroy's if countless flames were flowing in his veins, burning every inch of his body. Using almost all his strength, he tried to suppress his pheromones from leaking out. Gemmet, he could feel he wouldn't hold on much longer. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and his consciousness became slightly blurred. Clank. The sound of the wine glass hitting the floor and breaking drew everyone's attention. August Schur sat on the sofa, his wine glass on the ground, spilling red liquid everywhere. He leaned forward, elbows on his knees, one hand pinching his brow. Lowering his head, no one could see his expression. Gemmet, the violently heaving back clearly showed he was enduring some form of pain. Darian's subordinates rushed forward, grabbing Yelena's wrist. Yelena's face turned pale. Gemmet, the next second, Darian waved his hand, his voice hoarse and trembling. Let her go. The subordinates paused. Could it be that their master's state wasn't because of Yelena? Yelena panicked as she left the circle, completely confused about the situation. Clark, however, was elated. Yelena succeeded. He suppressed his joy and showed concern, gripping Yelena's hand, then looked at Darian. Gembrother, what's wrong with you? Were you feeling unwell? Let me have someone arrange for you to rest for a while. Darian was breathing heavily, and the surrounding sounds seemed to be fading away. He could hardly control his pheromones anymore. It felt so bad, he wanted to. His trembling fingertips touched the back of his neck, the wound there hadn't healed yet. His fingers suddenly slashed across the wound, and fresh blood gushed out. The splitting pain at that sensitive spot made him slightly more alert. Darian hoarsely lifted his head. Go back. If he stayed another second, he couldn't guarantee that his pheromones wouldn't fill the entire hall in the next moment. His subordinates hurriedly prepared to contact the driver, but Clark had been waiting for this day for a long time. How could he let Darian leave? He waved his hand, and several more black-clad figures appeared from all directions. Gembrother, you're my VIP now. If you're uncomfortable on my turf, it would be too impolite if I let you leave. I have the best doctors and the best resting rooms here. Gembrother, if you don't trust them, your people can accompany you as well. Darian was trembling all over. He couldn't endure it much longer. His trembling fingertips smeared with his own blood reached inside his suit, touching the gun. He felt so terrible, he wanted to kill everyone, to be marked. Tears even began to well up in his eyes, physiological tears unrelated to emotions. The worse he felt, the more terrifying his expression became. Darian suddenly looked up, his bewitching, demonic eyes staring directly at Clark. It was like a vengeful ghost or a venomous snake preparing its final deadly strike before death. Clark was frightened by this gaze and involuntarily took a step back, unable to meet his eyes. Gemmet, soon, he realized this was just the last struggle of a cornered beast. Clark laughed. Gembrother, your silence means agreement. Have your people take you to the resting room to rest for a while. Casually speaking, sniper rifles from various hidden places had already aimed at all of Darian's subordinates. Silence fell over the scene as everyone held their breath. The storm finally arrived, pressing down on everyone so they couldn't breathe. Gemmet, at this moment, a clear and cheerful voice broke through the tension like a ray of sunlight piercing through thick clouds, reaching into the abyss. Sorry, I'm late. Connie was worried and didn't want me to go out when I'm sick, but I thought, How could I miss my little sister's engagement party? Everyone stared wide-eyed at the entrance. Conroy, a young woman wearing a short black evening dress with loose long hair, walked in gracefully, her face adorned with an exquisite, charming smile. Chapter 415. Soft and gentle female Conroy, Jim Riddle, and explosive male Levi, 30. Shocked onlookers unwittingly made way for her. Clark had never seen Macy looking so stunningly beautiful yet dangerous. He was momentarily stunned by the sight. Yelena's eyes widened in pleasant surprise. Her sister was unharmed. Conroy's for Darian. Without lifting his head, he suddenly trembled all over, gripping his palm tightly. Whether it was because of the heat cycle or not, he had become increasingly sensitive to the surrounding scents. Almost the instant Macy appeared, he caught that intense aroma of alcohol. Mixed with her unique milky scent and fiery aura, it directly penetrated his nostrils, blending with his boiling blood, as if setting his whole body ablaze. Darian trembled violently. How did she get out? Why did she come here, to make him lose control even faster? To help Clark? To expose his true identity as in Levi Mega? Darian breathed rapidly, trying to think, but his body wouldn't let him. His consciousness grew increasingly hazy, and his vision blurred. The burning desire within him surged uncontrollably. He couldn't hold back any longer. He bit his lower lip until it bled profusely, almost desperately raising the gun, unsure where to aim. Just at the most desperate moment, Macy walked up to him and sat down next to him as if it were the most natural thing in the world. The girl chuckled softly, embracing the trembling man. Macy's voice, gentle and soft, echoed in everyone's ears. Levi, I know you're worried about me. Don't worry. Here's a hug for you. Their skins touched. The cool, smooth sensation made Darian abruptly lift his head. He had no strength to resist the overwhelming pheromones about to overflow at this moment, but the next second, a sharp pain surged from the back of his neck. Taking advantage of the embrace, unseen by everyone, Macy bit into his neck once more. Her sharp teeth tore open the already wounded neck again, blood gushed out, mixed with the strong, slightly bitter tea fragrance, filling Macy's mouth. Perhaps the taste of pheromones changes subtly with emotions. This time, the milkiness and sweetness had faded considerably, only leaving the intense bitterness of tea on her tongue. Gemmed as the bitterness faded, it was replaced by the metallic scent of blood. The sweet and pungent aroma made Macy close her eyes blissfully. Thank goodness, just in time. The surging pheromones receded, allowing him to endure for a moment. Darian's fingers clenched tightly, almost collapsing onto Macy. Thankfully, Macy held him closely, masking his weakness. To anyone else, it would just seem like a tired husband hugging his wife. The burning heat inside him subsided slightly, but a new craving surged up. Not enough, far from enough, he wanted more. Macy bit deeper this time, almost tearing off a piece of flesh. It hurt, but it felt good. Darian gasped heavily a couple of times, finally feeling a bit more lucid. He grabbed Macy's wrist. Macy released his neck, letting go of her embrace, and smiled at Darian. Luo, is there anything else bothering you? Darian stared intensely at Macy. His eyes were still red from the temporary mark, though he could now control his pheromones and regain some clarity, the desire inside him hadn't diminished at all. He rasped, I just want to rest a bit. Macy, with her strikingly red lips, grinned warmly. Then I'll keep you company. She leaned closer, speaking quietly so only he could hear. Just a bite won't do, Luo. This time, you need a permanent mark to relieve the cravings. Darian's grip on Macy's hand tightened sharply. He suddenly realized something. Gemmed under everyone's watchful eyes, he couldn't say a word. Clark watched in shock, completely confused by the scene before him. Feeling the pain in her wrist, Macy looked at Clark and smiled even sweeter. Could you please arrange a resting room? Luo needs to rest. Clark subconsciously replied, it's already arranged, but he didn't want to. Darian interrupted Clark, no objections. Where is the resting room? Clark froze, sensing something was off. Everything seemed to be going according to his plan, yet there was an underlying sense of losing control. Gemmed he had no other choice, nodding and smiling. Lev, of course, I'll have someone take you there. Conroy amidst everyone's puzzled and probing gazes, Darian took Macy's hand and entered the prepared resting room. This was indeed just an ordinary high-end resting room. Clark wouldn't leave any handles for anyone. His subordinates stood outside the door. Darian entered the room, and as soon as the door closed, he suddenly gripped Macy's slender neck. Did you tamper with the suppressant? Macy slightly tilted her head back, looking like a sacrificial little white rabbit, yet still smiling at the corner of her mouth. Lev, of course, it was because Darian hadn't used much force. His burning fingertips trembled, instead tickling her. Finally figured that out, huh? So smart. She laughed delightfully, her tone lighthearted. It didn't matter. While he could still stand, she might as well indulge him, pet him. After all, it wouldn't be long before the roles were reversed. In the ballroom, Clark frowned tightly and looked at Yelena. What's going on? Yelena seemed considerably more relaxed. I don't know. Maybe my sister really wasn't feeling well, so she didn't attend. Thank goodness her sister was fine. She had known all along that despite his terrifying appearance, Darian wouldn't harm her sister. She had clearly seen the deep dependency and passionate love for her sister in Hawkins's eyes long ago, even though he himself hadn't realized it. Clark asked again, "Did you inject the syringe just now?" Yelena froze, took a deep breath, and smiled, nodding. "Yes, I was scared to death, but it seems he didn't feel it at all." Rarely lying, her face flushed with tension, but Clark, immersed in the dream of his plan succeeding, didn't notice this detail. Conroy he knew was that Yelena said she had injected the poison into Darian. He couldn't believe how smoothly everything went. Excited, he embraced Yelena's shoulders and kissed her on the cheek. "Inying, you'll always be my most beloved woman." Previously, when he did these intimate actions, Yelena didn't find them particularly uncomfortable. Gemmet now, she suddenly felt nauseous, trembling. Yelena subtly pulled away and whispered, "I'm going to the restroom." Then she glanced towards the nearby night view, giving a subtle signal. Conroy moment later, staring into the night, Yelena shivered all over but spoke firmly. "If someone must die today, I hope it is Clark." Chapter 4:16, Soft and Gentle Woman Conroy, Gemrudel and Irritable Man Levi, 31. Jim Ransono stumbled into the restroom, turning on the faucet and using cold water to try to keep himself awake. Macy was leaning against the doorframe, watching him with a curled lip but saying nothing. She saw the man's back muscles tensing, his body trembling slightly, breathing rapidly, his ears flushed red, and blood streaming down his neck. Water droplets rolled off his forehead, mixing with blood that soaked into his shirt, staining it dark red. Jim Ransono tried hard not to be disturbed by her gaze. He felt something was wrong with himself. Conrotho he had been temporarily marked. Why? Previously, he would quickly return to normal, but this time, he only remained lucid for a brief moment before falling back into uncontrollable desire. His entire body was burning hot, even the air he breathed felt scorching, causing pain in his lungs. The fiery sensation surged through his veins again. He turned off the faucet, rushing under the showerhead. Fingers trembling, he fumbled to turn on the water, finally managing after some effort. He opened it fully, letting icy water cascade over him. The night was slightly cool, and the water colder still. Jim Ransono couldn't help but shudder from the cold, yet he felt the internal fire burn more fiercely. His savior was right in front of him. Gemmet, this girl he cherished deeply, had chosen to stand against him, joining forces with Clark to kill him. Jim Ransono painfully unbuttoned his collar and stripped off his shirt. He was barely conscious, so naturally, there was no sense of shame. His body was beautiful, strong yet not exaggerated, broad-shouldered, with perfect lines of biceps. His chest muscles, abs, and V-line all exuded explosive power, now tightly tensed, convulsing unconsciously. His chest heaved, water droplets rolling from his defined collarbone and disappearing into his waistband. He knelt on the ground, gripping the tiles tightly, hoarsely asking, "Why? Why do you want to kill me? Why do you betray me? Why did you tamper with my suppressant? Conroy, why are you helping me now?" He had too many questions, but he couldn't form words. Macy's heart pounded as she finally stepped forward, raising her hand to turn off the showerhead. Then, she squatted down, her fingertips brushing against the wound on Jim Ransono's neck. Besides the bite marks from her sharp teeth, there were deep, crisscrossing knife wounds bleeding profusely. "Why hurt yourself like this? Is it because I wanted to kill you?" Her soft voice carried a twisted excitement. She pulled his hair at the nape of his neck, forcing him to look up at her. Like a rabid dog's eyes meeting hers, Jim Ransono's eyes were bloodshot, fierce, openly filled with hate, murderous intent, and unmasked love. Conroy, painstakingly tearing open his heart and wounds, he received betrayal. He really wanted to bite through her throat, tear into her flesh. Yet Macy laughed softly at his glare. "I indeed wanted to kill you, but not now, nor for anyone else. Because you belong to me, and only I can decide your life and death. Clark gave me a drug, and I casually placed it under the pillow, thinking you'd be smart enough to notice. If I truly wanted to kill you, would I act so carelessly? Conroy's stupid little mad dog deserves to be devoured, doesn't it?" Her voice dripped with heavy temptation, like a devil luring a believer to surrender their soul. Jim Ransono's muddled mind became somewhat clearer due to Macy's words. Then, one sentence made his eyes widen dramatically. "Lualua, did you think I didn't know about the camera you installed behind the painting in my room? I knew on the first day." She knew everything but said nothing, didn't resist, and even did many secret things in front of the camera. "I thought you'd understand my intentions. I've never, ever wanted to deceive you. It's you, Lualua, who betrayed my loyalty by doubting me." Macy skillfully twisted facts, seeing how the already disoriented Jim Ransono looked even more bewildered. Indeed, all those puzzling matters were explained. Could it be, he had actually betrayed her? Jim Ransono couldn't describe his emotions. It was as if after despair engulfed him, he found someone he had long hoped for. His almond-shaped eyes reddened further, unsure if it was a physical reaction or emotional overflow, but tears began to well up. "Why, the suppressant?" His voice was broken and intermittent. Macy sighed. "Conroy, are you really dumb or just pretending?" "Lev, of course, it's just to eat you up." Having said that, she suddenly stood up and took 2 steps back, looking down maliciously at Jim Ransono, who was half kneeling and trembling. Due to her retreat, Jim Ransono lunged forward abruptly, almost falling by her feet. Struggling to steady himself, he looked up at her. The girl's eyes were a shadowy black with no reflection. He couldn't see his reflection in them but yearned desperately for one. Macy, his voice was hoarse, broken, and suppressed, please save me. It was more of an enticement than a plea for help. Conroy at this moment, he couldn't think clearly about the details, only knowing that Macy hadn't betrayed him, it was he who had doubted her. This heat cycle was harder to endure than any before. He felt his pheromones slipping out of control again. He moved forward a bit, kneeling on the ground and grabbing the hem of Macy's skirt. Wet black hair clung to his face, his cheeks and ear tips flushed red, while his lips were pale. His body, sickly pale, now bore a soft pink hue, making him unusually tempting. Macy laughed cruelly. How dare I? I'm only Loaloa's golden canary, your little pet. No, Ernst shook his head nervously and blankly. When he called Macy his pet, it was only to numb himself. He was fully aware that his emotions had always fluctuated with Macy. In reality, the one controlled had always been him. Conroy tear dropped from the corner of his eye, eyebrows furrowed tightly, evidently in great discomfort. It's not like that, he tried to maintain his last shred of clarity, seeking divine forgiveness, save me. The scene before her made Macy's heart thud loudly. She grabbed the wrist that held onto her skirt, using her last ounce of self-control to ask softly. So, who is the controller? Jemransono's lips parted slightly, his eyes filled entirely with the image of the girl before him. It's you. These two words came out clearly. Tears fell along with those two words. He was truly in too much pain. No matter how hard it was to say, he now spoke without hesitation. So, please, mark me. Chapter 417, Soft and Tender Female Conroy, Gemrudel and Violent Male Levi, 32. Mark me. Conroy. Soon as these three words came out, Macy was so enticed that her mind spun. Especially with the man's voice, hoarse yet tinged with a bit of sticky coquettishness and pleading, it was like a small brush sweeping over her heart. She suddenly gripped Anatoly's neck and finally bit down hard on those coveted thin lips. The faint taste of blood that had not yet faded from their mouths was now overwhelmed by even more sweetness and bitterness. Anatoly trembled as he opened his lips, still subconsciously trying to take control even at this moment. His tongue pressed against Macy's before delving deeper in the humid heat. The feeling of suffocation came, and Macy let out a stifled laugh. Suddenly, she tightened her grip around Anatoly's neck. Ernst, who had been trying to take control, instantly relaxed his bite due to lack of oxygen, and Macy once again took charge. In a daze, Anatoly vaguely wondered if kisses could be this intense. He didn't know how Macy had pulled him up or how he had crawled from the floor to the bed. The insuppressible desire and heat brought on by the heat cycle were impossible to hide. Tears streaming down his face, he begged. Faster, my pheromones. His pheromones were almost beyond control. Macy, however, was unhurried. She dragged Anatoly onto the bed, straddling his narrow waist, looking down at him from above. Her hands on his neck, she was sure that if she strangled him, he wouldn't resist at all. It's okay, Macy licked her swollen, wet lips and smiled brightly. You don't have to hold back your pheromones, be good. Gem it. Anatoly wanted to struggle. What if someone else sensed it? However, Macy didn't give him the chance to refuse. She unfastened the weapon strapped to her thigh, bringing their bodies closer together. Then, intense pheromones with the aroma of rich cream flooded in, overwhelming Anatoly entirely. Anatoly's eyes widened in shock, like a dying fish convulsing. He stared at Macy with unfocused eyes, his red lips parted, gasping for breath. To Anatoly, Macy's pheromones were the strongest aphrodisiac. Finally, the scent of the little cake couldn't conceal the rich aroma anymore. It mixed with the strong smell of alcohol and permeated the entire room. Conroy of Anatoly's subordinates were Jemitas and couldn't detect the abnormality. Gemet, some top Conroyfas or Levi Megas in the banquet hall felt this scent. It's the Andrew consort and the Andrew. They exchanged glances and whispered to each other. So, the Andrew consort's pheromone scent is like matcha cream cake, so sweet, fitting for the Andrew consort. Yeah, the Andrew has the scent of strong liquor, but there seems to be a hint of sweetness in it. It must be an illusion, the Andrew can't be sweet. They are so passionate, no wonder they're newlyweds. Everyone murmured. Inside the room, Anatoly revealed everything to Macy in a dazed state. He seemed like the most fanatically devout believer, exposing everything before Macy. Mark me. He muttered. Macy narrowed her eyes in satisfaction, lying on Anatoly's body, skin touching skin. The fine sensations made both of them shiver slightly. Levin's fully marked by me, Loalu will belong completely to me. Without me, you won't be able to survive through the heat cycles. Conroy, your body will always be under my control. I just need to release a bit of pheromones, and you'll be unable to resist. So, have you really thought it through? Macy asked this just to see Anatoly endure or feel resentful but still beg her. Regardless of whether he agreed or not, today, she would mark him for sure. The redness at the corners of Anatoly's eyes spread throughout his body. His originally narrow, beautiful eyes became strikingly gorgeous. The deranged madman showed no coldness, only gazing at her with wet eyes, seemingly unfocused yet all focused on her. Mark me. He repeated softly, struggling to lift his hand and clutching Macy's slender waist. Please, mark me. I beg you. Strong liquor overflowed, flames ignited, tea fragrance turned to ashes in the flames, and then condensed into a more sultry aroma. When a cup of black tea next to the bed was knocked over, spilling drop by drop onto the floor, no one paid any attention. The pale trembling fingertips curled unconsciously toward the overturned teacup. Then came the crisp sound of ceramic shattering, along with the sound of pleasurable yet painful whimpers. In the dim-lit room, the bed sheets crumpled, and exquisite bodies floated in the sea of strong liquor and bitter tea. In the banquet hall, shimmering with lights and sounds of clinking glasses, everyone was indulging in superficial pleasantries, deceiving themselves into believing that today's party was truly splendid. Clark looked a bit displeased. Because he smelled the pheromones of an Levi Mega. It couldn't be anyone other than Macy. Strangely enough, this was the first time he had ever caught a whiff of Macy's pheromones, and it wasn't what he had imagined. That wasn't the main issue. The main issue was that Macy seemed to be doing unspeakable things with Jemmerson. Jemmerson had been injected with a drug. He should be unconscious and unable to wake up at this time. Feeling increasingly anxious and restless, Clark wanted to ask Yelena for more information. Unexpectedly, when he glanced at Yelena, she was blushing furiously, touching her earlobe as if reminiscing about something embarrassing. Of course, she had detected that scent of alcohol, which was actually Macy's pheromones. Conroy's atop Conroyalpha, Macy's pheromones were nearly irresistible to any Levi Mega, let alone Yelena, who had always admired her elder sister. Seeing Yelena's state, Clark instantly knew what had happened and his face turned green. He approached Yelena with a grim expression. Did you smell Jemmerson's pheromones? Yelena was taken aback, blushing fiercely and stammering, unsure of what to say. Seeing her like this only made Clark angrier. Weren't you supposed to inject Jemmerson with a drug? Why is he able to do that kind of thing with Macy in the room? His face contorted in anger, and Yelena took a step back, startled. However, she was suddenly grabbed by the wrist by Clark. Frustrated and furious because he hadn't achieved his goal, Clark vented his anger on Yelena. Speak, he growled. The iron grip on her wrist made Yelena wince in pain, her eyes brimming with tears as she tried to think of an excuse to calm him down. Just then, another stronger hand grabbed Clark's wrist. Clark felt a sudden weakness and released his grip, looking at Allaire in disbelief. Conroy, you rebelling? Allaire remained expressionless. Venting your anger on a woman is not something a gentleman would do. The concentration of the drug given to your fiancé was lower. I will administer another dose, please rest assured. While Allaire had never failed in his tasks before, this slight overstepping still irked Clark. Clark cast a cold glance at Allaire. Since you know what to do, scram. Allaire nodded. Conroy, right. Turning to leave, he discreetly lowered his eyes and glanced at the red marks on Yelena's wrist. Chapter 418, Soft and Tender Female Conroy, Jim Riddle and Irritable Male Levi, 33. Conroy, the moment when silent fireworks bloomed in his mind, Darian experienced an unprecedented, wonderful, and unforgettable sensation. Invisible ropes entangled him. He felt restrained but enjoyed this kind of confinement. He seemed to feel more intensely the deeper aspects of Macy's pheromones, like madness, rebellion, danger, and poison. His emotions and body seemed to be controlled by the intense aroma of wine. Never had he thought that there would come a day when he would willingly accept a mark. Suddenly, he found that being marked wasn't so bad after all. He held the little girl resting on his chest and opened his mouth only to find his voice hoarse. What time is it? He asked. Macy rubbed contentedly against his pectorals and lazily glanced at the clock on the wall. It's been over an hour. They had just finished their first time. Macy really wanted to do it a few more times, but they weren't at her place. She licked her lips with restraint, thinking that once she got home, she would indulge herself. Darian bent down to kiss the top of her head. We should go out now. Macy's arms circled his neck, and her fingertips gently traced the crisscrossing wounds on his gland. Just a little longer. Did you know that little cakes laced with the scent of blood actually taste even better? Darian's eyelashes trembled. He was reminded of the despair and pain he felt when he cut himself. It was something that happened last night, yet it felt like another lifetime. Despair had come too suddenly, and happiness came just as abruptly. He even wondered if this was all a beautiful dream, and when he woke up, his moon would be gone. Now that everything had settled down, he finally regained his thoughts and began to consider what Macy said and did. Macy, you knew there were cameras, why? He asked softly. Macy, love of course, so you can see my beautiful self every day. So, are you liking it more and more? Darian's ears, which were already slightly red, turned even redder. You don't blame me? Macy winked at him. If you feel guilty, you can record a video for me with less clothing. Darian's Conroymia's apple bobbed up and down, and he didn't say anything. Macy smiled again. Conroy, right, I love you the most, and only you. Communicating with Clark's men was because he seemed capable, and I wanted to persuade him to help you. Pity, he's stubborn as a mule, and I still haven't found his weakness. Darian tightened his hold on Macy, his voice turning cold. Isn't having me enough? The little cake went sour. She smiled tenderly. No one can compare to you, wait. She lifted her head and looked out the window. The curtains were drawn, but she sensed something sharp. Well, someone is looking for us. Macy raised an eyebrow, slipped out of Darian's embrace, jumped out of bed, and pulled open the curtains. Ginger stood outside the window, his eyes meeting Macy's. This was the acute perception between killers. Macy curled her lips into a smile and was about to say something when a blanket was thrown over her from behind. Finally, there was the sound of a bullet being chambered. Macy poked her head out from under the blanket and saw Darian standing expressionless beside her. Conroy's he wrapped her up like a mummy. He raised a gun, aiming at Ginger's forehead. Macy chuckled, lowering Darian's wrist. Don't be nervous. She hadn't seen Ginger's vulnerability before. He appeared indifferent, purely anti-royalty, leaving Macy with no way to manipulate him. Gemmet today, she saw desire in his eyes. Once a person has desires, they become manageable. Darian licked the back of his teeth, glaring mercilessly at Ginger. Had it not been for Macy stopping him, this man's head would have already burst open. Macy was forcefully wrapped in a small blanket, only her palm-sized face exposed. Meanwhile, Darian stood half-naked, his upper body covered in red marks, some even bleeding, looking quite brutal. Ginger reassessed Macy's combat capability again. He had thought she was an excellent killer, but now he realized she was far more than that. Macy spoke. So, what do you want? Ginger was silent for a while before finally responding in a low voice. Roxana doesn't want to leave, and I don't want her to get hurt. Macy raised her eyebrows. Well, you like my sister. Ginger implicitly acknowledged it. If Roxana hadn't refused to leave, he wouldn't have come to Macy. He knew Roxana always listened to her older sister. I understand, Macy laughed. Lev, of course, I can help you get Roxana away from Clark, but I have conditions. Ginger frowned. I know. Macy held Darian's hand, her fingers hooking in his palm, soothing the protective big dog. Very good, Macy smiled. Now, it's time for you to pledge your loyalty. Roxana was restless. In her mind, images of her sister's face would appear, then she would recall the expression Ginger had when he told her to leave. She wasn't truly a naive and sweet girl, even with a simple heart. She had been at the center of power for so long that she still had some sense. She could tell that Ginger liked her, and it was a kind of like that had no ulterior motives. This made it even harder for her to accept letting Ginger go to his death. Darian was a man who was as cunning as a demon and ruthless. He would surely see through Ginger's disguise. Perhaps the current lounge was a trap. Even if Ginger succeeded, he would need someone to take the blame, and the assassin who tried to kill the crown prince was naturally the best choice. Conroy, she anxiously pinched the palms of her hands. She heard Clark's voice. Sorry, Ying, I was a bit rushed just now. Conroy, you okay? Roxana's heart skipped a beat and quickly replied. It's fine, I was just a little worried. Don't worry. Clark gently tucked her hair behind her ear. You, your sister, and Ginger are all loyal people. Everything will go according to my plan. Roxana shivered. Why hadn't she felt this way before? Clearly, Clark was even more terrifying than Darian. Gemmet just then, everyone fell silent, looking toward the direction of the lounge. The door opened, and a tall man looked down, his fingers intertwined with those of his treasure. Today, both of them were dressed in black, while Macy wore a rare short black dress, with scattered rhinestones on her chest and waist, like the vastness of the night sky. No matter how bright the vastness of the night, it could not obscure the brightness of the moon. Conroy midst countless astonished gazes, Darian lifted his head and grinned. What are all of you standing there for? Continue. His appearance now was completely different from when he first entered the lounge, his eyes carrying a hint of pleasure, and even a blind person could tell he had just indulged himself thoroughly. Like a spirit fully fed on essence. Clark's expression worsened. Where did Ginger go? Didn't he say he would finish him off? Why did Darian not only seem unharmed but also look better? He tightly clenched his fists but then heard Ginger's voice in his ear. Flint, I have something important to report. In his hand, he concealed the syringe given to him by Clark. He decided to kill Clark and did not tell Macy about this plan. Chapter 419, Gentle and Soft Female Conroy, Gemrudel and Irritable Male Levi, 34. To prove his loyalty, Alaire told Arnie and Macy everything about the plan. Fizman Feast was already set with a tight net, even snipers were arranged, absolutely not allowing any mistake to occur. Macy stroked her chin. It had to be admitted, Clark's plan was indeed flawless. Gemmet, the variable lay in the fact that everyone around Clark had no loyalty towards him at all. His failure stemmed from his arrogance and overconfidence, along with his deeply rooted sense of superiority. He thought being in Conroylfa gave him absolute power, and getting some assistance allowed him to trample others as he pleased. He never cared about the lives of those around him, only focusing on himself. Now trapped in this situation, it could only be said that he got what he deserved. Macy said to Alaire. I understand. You don't need to do anything. Yelena is my sister, I will save her. She smiled again. Who knows, maybe my sister would like a man like you. Alaire stepped back and lowered his head. I'm just a Gemida, unworthy. Macy, what attributes one has isn't important. Conroy, at least in my eyes, you are 10,000 times better than that Conroylfa, Clark. Alaire did not speak. Macy didn't give him more instructions. He took her restraint as distrust. Gemmet, no one would trust someone they've barely known and who just betrayed their former master. He quietly left, touching the syringe inside his sleeve, fearing Macy might change her mind. These royal people were all profit-driven, selfish. Though she agreed now, as long as Clark was alive, Yelena wouldn't be free. If rescuing Yelena required more resources later, would she still act according to her promise? Gemicides, although Macy hadn't ordered him to kill Clark, when he left, he saw Arnie make a gesture. If he guessed correctly, it was the gesture telling him to kill Clark. Thus, as Macy and Arnie appeared before everyone, causing turmoil and drawing all of Clark's attention. Alaire understood his chance had come. No matter what, killing Clark would benefit Arnie. Conroy's expected, Clark frowned and walked towards him upon hearing him speak. What is it? Weren't you supposed to finish them off? Why are they still here? Useless. He gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath, unable to maintain his usual gentle demeanor in front of everyone. This was a rare opportunity. If lost, he wouldn't know when he could get another chance to kill Arnie. Alaire stared blankly at Clark's face and whispered. Flint, I was about to finish them off, but in their room, I saw something important, something that would surely surprise you. Clark furrowed his brows. Rage and anxiety made him lose reason. He stepped closer to Alaire. What? The moment Clark spoke these two words, Alaire flipped his wrist. The sharp needle plunged directly into Clark's neck. Clark's eyes widened abruptly as realization hit him in an instant. Gemmed, it was too late. His body staggered and slowly fell down, caught by Alaire. Alaire expressed nothing. Flint drank too much and needs rest. Take him to the rest room. Clark's subordinates did not suspect anything and carried Clark into the rest room. However, Macy's expression suddenly froze. Mabanchuan, who hadn't made a sound for a long time, suddenly screamed. Conroy. Flint. Clark is dying. Macy, disturbed by the noise, looked in Clark's direction, just in time to see Alaire's grim face and Clark being supported by subordinates toward the restroom. Her heart skipped a beat, and she let go of Arnie's hand, running quickly towards Clark. Caught off guard by Macy's sudden action, Arnie paused, then glanced at his empty palm and Macy's back. Suddenly feeling the sip of wine he just drank turned into bone-chilling ice, freezing his insides. Conroy's Macy rushed towards Clark. She was stopped by Clark's subordinates. Sorry, Miss Macy, Flint drank too much and needs rest. Macy's face was cold, and she scoffed. Drank too much? Levi, pen your dog eyes and look. Is this drinking too much? Her expression was genuinely strange, making the subordinates pause and look at Clark. Clark had his eyes closed, breathing steadily, with a strong alcohol smell around him. Conroy part from a faster pulse. There was nothing unusual. Clearly, this was just ordinary intoxication. Knowing some of Macy's and their master's past, the subordinate thought Macy was just finding fault and didn't bother to listen to her, only being slightly courteous due to her status as the Andrew consort. Miss Macy, please step aside. Macy did not get angry but laughed instead. If you send him into the resting room now, it won't be long before he turns into a corpse. Do you believe me? Conroy, though he's not a good person, I don't want. Gemma. Before Macy could finish her sentence, two arms wrapped around her waist from behind, hugging her tightly, squeezing so hard that Macy found it hard to breathe. Arnie rested his chin on her shoulder, his cheek touching beside her ear, gently caressing, while hot breath puffed against her cheek, his voice incredibly gentle. My queen, you don't need to worry about others. His voice carried a hint of laughter. My queen just needs to look at me, be a good girl. With that, he kissed Macy's cheek. Everyone present strained their ears, listening carefully to this exchange. They had a premonition. This would definitely be a huge scandal. Mabanchuan was still screaming. Conroy. Clark's health bar is plummeting. Flint, hurry up, or you'll be next. Macy pinched the bridge of her nose forcefully. Shut up. The crowd wasn't sure who she was telling to shut up. Seeing the inexplicable Andrews held back by the Andrew, Clark's subordinates prepared to continue moving Clark to the restroom. Gemmed. At that moment, Macy suddenly brushed her fingers nervously, then her fingertips sharply reached for the dagger strapped to the inside of her thigh. Conroy flash of cold silver-gray light flickered among the crowd. Without mercy, Macy stabbed the dagger directly into Arnie's side. Arnie's pupils constricted, he groaned, his arms loosened for an instant, and Macy slipped out of his embrace like a nimble fish. Screams rang out, the sheltered young nobles panicked and retreated in disarray. Macy moved with lightning speed, stabbing the joints of the subordinates' arms, rendering them unable to even draw their guns, collapsing in pain on the ground wailing. Conroy. This happened in a split second. Even top assassin Alaire couldn't clearly see Macy's movements. The other hidden subordinates were taken aback, aiming sniper rifles at Macy but waiting for orders. Without orders, they wouldn't dare fire, obeying Alaire, who could only wait at this moment. For a moment, no one could stop Macy. Clearing all obstacles instantly, Macy rushed towards Arnie, throwing the dagger aside, using her bloody fingertips to check his breathing. Just then, a hoarse voice sounded behind her. Macy. Those two words seemed to carry the agony of blood and flesh, piercing one's ears painfully. Macy trembled, turning back, seeing Arnie half kneeling on the ground, holding his bleeding side, eyes torn and wild, filled with indescribable anguish. Why do you still choose him? Chapter 420, The Gentle and Soft Female Conroy, The Savage and Violent Male Levi, 35. Karina very much wanted to severely torture Darian, but Conroy de Bayos' cries were truly too heart-wrenching. How could she leave so easily after having just enjoyed a lavish meal at the teacher's expense? She glanced at Darian without saying anything, then turned her head away, frowning as she looked at the unconscious Clark on the ground. She would explain things clearly when they got back. After all, this reason was simply too absurd for anyone to believe. How could someone in a highly developed atheistic world believe in such an outrageous premise that one person dying would bind another to die with them? Karina knew there was no antidote for this kind of poison. To ensure everything went perfectly, Clark naturally wouldn't have chosen a poison with any potential cure. Taking a deep breath, Karina recalled if there was anything usable within her spatial ring. Indeed, there were some antidotes, but it was unknown whether they would work. Regardless of their effectiveness, it was worth trying. With a flip of her wrist, she somehow pulled out a syringe and injected it directly into Clark's neck. Clark twitched. Karina's eyes lit up. This was great, it seemed to be working. Even Conroy de Bayo closed its mouth, heaving a sigh of relief. That's great, Flint. Give him a few more shots. Conroy, after all, who cares about side effects as long as he's still breathing. Conroy, at some point, Conroy de Bayo's tone had become identical to Karina's. Karina agreed completely, so she retrieved another dose of the antidote from her spatial ring. Just as she was about to give Clark another injection, suddenly, she saw a glint of silver out of the corner of her eye. Focused entirely on Clark, Karina's reaction time was already quite fast. She raised her hand to seize the wrist that appeared before her, but it was still a split second slower than Darian's sudden attack. The dagger that she had placed on the ground earlier was picked up by Darian, who then plunged it straight into Clark's neck. It was a fatal blow. Her dagger was not an ordinary item, and Darian used all her strength. This stab severed the windpipe, arteries, and spinal cord in one swift motion. No elixir could save him now. Conroy and everyone witnessed Darian killing Clark with her own hands. In an instant, screams erupted. People stepped back in terror, covering their mouths, their eyes bulging. Faulkner and his subordinates' pupils contracted sharply. Everything happened too quickly, they didn't even know if they should shoot Darian dead. What was the point now that their master was dead? Karina suddenly glared at Darian, gnashing her teeth. Idiot. Darian didn't understand what Karina meant by cursing her, but she laughed, laughing while tears streamed down her face. Despite Karina's fierce actions, she felt herself bleeding, her vision blurring, yet she said clearly. If you choose him, I will kill him. Hate me if you want, it doesn't matter. Seeing me is enough. He still believed Karina liked Clark, otherwise, she wouldn't act like this. You, Karina gritted her molars, nearly swearing aloud. Conroy de Bayo sounded regretful. Woo, Flint, you're going to die, the administrator will be miserable. Strangely, the little voice seemed to carry a hint of schadenfreude, but Karina didn't notice this as she was too focused on yelling. However, before she could curse, she felt a sharp pain in her heart and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Darian's face turned deathly pale in that moment. Even the despair that had almost driven her mad vanished, replaced by extreme panic. Ignoring the excruciating pain in his side wound, Darian dropped the dagger and stumbled towards Karina, catching her falling body. The young girl's face was abnormally white, her eyes glaring at him fiercely. Darian's mind was already broken. Gemming her teeth, she glanced at Darian's subordinates and spoke with the last bit of consciousness she had left. Take your master back immediately. No one will stop you. The scene was chaotic. Levine of the main characters was dead, 2 were down, and the remaining Yelena was trembling, too scared to move. Darian's subordinates immediately found direction, pulling their master off the ground, drawing their pistols to force a path out. They thought they would face resistance, but not a single shot was fired as they successfully left the banquet hall. The limousine screeched away, leaving behind chaos. Faulkner walked over to Yelena, letting out a light breath, draping his jacket over her shoulders. Rest for a while. I'll handle things here. Today's news was shocking enough to make the entire nation question if it was Conroypo Fool's Day. Clark passed out at the banquet, the Crown Prince Consort stabbed the Crown Prince and went to check, then the Crown Prince killed Clark, and finally, the Crown Prince Consort fainted from sadness. What kind of primetime drama plot was this? Of course, everyone believed that what appeared to be a love triangle was only superficial. Underneath, it was certainly a complex political game. However, Darian, who had struggled for so many years, ended up impulsively stabbing Clark in broad daylight, solidifying her reputation as a murderer. The Amanda fainted immediately and was admitted to the hospital. The entire parliament, along with the army, surrounded Darian's castle. Conroy royal crime was naturally subject to the law. Of course, everyone knew that countless lives had been lost at the hands of the royal family, but all were well concealed. This time, the parliament, especially the Lee family, directly fueled the fire, leaving Darian with no chance of redemption. Darian's subordinates stood against the army, guarding the castle. For the sake of humanitarian spirit, the army would not recklessly open fire. Conroy, as long as they held out like this, Darian would eventually come out, they weren't in a hurry. Inside the castle, Darian's pale face lacked any trace of color. The wound on his waist was just hastily bandaged, and it bled again because of his indifferent movements. He knelt by the bed, staring at the girl lying on it, his eyes filled with an unprecedented plea. Why? Why are you so cruel? Choosing someone else and then wanting to leave me. Is this revenge on me? He asked himself, repeatedly tearing open his heart, bleeding profusely. Karina hadn't been forcibly removed from the world in a long time, and this feeling was really unbearable. She took a deep breath, opened her eyes, grabbed Darian's fingers, and bit down hard. Although Karina, extremely weak, didn't have much strength, she still managed to draw blood from Darian's finger. Seeing Karina awake, Darian ignored the pain, looking at her with red-rimmed eyes. This bloody gaze was enough to make anyone feel the smell of blood just by being glanced at. Karina closed her eyes briefly. Don't die, I'll come back and settle accounts with you. Come back? What did that mean? Darian didn't understand. He wanted to say something more, but saw Karina release his finger. Then, the monitor beeped, drip. Chapter 421, Gentle and Soft Woman Conroy, Fierce and Irritable Man Levi, 36. The Andrew was mad. No, he wasn't a Andrew anymore now. People did not know what exactly happened that day. They only knew that there were many gunshots from the castle that day, and later they saw the soldiers who looked as if they still had lingering fears. Later, the Andrew was escorted away to the central prison, awaiting his verdict. Leavenly, a few people knew that when the army finally stormed into the castle, the Andrew was hugging Auguste Cage's body with a gun in hand, not allowing anyone to get close. He held her tightly, his expression gentler than anyone had ever seen. Kasia. They heard him whisper softly, kissing her brows, eyes, nose tip, and lips gently. Carefully, as if she were a precious treasure. His expression made everyone's hair stand on end. Darian had never shown this expression before. It was more eerie and terrifying than when he killed people. Kasia had indeed lost all signs of life. Her body was gradually cooling down, stiffening. With closed eyes, her face turned pale. She would no longer smile at him or bite his hand. How could you be so cruel to me? Is this your revenge? He pressed his lips against her cold cheek, his gaze tender. You will come back, right? You must return, just look at me, do anything you want to me, I'll be very obedient, please look at me. Toward the end, his voice trembled, like flesh grinding against sandpaper, followed by bloodshed, which sounded excruciatingly painful. Lev, of course, his little girl, would not respond again. Darian's presence was so bizarre that no one dared to approach. Moreover, he still held a gun in his hand. When he went mad, he didn't discriminate, and no one wanted to become a casualty under his gun. Since he was the Andrew, they couldn't just shoot him down either. Thus, everyone didn't expect that even after storming into the castle, they were helpless. Darian seemed to have completely blocked out external perception. His fingers wandered until they touched Kaja's dagger. This dagger still retained traces of Kaja's scent. Previously, whenever he got close to Kasia, he always smelled her faint alcohol aroma that he loved so much. Gemmet now, that fragrance was fading at a speed that frightened him. Don't leave, he picked up the dagger, holding Kasia against his chest, aiming the blade at her heart. This long dagger, if fully inserted, would penetrate Kaja's body and stab into his heart. If you don't come back, I'll kill you, he bit her earlobe, his eyes red-rimmed, tears dropping one by one. People watched Darian in shock, stunned by this scene. You said you liked my pheromones, you said you only liked mine, why did you lie to me, why are you leaving me? Each word he spoke remained deeply tender and intimate. Gemmet, it doesn't matter, I know I was wrong, I will listen now, please come back. Suddenly, a low male voice pierced through the eerie silence. Darian, Miss Caitlin is dead. You have no choice but to surrender. It was Ginger, after settling Yelena, representing Clark's subordinates, arriving on the scene. Lev, of course, it wasn't for revenge on behalf of Clark but to remain within the royal family and stir up even greater chaos. It appeared Darian's impulse had already led to irreversible consequences. What he needed to do was to properly bury Caitlin, this top-notch killer whom he admired. Even though he didn't understand how Caitlin died. Medical instruments don't lie, neither does a gradually stiffening corpse. Dead? Darian repeated. Ginger's heart suddenly leapt, instinctively diving to the side. Jamang. Conroy bullet struck where he had been standing just moments ago. Darian fired without hesitation or warning, then only lowered his head to kiss Caitlin's cheek. My little girl won't die. He was insane. That was the common thought among everyone present. Ginger's heart raced, he signaled to his subordinates and stepped forward, speaking softly. Sir, I know you cannot accept it, but Miss Caitlin told me some things earlier. Darian's stiff pupils moved slightly, lifting his head slowly. What? Ginger glanced around and addressed the fully armed soldiers. Could you step outside for a moment? There are matters I wish to discuss with him. The leading parliamentary members exchanged glances and nodded. They didn't want any more casualties, and most importantly, they had seen Ginger approaching with a tranquilizer gun. Soon, everyone retreated outside the door. Ginger looked into Darian's eyes, earnestly and seriously. When Miss Caitlin took the poison I brought in front of Clark, she told me the next day that Clark was a disgusting waste of space and that I was wasting my talent being by his side. She hoped I would stay by your side to assist you. She even offered me very tempting conditions, but for me, there were more important things I wanted to protect, so I did not agree. Gemmet, I could see that Miss Caitlin had you on her mind all the time. Darian's bloodshot eyes stared at Ginger, knowing he wasn't lying. His delicate features, fragile yet striking, revealed an even more heart-wrenching pain. Darian's lips trembled slightly as he spoke. She didn't lie to me. Ginger almost couldn't bear to watch any longer. He averted his gaze and whispered. I don't know why Miss Caitlin saved Clark, but I know she always despised him. I also don't know what misunderstandings exist between you, but I know. He elongated his words and saw Darian's eyes widen slightly, focusing all his attention on him. She loved you. Conroy's these 3 words came out, the needle from the tranquilizer gun pierced through. Darian grunted softly and fell to the ground. The dosage was enormous, enough to instantly knock out a tiger. Darian lost consciousness too quickly, and Ginger wasn't sure if he had heard his words. Ginger's subordinates rushed forward, pulling Darian away. Leavenly then did they notice the blood seeping from his side, soaking through his clothes and Caitlin's. Ginger squatted down, feeling Caitlin's pulse, sighing uncomfortably. Jemiri her. Yelena hadn't heard this news yet. He hesitated about telling her. Conroy that moment, Caitlin was standing with arms crossed, staring expressionlessly at the administrators. What do you mean, I can't go back like last time? The administrators exchanged uneasy glances. The crazy one was terrifying when she was like this. They dared to not speak up. Finally, everyone except Conroy took a step back. Conroy? He had no choice but to harden his resolve. It's because last time, you only used the power of the world, and the target didn't die, so you could return. Gem it now, you weren't really hurt, it was just a setup issue, so. Gem before he could finish, Conroy was strangled by Caitlin. Chapter 422, Soft and Gentle Female Conroy, Cruel and Temperamental Male Levi, 37. The administrators gave a pitiful look at Conroy's corpse before the robot dragged Conroy away. Macy's voice was sweet but lacked warmth. I don't care about this or that setting. Now, quickly come up with a plan for me. I want to go back. She acted like an unreasonable boss, dictating impossible tasks to her subordinates. They missed the Conroy administrator more. When the Conroy administrator was around, they had never seen anyone as wild as Jolio Fengzi. Jem steeled himself and said, sure. Failing the task didn't mean getting scolded, it meant death. Though it wasn't real death, it was still terrifying. Watching the administrators scramble, Macy pinched the bridge of her nose impatiently. If I find out who set this up, I'll really kill him 10,000 times. Conroyter returning to the Conroy administration Jamiro, Conroy Bayo turned into a kitten and perched on Macy's shoulder. Hearing Macy speak this way, it didn't dare make a sound. Conroy actually, it wanted to say. It seemed to be the Conroy administrator. Conroy though there might have been a little mix-up. Conroy Bayo strongly suspected that the Conroy administrator intended to bind Macy to him but accidentally bound the wrong person due to some mishap. The Conroy administrator was so powerful, capable of creating and changing worlds, making these rules naturally hard to break. Conroy Bayo cautiously rubbed against Macy. Right, whoever set this up deserves to be killed. Conroyter an unknown duration under Macy's intense gaze, Jem approached her sweating. We've tried our best to change the rules. The fastest solution now is for you to return and proceed according to the plot. In the plot, the original protagonist did indeed die once, after which her soul inhabited Yelena's body. To heal the target of the plot, we've managed to rewrite it enough to deceive the rules, but it won't last long, only one cycle, 12 years at most. Macy instantly understood, so I need to exist within Yelena's body first, then stay in the world for no more than 12 years. That's the idea. Jem wiped his sweat, seeing Macy's still unhappy expression, he added. With your current abilities, Macy, you can use Yelena's body to return and eventually form your own entity again. Jem before he finished speaking, Macy vanished from the space. The administrators froze for a moment, then breathed a huge sigh of relief. Great, they were alive. Today was Jemirson's 3rd day in prison. Consequently, due to severe self-harm tendencies, he was tied up with restraints. Yelena heard this news just as she was slightly recovering from a high fever. Since then, she had been gravely ill. Conroy soon as she opened her eyes, her first words were, "How is my sister?" Having just lost her fiancé, her first question upon waking was about her sister. The maid found it strange but showed no sign of it. She heard from Yi's message but didn't tell the truth. With Clark dead and without heirs, Yi's handled all subsequent matters. Thus, the maid only said, "Madam, please rest well." I'm not sure about the specifics. Yelena's heart raced. She felt weak all over, dizzy, and even more uneasy seeing the maid's demeanor. Why do you know about Jemrinson but not about my sister? Has something happened? Yelena asked anxiously, tears welling up. The more hesitant the maid looked, the more panicked Yelena became. Just as the maid thought about how to evade, suddenly, Yelena's expression changed. Conroy's if sensing something strange, she frowned sharply, then widened her eyes in terror, pupils constricting. Like she had seen a ghost. Then she fainted directly. The maid was startled, hurriedly calling for a doctor. Conroy checking, the doctor said there was nothing wrong, just exhaustion. Yelena swore she had never read such bizarre plots in books. She suddenly heard her sister's voice in her ear. Stay calm. Let me borrow your body for a while. Thinking it was an auditory hallucination, in the next second, she felt her soul shrinking, like entering a small room. Then she saw Macy. Sister? She stared wide-eyed in shock. Conroy, am I dreaming? No, Macy floated closer, pinching Yelena's face in her spiritual state. I died, but not entirely. My body is gone, but my soul remains, which is why you can be my vessel. So I'll temporarily reside in your body until I recover. During this time, sometimes I will need to use your body. Is that okay? It was rare for Macy to speak in such a consultative tone. Yelena had not yet recovered from her shock, only nodding reflexively, Lev of course. Wait, you're dead? Macy spent a few minutes explaining the current situation roughly, omitting that ordinary people could not understand, like the target of the mission. Yelena finally understood. Then she inexplicably became excited. Levi, my God. So now Sister Noemi and I are one, we have become one. Macy. This little sister was great, but something felt off. Macy, most of the time, you are still you. Gemmet, when necessary, you must let me take control of the body, got it? Yelena nodded vigorously, got it. Ginger stood outside Yelena's door, hesitating for a long time before finally pushing the door open. Hiding things from her forever wasn't a solution. Eventually, he would have to tell her the truth. The moment he stepped in, he saw Yelena regaining consciousness. Ginger lowered his eyes, masking his heartache and agitation, walking to Yelena's bedside. There are some things. Yelena suddenly interrupted him. I know, my sister is dead, isn't she? Ginger was stunned, frowning sharply. Who told her? Yelena seemed to know what Ginger was thinking, shaking her head. No one told me, I just felt it, as if connected by blood. Gemmet, death is irreversible, so I won't be sad. Ginger looked at Yelena in surprise, finding her strength almost unbelievable. In Yelena's mind, Macy chuckled lightly. This man gives off a strong sense of security, do you like him? Yelena blushed, not responding to Macy but waving to Ginger. Go out, I need to change clothes and then go out. Ginger was somewhat worried about Yelena's abnormal state but didn't dare say much, so he nodded. Leave IK, if you need anything, just tell me. Conroy's the door closed, Yelena felt her consciousness being compressed, gradually losing control over her body. Macy twisted her neck, your body is really fragile. Yelena blushed, I will exercise more in the future. This feeling was so strange, Yelena found it novel. She could see and hear what she was doing but could also converse with herself. Macy put on a black dress and walked out of the room. Jemerson must have tormented himself badly, maybe even believing she had deceived him back then. This wasn't formally settling accounts, but an appetizer had to be served first. Otherwise, he might really end up killing himself. Chapter 423, Graceful and Tender Female Conroy, Fierce and Temperamental Male Levi, 38. Karina used Yelena's body to enter the prison without any hindrance. She was the daughter of a senator who had just lost her fiancé. Leviate of respect for her emotions and her status, no one would dare stop her. Especially since her fiancé had been killed by Darian's own hands. It was perfectly normal for the victim's family to want to see the murderer and vent their emotions. Karina skillfully reddened her eyes, which once again earned her many sympathetic gazes. The prison was the highest level in the empire, housing those of the highest social standing. Darian was kept in a separate building, surrounded by fully equipped soldiers guarding him. Lev, of course, as the crown prince, he would not be tortured. Instead, he would have the best environment and top doctors. Gemmet, it was highly likely that the patient wouldn't cooperate. The guards helped Karina open door after door, looking at this fragile woman who had just lost her fiancé with pity in their eyes. Karina happily played along, thanked them softly with red-rimmed eyes, and stepped inside. Conroy, the last door, the guard whispered. Sandra, please don't get too close to him when the time comes. Though he is restrained now, accidents can still happen. If there are any problems, press the bell, we will be right outside. Karina nodded and walked in. This was a large, spacious cell. It wasn't accurate to call it a cell either, because its facilities were so advanced that it resembled a high-end presidential suite. Except for the numerous restraints near the bed. There were no windows in the room. The dim lighting made the entire place gloomy and cold. Inside Yelena's body, despite it being in Levi Mega, Karina felt a faint tea fragrance, bitter, astringent, carrying a damp sense of despair. She slowly approached, her footsteps echoing in the vast room. The person on the bed didn't move at all. Leavenly, when Karina reached the bedside, did she finally see him. Her heart leapt, both aching and excited. He was beautiful yet shattered, like a broken doll. His face was deathly pale, void of any color, his eyes tightly shut, the eye sockets slightly sunken, making his features even more profound and exquisite. Most importantly, he wore a bite inhibitor on his face. Like a muzzle on a wolf. His hands were bound in front of his chest, motionless, breathing faintly, like an exquisitely perfect corpse. Perhaps sedated by some drug, Karina's approach did not cause him to react. How beautiful, this bound, vulnerable, defenseless beauty. Especially with the bite inhibitor on that venomous beauty's face, it looked like a madman stripped of his fangs. So pitiful. She licked her lips, lifted her hand, and gently touched Darian's brow. In that instant, the man's eyes snapped open, and he struggled violently. Karina froze. Even Yelena, hiding in a corner of her body, was startled, scary. Sister, stay back. He's terrifying. Ignoring Yelena's scream, Karina's heart raced as she met Darian's gaze. She noticed his eyes were bloodshot, fierce like a wild beast, lacking human reason. Conroy crimson hue seemed to spread from his pupils to the corners of his eyes, contrasting against his pallid complexion, as if shedding tears of blood. You really want to kill yourself, Karina spoke, her voice soft yet eerily excited. Darian's vision gradually focused. The sedative hadn't worn off entirely, he was half-conscious, having woken purely out of instinct. Then he saw Yelena. Was it because he had killed Clark? Darian didn't want to look at her anymore, closed his eyes, and rasped, "Go away." Conroyed a moment, he suddenly thought of something, reopened his eyes, and gave a bitter smile. Levy, you hate me and want to kill me? Help me unbind these restraints, and I'll die horribly. Lev, of course, before dying, he'd take some people with him, he wouldn't say that part. Yelena simply stared at him. No fear, no hatred, no disgust like a sane person would feel upon seeing a madman. Those direct eyes seemed filled with many familiar emotions. Darian's heart skipped a beat as he heard Yelena speak. Didn't I tell you to wait obediently? Seeing you like this shows you haven't been good at all. Darian's pupils constricted sharply. For a moment, he thought he was dreaming, a bizarre, illogical dream. He felt anguish because since Karina's death, he hadn't even dreamed of her. Even her face was fading from his memory, which made him feel overwhelmingly panicked. He had to die before he forgot Karina. Unexpectedly, this was the first time he dreamed of Karina, and she appeared in the form of Yelena. Gemmet Karina didn't give Darian any time to react. Her fingertips caressed Darian's brows and eyes once again. Her fingertips were scorching, while his skin was icy cold. Don't be nervous. I'm only temporarily in Ying's body. I've never lied to you. Even making you wait for me wasn't a lie. Karina leaned down, seeing her own reflection in Darian's crimson pupils. Those eyes clearly belonged to her, only to Karina. I have never chosen anyone else. My principle has always been only you, my little cake. Karina smiled, looking into Darian's eyes, speaking word by word. Darian stared without blinking until tears filled his eyes, then they began to fall drop by drop. Don't go. He murmured hoarsely. He still couldn't tell if this was a dream or reality. His whole body ached with countless wounds, his temples throbbing painfully, but he dared not blink. This was Karina, it really was Karina. He recognized these eyes, this tone of voice. Yet he dared not blink, fearing Karina would disappear. Don't go. He repeated over and over, like on the day Karina died, almost desperately pleading. This isn't a dream. Karina seemed to see through his thoughts. My body may be cold, but that doesn't matter. I'm temporarily in Yelena's body. After some time, I will reappear before you. Karina's eyes curved into a smile, delightfully happy. She savored this heart-wrenching feeling, especially knowing all his appearance was for her. Karina longed to kiss Darian on the face, but since this was Yelena's body, she restrained herself. She merely closed her eyes and lightly touched the center of Darian's brow. Like a cool flame drilling into his brow, spreading through his limbs, Darian suddenly found even his wounds hurt less. Behave yourself, Karina leaned down, whispering softly into his ear, wait for me. Darian shuddered slightly, his eyes bloodshot, mouth opened, his voice so faint it was almost inaudible. Gemmet Karina understood. He said, don't go, I'll behave. Chapter 424, Gentle and Soft Female Conroy, Ferocious and Irritable Male Levi, 39. Karina had left, she was now Yelena, and staying here too long would indeed be peculiar. Moreover, she needed to focus on recuperating and gathering her strength. She wanted to have her own body as soon as possible so she could enjoy her little cake properly. Darian sensed the faint, almost imperceptible aura in the air and felt his heart pounding intensely. He hadn't felt this way for a long time. Since that nightmare, all he wanted to do was kill himself and then see Karina. Whether it was hell or heaven, he had to find her and ask if she had ever loved him. Gemmet, even death was a luxury he couldn't afford. His struggles only resulted in even more unresistible bindings. Gemmet today, he suddenly felt alive again. He perceived his heartbeat, pain, and her scent. Even though everything was very strange, he clearly realized it must be Karina. Leavenly Karina would call him little cake, and only Karina would have that tone and those eyes. Levine last time, he told himself. This time, he would be obedient and never want to endure such torment again. After leaving the prison, Karina let Yelena take control of the body. Controlling someone else's body was mentally taxing, and she just wanted to quietly recover her strength. The target in this world had already died, so she wouldn't have any more restrictions. For the first time, she would appear in the world in a completely free state. Though it was only for 12 years, so what? Yelena touched her chest and whispered. Sister is amazing, as expected. Even before such a terrifying person, you can still. Recalling Darian's earlier appearance made her shiver, yet that frenzied beast seemed like a kitten in front of her sister. When Yelena returned, she saw Ginger. Ginger seemed hesitant, as if there was something he wanted to tell her. Yelena understood his thoughts and felt a bit shy. Fortunately, dusk had fallen, and Ginger couldn't see her blushing face. In the room, Ginger said. Were you planning to leave? Yelena was surprised. What do you mean? Ginger, the entire royal family is corrupt, and external forces are watching closely. Clark is dead, and Darian will likely be sentenced to life imprisonment. The direct royal lineage has no heir, and now it's chaotic and dangerous. This was true, but he didn't say what he really thought. He wanted to stir up more chaos in the royal family, making them fight each other. Lev, of course, he was prepared not to come out unscathed. His hatred for the royal family had accumulated for a long time, and he would act without hesitation. However, this flower blooming in his heart, he wanted to protect it well. Yelena hesitated. Her parents recently had no news in the parliament, and no one cared about her, who had just lost her fiancé and currently had no value. She wasn't sure whether she should agree, but Karina spoke in her mind. Can Roy agree? Since her sister spoke, Yelena nodded, Levi K. Ginger breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid Yelena wouldn't cooperate. Karina actually thought it was simple. Yelena staying here was indeed dangerous, and moreover, she wanted Yelena to find a quiet place to recover. Thus, the next day, Ginger spread the news. Yelena, overwhelmed by grief, went to a sanatorium to recuperate. Conroy's for which sanatorium, he naturally wouldn't say. The Lee family was looking for potential royal heirs and didn't think about Yelena at all. Conroy, though Yelena was favored at home, in essence, she and Karina were nothing more than pawns in politics and interests. Karina was timing it. She had to get there before Darian's heat cycle started. She didn't want anyone else to smell or taste her delicious little cake. Conroy, the body she had created, to fit the world's rules and not be rejected, was naturally in Conroyalpha. Conroy real Conroyalpha, without needing to pretend. Half a month later, one morning when Yelena opened her eyes, she suddenly panicked. She couldn't sense her sister's presence anymore. Fear surged in her heart as she bolted up from bed, whispering anxiously. Sister, sister. No response. Yelena's eyes reddened, nearly crying, when she saw the door open. Conroy, familiar yet unfamiliar, stunningly beautiful girl, stood at the doorway, her smile captivating with a lazy charm. Conroy wake? Yelena instantly blushed. Conroy Neon would blush when being looked at by such a great beauty, especially when she gazes at you with smiling eyes. Most importantly, the feeling she gave Yelena was like that of her sister. Yelena's eyes widened slightly. You are, sister? Her heart pounded in her chest. The events happening to her were too fantastical. If not for experiencing them herself, she never would have imagined that the dead could come back to life. Karina smiled, as if possessed by a domineering tycoon. That's right, are you satisfied with what you see? Yelena, already blushing slightly, turned beet red instantly and lowered her head, whispering. I like it. Karina immediately understood why those domineering tycoons loved playing this trick. Thihua really did look appealing in this state. Gemak in her own body, Karina felt extremely pleased. The best part was, she could go find Darian now. Conroy's for how? She certainly wouldn't tell Thihua. Karina stepped forward, patting Yelena's head. Conroy, right, I have something to do outside. I'll be back in a while. Yelena's eyes widened. What is it? Is there any danger? Karina smiled. Lev, of course not for me. Dangerous would be the trash from the royal family. Upon leaving, Karina's first action was to contact Ginger. With Ginger's shocked and incomprehensible gaze, she began casually as if discussing the good weather today. Let's start a rebellion. Ginger thought the woman in front of him was crazy. Though she was so beautiful it was hard to look at her directly, he always felt this woman was poisonous. Karina lifted her chin. I know you want to create chaos in the royal family, but if this generation of royals dies, more autocrats will rise. Instead of destroying them, we should change them. She smiled boldly, as if everything in the world was within her control. Let's cooperate. I know what you want. Having said that, Karina flipped her wrist, and a beautiful dagger appeared in her palm. Gemma, for this, I need to see my little cake first. Chapter 425, Soft and Delicate Female Conroy, Gemrudel and Violent Male Levi, 40. Since Macy had already deceived the world's rules, she basically activated all the cheats available to her. Her little cake was now pitiful, so she was determined to pamper it properly. Gemma, for long, outside the prison, a young girl in a short skirt timidly spoke up. I got lost. Can I come in and rest for a bit? She appeared to be barely an adult, perhaps just out of high school. Her delicate face looked like the most perfect creation of a creator. No one could refuse her request upon seeing her. Macy entered the prison effortlessly, sitting in the conference hall with a cup of hot water, waiting for her parents, who would never show up. During the first shift change at night, within the 10 seconds when no one was watching the monitors, her figure vanished from the conference hall like a ghost. While being brought in, Macy casually swiped a security guard's access card. She proceeded unobstructed, as if she were at home, heading inward. However, just before reaching the last door, she suddenly paused. Conroy faint tea fragrance spread out. Her heart skipped a beat. Her teacher's heat cycle was supposed to be tomorrow. Why was it today? Indeed, medication and emotions could influence the heat cycle. He was incredibly weak and likely reached his limit. Leaving outside the door, several armed guards frowned. Do you smell that? Yes, what is this scent? Is it the pheromone of an Levi Mega? That's right, strange, where did this Levi Mega come from? Looking at each other, they suddenly saw an unbelievable conclusion in each other's eyes. It can't be, the one inside? Previously, some people suspected he wasn't really in Ken1-5 because he hasn't marked any Levi Mega yet. There are rumors saying the Crown Prince might actually be a Gemida. Could it be that he's actually in Gemma? Before he finished speaking, his expression froze. They didn't even see anyone clearly. Just a blur, followed by an extremely terrifying force coming towards them, causing them to lose consciousness in the next second. Macy twisted her wrist, knocking out several people in an instant, not forgetting to kick them a couple more times. How dare you lust after my little cake? She muttered emotionlessly with a crooked smile, retrieving the access cards from their bodies. With a beep, verification was successful. The sealed door opened, and an overwhelming sweetness-laden tea fragrance enveloped Macy. Conroy's if tangible, it invited her to savor it. Macy's heart raced wildly. She acted quickly, shutting the door again instantly. Suppressing her excitement, she didn't look at Darian on the bed but immediately took out her gun and fired several shots at the surveillance cameras in the corners. Now, this place belonged entirely to them. The disoriented man on the bed twitched in response to the gunshot sounds. Unfortunately, the restraints were too tight. He only managed to emit a hoarse moan, whimpering as he tried to raise his blurry eyes toward the door. The moment Macy came in, he sensed her presence. It was Macy, that scorching, passionate aroma, the scent that seeped into his organs, swallowing all his reason and stirring all his desires. Like an injured beast begging for its master's touch, he whimpered as he looked at Macy. The bite gag made him even more alluring. Macy blew on the gun barrel, striding toward Darian. She locked the door, ensuring even with an access card, no one could open it from outside. She didn't want to take him home slowly, she wanted him here. Now it's our time, she laughed softly, raising her hand to stroke Darian's neck. Ernst's heat was excessively inviting, every inch of his skin burning hot, craving Macy's touch. His vision was blurred, barely able to see Macy's face. Completely immersed in pure instinct, identifying the person through scent. Levifton, this was more accurate than what the eyes could see. Macy, he whimpered, trembling as he lifted his head, trying to rub against her palm. His movements were a bit too forceful, blood seeping through the cracks in the restraints. Conroy amidst the intense milk and tea fragrance, a hint of blood stirred Macy, making her body tremble slightly. Flipping her wrist, a dagger appeared in her palm. With a swift motion, the restraints broke like paper. This was the first time Darian felt bodily freedom since Macy left. He almost leaped up at that moment. Despite being utterly drained and so weak he seemed like he would die the next second, he suddenly burst forth with all his might, hugging Macy tightly in his arms. This action seemed to have taken all his remaining strength. He rested his chin on Macy's neck, breathing heavily. Leavenly now did Macy notice the many unfamiliar wounds on his body. She knew about the wound on his waist because she had inflicted it herself. Gemmet there were many more, interwoven cuts on his wrists, chest, and ankles. Some were healing, others still losing blood. Macy felt her heart clench painfully, yet it was a sensation that strangely made her feel beautiful. She grabbed the long hair at the back of his head, pulling his face away from her shoulder to look directly into his tear-filled eyes. Who gave you these injuries? Her voice was cold, so cold that Darian shivered slightly, regaining some consciousness. Macy's pheromones slightly calmed the tumultuous blood in his veins, but his eyes remained unfocused as he instinctively replied obediently. It's me myself. He felt betrayed by Macy after being deceived so many times. Naturally, he didn't believe her last, wait for me. In a mad attempt to end his life, he harmed himself even when bound, choosing unexpected moments to do so. Macy raised an eyebrow. So, you enjoy bleeding so much? Let me do it then. Her sweet, soft voice carried an excited chill. Without further ado, Macy bent down and bit his wrist. There was already a wound there, wrapped tightly with thick bandages. The movement caused the bandage to fall off, revealing a gruesome cut. Conroyed Macy showed no mercy. The instant blood gushed from the wound, her tongue swept over it forcefully. SSSS. The sharp pain made him tremble all over, yet he raised his head in bliss, never feeling more alive than in this moment. If the pain was given by her, then the pain itself was the antidote. Then, those tender lips tinged with the taste of blood kissed his. Thin clothes soon fell to the ground. He had lost a lot of weight, and his bones dug into Macy's skin, causing her some pain. It felt as if they were digging into her soul. Gemite me, please, I'll be good. Darian hugged Macy, his voice light, his smile passionate and unrestrained. Conroyed his little girl, naturally, was not stingy at all. Chapter 426, Gentle and Soft Female Conroy, Cruel and Explosive Male Levi, 41. This wasn't like the first time when they had only superficially marked each other. It felt like falling again and again, drowning. Jeeming thrust up to the clouds only to crash into thick cloud layers, feeling the explosion of pleasure in every inch of her body on the edge of suffocation. The air was humid. It was unclear if it was from tears, sweat, or blood. Perhaps all three, blending together, mixed with tea fragrance and strong liquor, brewing an intoxicating allure that could drown a person. Darian embraced her treasure in uncontrolled intoxication, dimly thinking. Maybe this was what he struggled for when he was forced to become an Levi Mega, just for today. The surveillance screen went dark as those outside finally realized something was amiss. They saw fear on each other's faces. How could Darian, restrained and sedated with large doses of tranquilizers, have managed to destroy all the surveillance equipment in the room? No one paid attention to the young girl who had been brought in earlier. They gathered at the door, seeing several people lying outside it, their expressions turning even uglier. The leader picked up a room card attempting to open the door, while others pointed guns at the entrance, nerves on edge. However, the room card did nothing. The door remained tightly shut, rejecting everyone. The crowd's faces grew uglier. This special prison, including its doors, was custom-made. Forcibly opening it would likely take much more time. Inside the room, Karina bit Darian's bloodied lips and cooed softly. Someone is knocking on the door. Darian's voice was hoarse. Ignore it. Conroy's the sedative wore off and the haze of the heat subsided. He finally saw clearly who was in front of him. Conroy face far more beautiful than any beauty he had ever known. Gemmet those eyes, familiar and captivating. In this moment, countless inexplicable events converged into a single explanation. Gemma's it was Karina. It was Karina, who came back to life, who kept the promise and truly made him wait. Karina licked the taste of blood at the corner of her mouth contentedly, inhaling the fragrant aroma deeply, lazily saying. Not letting Clark die back then was, of course, to be with you. Gemma's if Clark died, I couldn't live either. Darian's face turned cold instantly. Why? Karina glanced at him. Levins, I figure out who's behind this, there will be reckoning. Gemmet, that doesn't matter now. Darian's heart raced, suddenly realizing what Karina had done. Turns out, she didn't choose Clark. Her choice has always been him. This realization made his whole body burn. He suddenly wanted to bite the nape of Karina's neck too, even though marking was not possible. It would make him feel that she belonged to him, untouchable by anyone else. I'm sorry, he said, hoarsely, choked with emotion, and more so with gratitude of survival against all odds. Gemmet, soon, Darian thought of something, his voice lighter. Now that you've come back, is there a price to pay? Karina smiled slyly. Lev, of course. Darian, what? He hadn't realized his voice was trembling. Karina, with mischief in her heart, blinked. I won't tell you. This was a form of punishment. Darian stiffened but hugged Karina tighter. If she wouldn't say, he wouldn't ask. Torturing himself daily with self-flagellation yet indulging in her pheromones. What must this feeling be like? So wonderful. 3 hours later, the noise outside grew louder. The door was about to be breached. Conjoined finally, Karina got out of bed, dragging Darian along for a shower. Darian had lost weight, but his bone structure remained as perfect as ever. Under Karina's complex gaze, he reflexively curled up, then quickly straightened, presenting himself before her. Karina can do anything to me. His voice lowered, deep and hoarse, deliberately showing weakness and willingness to be hurt. Gem-raking down his defenses, the Levi Mega who had always sought control naturally shifted roles. Even if he was much taller than the girl, even standing beside her, still in a protective stance. He knew he had given everything, body and soul. Karina changed into her dress, looking once again like a gentle and pretty student. Darian, however, put on the simplest casual outfit, yet couldn't hide the rebellious aura around him. His features, sharper due to his slenderness, gave off an intense vibe despite the longer hair, adding a touch of lethal charm rather than feminine grace. Karina held Darian's hand, looked at the door, and smiled. Levins, this door opens, we might be shot full of holes. Darian tightened her grip on Karina's fingers, tensing her spine into a battle-ready stance, as if she intended to shield Karina from bullets. Karina wanted to laugh. She tapped her wrist and sent the message from her smart CompuBrain. Lev, of course, she had planned for an escape route. Karina curled her lips. Don't worry, little cake, watch me. The moment the door swung open, she suddenly lunged forward, the dagger in her hand flashing brilliantly. In mere moments, she carved out a bloody path. The lithe and perfect figure of the girl slipped through the crowd like a ghost and returned to Darian's side in an instant. Let's go, let's start a rebellion. The prison, which was said to be impossible for anyone to break into, was successfully broken out of. Conroy, not a single person was captured. Those who witnessed the scene all remembered the ghost-like girl most vividly. People couldn't see her face clearly but could remember her flowing hair and the terrifyingly powerful dagger. Karina worked inside and out with Ginger, slashing their way through to freedom and successfully escaping with Darian. Ginger had everything arranged perfectly, destroying the surveillance and tracking systems, leading them to a place where Yelena was, a place no one could find. Darian was amazed by Karina's abilities and felt even more trepidation. Could she really stand shoulder to shoulder with her? Gemmet Karina didn't give her time to be anxious. In front of many people, she hooked Darian's neck, biting her lip heavily. Not only do you despise the royal family, but Darian also does. Since we are like-minded, we should naturally cooperate well. This royal family won't last much longer. Now, both the royal family and the parliament were in chaos, while Ginger and Darian's power far surpassed what they appeared to be. Levin, one side was decay, on the other side, sharp blades. They were invincible. Darian looked at the bright girl and thought it was time to find a way to bind her to her side. Chapter 427, Gentle and Soft Female Conroy, Ferocious and Violent Male Levi, 42. Everyone speculated that Clark's death was the fuse that would soon ignite a coup in the entire country. Gemmet, no one expected the development of this coup to be like this. The royal family was completely gone. Rotten things will ultimately be cut away by a sharp blade. Gemmet Macy never thought that the ultimate ruler would still be Darien. The forces he had struggled to build were far more numerous than she had imagined. Indeed, he was her teacher. Lev, of course, when Darien regained power once again, it wasn't as the crown prince but as a resistor. Conroy, the distribution of power throughout the country changed accordingly. These things were too complicated. Macy didn't want to know much about them. She just wanted to help Darien do anything he wanted to do, and that was all. They moved back to their old castle. Yelena shamelessly followed, moving into the castle too, saying she wanted to spend more time with her sister. Fitz originally wanted to stay away from the center, but Yelena didn't want to leave, so he had no choice but to stay by Darien's side. Partly because he indeed admired Darien's abilities, but mainly because he had to keep an eye on him. Darien clearly showed hostility towards Yelena, and Fitz felt like he was also protecting Yelena. Having just become the new ruler, Darien was quite busy. Macy took advantage of Yelena and Fitz's date to visit the hospital. There, lying there, was an old woman who had hoped for Darien's miserable death, the former empress. Macy had always been vengeful, whether it was for herself or for her teacher. She would never let any grievance go unavenged. The former empress was practically under house arrest. The death of her biological son, Clark, had a significant impact on her. Yet, when Macy saw her, she couldn't help but be startled. This woman looked entirely different from the middle-aged woman she had seen half a year ago. It was as if she had aged decades overnight, her hair graying, her eyes deeply sunken, radiating profound hatred mercilessly. When Macy entered, the bright young girl stung the old woman's eyes. Macy now bore a completely unfamiliar face, so the former empress didn't recognize her, but she had seen this girl in recent news reports. Standing beside Darien, holding hands with him tightly. Thus, this pitiful and hateful woman vented all her venomous resentment on Macy. "Conroy, are you the new woman of Darien, the ingrate?" The former empress said this while pulling at her hoarse voice, mocking with laughter. "Well, how is it being by that madman's side? I bet every day you think about how to survive." Macy blinked, smiled gently with her lips curved. "Not really. He's super obedient and sweet, loves me a lot, and we are very happy." The sight of the happy girl pierced through her. Her own son died by a cold dagger, while her enemy lived so carefree. Unable to see Darien now and having nowhere to vent her hate, she started poking at Macy. Truly laughable, not long after his ex-wife died, another one has come along. The weakened yet malicious woman lay on the bed, looking down on Macy disdainfully and sneering. "Indeed, pretty enough, but do you know why Darien chose you? Because he loved his deceased Andrews so much, and you are merely similar in eyes to the previous one." Yes, these eyes were very alike, both carrying a trembling and hateful light, as if nothing could ever confine the freedom in those eyes. She wished to destroy them. The former empress laughed, trying to catch the look of hurt in the girl's eyes. Gemmet, she failed. Instead, Macy laughed, laughing genuinely. "That's true, turns out he really loved his ex-Andrus, and everyone could see it. Looks like only he didn't know." Infuriated by Macy's attitude, the former empress screamed. "You fool. Don't you understand? He doesn't love you, you're just a stand-in. Once he finds someone more similar, he'll throw you away without hesitation." Macy fished out her earwax, too noisy. She came here to avenge her teacher, not to listen to this madwoman's noise. Just as she finished speaking, two black-clad men behind Macy stepped forward, covering the woman's mouth directly. Eyes bulging, the woman finally realized something was wrong, but it was already too late. Macy drew a dagger from her waist, a pleasant smile on her lips, approaching her. Then, hand raised, the blade fell. MMPH. The woman struggled frantically, convulsing, unable to say a word. Macy winked at her. "I know, Lua went through a lot of assassination attempts before, most orchestrated by you. So, I asked about the injuries he endured. Now, I'm returning these wounds to you." Conroy's angelic face that spoke devilish words. With the woman's ashen complexion, Macy raised her hand again and smiled, saying, "Jemmy the way, let me introduce myself. I'm Macy." Wiping her fingers carefully with a towel, Macy walked out slowly. The woman was still gasping for breath, but Macy had not yet finished settling her score. So, Macy stopped and had the best doctor provide the best treatment for her. Before she could replicate all the wounds on Darien's body onto the former empress, she would not let her die. She hadn't informed Darien of today's itinerary, but when Macy walked out of the hospital, she saw a car parked in front of her. Noemi's legs extended out of the car door, and the moment Darien saw Macy, his weary and gloomy eyes lit up. He strode towards Macy, holding her tightly in his arms and taking a deep breath. Her scent always made him addicted. "I missed you," he whispered. His sultry voice resonated in Macy's ears, making her happily hook her arms around his neck and place a kiss on his lips. "Let's go home." Conroy's faint bloody smell clung to her, but Darien did not ask about it. He had made a decision. He had never thought he would have such an idea, one that would completely make him lose the initiative. Gemmet, he was truly too afraid of Macy leaving him. Tonight, the teacher seemed particularly proactive, even using some awkward seduction techniques. It had to be admitted, it smelled really good. Even the pheromones were sweeter, intertwining like a sacrifice or a plea. Macy couldn't help but bite his nape. His nape's wound had already healed, leaving behind a network of light-colored knife scars and deep tooth marks. Conroy this moment, they both seemed to only retain their primal instincts. Their bodies and souls melded together completely, pouring out wild love without reservation. When Macy finally lay contentedly in Darian's arms, the man held her very tightly. Then, she heard a hoarse voice tinged with lingering desire above her head. Let's have a Darius. Chapter 428, Gentle and Soft Female Conroy, Ferocious and Violent Male Levi, complete. Karina was truly shocked by this statement. She looked up in surprise, meeting Darian's eyes. His deep, narrow eyes were filled with her image, brimming with passionate desire and intense love, mixed with a strong sense of possession. These words did not seem like something that would come out of Darian's mouth. He was originally in Conroylfa, and all his thinking and behavior were those of an Conroylfa. Karina thought that being marked by him was the highest tolerance he could show. Gemmet she didn't expect him to say. Perhaps, he really loved her even more than she had imagined. Even if it meant shattering himself, it didn't matter. Seeing Karina silent, panic immediately surged in his eyes. Then came his unique, slightly. Darian tightened his arms around Karina, his voice trembling. Don't think about rejecting me, don't think about leaving. You can't escape, I'll always cling to you. Karina lifted her head and looked into his eyes, then suddenly spoke. Do you know why I appeared beside you? Darian, why? Karina, because of you, I came here to find you. Conroy she spoke, the corners of her lips curled upward. You said you would always cling to me, but actually, I've been clinging to you forever too. You can never escape, you're always mine. Her beautiful eyes gleamed with a dangerous light, and the possessiveness within made Darian tremble slightly. Though he lacked a sense of security, at this moment he realized that Karina was actually the same as him. She was his prey, and he was also her prey. His breathing quickened as he repeated softly, I'm yours. Yep, Karina raised her hand to caress his neck, her eyelashes fluttering slightly, you're mine, you'll never run away. No matter where you go, I will catch you. So, are you really asking for a Darius, or? Darian's fingers curled, and he spoke in a hoarse voice. I want to deepen our bond. That way, perhaps you will never leave me. Karina laughed. She knew the teacher well, he wasn't someone who would take the initiative to ask for a Darius. He wouldn't want anything to intervene between the two of them. Conroy after all, he couldn't even tolerate the existence of Conroy de Bayo. She hooked Darian's chin, Levier bond is deeper than you think. She kissed his lips, her voice muffled. Gemmet if you really want a Darius, it's not impossible. Conroy anyway, she wouldn't be the one giving birth. Moreover, she was also curious about who the teacher would choose when she left. Gemmet soon, Darian told her hoarsely that he wasn't a complete Levi Mega. Forced changes during the differentiation period made it so that even though he became an Levi Mega, he couldn't conceive with his partner like a real Levi Mega. Karina didn't have much feeling about this. To her, a little crazy person, Darius Ren held no significant meaning. Conroy de Bayo tried to advise Karina. Levener, you're not ready to consider such issues now. Children are different from pets. Karina, how are they different? Conroy de Bayo. Conroy anyway, Darius Ren are no fun and troublesome. Don't think about these things, owner. Karina found Conroy de Bayo's argument reasonable. She didn't dislike Darius Ren, but she wasn't good at dealing with them. However, Darian felt quite uncomfortable about it. So Karina consoled him properly and assured him she would never leave, which made the man's reddish eyes look better. Left in the big bed, Darian hugged his little girl, still savoring the afterglow of pleasure, and smiled faintly. Conroy actually, he didn't really want a Darius. Gemmet if it could get him more affection from the little girl, it was indeed a good excuse. In the second year after the political situation stabilized, Karina went to the Lee family. The entire council was already in disarray, and no matter how powerful the Lee family once was, their status had plummeted. They were now hiding in fear, having offended too many people, so they thought of Yelena. To them, Karina was dead and couldn't be counted on. They heard that Yelena had hooked up with Darian's most trusted deputy, Burke. Gemmet despite several attempts to contact Burke, there was no response. Until finally, an unexpected visitor showed up and raided their home with others. What are you doing? Who are you? Noel shouted angrily. Karina smiled at her, if you dare to bother Ying again, you will end up corpses. Do you believe me? Her smile contrasted sharply with the icy coldness of her words, making everyone in the Lee family shudder. Who exactly are you? Noel trembled all over. Karina smiled sweetly, I'm Karina. Even as the Lee family found themselves homeless and wandering the streets, they could not figure out why that breathtakingly beautiful girl claimed to be Karina. Gemmet wasn't Karina dead long ago? They soon had no time to ponder this question, as they were discovered by those whose lives had been ruined by the council, and they were driven into a corner. Karina did not pay much attention to these events. Her time in this world was limited, so she did not wish to waste a single moment. How could she have the energy to care about those matters when there was such delicious little cakes to enjoy? Conroy's the two spent more and more time together, Darian's sickening possessiveness became increasingly apparent. Karina was extremely tolerant of this. Conroy after all, she was like him too. Time passed quickly, leaving hardly a trace on their faces. They became the most admired rulers of the empire. Gemmet, when Darian selected a candidate he appreciated to succeed them, he immediately took Karina on an indefinite vacation. It wasn't until one morning when Karina noticed her arm briefly disappearing before slowly reappearing that she realized it was time for her to leave this world. She was not someone who would hide things from her lover to avoid hurting his feelings. She hooked her fingers around Darian's neck and gave him a deep kiss. "I'm going to leave." Darian shuddered all over. He looked down at her with his narrow eyes, his grip on her arms tightening. "You said you would never leave me?" Karina smiled slyly. "Yes, but you've been disobedient, so this is a punishment. People must always pay a price for their choices, don't they?" Darian's breathing quickened. He kissed her fiercely, his voice muffled and choked. Conroy right. In fact, he had noticed long ago that during countless nights, Karina would sleep soundly while he sat beside her, watching her sometimes translucent body, feeling his heart being shredded piece by piece. These moments felt like borrowed time. He told himself. He had been pulled out of the abyss, learned what it meant to live, and finally embraced the moonlight. What else could he possibly desire? Yet, he still desired more. After kissing Karina, he spoke, "Let's watch the sunrise together." He carried Karina to a cliff. Conroy's the first rays of dawn broke through the clouds and mist, the glaring light stung his eyes, making tears fall onto Karina's shoulder. Conroy's gentle smile played on his lips, his embrace around Karina tighter than ever, his voice tender beyond measure. "I promised I would always cling to you." Karina's eyes widened slightly, and in the next moment, they both soared into the air. Darian held her tightly, bathed in the red glow of dawn, leaping off the cliff. "So, please take me with you, my little girl." Chapter 429, The Pitiful Gemlud Servant of the Cold and Gemmotiful Vampire, 01. Macy felt as though she was still ensnared in that scorching, passionate embrace. Right the last moment, those arms had clutched her tightly, Macy feeling a piercing pain but also an unprecedented exhilaration. Her entire body felt like it had just awoken, every slight movement of her fingers brought with it soreness and stiffness. It was as if this body had lain on the bed for an interminably long time. Macy even suspected whether this current body of hers was that of a coma patient. She slowly opened her eyes to find darkness all around. Just as she raised her hand, it collided with something, producing a thud. The sound of her fingers tapping against wood. Macy noticed that her eyes adapted to the darkness almost instantly. She then realized that she was lying inside a small box. Was she kidnapped? She deeply inhaled, smelling the decayed odor of aged wood and sensing an indescribable hunger. She was so hungry. Taking another deep breath, she pushed up on the wooden board above her. To her surprise, the heavy plank slid open directly and fell onto the ground. Dim light filtered in, and she looked at her hands in mild astonishment. Conroy's skin pale to an abnormal degree, and fingernails incredibly long. She gradually sat up from the box and scanned her surroundings. This place resembled a room from the European Middle Conroyges, now covered in dust. Lowering her eyes toward where she had been lying. Not a box, but a coffin. Macy blinked, asking Conroy de Bayo, "Conroy, am I reanimated?" Conroy de Bayo's baby-like voice replied. "No, no. You are a vampire, my lord. You've been asleep for such a long time, nobody knows how many years exactly. You're an ancestor among vampires." "Vampire?" "Conroy-ancestor," she repeated, glancing at her hands. Though sickly pale, her skin remained smooth and delicate, very much like a young girl's. "Yes. Conroy, your power is incredible. Conroy's one of the supreme vampires, you can even walk under sunlight and see yourself in mirrors, those silver objects are still taboo. Having experienced many worlds, Macy naturally had some knowledge about vampires. She was quite satisfied with her own strength. If she had to hide in the shadows always, she might have indeed ventured into the sunlight to burn herself to ashes. Soon, everyone in the clan will discover that you've awakened. You'll be respected by all vampires as our venerable ancestor." While listening to Conroy de Bayo's explanation in that infantile tone, Macy walked towards a mirror. Looking at herself in the mirror, she curled her lips contentedly. She now resembled her original self even more. Except, all the bright charm was overshadowed by paleness and cold beauty, less girlish and lively, more chillingly stunning. Especially with that long blonde curly hair draping down to her waist, making her face look even more finely carved. Her long lashes fluttered gently, her eyes inviting and seductive. She wore a black dress resembling court attire, accentuating her perfect figure. Conroynion who saw her would probably be mesmerized enough to offer themselves willingly as sustenance. She thought that if she changed her outfit slightly, she could pass for a beautiful, pale human girl. Pity about the missing red lips. Perhaps due to excessive hunger, her lips were colorless and bloodless. Now she looked like nothing short of a beautifully preserved corpse capable of walking. Macy tidied up her hair, about to ask Conroy de Bayo about the plot of this world when she heard sounds coming from the tall wooden door. Turning back, she saw a girl with a tiny fawn peeking out pushing the door open. Meeting Macy's gaze instantly, she was momentarily surprised before widening her eyes in joyous anticipation. The ancestor has awakened. The ancestor has truly awakened. Conroy twitch went through Macy's forehead. Sure enough, she wasn't yet accustomed to being called an ancestor. The girl ran off after calling out, and moments later, a group gathered outside Macy's door. They looked at Macy with delight, with one man dressed in a tailcoat appearing to be the most authoritative. He approached Macy, bowed gracefully, extending his hand. Raising her hand, he kissed it elegantly. "You have awakened." Conroy whispered in introduction, "This is your great-grandson, named Conroymias." Macy. Conroy, "Don't worry, vampire reproduction isn't as you think, it's just a matter of lineage, not to be concerned about." Conroy greeting Macy, the crowd ushered her out for a stroll. It was midnight, the moon hanging cold in the sky. The moment Macy stepped out of the room, the hunger intensified. At the thought of drinking anyone's blood, except for Dwight's, made her feel sick. She strolled aimlessly outward, surveying her surroundings, realizing this was an ancient castle deep within a forest. Every inch exuded a heavy sense of history. It seemed she had indeed lived for a very long time. "This castle belongs to you too, my lord. You are the oldest living vampire with countless treasures and antiques, making you quite wealthy." Conroy's voice was also filled with joy. Macy stroked her fingers, eager to know where Dwight was now. Just as this thought crossed her mind, her steps suddenly paused. This feeling was akin to a beggar who hadn't eaten for half a year suddenly catching the smell of roast chicken. Conroy almost instantly, Macy's saliva began to flow uncontrollably. It was pure hunger, even more intense than the first time she smelled Dwight's pheromones in the previous world. Back then, it was craving, now, it was sheer hunger. She couldn't help but expose her fangs until they pricked her lower lip, restoring a bit of rationality. She then looked toward the source of the scent. Two men were dragging something past Macy. Macy spoke up, "Wait." This was the first time Macy had spoken since waking up, her voice hoarse from lack of use, which made it sound even more alluring. The two men stopped, looking at Macy with reverence. "What do you need?" In the darkness, Macy's vision was excellent, allowing her to see clearly what the men were dragging. It was a person. Conroy bloodied and mangled figure, unclear whether alive or dead. They held the person's arms, the head dangling, long hair covering the face. There was no struggle, a long trail of blood marked the ground behind them. His body was bruised and battered, some parts exposing white bone. Clearly, he had endured unimaginable torture. Seeing Macy's gaze on the person, the two men hurriedly explained. "This is a blood hunter who snuck in secretly, killing 3 of our kind. Conroymias knows about it." Conroymias smiled and nodded, looking at Macy. "Yes, this one probably can't hold on much longer. His blood has a medicinal smell, blood hunter's blood is always so nauseating, so we've only been torturing him. Now, it seems he's almost dead. We'll drag him out and throw him into the bar that blood hunters frequent, to show them the fate of blood hunters." Macy wasn't listening to him. She licked her lips, with only one thought in her mind. Food has arrived. Chapter 430, The Poor Gemlud Servant of the Cold Gemluded Vampire, 02. She walked step by step toward the barely recognizable human, her long dress rustling on the ground. Upon closer inspection, she realized he was still breathing. The two people dragging the man let go, and he fell heavily to the ground. Conroymias asked tentatively from the side. "Do you wish to kill him personally?" Conroy soon as he finished speaking, the bloody figure on the ground suddenly reached out, grabbing Macy's dress. Her long dress was black, the blood blended into the night, leaving no trace. "Save me." Clearly, the man had lost his senses. No one could remain clear-headed after such severe torture and prolonged starvation. He instinctively sought help without realizing it was from a vampire he hated and wanted to kill. Conroymias' expression turned grim instantly. Before Macy could react, Conroymias stepped forward and pressed down hard on the man's hand with his polished shoe. "Take your dirty hands off." Conroymias' usually gentle voice carried a hint of anger. "Do you deserve to touch my great-grandmother's dress?" Macy twitched slightly and then said, "Take him to my room." Everyone was stunned for a moment, especially Conroymias, who looked at Macy in surprise. "If you need any form of torment, just tell us. It's only a filthy human, you don't need to do it yourself." Macy suddenly curled her lips. "No, I love doing it myself. Just woke up, so I need some practice." Conroymias understood immediately. "I get it, I'll prepare right away." He directed the two men to carry the man back again. "I'll have someone clean him up and use the best medicine to keep him alive. Let us know if you need anything else." Conroymias was an excellent butler, very filial. Macy nodded, trying to accept the grown man, who appeared much older than herself, calling her great-grandmother. Hurry, the faster, the better. She returned to her room, took a deep breath, and noticed she had pinched her palm until it bled. 2 long nails aren't good. She pinched so hard because she was craving, hungry. If she hadn't restrained herself earlier, she might have uncontrollably crawled on the ground to lick the blood flowing on it. Looking at her palm, the wound healed visibly within moments, completely restored. Macy stretched lazily, standing by the window and gazing at the distant dark forest. "Conroy, tell me the story of this world." This forest had been occupied by vampires for centuries, no human dared to enter. Only some foolish heroes attempting to slay dragons would venture in, none ever came out. Conroys for the blood hunters, most hunted vampires who had infiltrated human society. Most ordinary vampires feared sunlight and hunger and had to find humans for food. Gemmet as the ancestor of vampires and the strongest among them, Macy had no enemies. Yet, she fell in love with a blood hunter, Jonathan Conroy blood hunter who ventured into the forest. The original owner fell in love with him at first sight and imprisoned him immediately. Conroy this blood hunter, after initial struggles, gradually softened. Just when the original owner thought they were in love, this blood hunter used her trust to stab her heart with a dagger on the bed. It turned out Jonathan's appearance wasn't coincidental, his beloved needed a vampire's heart. What a cliché story, an ancestor vampire who became obsessed with love, giving everything for love, unaware that the blood hunter only wanted her heart and aimed to kill all vampires to become a hero. It was too late. She struggled to die, her heart ripped out, killing everyone around her. Gemmet in the last second, the blood hunter regretted it. He removed the original owner's heart to extend his lover's life but also preserved her body with a forbidden spell. After his human lover passed away, he returned the heart to the original owner. The original owner awakened, though in pain, but forgave him with his apologies and comfort. She even sacrificed her blood and lifespan to share fate with Jonathan, living happily together. Macy listened to the story without expression, recalling the bloodied figure. Is the object not that one we saw earlier? Conroy de Bayo hurriedly clarified. No. In the original plot, you woke up a month later, and the object came after a month, calculating your awakening time. Gemmet, you woke up early. The one you picked up today seems to be the forever pitiful Norbert. Though Conroy de Bayo didn't like the Norbert, he still feared that Macy might accidentally kill him. Macy was content. She withdrew her gaze from the window and let it rest on the door. Outside the door came the creaking sound of footsteps on the wooden floor. The door was politely knocked on, and Macy curled her lips. Please come in. Conroy walked in carrying a person. Conroy's a vampire with strength second only to Macy. He lifted a tall adult male as if he were lifting a kitten. Conroy politely placed the cleaned man, who had almost no breath left, in front of Macy. Please enjoy. With that, he walked out. Macy lowered her eyes and took in the appearance of the man. He was quite tall, with broad shoulders and long legs. The elegant vampires had draped him in a black silk robe, but the exposed skin revealed hardly any intact flesh. Indeed, his bone structure was beautiful. Especially the seeping fresh blood. Macy's actions were faster than her thoughts. She squatted down and plunged her fingers into the deep wound on the man's exposed chest. Her fingertips, tipped with sharp nails, pierced the wound, causing the man to twitch in pain but without further movement. He looked excessively weak. Being alive was already a miracle. Macy's fingers soon soaked in blood. She pulled them out of the wound, extended her tongue, and licked a drop. She swore she had never savored such exquisite flavor. Her dry taste buds were instantly reawakened, the sweet scent filling her mouth and sliding down her throat. Macy shivered, her pupils constricting like those of a wild beast. She squatted down again, her bloody fingers pinching the man's chin. Pushing back his long, black hair, the fragile pale face with unfocused eyes due to excruciating pain turned towards Macy. Macy grinned delightfully. From today onwards, you will be my exclusive blood servant. Chapter 431, The Pitiful Gem-Blood Servant of the Cold Gem-Blooded Vampire, 03. Ernst naturally gave Macy no response, even his unfocused pupils were only moving out of muscle memory. Conroy, weak of unbearable torture and not a drop of water, had already made him as fragile as a kitten in the hands of a vampire. He emitted weak breaths, and if the other's fingers applied just a little more force, he would be dead. Macy wiggled her fingers, and precious herbs appeared out of thin air at her fingertips. With so many treasures in her spatial ring, there was certainly something to help prolong his life properly. Macy casually grabbed some healing medicine and stuffed it directly into the man's mouth. Ernst swallowed unconsciously due to excessive hunger and then coughed convulsively from choking. His pale face flushed with pain, tears streamed from the corners of his eyes, and each twitch of his convulsing body caused his gruesome wounds to bleed even more. To Macy, this blood before her was like the fragrant juice oozing out of a roasted chicken when torn apart. Without hesitation, she bent down to lick his wounds, closing her eyes in pleasure, emitting a sigh of satisfaction from deep within her throat. Leavenly after licking all over his body did Macy barely satisfy her craving. Though still starving, she almost wanted to drink all the blood in his body. Gemmet for sustainable development, today, she'd let him recuperate well. Macy had great trust in the drugs she had fed him. It would take only one night for him to fully recover. After swallowing the medication and calming his severe coughing, the man soon fell into a deep sleep. Those bone-deep wounds on his body began to heal visibly. Macy took a deeply satisfied breath. The sweet smell of blood mixed with the unique scent of the man, and without needing sleep, Macy couldn't help but lie down next to him. Vampires like her didn't need sleep, but if she wanted to rest lying down, she could still fall asleep. Macy had no sense of danger. She buried herself in the man's embrace and closed her eyes in comfort. When the first ray of morning sunlight fell on Macy, she woke up with a frown. Though she wasn't afraid of sunlight, she instinctively felt repelled by it. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with a pair of light blue eyes. Macy's mind blanked for a moment. She had never seen such beautiful blue eyes, purest sky and deepest sea, emotions and struggles hidden within, melancholic yet romantic, fragile yet sharp. Those eyes contracted their pupils slightly upon seeing her awake but soon lowered their long lashes to hide their gaze. Ernst's voice broke the silence, hoarse from disuse, causing goosebumps. "Good morning, miss, did you save me?" He seemed completely confused, perhaps thinking he had escaped from that bloody and terrifying hell. Macy smiled sweetly. Seeing her smile, the man's gaze dropped even lower. Even before Macy woke up, he had opened his eyes and saw her face, thinking he must have died and come to heaven. How could there be such a beautiful face in this world? The allure of youth and the allure of maturity intertwined, her pale skin making her look both cold and fragile. Conroy Darius of creation, the perfect combination of all beauties. His heart pounded uncontrollably and intensified when the girl smiled. Conroy almost too scared to look. Then, he heard Macy say sweetly. "Yes, I saved you. Let me introduce myself, I'm Macy." Macy. These two words felt familiar yet strange. Conroy, after swallowing and chewing on them, a sudden chill spread through his body. The top-tier vampire who had been asleep for 100 years and was about to awaken recently had a similar name. Right, he hadn't escaped. This was still that ancient castle, the surrounding coldness, and the coffin in the room. He should have known. Ernst lowered his gaze and clenched his palms where Macy couldn't see, forcing himself to calm down. Conroy, after a while, he raised a faint smile. "My name is Yale." He lifted his eyes to meet hers. Macy noticed his eyes were drooping, always wet, especially those light blue pupils which made him look obedient and pitiful. Combined with his handsome face, these eyes were the perfect temptation. Macy drew a deep breath and gently cupped Yale's neck with her hand. Her cool and soft fingertips wrapped around like a snake. "What I said to you last night, you probably don't remember, so I'll tell you again." Macy smiled. "From now on, you're my blood servant." Yale only slightly widened his eyes, and soon, he even smiled faintly. "To become your blood servant is an honor for me. No struggle, no resistance, no desperate escape." Macy was surprised at his compliance and enjoyed his cooperation all the more. "Conroy, the teachers in this world are so obedient, indeed they have suffered." There were no proud bones that needed breaking, nor those fiercely hateful eyes she wanted to gouge out. She put her hand down, stood up from the bed, and took off her nightgown right in front of Yale. Yale suddenly lowered his head, looking at the back of his hand supporting him on the bed, clenching the soft flesh inside his mouth. He tasted the metallic flavor of his own blood. Conroy blood hunters would take a drug that made their blood smell repulsive to vampires, thus avoiding being forcibly turned into vampires if captured. Gemmet, why did this vampire want to make him a blood servant? Did she have special tastes? Numerous thoughts surged in his mind, but when he raised his face, he appeared extremely obedient, even with a slight, pleading expression. It was Macy who asked him to look up. "Conroy, right, come here." He lifted his head as instructed and saw Macy had changed into a more casual dress. The layers of fabric accentuated her slender waist, as if it could be encircled by one hand. Golden long hair hung down to her waist. She didn't look like a vampire at all, but more like an angel. The angel waved at him, smiling brightly. What should a blood servant do? Yale slightly pressed his lips together and almost without hesitation, got out of bed and walked to Macy's side. He was much taller than Macy, so he bent down, arching his spine gracefully, offering his side neck to Macy's mouth. Please enjoy. Chapter 432, The Pitiful Gemlud Servant of the Cold and Conroying Vampire, 04. Macy was surprised by his obedience and greatly enjoyed this compliance. It was really quite pleasant to encounter such an obedient teacher for the first time. Conroy, she thought. She mercilessly sank her fangs in. Lamar's body tensed abruptly, almost reacting instinctively to throw Macy over his shoulder. Gemmet, he twitched his arms, forcefully restraining himself. The sharp fangs pierced through the skin, delving into the artery. The moment scalding blood flowed into Macy's mouth, she nearly sighed contentedly. What a refreshing experience, as if her parched esophagus was instantly soaked, her famished stomach instantly satiated. She wanted more, much more. She narrowed her eyes, swallowing the peerless delicacy, almost drowning in this delightful pain. Until a slight whimper came from Lamar's throat did Macy abruptly widen her eyes, quickly loosening her fangs. Just as she released, Lamar fell to his knees, clutching his bleeding neck, breathing heavily. He had nearly been on the brink of death just then. His complexion was ghastly pale, even his vision blurred. Macy licked her lips wistfully. Sorry, couldn't help it, you're too delicious. Fortunately, she was reminded in time. Otherwise, she would have drained Lamar completely. Lev, of course, draining him and then feeding him her blood could turn him into a vampire, but now, she hadn't drunk enough of his blood yet. How could she bear to turn him into a vampire? Her voice seemed genuinely apologetic. Dazed from pain and excessive blood loss, Lamar felt something being stuffed into his mouth. To replenish your blood. The moment Macy said that, he felt his strength returning at an alarming rate. Conroy, the wound on his neck started to heal. He remained dazed for only a brief moment before slowly rising, finally understanding why all his wounds had healed. That terrifying torment seemed like a nightmare. Conroy, after 2 deep breaths, he miraculously recovered. The tall, handsome man glanced at Macy, with a hint of joy and cautious hopefulness in his azure eyes. Thank you. His voice was very soft. Even though Macy had caused him so much pain and weakness, a small kindness brought about such gratitude from him. Macy felt as if her heart was being tickled by something soft, turning sweet and gentle. So obedient, she loved it. She hooked her finger under Lamar's chin. Really obedient, let's go. Where? Lamar asked. Macy blinked at him, seeing the tips of his ears blush pink. To the city to buy some things. You'll be here from now on. I certainly should accompany my little blood servant to get what he needs. Lamar looked at Macy, then outside at the sunlight, then watched as Macy stepped toward the window, fully exposed to the sun. His heart quivered with excitement as he saw Macy's pale skin glow in the sunlight without a hint of turning to ashes. Macy clicked her tongue. Haven't seen the light in a long time, need to adapt again. She turned to look at Lamar, whose gaze darted away hastily, looking shy. Macy beckoned to him happily, feeling more carefree than ever. Thinking about the happy life of cuddling with her teacher and drinking fresh blood every day, she smiled. Jean, good, let's go out. Levin, the bustling street, a man and woman indeed caught attention. There was no other reason, both stood out too much among the crowd, especially the slightly pale young girl, beautiful to an almost unreal extent. She walked gracefully, each small adornment on her clothes being worth a fortune, surely the frail daughter of some noble family. Behind her, the tall man walked half a step behind on her left side. Despite his exquisite and elegant appearance, there was a faint trace of bloodlust on him, likely acting as the lady's bodyguard. Passers-by frequently glanced sideways, even some gentlemen in car back seats leaned out of windows, secretly thinking they must find out which family's daughter this was. Macy only had her mind on Lamar, turning her head to look at him, raising her chin. We whatever you want, I'm very wealthy. Having lived for so many years, accumulating wealth enough to buy a small country, Macy felt the joy of supporting a man for the first time. Previously, she was always the one being supported. Lamar obediently lowered his eyes, his striking face displaying this expression naturally, adding a shiver-inducing, large dog-like gentleness. He softly said, thank you. Without any sign of trying to escape. He was not greedy, only purchasing some items needed for daily life. Without the slightest hint of any pleading he finished shopping and approached Macy with a few large bags, whispering softly. Done. His long lashes gently lowered as he looked up at the woman who held his life in her hands, the wound on his neck still slightly stinging. It seemed he had accepted his situation rather swiftly. Macy had never encountered such a docile teacher right from the start. Indeed, experiencing more worlds made teachers feel closer to her. She squinted her eyes happily, her smile brighter than the noonday sun. Do you want to keep browsing? Lamar watched the sunlight fall on the girl's skin, almost making it look translucent. Her radiant, almost glowing skin seemed to pierce his gaze, and he whispered. Whatever you wish, but the sunlight is so glaring. Do you need an umbrella? He was really considerate, the epitome of the most obedient and perfect gentleman dog. Macy nodded, and he promptly bought the most trendy black lace-edged, extremely ornate umbrella. The umbrella wasn't large, only enough to cover one person. He raised his arm, holding it over Macy's head, perfectly blocking the angle of the sunlight. Right then, Macy heard a male voice behind her. Miss, you dropped your handkerchief. Macy stopped and turned around to see a neatly dressed man. He was quite handsome, holding a black silk handkerchief, smiling at Macy. Such an old-fashioned way to start a conversation. There were many men with this idea, but he was the first to step forward. Feeling in a good mood, Macy smiled politely. It's not mine. Conroy at the same time, Conroy de Bayo in her mind said disdainfully. This is that Jonathan. Your target. Ridiculous, his liking for you as a vampire is nearly zero. I was worried about you. Gemmet now, not knowing you are a vampire, his fondness for you has skyrocketed to 30. Macy raised an eyebrow and glanced at Jonathan again, suddenly bending her eyebrows and eyes. Levy, sorry, it is mine. Could you please give it back? She extended her delicate hand, but as she reached out, Lamar gently caught her wrist. Chapter 433, The Pitiful Gemlud Servant of the Cold and Gemotiful Vampire, 05. That doesn't belong to Mississippi. Lamar's voice was very soft, even with a slight curl at the end, slightly hoarse, like the whisper between lovers. Macy was surprised by his behavior, turning her gaze to look at him, just meeting those deep blue eyes. Gentle and moist, clear as water. There seemed to be something more in them. Conroy, faint trace of grievance? If you want it, I can buy one for you. He pressed his lips together. In the instant he met Macy's eyes, his ears turned red involuntarily. Lowering his gaze, he added this sentence nonetheless. Was this jealousy? Macy even felt like hooking his neck and kissing him right there in public. How could he be so cute? Tall and strong, yet having the appearance of an obedient large dog, making her heart quiver. She curved her lips in delight, instantly forgetting all about her strategy for seduction. Conroy, though she wanted to dig a hole for this trash, compared to her teacher was still the most tempting. Unable to resist stepping forward, she flicked Lamar's chin with her fingertips. Conroy, right then, you go ahead and buy it for me. Lamar pursed his lips again, his ear tips turning even redder in the sunlight. The pink atmosphere between the two was so obvious that it made Jonathan, who stood nearby, feel like a fool? Lamar smiled at Macy, then glanced at Jonathan beside him, his eyes pale and carrying a cold, bloody air, deeply ingrained murderous aura, as if he had always been treading on the edge of danger. Jonathan felt a familiarity from Lamar, frowning slightly, but his thoughts were still on this beautiful lady who didn't seem real. Before he could say anything, Lamar gently held Macy's wrist and walked back. Standing where he was, Jonathan couldn't help but shout aloud. "Miss, may I ask where you live?" Macy didn't turn around because Lamar said to her. "Don't look at him, am I not more handsome than him?" "You are certainly the most handsome." Macy laughed with twinkling eyes, hooking Lamar's finger. His fingers were warm while hers were icy, the contrast between cold and heat making Lamar's heart beat faster. Right this moment, he suddenly felt as if what he said and did came from deep within his heart. Of course, it wasn't true, he told himself. No matter whether that man was good or bad, the fewer people who became blood servants, the better. He would not allow this vampire to harm more people. Lamar said he needed to buy some things, and the completely unaware Macy, of course, allowed it. Naturally, he bought the silk handkerchief, but Macy had no interest in the silk handkerchief at all. She just wanted to go home quickly and bite into Lamar's neck. Even though she had tasted it last night, now she was craving it again, craving it so much that she felt as if she could already smell its rich aroma. At the castle, Macy sat on the antique luxurious sofa, transforming into the most charming, cold, and gorgeous sculpture. Leavenly, the corner of the sculpture's mouth curled up with a bit of malicious smile, making Lamar dare not look over. He took a deep breath, put down what he was holding, and when he looked up again, he appeared harmless, like a large dog. He walked step by step toward Macy, and when he reached her, he knelt on one knee, obediently crouching on her lap. Without pressing his upper body weight down, being cautious, only lightly touching. His slightly long hair fell onto her knees, the man's back curved, broad shoulders giving off a sense of security. He should have been a hunter, but now he was obedient like a small kitten. He looked up at her, cautiously yet filled with anticipation. "Would you indulge in me?" Macy swallowed. She realized that in this world, the teacher seemed to know too well how to allure her. Every movement, every word, drove her wild. No wonder he was her teacher. She thought indeed, he was her favorite teacher. Maliciousness overpowered hunger, and the girl leaned back on the sofa instead of leaning forward, looking relaxed and ambiguous. Because of having a full meal last night, her lips were red, and she resembled a blooming, highly poisonous red rose. "Do you hope for me to indulge in you?" she asked sweetly with a smile. In this world, probably no one would willingly become a vampire's blood servant, but if it were her. Lamar suddenly realized. If it were the person in front of him, if she wanted a blood servant, she wouldn't need force. She only needed to beckon, and someone would kneel at her feet with just her smile. Some gentlemen were willing to give everything for a beauty smile, and now, she was such a poisonous beauty. Lamar bit down hard on the soft flesh inside his mouth, letting out a slight sigh as he lowered his gaze. Of course, I am willing." Macy giggled. "That's great. Then come here and beg me." Lamar's spine stiffened for a moment. It seemed like he was biting his lower lip, but with his head bowed, Macy couldn't see his expression clearly. When he lifted his head again, his thin lips were rosy, and even the corners of his eyes carried a faint redness. He knelt half at Macy's skirt edge, lifting his hand to slowly unbutton his shirt one by one. The bite marks from last night were still there on his neck, but they had faded to light traces. Beneath, exquisite and beautiful clavicles met perfectly sculpted pectorals. He wasn't the type with a lean figure, every inch of him contained surging power, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to endure such terrifying torture. He continued to unbutton his shirt, exposing his upper body without reserve. His perfect physique seemed crafted by an artist, and the healed yet lightly scarred wounds added a touch of wildness to him. Here he was, looking like a beast capable of snapping a prey's neck in one bite, gazing at her with moist blue eyes. There was nothing unusual about a man baring his upper body, but at this moment, under Macy's gaze, Lamar felt as if every inch of his skin was burning with fire. He forcefully controlled his heartbeats, leaning forward slightly, offering his most vulnerable neck to Macy like a devout believer awaiting his fate. "Please indulge in me." His voice trembled, turning tingling due to its deepness. Completely exposed, he offered himself fully. Just as the teacher couldn't resist Macy's feigned weakness, Macy couldn't withstand this kind of temptation either. She curled her lips in delight, lowered her head, and sank her sharp fangs into the same wound as before. The sweetest, unparalleled delicacy flooded her mouth, and Macy closed her eyes in satisfaction. Meanwhile, Lamar glanced at the package not far away, his gaze flickering slightly. Chapter 434, The Cold Jamadi Vampire's Pitiful Gemlud Servant, 06. In the evening, Conroymias got up and came to greet his great-great-grandmother. He knocked politely and entered, just in time to see Macy and her blood servant reading books together. Conroy's scene of peaceful tranquility. When Conroymias saw clearly what the blood servant was holding, he frowned. He addressed Macy politely. "Great-grandmother, could you come out for a moment? I have some management matters to discuss with you." Macy was not used to this title. She twitched her eyebrows and stood up. "Just call me by my name." Conroymias hesitated but did not speak. He then led Macy out. Conroy soon as they reached the hall, his expression became urgent. Didn't you see that your blood servant was reading one of our vampire's hidden books? Macy looked indifferent. So what? This was an area she had not ventured into before, so she found it very interesting. Vampires have a long history in many unknown customs and forbidden arts, truly fascinating. She was so engrossed that even though she had plenty of time left with her teacher, she did not rush to eat him. After drinking enough blood to satisfy herself, she kept him with her in peace. She took Lamar to the library without reserve, completely unaware of which book he held. Conroymias looked anxious. Conroy, you alright? The book he was reading contains records of how gemlud hunters have killed vampires throughout the ages. Macy blinked. Is that so? What's the problem? Conroymias wore an expression as if asking, what do we do if my great-grandmother is love-struck? He felt deeply distressed. I know that blood servant looks good, even better than all the vampires here, except me. Gemmet, he's still human. When a vampire falls for a human, it never ends well. It's like liking a cake. Macy, cake? Where's the cake? Conroymias. Conroymias, were you even listening? Macy couldn't help but laugh, finding her great-grandson quite amusing. I know what you're worried about, but he won't harm me or be able to kill me. Conroymias sighed heavily. I know you're strong, but please stay alert. For instance, when you took him out, he might have bought some silver items. Macy realized she didn't even know what Lamar bought. Gemmet, it didn't matter. Treat him kindly if he behaves, imprison him if he doesn't. Gem riddle solutions are always simple. She looked languid. I understand, thank you for the reminder. With that, she turned and returned to her room. Conroymias sighed deeply, thinking. It must be because great-grandmother has slept too long and seen too few men. He decided to bring more handsome men around so that great-grandmother wouldn't be so captivated by a single human. Upon returning to the room, Macy saw Lamar standing in the center, slightly bent over like a Darius who made a mistake. Was it wrong of me to read this book? I'm sorry. His head bowed low, his voice soft and filled with anxiety. Please don't be angry. It wasn't intentional. Conroy Gain, he looked pitiful and cautious. That gentleman, he meant well. Please don't blame him, it's all my fault. Yes, accompanied by a strong tea fragrance, he was almost identical to her teacher from the past world. Lev originally unconcerned, Macy felt like she was fed a mouthful of cotton candy. It seemed he knew how charming he could be. Macy felt as if she could see his ears folding back and a tail dragging behind him. She pounced on him, hugging his neck, her voice excited and cheerful. How could I blame you? Read whatever you like. If you enjoy reading, the entire library is yours. Lamar's lowered eyelashes trembled, feeling a heavy sigh of relief in his heart, followed by layers of pain. Gemlas returned home, greeting many people along the way. He was famous here, being the young sheriff of this town. In this world, gemlud hunters usually have surface identities. During the day, they live as ordinary citizens, while at night, they show their fangs and wield silver guns to hunt vampires wandering among humans. Some have a deep hatred for vampires, others chase after valuable antiques from vampires or sell their fangs and hearts for high prices, but Gemlas did it for the one he loved. Ever since he learned that his Dariushood friend, suffering from congenital heart disease, could only be saved by a top-tier vampire's heart, he became a gemlud hunter. Opening the door, he saw a delicate young girl cooking for him. He walked over, speaking gently, Summer, don't work so hard. Take a rest. The girl, 5 years younger, turned around, her face pale but gentle. Gemrother, you're back. Don't worry about me, I'm feeling much better now. She was still in school, at an aristocratic school. Since the death of their parents, she had been living with this neighbor brother. Gemlas looked at her face and thought to himself that he must cure her. He had heard that the vampire progenitor would awaken within a few days, so he took a long leave of absence. Levine cannot catch a tiger cub without entering its den. For Summer's sake, he must take a risk. Gemmet inexplicably, the image of the stunningly beautiful girl he encountered on the road earlier surfaced in his mind. Conroy the handsome, towering man beside her. He approached Macy not only because he wanted to meet Macy but also because he wanted to meet that man. That man had a mark on his neck from being bitten by a vampire. Perhaps, that person was also a gemlud hunter. If his guess was correct, he might get another gemlud hunter's help, which could double his efficiency. Moreover, Gemlas thought he had seen that man somewhere before. Maybe, at Summer's school. Lamar's obedience made Macy extremely indulgent, so much so that she forgot to check what he bought again. He was considerate, gentlemanly, and easily blushing, but most importantly, he carried his unique charm that always made one's heart flutter. Macy lifted her head from the book and suddenly asked. I just saw that gemlud hunters usually have a cover identity and a normal job in human society. What is your profession? Lamar pursed his lips. Dwight, a linguistics teacher. Macy's eyes widened in surprise. Wow. The expression on the girl's face made Lamar's ears turn slightly red, while at the same time, he realized it was a good opportunity. I really love this job, but I haven't been to school for a long time. He lowered his eyes sadly, a hint of grievance in his voice. Sure enough, Macy spoke as expected. Why don't you go back then? Really? Can I? The obedient big dog looked utterly delighted. Macy nodded, seeming to think of something fun, smiling with bright eyes. Lev, of course you can, but I have one request. Get me admission qualifications, and I'll be your student. Chapter 435, The Pitiful Gemlud Servant of the Cold and Gemotiful Vampire, 07. When Yale stood at the school gate, he still found it hard to believe. That vampire actually let him come out on his own. Because of his slightly obedient behavior, she directly granted him nearly luxurious freedom. Wasn't she afraid that he would prepare things that could kill vampires? Her gaze upon him was so intense that it made his heart tremble every moment. Lever, perhaps, this freedom did not signify her trust but only a test. After all, how could a top-level vampire who had lived for so long easily indulge her blood servant like this? He still had a long way to go. He put away his conflicted thoughts and those hidden feelings that even he didn't want to face. He took a deep breath, put on his gold-rimmed glasses, and walked in. His appearance was strikingly handsome, looking harmless only when he deliberately showed weakness before Macy. Most of the time, there was always a faint, beast-like aura around him. Gemmet with the gold-rimmed glasses on, he instantly lost that aggressive edge and gained a touch of gentlemanly elegance, attracting many girls walking by who whispered about him. Is this the Yale teacher they talked about? They say he is tall and incredibly handsome, it must be him. I heard he's been on a long leave, is he finally here now? Conroy, a language prodigy with such a face, it really makes one dizzy. From today on, my minor will be languages. The excited whispers of the girls seeped into Yale's ears, but he felt no internal movement, yet he somehow thought of Macy. Conroy's a specially hired professor, he naturally got the enrollment qualification easily and handed it over to Macy. Would she really come? Conroy, after interacting with Macy for these few days, each day made him more alarmed than the last. She was too powerful, being able to fetch objects from afar or walk under the noon sun. If she really went crazy, perhaps none of the humans in this town could escape. Killing her would probably be as difficult as ascending to heaven. So, keep her stable, gain her trust, and ideally, win her heart. Yale went to the principal's office to give an excuse for his long absence and then headed to the classroom. This aristocratic university did not have strict requirements on student course selection, just needing to earn enough credits each semester. Upon hearing that the language class teacher had returned from leave, and learning where he was teaching, half an hour before class started, the room was already crowded. He was always the most popular teacher, and people felt that his face alone was worth getting a seat an hour early. So when Macy cautiously appeared at the classroom entrance, she couldn't even squeeze in. Conroy, an ancient vampire like her, wouldn't endure such embarrassment. She pushed through the crowd with incredible strength, yet when the astonished people turned back, they only saw a slender girl in a cloak. She walked straight to the front. Conroy's Yale stood on the podium, with 10 minutes before class. He almost instantly spotted the vampire among the crowd. The girl wore a cloak, revealing only half her face, pale skin below a pointed chin, inviting red lips. Seeing that half face, his first reaction was, she was unhappy. For some reason, he seemed extremely sensitive to her emotions. This discovery sent goosebumps up his spine. Conroy, the students smiled innocently, unaware that one of them was a super strong vampire. Conroy, if she were truly unhappy. Yale descended the steps and approached Macy, took a deep breath, and bent down. Please sit here. He indicated the middle seat in the front row. Conroy's seemingly weak and pale girl occupied that seat. He felt very guilty, but it was the best thing to do. He feared she might kill someone right there if he didn't arrange this seat for Macy. The original occupant looked at a loss. Yale spoke softly, audible only to the front few rows. They exchanged confused looks, puzzled why the teacher was so respectful to a student and giving her such privileges. Macy's impatience squeezed into the crowd quickly vanished upon hearing this soft voice. She curved her lips and lazily looked toward the girl sitting in the middle seat of the front row. Recognizing her face, she blinked, suddenly smiling. No need to make her move, we're both slim, squeezing together should be fine, right, miss? While saying this, Macy removed her hood. In an instant, everyone who saw Macy's face drew a sharp breath. Who could tell them when such a beauty had appeared in the school? Even the girl who almost lost her seat to Macy gaped, and facing Macy's sweet smile, she blushed and nodded. Why yes. Macy sat next to the girl, and Yale finally heaved a sigh of relief. He felt like he was dealing with a ticking time bomb, but fortunately, this bomb might not be hard to control. Conroy, amidst everyone's astonished gazes, Macy squeezed next to the pale girl. She wouldn't crowd next to a stranger for no reason. This girl was precisely the frail sweetheart that was her target. Macy smiled warmly at her. Hello, my name is Macy, what's yours? The girl rarely faced such striking enthusiasm, yet she enjoyed it, blushing and smiling back. My name is Summer. I'm a sophomore majoring in linguistics, and I live nearby. What about you? Macy replied, I'm a freshman, also living nearby, studying linguistics too. What a coincidence. Could you help me out from now on, senior? Because of her frailty, Summer rarely participated in group activities and was often managed by Jonathan. Meeting such an enthusiastic beauty for the first time, she was naturally very happy. Her eyes shone brightly as she nodded, sure. Macy curled her lips, and Yale on the podium began his lecture. This was her first time seeing him in glasses. Wearing a casual suit, sapphire tie clip, and a platinum Levi Mega on his wrist. He seemed worlds apart from the blood servant waiting for slaughter at night. Not that. Tonight, she'd have him dress like this to feed her blood. Thinking of this, Macy's lips curved. When Yale met her gaze, he felt goosebumps rise on his back. His heart raced, his voice paused momentarily, then he averted his eyes. Conroy at the same time, his fingertips, hidden behind him, curled up, clenching tightly. Chapter 436, The Cold Gem-Blooded Vampire's Pitiful Gem-Blood Servant, 08. The ever-popular Professor Yale, who appeals to both men and women, indeed has his reasons. Proficient in 4 languages, his teaching style was witty and easy to understand. Even those not majoring in language found his lectures an enjoyment. This class had been extended by enthusiastic students until after school hours. Yale lectured until he was parched, always glancing at Macy cautiously, watching for any sign of impatience on her face. Should he notice anything amiss with Macy, he would immediately dismiss the class, comfort her, and take her away. Fortunately, the girl looked very well behaved. Conroy, apart from having an overly beautiful face, she appeared like a genuine noble girl who was diligently studying. Conroy after class, Yale did not leave immediately. He watched Macy's expression as if awaiting her instructions. Her obedient demeanor put Macy in a good mood. She nodded at Yale and mouthed, "Just get home before 8. Yale understood, and his heart skipped a beat. It seemed she was more indulgent towards him now. Even though she knew he was a blood hunter. Yale lowered his eyes, took a deep breath, and walked out of the campus. He wanted to buy something. Meanwhile, Macy declined several boys' attempts to chat and laughed, holding Summer's hand. "Levi Ops, I forgot there were no evening classes tonight. The butler is only coming to pick me up at 8. Summer blushed with happiness because of making a new friend. "Why don't you come over my place? My cooking is great, and we have desserts at home." "Can I?" Macy widened her eyes in mock surprise. When she smiled, it felt like she was radiating light, turning heads 200%, even causing hearts to skip beats among her own gender. Thus, Macy was taken home by Summer. Conroy's for Yale, he was stopped by a man just outside the school gate. "Excuse me, sir, can we talk?" Yale turned around and saw a somewhat familiar face. This was the same man who had tried to chat him up when he went shopping with the vampire for the first time. Gemlas approached Yale, extending his hand for a handshake. "I'm the new police chief, Gemlas. There are some matters I wish to discuss with you." Yale didn't feel there was much to talk about. Essentially, he was someone who didn't enjoy socializing. Conroy, apart from that mundane sense of justice to prevent human destruction, he would only do things that interested him. Yale shook his head, he had more important matters to attend to. "I'm busy." With that, he walked around Gemlas towards the opposite side of the road. His uncooperative attitude was too obvious, so Gemlas decided not to be too tactful anymore. He said, "Conroy, about vampires." Yale abruptly stopped, frowning, meeting his gaze. 10 minutes later, in a small tavern, Yale glanced at his watch and said indifferently, "You're a blood hunter, too." Gemlas nodded, "Yes, but I've only recently become one, so I haven't gathered much information." "Do you know when that legendary vampire ancestor will awaken?" Yale's fingers paused as they held the wine glass, then he met Gemlas's eyes and sneered. "Since you're new, don't entertain unrealistic thoughts." He removed his gold-rimmed glasses, allowing the inherent ferocity within him to show fully, especially since Macy wasn't here. He had no need to hide it. It was because of this ferocity and the bite mark on his neck that Gemlas sought him out. He clearly seemed experienced. Levier goals are aligned, aren't they? No blood hunter doesn't want to kill all vampires, especially that vampire ancestor. Aren't you curious what he looks like? Don't you want to shoot a silver bullet into his heart yourself? Gemlas became increasingly agitated, speaking persuasively. Lev, of course, he wouldn't mention it was for the vampire's heart to cure his beloved. In the dimly lit tavern, he didn't see the strange, mocking look on Yale's face. Yale set down the wine glass and spoke calmly. "What do you think the vampire ancestor should look like?" Gemlas thought for a moment before replying. "Probably a man with long fangs, sunken eye sockets, shriveled skin, and a hideous appearance." Yale's sneer interrupted him. "That's enough. You can dream all you want." Having said that, he stood up and headed for the door. Such an arrogant and disdainful attitude angered Gemlas. Gemlas stood up abruptly and grabbed Yale's shoulder. "You coward," he growled. Yale turned his head, smiling faintly. What if that vampire ancestor is actually a teenage girl? Conroy, teenage girl? Gemlas laughed at this joke. If it's a girl, wouldn't that be easier? I could pretend to fall in love with her, act like I willingly become her blood servant, and make her fall in love with me. Once I gain all her trust, I can kill her. With every word he spoke, Yale's expression darkened a bit more. Finally, Gemlas's wrist was gripped tightly, and Yale, with a grim face, shoved him away. Put your thoughts away. Conroy, novice blood hunter, shouldn't lust after things far beyond your reach. Saying that, he strode out quickly. Leavenly, when he reached the road and felt the cold wind on his face, did he suddenly realize why he had been angry. Conroy, after all, wasn't he doing exactly the same thing? Gemlas returned home gloomily. The negotiation failed, the attempt at exploitation failed, he needed to find more methods. However, today wasn't entirely fruitless. Conroy at least Yale's words gave him an idea. If the vampire ancestor were a woman, perhaps he could take a different approach. Though his appearance couldn't match Yale's, he was still charming and handsome, admired by many young girls here. In his younger days, he had also had a flirtatious period, courting several girls at once and leaving them heartbroken. Lev, of course, his true love was always the Darius Hood's sweetheart, for whom he had deep feelings. He would do everything to ensure she lived for a long time. Gemlas was almost moved by his own deep affection, and thinking about seeing Summer at home made his mood better. When he opened the door, he found not one but two girls. Especially noticing the girl wearing an exquisite cloak, with a delicate face like a doll's, he stared wide-eyed. This is Macy, Summer said happily, my new friend. Gemlas felt excited, never expecting to meet the girl he had tried to chat up again. He instinctively put on his flirtatious smile and extended his hand toward Macy. Hi, I'm Gemlas, nice to meet you. Macy blinked but didn't intend to shake his hand. Right that moment, there was a knock at the door. When it opened, Yale stood there expressionlessly, looking at Macy, taking a deep breath, trying to soften his usually harsh voice. Macy, let's go home. Chapter 437, The Pitiful Gem-Blood Servant of the Cold Gem-Blooded Vampire, 09. London looked at Lamar by the door in surprise, noting the depth in his eyes. After taking off his gold-rimmed glasses, there was an added intensity, like a wild beast reclaiming its possession. She suddenly smiled sweetly, with an indiscernible slyness. I want to spend more time with my new friend tonight. You can go back first. This tone didn't match how a young girl would speak to her elder brother but rather seemed suited for addressing a butler or driver. Gemlas had been guessing their relationship, now he was almost certain. Lamar should just be this noble girl's private tutor. Thus, he had nothing to worry about. Most importantly, having just suffered a setback from Lamar, he naturally wanted to get back on top. Gemlas put on a sunny smile. Right, London must have come of age. Tonight, I'll take you all to the pub. Summer's eyes widened in delight. Wow, brother, you've never taken me before. Lev, of course, Gemlas wouldn't take Summer. He always treated Summer as his possession, but he treated London differently. He acted like an eager male animal showing off his charm indiscriminately to any beautiful woman. Moreover, he only wanted to take pretty young girls like London out for fun and not develop anything. His heart belonged to Summer alone. London curled her lips without speaking, turning her head to look at Lamar. Conroy Bloodservant had no right to urge a vampire to leave with him. Lamar's expression grew darker. He was afraid London might lose control and harm innocence. That's what he told himself. His voice was nice, but after teaching all afternoon, it was slightly hoarse, giving it an almost soothing roughness. Jean good. We agreed to go together. Lamar took a step forward as he spoke. Gemlas frowned tightly due to his action, feeling the competitive urge well up again, and said loudly. May I ask what relation you are to Miss London? Conroy, are you her senior or guardian? Do you have the right to question her freedom? Lamar frowned tightly at Gemlas's words, clenching his fingers. Gemlas felt a surge of satisfaction. Clearly, he had no right to command London. Sure enough, London spoke up in a sweet and soft voice. Mr. Lamar is just my teacher. Gemlas thought it was indeed as he imagined. He laughed triumphantly. If you're just a teacher, surely you wouldn't manage your students' private life after class. With that, he turned to the two girls and held out his hand. Come on, let's go play. London stood up very cooperatively, indeed not looking back at Lamar again, but sweetly linking arms with Summer, happily saying. That's great. I've always wanted to go to a pub. Summer was also delighted, and soon they followed Gemlas toward the door. Lamar stared at London desperately, his eyes seemingly red from urgency. Gemmet, why did this happen? Conroy's a blood servant, shouldn't he take this opportunity to escape when the vampire had a new target? Gemlas led the two beauties past Lamar, pushing his shoulder and forcing him outside. Then Gemlas locked the door, nodding at Lamar. Dwight, Lamar is a dignified person and won't join us. Don't worry, I'll make sure London is fine. Lamar remained motionless, his tall figure stiffened, his head lowered slightly as he bit down hard on the inside of his mouth. He even tasted the metallic flavor of blood, which London used to love so much. Gemmet now, did she have a new target? Complex and chaotic emotions welled up inside him, too fast for him to react before seeing the three of them walking away. That vampire who pretended to be a human noble girl, who only showed her fangs in front of him, didn't even glance back. Did she really find a new target? Had she lost interest in him? Lamar squeezed his palm tightly and lifted his foot, following them. He needed to be her sole focus, because only then would he have more chances to kill her. He told himself this and quickly believed it. Dressed elegantly, he looked handsome, yet his behavior wasn't gentlemanly at all. He openly followed the three into the pub. When London ordered a fruit wine and sat down to happily watch the band perform, feeling that straight, intense gaze from behind, her smile grew wider. The object of her plan was still useful. Conroy at the very least, it would let her see her teacher take off those masks of feigned obedience and reveal a bit of his true self. Gems eyed her. Summer was eagerly holding Conroy's hand, discussing all these novelties she had never seen before. Gemlas naturally noticed Lamar's presence. It was obvious that he wasn't trying to hide. He vaguely understood why Lamar was acting like this. Could it be because he had flirted with Conroyna earlier? So when he invited him for cooperation, instead of accepting, he received ridicule. Now, bringing Conroyna out was also followed by him. Could it be that Lamar felt for Conroyna the same way he felt for Summer? No, not only did he love Summer the most in the world, but Conroyna's feelings for Lamar were also unlike Summer's feelings for him. Why would Lamar feel this way? Thinking about this, Gemlas' smile became even more confident. He turned to Conroyna with a laugh and asked, "Conroyna, your teacher is still staring at us." Conroyna curled her lips. "He used to be hired by my parents as my tutor, perhaps watching me grow up, always seeing himself as an elder." She lied fluently. Gemlas nodded, hearing Conroyna's tone, indeed without any affection towards Lamar, making things easier. "Conroyna, you're young now, maybe no one has told you to watch out for men like him. Have you noticed that he actually has different thoughts towards you?" Conroyna widened her eyes, and even Summer looked at Gemlas. Gemlas wore a look of concern for Conroyna as he said, "You might see him as a teacher, but he doesn't treat you like that, Conroyna, stay away from him." Conroyna blinked, looking at seated Gemlas, then above his head, revealing an utterly innocent smile. "He told me to stay away from you." Gemlas abruptly turned back, only to find Lamar standing behind him, gaze dark and fixed on him. In an instant, Lamar's ominous aura was revealed completely, and Gemlas even smelled the bloodiness coming from him. Chapter 438, The Pitiful Gemlud Servant of the Cold and Glamorous Vampire, 10. Gemet soon, he snapped out of this bizarre contest, realizing he was taking the upper hand. Conroyna wasn't embarrassed at all about getting caught. Instead, he stood up and hooked his finger around Lamar's shoulder. The alcohol made him more daring, and despite the terrifying look in Lamar's eyes, he still chuckled mockingly. "Why sneak around following us when you could have just openly said you wanted to join us? What exactly are you worried about, Dwight Lamar?" Lamar suddenly raised his hand and grabbed hold of Conroyna's wrist tightly. These hands had killed many vampires, often by stabbing a silver dagger into their hearts, ending them with one swift motion. Like an icy iron clamp gripping Conroyna firmly, it shocked him out of his slightly intoxicated state. Fear mixed with annoyance surged through him. "What are you crazy for?" Conroyna shoved Lamar's shoulder hard. "Don't you see that little girl has no interest in you?" The adult man's shoving action was significant, causing chairs and tables to make sharp sounds as they collided. People started cheering amid the rock music. Drama like this, fueled by jealousy, was common in small taverns. Everyone loved to watch. Summer, like a well-protected daughter flower, had never even seen loud conversations, let alone such scenes. Her face immediately turned pale, and she involuntarily leaned towards Conroyna. "What should we do?" Conroyna watched Lamar's face with interest, curved her lips, and stroked Summer's head. "Don't be afraid." Seeing her teacher like this genuinely pleased her. She felt so pleased that she was almost hungry. She didn't plan on stepping in, she liked watching her teacher lose it. Though he looked pitiable when well-behaved, if he always acted that way, it would seem fake. Following Conroyna's force, Lamar pulled his wrist and threw Conroyna over his shoulder directly. People cheered, as if watching a duel between warriors. When Lamar sidestepped Conroyna's attack again, his eyes met Conroyna's, and his movements momentarily paused. He saw Conroyna casually grab a bottle from the table and throw it at him. He had plenty of space behind him to dodge, but, at this moment, he took a step forward, facing the broken glass. Instantly, the sharp glass cut through his skin. Conroy's long gash opened on his forehead, and blood flowed down his face. Seeing blood finally dampened people's excitement, and they started pulling them apart. Lamar didn't resist any longer, taking a step back as others held him but refused their offer to bandage him. Conroyna came before Conroyna like a newly crowned wolf king who'd just won a challenge, saying proudly, "Conroyna, rest assured, if he bothers you again, tell me." Gemet Conroyna didn't look at him. Conroyna was swallowing saliva uncontrollably. She could barely hold back when seeing Dwight as usual. Now, seeing the blood, quite a lot, it filled her nose and taste buds with its sweet aroma, nearly making her unable to resist showing her fangs. She looked at Lamar, Lamar also looked at her. It seemed the man realized he'd taken a wrong turn. Now, he found his original path again. Looking at Conroyna, Lamar actually smiled. When he did, the bright red blood streaming beside his light blue eyes created a strangely seductive appearance on that perfect face. Then, he lifted his hand, using slender fingertips to draw the blood from his cheek, and then extended his tongue and licked the blood-coated fingertip. Conroyna. This provocation was too much. Conroyna seemed to still be saying something, but Conroyna no longer cared to listen. She stared intently at Lamar, her hunger unhidden in her eyes. Lamar laughed because of these eyes. Look, he won. Conroyna indeed preferred to feed on him. Standing up, he walked toward Conroyna, and Conroyna frowned, blocking his way. Lamar stopped but didn't look at Conroyna. Instead, he looked at Conroyna. "My little girl must be hungry. Can you go home with me now?" His voice was gentle, with a soft smile, combining oddly yet intriguingly with the blood on his face. Every prey believed themselves to be the hunter. Conroyna deeply inhaled, feeling she couldn't resist much longer. She stood up, extending her hand toward Lamar, Levi K. Conroy, who thought he had already won, couldn't believe what happened next. His eyes widened. Conroy, you don't have to compromise yourself. If you want to stay, just stay. No one is forcing you to do anything you don't want to. Shut up, Lamar interrupted in a slightly hoarse voice. Now that you have someone you want to protect, you should focus on your own treasure, not keep your eyes on others. Lamar said, holding Conroy's hand. Seemingly by accident, he held Conroy's hand that was smeared with his blood, transferring it onto her skin. Conroy turned back and smiled at Summer. Don't be afraid, see you at school tomorrow. It was only then that Conroy noticed Summer's tearful eyes and pale face, finally feeling heartache for her condition. Conroy, after comforting Summer, he realized Conroy and Lamar had already left the tavern. The night breeze was slightly cool, providing the best cover for vampires. Lamar pulled Conroy's hand and walked swiftly towards the forest. Leavenly, when there was no one around, did he stop. His breathing was a bit heavy, and his light blue eyes turned deep blue in the darkness, like turbulent waves contained within them. Is having just one blood servant not good enough? He asked in a low voice, with a pleading tone of, which seems to be missed in translation as it doesn't have an exact match but can be interpreted as grievance. Even he doubted if he was acting or not. Why did these words come out without careful thought, almost instinctively? Conroy didn't respond but suddenly grabbed Lamar's shirt collar, pulling him down to bite into his neck. Conroy's muffled groan was swallowed by him. Lamar felt the chilling terror of losing blood, yet he curved his lips upward. Conroy, at least, he was still her only blood servant. Conroy swallowed the hot blood, only releasing her teeth when Lamar stumbled. Looking at Lamar again, her lips were now more vividly red, making her exquisite features appear like a mesmerizing enchantress in the dark. You're really well behaved if you're this good, of course you'll be the only one. Lamar's lips were pale, his obedient blue eyes gleaming. Thank you. Please stay away from Mr. Conroy in the future, he might hurt you. Conroy raised an eyebrow. You won't? Lamar clenched his palm tightly, his heart pounding against his chest. He forced himself to remain calm. No. To become the sole blood servant and gain all her affection and dependence, and then. He repeatedly reminded himself of his goal in his mind. When they returned to the castle and opened the door, he froze. Conroy stood in the courtyard, arms open wide. Welcome home, I've prepared some gifts for you. Many perfectly trained blood servants. Just behind him, a group of handsome men and beautiful women awaited the favor of the vampire progenitor, like imperial concubines waiting for the emperor. Chapter 439, The Pitiful Gemlud Servant of the Cold and Gemmotiful Vampire, 11. Before Macy and Yale could react, Conroy had already rushed over to Macy, pulling her hand and leading her in front of the blood servants. People from all over who belong to our clan have heard that you have awoken and have brought gifts. I told them about your preferences. They sent the most obedient and beautiful blood servants they had. Would you like to try each one? His tone was as if he had placed a row of different flavored small cakes in front of Macy and asked her to pick her favorite. Conroy's sudden anecdote popped into Macy's mind. It goes that when a vampire falls in love with a human, it's as absurd as a human falling in love with a cookie. Yet, cookies will rot very soon. Macy blinked her eyes and was pulled in front of a man with long golden hair. Ernst bore some resemblance to Yale. Conroy introduced excitedly. He has been trained as a blood servant since Dariushood, not only beautiful, obedient, and loyal, but also exceptionally gentlemanly and elegant. His blood tastes wonderful too. Then, he pointed to a voluptuous woman with light brown hair. She is a blood servant who exchanged her blood and devoted heart for our wealth. I don't know if you prefer ladies, but she has high emotional intelligence and knows how to amuse you. Next was a youth akin to a young deer. He may be young, but he has a very tender taste and has a fledgling complex. He calls everyone big sister adorably. Conroy's Macy looked at them one by one. She had to admit that these carefully selected gifts were indeed top-notch. She licked her lips, preparing to say something, when suddenly arms wrapped around her shoulders and she found herself embraced in a broad chest. Yale, unknown when he had followed, hugged her from behind. He seemed hesitant to hug her too tightly, afraid she might get angry, yet his muscles were tense and trembling slightly. Without turning her head, Macy couldn't see his expression but heard his soft voice above her. Macy doesn't need these blood servants. She has me, that's enough. Conroy's face darkened immediately. To him, a blood servant daring to make decisions for a vampire was sheer blasphemy, deserving of immediate execution. Moreover, his great-grandmother was the ancestor of vampires, the strongest and most beautiful among all vampires. So many humans willingly became her blood servants, yet this Yale, a former blood hunter, dared to stand equal? Conroy abruptly raised his hand, and the black bracelet on his wrist instantly transformed into a snake-like whip, lashing fiercely towards Yale's wrists encircling Macy. Slap. Instantly, a terrifying wound appeared on Yale's wrist. Vampire weapons always carried some magical attack. Not only was the wound deep, but its edges were surrounded by black mist, slowly corroding deeper. This pain far exceeded any harm from human weapons. Yale curled his fingers sharply, an uncontrollable grunt escaping his throat before he quickly swallowed it down. His heaving chest pressed against Macy's back as he breathed heavily. Conroymius frowned. Levi, your most honorable existence isn't someone like you, a lowly blood servant, can touch. You are merely food. Conroy afterwards, he looked at Macy. Grandma, you really shouldn't indulge him so much. Macy looked down at the wound on Yale's arm that encircled her, smelling the strong aroma again. Perhaps it was the deepest bond within her soul. No human other than Yale could stir such a fierce hunger in her. She licked her lips. Gem at Macy's brief silence made Yale feel that she was hesitating, deciding which one to choose. His heart tightened inexplicably, yet he didn't know why. His nearly pleading voice trembled as he said to Macy. You said, I'm the only one. Conroymius widened his eyes, looking at Macy as if she were a dim-witted emperor bewitched by a beautiful concubine. Macy smiled. Yale's look of being abandoned, like a big dog thrown aside, genuinely amused her. She turned, meeting Yale's eyes, and indeed saw fragile moisture in those blue eyes. How beautiful, she wished to shatter that sapphire and rebuild it in her desired form. She had just enjoyed his blood, Yale still hadn't recovered, his complexion still pale. Conroy additionally wounded by Conroymius's lash, blood still flowed from the wound on his arm, making him appear unsteady. Despite enduring such severe injuries previously and surviving. Now, he seemed as if he would collapse in front of Macy at any second. Whether acting or real, it was undoubtedly beautiful. Macy laughed happily. These people. Conroymius's face lit up with an eager expression, while the blue gem in Yale's eyes seemed about to shatter. Send them back first. We'll talk when I need them. Conroymius froze, heaving a heavy sigh. Yale's eyes widened slightly, and the cautious fear in them vanished in an instant. Gemmet, she only said to send them back for now, not that she would never need them. He still had a long way to go. Macy held Yale's arm and walked toward the castle. Yale glanced down at Macy's delicate pale fingertips, then looked back at the group of high-quality humans. Some bold blood servants even dared to look up at Macy, their eyes filled with longing. Yale realized again how many were willing to be Macy's blood servants. Deeming allowed to kneel before such a perfectly elegant figure, having virtually endless treasure, at the cost of just some blood from time to time. He touched his rapidly beating heart secretly, withdrawing his gaze. Gemak in the room, Macy carelessly took off her cloak. Conroy, an obedient blood servant, stepped forward to take it. Vampires don't need sleep, but humans do. Yale, having lost too much blood and gone without rest for a long time, was so exhausted that he felt like fainting any second. Conroy, after hanging Macy's cloak properly, he raised his blood-stained arm. Do you wish to enjoy me? His voice was very soft, obedient, as if he had already given everything. Gemmet Macy sat comfortably in her chair, lifting her gaze to him, a lazy smile on her lips. My blood servant, since you want to be my only one, there must be something different about you, right? If it's just providing blood, what makes you qualified to be my only one? The girl's voice was sweet and sticky, hiding a venomous danger deep within. Like a snake wrapping around the hunter's ankle, forcing him to kneel. The hunter didn't know whether he was hiding to kill or kneeling willingly. Yale took a deep breath, kneeling on one knee before her, his eyes moist and devout. I don't know if you would like my body. Chapter 440, The Cold and Gemotaful Vampire's Pitiful Gemlud Servant, 12. So direct? Macy let out a light laugh, lifting Yale's chin. You seem very experienced. Have you done this before? Yale frowned, firmly saying, no. His life revolved around academics and killing vampires. The identity of a linguistics professor masked the bloodiness of his deeds well. Conroyed vampires, since that horrifying night he witnessed when he was 12, they became his eternal enemies. It seemed many girls had been hurt for him, but he always realized it belatedly, only after being reminded by others. Gemmet, he didn't take it to heart. However, everything felt so natural when he faced Macy. This naturalness made him somewhat afraid. Macy's next words frightened him even more. Lev, of course I'm interested in your body. Strip. Seeing Yale's originally pale face flushing red, she added maliciously. Completely. Yale froze. Though he was dizzy from blood loss, his face flushed hotly. She was truly too cruel. He found it hard to maintain his composure. He almost wanted to stab her heart with a silver dagger. Lev, of course, that would be like an egg hitting a rock. Yale closed his eyes tightly, biting down on his lower lip, then began unbuttoning his shirt. His fingers trembled, smearing blood onto his skin. Bit by bit, he exposed himself completely. Conroy, at least this would make her trust him more. Thinking this, he tried to distract himself, but someone as cruel as Macy wouldn't allow it. You are really beautiful, my little blood servant. I wonder if you will enjoy it too. Conroy, she spoke, her icy fingertips brushed against his burning collarbone, trailing downwards. Her touch felt more like a venomous snake's. His breathing grew faster, his chest rising and falling dramatically, tasting the coppery flavor of blood in his mouth. Macy drew closer, and he almost forgot to breathe, his mind blanking out, catching faint whiffs of a sweet scent. Do vampires smell sweet? Just as this thought crossed his mind, his lips were bitten. The cool, soft sensation made him tense up entirely, his pupils contracting from the unexpected kiss. Macy's voice mumbled as she nibbled on his lips, laughing. Loosen up a bit. Don't bite so hard. Yale reflexively obeyed, loosening his lips and feeling that nimble tongue licking the wound inside his mouth. The licking brought sharp pain, and his mind went blank, only the mixture of blood and fragrance burying all his complex emotions. Before he could faint, Macy released his lips, patting his face happily. That's better. Next time we kiss, don't forget to breathe. Conroy. Soon as she finished speaking, Yale gasped for breath like a dying fish. The suffocation made his eyes glisten, the moisture teetering on the edge, threatening to fall. Exhausted from blood loss and oxygen deprivation, his mind grew hazy. Hearing what Macy said, his first reaction was, she seems to know a lot. Has she done these things with other blood servants before? Macy stood up and patted his face. Gene, good and rest. Human bodies are truly fragile. Yale obediently stumbled onto the bed. Macy gave him a playful eyebrow raise, good night. Then she made a small gesture, and Yale practically fainted on the spot. Macy stretched lazily under the moonlight. The moonlight made vampires more lively. Under its glow, the girl's skin gleamed coldly. Conroymia's sigh echoed behind her. You shouldn't care so much about a human. Conroy, vampires who care too much about humans don't end well. Macy turned to look at him. Weren't there forbidden spells to turn humans into vampires? Conroymia's widened his eyes. You can't seriously be thinking of doing that. You're the most powerful vampire, transforming a human would cost you a lot of power. Macy chuckled, no, just a thought. She indeed hadn't intended to do that, as she wouldn't stay in this world forever. Extended life for him would be meaningless. Still, whatever developments and choices might arise intrigued her. Hearing Macy wasn't serious, Conroymia sighed in relief. That's good. I feared you'd become infatuated. Gemma, don't you want to see those obedient blood servants? Not even taste them? Macy replied, nah, not hungry. Disappointed that his gift wasn't appreciated, Conroymias was glad at least his ancestor didn't get entangled with that blood servant. Gems eyed her, there was some commotion, and Macy caught another whiff of blood, but this scent did not stir her appetite. TSK, another blood hunter. Conroymias looked in that direction, probably because they've heard you're about to awaken. So many blood hunters will come even if they know it's dangerous, hoping for a stroke of luck. If they could successfully kill you, it's every blood hunter's dream. Macy let out a light laugh. There's no need to kill these blood hunters who come to kill me. Conroymias asked, why? Macy replied, maybe some of them could be useful. She was really afraid that if the character she needed to deal with got captured and executed right away, it would mean she was indirectly killed by Gemlas. Now, she was curious about what that character was doing. Let this blood hunter go, he can't cause much trouble anyway. I'm going out to do something. Having said that, Macy vanished from the spot with remarkable agility. Conroymia sighed. He felt like his ancestor always made him worry endlessly. Under the night sky, Macy walked down the street toward Gemlas's residence. She needed to know when Gemlas planned to come to the castle to kill her, so she could prevent any accidents from happening. Since vampires often appeared in this small town, the streets were usually empty at night. Macy strolled along like a lost girl, her light footsteps distinctly audible in the deserted street. Conroy, she walked forward, her sharp ears twitched. It sounded like she heard a girl's faint scream. Conroy, it seemed quite familiar. Picking up speed, she swiftly moved toward the source of the sound, too fast for anyone to see her. It turned out to be Gemlas's house. Gemlas wasn't home, and Summer was alone, pinned to the ground in the yard by a dark figure, making cat-like cries of terror. Conroy, differently, it was another vampire. Macy took 2 quick steps forward and kicked the vampire off Summer. Gemma, everything happened too fast, and there was a flash of silver in Summer's hand. Without holding back, Summer stabbed a silver dagger straight at Macy's heart. Chapter 441, The Pitiful Gemlud Servant of the Cold and Gemodiful Vampire, 13. Karina. She suddenly stepped back, her extremely quick reflexes only allowing the silver dagger to barely graze the skin exposed by her chest. Even the weakest girl can unleash a tremendous amount of strength in the face of death, and Summer was a good example of this. Gemlas had taught her many methods to deal with vampires, so she always carried a silver dagger with her. She had heard the miserable cry of a cat outside her window while she was sleeping and couldn't help but go out into the yard for a look. Conroy's a result, she was directly pounced on by a vampire that had come out looking for food. However, even if Karina hadn't shown up, she probably would have been fine. Gemma, she had already pulled out the dagger from behind her waist and used all her strength. Gemma, at the moment of stabbing, the weight pressing down on her vanished instantly, and she failed to control her momentum. Karina. Summer was panting heavily, her face and lips pale. How did you? She stared blankly at the patch of skin exposed at Karina's neckline, which had merely been brushed by the dagger in her hand, showing signs of corrosion-like wounds. For the first time, Karina truly felt the fatal damage silver could inflict on vampires. Like scorching flames touching cold ice, it instantly melted away a layer of flesh. Karina hissed, raising her hand to touch the wound, controlling her abilities and preventing herself from recovering too quickly. This minor injury wouldn't harm her. Gemma, at this moment, she thought of a more skilled way to handle the situation. In Summer's panic-stricken gaze, Karina's long lashes trembled, her beautiful almond eyes reddened, and tears fell. Wah. I'm sorry, please kill me. Summer, Karina, how can you be? Karina nodded while sobbing, her fragile and pitiable appearance under the moonlight stirring one's sympathy even more. Yes, I am a vampire, but I wanted to save you. I have never harmed anyone. I'm just a very weak vampire who eats only vegetables. Karina found her own lie laughable, but clearly, the pure and innocent Lily believed it. Summer was almost instantly distracted by Karina's sorrowful appearance. She immediately threw the dagger away and walked toward Karina. Don't cry, I know you wouldn't hurt me. You were trying to save me. With tearful eyes, Karina said. My greatest wish is to live like a human being. So I sacrificed my lifespan just to walk in the sunlight. Can you keep my secret? Summer nodded eagerly. Lev, of course. I will protect you. Once a vampire is caught, humans often use terrifying methods to torture them. Summer had already considered Karina as a close friend and was mesmerized by her tears, feeling that knowing her best friend's secret certainly wouldn't be told to anyone. Karina couldn't help but curve her lips subtly upon hearing the sound of the vampire she had kicked getting up. Gemma, she didn't intend to act anymore because she heard footsteps approaching. It was Gemma's returning. Karina stood in front of Summer with a frightened yet brave expression. Do not harm her. The vampire appeared to be of low rank and didn't seem too intelligent. Staring at Karina for some time, he perceived her as someone trying to snatch his meal. Without mercy, he bared his fangs and pounced. Jamang. It was the sound of a silver bullet hitting the heart. Karina put on a look of horror, holding Summer's hand as she watched Gemma's lower his gun, walking in with a gloomy expression. Summer, why are you out at night? He then looked at Karina. What are you doing here? Wiping her tears, Karina replied, I was passing by while trying to catch a kitten and just happened to see Summer in danger. Summer hurriedly peeked out from behind Karina. Yes, it was Karina who saved me. Gemma frowned as he scrutinized Karina for a while. Karina covered the wound on her chest, appearing pitiful and tearful. No man could resist feeling soft-hearted in such a situation. He let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, nothing happened. Whatever happens in the future, do not go out at midnight. Got it? Gemma's beautiful girls nodded obediently, glancing at each other before entering the house. Sitting down, Gemma's opened his bag. The silver weapons inside flashed brightly, blinding Karina's eyes. Gemma's, Summer, I'll be leaving soon and might be gone for a long time. I've asked for an extended leave from the police station and requested they take care of you a bit more. Summer held Karina's hand, thinking Karina would be scared seeing those silver weapons. Why? Where are you going? Summer asked. Karina glanced at Summer, thinking, he's going to fetch my heart. Gemma smiled slightly. Lev, of course it's for you, Summer. Conroy, though you are physically weak and lack abilities, I will always take care of you. Conroy, as long as you stay by my side, I'm willing to do anything. Don't worry, I'll come back with good things. During this time, be a good girl and don't interact with anyone. Then he looked at Karina with what he thought was an appealing smile. Karina, please take good care of Summer. He was skilled at such moral coercion toward Summer. It seemed like concern but was actually control, treating her as his possession, allowing her no freedom. Karina blinked her eyes, nodded, and thought that she just wanted to turn this innocent little flower who was used to being manipulated. Gemlis checked his equipment excitedly, spending a lot of time preparing for a significant mission. Silver daggers, bullets, silver needles, and all sorts of items rumored to greatly harm vampires. Excitedly, he took them out and placed them in front of Karina. Karina, never seen these before? They're for killing vampires, like the one you drove away. Karina blinked her eyes, never seen. Gemlis smiled, tossing a silver bullet towards Karina. Here, keep it as a souvenir. Conroy's the bullet almost hit Karina. Summer quickly raised her hand to catch it, biting her lip, afraid Gemlis would notice something amiss. She whispered. Don't give gifts to other girls. Indeed, when a girl acts jealous, men always find it flattering. The overly thoughtful Gemlis indeed didn't think much about it and laughed heartily. Karina also smiled sweetly. Daniel Leo told her that Gemlis's affection level was already at 60, plenty for her to spend. Conroy's for the teacher. When would he truly, willingly, abandon everything and offer everything, only wanting to be her exclusive blood servant? Chapter 442, The Pitiful Gemlud Servant of the Cold and Gemotiful Vampire, 14. Macy wasn't really in love. To be precise, even if she were a love-struck lunatic, she would still be an intelligent one. The teacher was well disguised, but she could always accurately catch the rebellion deep within him and the fleeting murderous intent in his eyes. She loved this, so she was willing to play along with him. After drinking a cup of hot water at Summer's home, she naturally stayed overnight as well. The night talks among the girls were particularly interesting, especially when they slept in the same bed. Taking advantage of the situation, Macy imparted a wave of independent female ideology to Summer, making Summer's eyes sparkle. The next morning, when Yale got up from the bed, he momentarily thought he was sleeping in his own home. It felt extremely secure, even giving him a terrifying sense of belonging. This was a dangerous signal. Having only met Macy for not too long, he distinctly felt a change in his mindset. Those complicated emotional surges in his chest made it impossible for him to consider his purpose. He really couldn't delay any longer. His gaze fell on the things he had bought not far away. They were intact, just as he had brought them back. She hadn't touched them and seemed uninterested. Was this the vigilance that a vampire ancestor should have? Conroy's surge of inexplicable anger welled up in Yale's heart. If it were someone else, would it also be so easy to gain her trust? Gemmet, he quickly suppressed this thought forcefully. There was no time or energy for idle thoughts. He went out as usual and headed for school. Conroyfter killing her, he would die too. Whether by being killed by other vampires or taking a bullet himself. Gemmafor then, he was still a linguistics professor. The young and handsome professor walked into the school, the gold-rimmed glasses adding a hint of melancholy to his eyes. Such an elegant and dignified presence always drew attention. When Yale entered the classroom, he found that Macy was already seated in the front row. Conroy, the moment their eyes met, the girl smiled sweetly and moved her lips. Good morning, teacher. Yale averted his gaze, his heartbeat thudding so heavily that he could hardly catch his breath. He taught this class very carelessly, absent-minded, but fortunately, the students didn't notice. Macy shouldn't have noticed either. Macy rested her chin in her hand, a faint smile on her lips, her eyebrows and eyes delicate and charming, her pitch-black eyes shimmering with light. She looked satisfactorily at her teacher. The bite mark on his neck, hidden by the collar, was faintly red, like a hickey. What was Dwight planning to do? Though she tried to hide it. She knew him too well. The hunter felt sorrow because he had feelings for the prey he needed to kill, yet unaware of the prey's pretense. Summer whispered softly in Macy's ear. Conroy, actually, I don't need you to take care of me. Don't come out every night, it won't be good if you get caught. Summer truly believed Macy was a fragile, pitiable vampire who wanted nothing more than to live as a human, fearing that Macy might be discovered by powerful blood hunters. Macy giggled and nodded. Levi K., I understand. You must take good care of yourself. Gemicides, I have something to do during this period and need to take a leave. That's good, Summer nodded. Macy glanced at Summer. Why worry about me and not worry about Jonathan? Summer pursed her lips. Conroy, actually. I've always regarded him as my brother, but he has helped me too much, and I can't refuse him. Macy chuckled lightly. He has helped you too much. It's you who washes his clothes and cooks for him, and provides him with emotional support. Moreover, you have excellent linguistic talent and could easily work at the school. Summer blushed. Can I really? Gemmet, my health is poor, I have heart problems, and I won't live past 30. Macy, so what? Since life is short, shouldn't all your time be spent on things you love? No one had ever said such things to Summer before. She had always been controlled by Jonathan so well that now everything became clear suddenly. She nodded. Conroy, Jonathan comes back this time, I'll talk to him properly. Jonathan had no idea that his beloved had been turned against him. He was finding a good way to infiltrate the forest. Conroy, he even put on his best clothes. Yale's words reminded him, what if the vampire ancestor was a woman? Conroy, class, amidst the astonished gazes of many students, Yale walked to Macy's side and bent down to ask her. Can you stay at home tonight? The hunter's invitation was a gentle trap. Macy arched her eyebrows and smiled. Since the teacher invited me, I'll definitely spend the whole night with the teacher. Yale suddenly felt hesitant to meet Macy's eyes. His long eyelashes trembled, straightened up, and said softly, Conroy, right. Summer watched the two interact, her face flushing red. She felt an undeniable tension between them that gave her a strange feeling she couldn't quite describe. Gemmet, it was so easy to root for. When Yale left the classroom, Summer couldn't help but pull Macy's hand and ask. Dwight, Yale and you, what's your relationship? He's human, right? Macy blinked her eyes. Dwight, Yale wants to kill me. Summer was stunned, then laughed. Macy, you're joking again. How could Dwight Yale possibly want to kill you? Clearly, he looks like he really likes you. Even bystanders could see it so clearly, but the teacher couldn't. Then let him kill her if he wants to. Macy inexplicably felt very happy. She patted Summer's head. I'll send you home. The moment the sun dipped below the horizon, Macy, looking at the blood-red sunset, returned to the castle. She changed into the black dress she wore when she first emerged from the coffin. Her skin was still pale, but her lips were now vividly red, nourished by fresh blood. She was beautiful yet fragile and audacious, sitting by the window like a living painting. That was the scene Yale saw when he entered the room. For a moment, he forgot how to breathe. He suddenly realized that he was about to be the one to destroy this beauty with his own blood. His fingertips trembled uncontrollably, and he found himself unable to take another step forward. She had never harmed a single human. She was different from those other vampires. Her fangs, her caresses, her enchanting voice. Conroy, the moment when his senses converged, Yale bit down hard on his tongue. Macy watched his not-so-obvious struggle, pretending not to understand, but found it thrilling. Would he really do it? That package contained the most lethal item. Macy beckoned him with a finger. I'm hungry. Yale, as if entranced, took one step after another toward Macy. Chapter 443, The Cold and Gemmotiful Vampire's Pitiful Gemlud Servant, 15. Macy was seated at a high place, and when she cast her gaze upon Yale, it carried an air of superiority. Yale approached Macy step by step, like a sacrifice walking toward its deity, or a hunter mourning the prey about to die. He was an exceptionally outstanding and highly experienced blood hunter who would always leave no room for vampires to struggle. In just a few breaths, he stood before Macy, tilting his head slightly upward to look at her. His nose caught a faint fragrance, one he had never smelled before, yet it felt strangely familiar. It was as if it were the scent from dreams that he had been chasing all along. His heart beat rapidly, and without realizing it, the reason for killing Macy had undergone a slight change. Previously, it was kill the strongest vampire to avenge humanity. Gem it now, a vague thought crept into his mind. If she died by his hand, he would be her only one. Conroy's this thought surfaced, his pupils constricted. Macy lifted his chin, curling her lips in a smile as she looked at him. What are you thinking? Yale's long, dark lashes fluttered like dying butterfly wings, shielding the stormy depths of his eyes. His voice was hoarse yet gentle, leavenly you. Macy seemed pleased with this answer. She was really too easy to deceive. Yale's Conroymias's apple moved. Gem behind him was the package he had bought, untouched. Inside was a silver dagger he was accustomed to using. The dagger, which he had personally sharpened to be deadly sharp, had killed many vampires with one strike. To kill Macy, this superpowerful vampire ancestor, he had even coated it with poison harmful to vampires. Every step he took was a gamble. He had prepared to be discovered and killed after bringing this item back. Yet, she did not suspect him at all. Conroy at this moment, facing Macy, with his back to the package and hands behind his back, he could easily pull out the dagger unnoticed. Then, during her kiss or while feeding on her, when she was completely unguarded and exposed her back to him, he could deliver a fatal blow. Wasn't this plan perfect? Wasn't this what he had always wanted? Conroy, after being a blood hunter for over a decade, wasn't this the moment he had been waiting for? Yale's breathing quickened, his fingertips trembling as he slowly reached towards the package behind him. Macy remained oblivious. She tilted her head, her black pupils seemingly transparent and clear, having lived so long but seemingly ignorant of human cunning and deceit. She smiled, thinking of me? Yet here I am right in front of you. What exactly are you thinking about? Yale's fingertips touched the cold metal. It felt like being scorched by the chilling cold, making his fingers twitch. He spoke softly. Your scent, you smell wonderful. Macy raised an eyebrow. Levy? If you like it, come closer and sniff. She sat on the edge of the bed, leaning forward, her slender and fair neck pressing against his nose. Conroy's cold fragrance hit him, causing Yale's heart to pound against his chest. The familiar yet unfamiliar scent almost took over his rationality. His fingertip trembled, brushing against the blade of the dagger, the pain snapping him back to reality. Looking at the graceful curve of her neck, he suddenly had the urge to bite down. He bit his lower lip, hearing himself say, "So fragrant, I love you." Macy giggled, sitting up straight and circling her arms around Yale's neck. Do you like me? How much? Enough to dedicate everything to me? Yale couldn't help but look up, the young girl tilting her head with a deep blue night sky behind her, the cool moon hanging on the horizon, unable to match the brightness of her eyes. Sometimes, reaching a decision takes a long time, countless choices, and sacrifices. Gem at changing a decision can happen in an instant. Yale withdrew his hand from the dagger, suddenly curling his lips into a smile. Yes. He decided not to kill her anymore, he couldn't bear to. Instead, he would sacrifice himself, becoming her chains. Conroy, as long as she didn't seek other humans, it would be fine. Macy seemed unaware of his internal struggle, unaware of the inner turmoil that had led to the death of the part of him that wanted to destroy all vampires. However, one desire fades away, only to be replaced by a new one. Macy delightfully hugged his neck. How wonderful, you're my favorite blood servant. Her tender voice struck his heart, word by word. The new desire turned into dark mist, spreading in Yale's heart. He stared into Macy's eyes unwaveringly. Favorite, blood servant, he repeated. Macy nodded, yes, teacher. She sweetly called him teacher, leaning down close to him, and kissed his cheek as if she were a tender and affectionate lover. Didn't you say you wanted to dedicate everything to me? She giggled, lifting her head to meet Yale's eyes. Dwight is the best when you're this obedient. I like teachers who are this good. Conroy, as if she couldn't see the storm in his eyes that had subsided and reignited. Just then, there was a sudden knock at the door. Yale's hand trembled as he looked toward the door. Conroymias pushed it open, ignoring their intimacy, and only looked at Macy. We've caught another blood hunter. He seems even stupider than the others, but feels like someone you might like. Do you want to see him? Macy raised an eyebrow. Conroy, tall man with broad shoulders and amber eyes? Conroymias nodded, yes, it seems he's definitely your type. Macy jumped down from the windowsill, brushed her waist-length golden hair aside, and looked expectant. Take me to see him. Gemless indeed came, as he did in the original plot on this day. Today was also the day the original host awakened. Now, Gemless' affinity towards her was very peculiar. His affinity towards noble Miss Macy was 60, but towards vampire Macy, it was -50, always fluctuating. This inconsistency troubled Macy and Conroy de Bayo, so they decided to simply meet him. She was genuinely looking forward to seeing Gemless' expression upon seeing her. Just as Macy took a step forward, she was suddenly held back by Yale grasping her wrist. Turning her head, she saw the handsome man's pale blue eyes glistening with fragile moisture. Underneath that fragility, a storm was gathering. "Didn't you say you liked me the most?" he asked hoarsely. Macy smiled at him. "Lev, of course, I love you the most. I'm just going to take a look." "Just a look." Yale drew a deep breath, lowering his gaze. "Fine, can I go with you?" "Lev, of course, you can." Macy's smile was as sweet as sugar-coated daggers, piercing into his heart, painfully yet exhilaratingly. Macy turned and took another step forward, but she noticed Conroymias at the doorway suddenly widen his eyes. "Jeem, careful." Before Conroymias could finish his sentence, Macy felt a chill at her back. The silver dagger was in Yale's hand, stabbing straight into her heart from behind. Chapter 444, The Cold Jamadi Vampire's Pitiful Gemlud Servant, 16. I finally understand what I want. Everything seemed to slow down. Conroymias's wide eyes and raised hands appeared frozen, the pain in his heart was dull, but Yale's voice was crystal clear. In the moment Macy turned her head in surprise, she saw his eyes change from light blue to deep blue. The storm had finally fallen, stirring up the deepest madness. His voice was almost gentle, word by word. "Turns out what I've always wanted is your exclusivity. From the moment I saw you. So I wanted to kill you, yet didn't want to kill you. Not killing you was because I couldn't bear it, and killing you was because I feared you would live too long, meeting many more obedient blood servants after my death." Gemmet he had misunderstood his own intentions all along. It wasn't some grand revenge for humanity. He had killed enough vampires to even the score. He just wanted to monopolize Macy as she had monopolized him. He was never the perfectly righteous good guy. Macy must hate him, he thought. "It's fine, hate me, cling to me. I will accompany you, dedicating all my blood to you." Conroy at the end of Yale's words, Macy suddenly raised her hand. Not toward Yale, but Conroymias. "No, don't let him die, I think. I can still save him." Conroymias? The silver dagger had already sunk into his heart completely. Conroy, this could be saved. Macy felt her strength rapidly draining, a corroding pain finally spreading. She felt very drowsy, the first time as a vampire feeling so tired. Wanting to crawl into the coffin for a nap. Her legs gave way, falling into a trembling, burning embrace. Then water droplets fell on her face. "Why?" Yale held Macy blankly, sorrow making him numb. He thought Macy would be furious, killing him, letting him share her fate. Lever perhaps letting Conroymias torture him to death. Gemmet he never expected Macy's reaction. Even after being deceived, she still wanted to spare his life. Even in extreme weakness, Macy smiled slightly. "Didn't expect you to really do it, I'm really angry." Conroy afterward, using the last bit of her consciousness, she instructed the stunned Conroymias. "Don't kill the captured blood hunter either, wait until I wake." Her world plunged into darkness. Macy felt confused. She was killed by her teacher again. Slowly realizing, she now understood how her teacher felt when she killed him. It wasn't anger, just a bit speechless. She had much to say, but her teacher had killed her without hesitation. Gemak at the Realm Management Jamuro, it seemed like her teacher also had something to say. Gemmet she also killed him without hesitation. Was this paying back for killing her teacher? However, though Macy had died, she hadn't truly died. Gemika's the plot had only just begun, and Jonathan had only just come to find her. How could the power of the world let her die like this? Lying in the coffin, Macy felt her lost strength slowly gathering. Finally, she felt a little benefit from this setting. Leaving outside the coffin, Conroymias finally confirmed that Macy wasn't dead. Relieved by his ancestors' tenacious vitality, he looked at Yale and Jonathan with a gaze usually reserved for dangerous concubines. Conroy's blood hunters, Macy ordered them not to be killed, so they were locked in the dungeon. The dungeon environment was quite decent, vampires always liked cleanliness. "I wonder what special qualities you two have. What did my great-grandma see in you?" Conroymias frowned, especially at Yale. "This time when my great-grandma wakes up, I will definitely persuade her to kill you. She treated you so well, yet you dared to kill her. What do humans call this? Conroy, ungrateful wolf?" Conroymias openly expressed his disgust and turned away. Since Macy lay in the coffin, Yale hadn't said a word. Conroy actually, after Macy lost consciousness, his first move was to pull the dagger from her heart and slash at his neck. He wanted to die with Macy. Gemmet his wrist ached, and Conroymias pounced, throttling him. "My great-grandma forbids your death, you don't even deserve to die." Conroymias felt Macy's breath, shockingly discovering she could indeed be saved. He tied up Yale and took him to the dungeon, where the man remained limp like a corpse. Then, the anxious and hopeful Jonathan saw Yale. "How are you here?" Jonathan asked in surprise. Yale didn't respond. Jonathan suddenly realized something. "No wonder when I initially approached you for cooperation, you refused me. Turns out your target was also the vampire progenitor." Yale suddenly lifted his head, his bloodshot eyes fixing intently on Jonathan, stopping all of Jonathan's following words dead in their tracks. Red veins covered the pupils, not a trace of blue remained. This look. Was that of a vampire? Jonathan felt as if he had been slapped in the face with blood, He closed his mouth and cautiously observed the surroundings and Yale's movements. Soon, Yale lowered his gaze and retreated into the corner, unmoving. Like a statue. Yale was reflecting. He was indeed a madman. Many years ago, when he was abandoned by his parents, when he caught a little wolf and tore open its neck, and saw the terrified looks the villagers gave him, he should have realized it then. Even after he became polite, knowledgeable, and gentlemanly, almost suppressing the Darius Hood massacres deep within his heart. Was hunting vampires really for revenge? No, those villagers who died had never treated him kindly, only beatings, insults, and endless disgust. He just found a reasonable excuse for his own killing spree. Now, the madness buried deep in his bones had resurfaced once again. He longed to bury his love in blood, selfishly wanting possession. To kill Macy, to be buried with her, to become her only one. When Macy spoke those words to him, he realized that he was never a hunter. Turns out she had always known his plan. She had always given him opportunities. What did he do? Yale's heart hurt fiercely, pain nearly to the point of madness. Unconsciously, he curled up in the corner, hugging his head, emitting low, hoarse whimpers almost inaudible from his throat. Jonathan sat across from him, frowning. Was this man going mad? Macy woke up faster than anyone expected. Clearly, her strength far exceeded Conroymia's imagination. Conroy, the first thing she did upon waking was to release Yale and drive him out of the forest. Then, let Jonathan be her blood servant. Chapter 445, The Pitiful Gemlud Servant of the Cold Gemlooded Vampire, 17. When Yale was thrown out of the forest, he only then trembled in reaction. The news that Macy wasn't dead made him shiver as if in shock, yet his mind went completely blank. During his confinement, he had barely eaten and was extremely weak. Dark and light spots flickered before his eyes, and after his emotions reached their peak, the pain became numb. It seemed that his entire body ached, but once it reached a certain point, the pain began to fade into numbness. There was only one thought now in his mind. Macy didn't want him anymore. Lev, of course, how could she possibly want him? She had saved his life, given him so much freedom and affection, and what did she receive in return? Conroy, fatal stab. Conroy, despicable person like him, how could he be worthy of her love? Shivering violently, he couldn't help but hug himself tightly, listening to the wind around him. His fingertips trembled as they rubbed the bite mark on his neck. That once deep bite, now almost indiscernible. Conroy, few steps away, just beyond this place, lay human society. Go back, return home, resume his normal life, live as an ordinary person. His former life was within reach, while behind him was an abyss. His towering figure curled up, long eyelashes trembling violently. His fingertips neurotically scratched at the bite mark on his neck, as if trying to make it bleed again, feeling the tearing pain might offer some relief. Conroy, the moment when blood soaked his fingertips, he suddenly wobbled to his feet. He glanced towards the brightly lit area where humans lived, then turned back resolutely. He wouldn't leave. He refused to go anywhere else. After taking 2 steps back, he saw 2 tall vampires sneer. This foolish human has received amnesty from our progenitor and still doesn't have the sense to stay away. He doesn't deserve to set foot in here again. Conroy's, they spoke, they seized Yale by the arms. Too weak to struggle, Yale could do nothing. That stab at Macy had utilized all his hunting skills, so fast even Conroymias couldn't stop it. Everything didn't turn out as he wished. It was night, and the streets were nearly deserted. Yale was dragged along and thrown onto the street like a piece of trash. 11 of them viciously kicked his ribs. Conroy, already incredibly weak, Yale almost vomited blood from the blow. Clutching his abdomen in agony, he instinctively curled up, with no thought of resistance. The words, Macy doesn't want him, kept circling in his mind, overwhelming all his perceptions of the outside world. He suddenly remembered that Macy had awakened, and he hadn't even seen her again. The 2 vampires soon left, leaving him alone on the empty street. In the dark night sky, even the moonlight hesitated to shine upon him. Jonathan sat in a luxurious room, fresh from a bath and dressed in an exquisite silk robe. Running his hands over the fabric, its smooth and slightly cool touch spoke volumes about its exorbitant cost. Half a year's salary wouldn't buy him such a garment. Everything around him screamed quiet wealth. Even the unassuming vase in the corner was a priceless antique. His heart raced. Conroy, though all the silver items on him were taken away, he knew he was no match for a vampire progenitor. They hadn't killed him. Which said a lot. Maybe Lamar was right, the vampire progenitor was indeed a woman. Conroy, she was interested in him. He wasn't inexperienced with women. Vampires shouldn't be too different from humans. Levifering himself wasn't a big deal, he wasn't a woman who needed to preserve chastity. He only hoped the incoming vampire progenitor wasn't too ugly, otherwise, he really wouldn't be able to bear it. Just as he pondered, footsteps sounded outside. Jonathan quickly seated himself by the table, furrowing his brows, a mix of anger, gratitude, anxiety, and arrogance. The legendary 12-segmented pie chart of emotional display was meant for people like him. Conroy's, the door opened, he took a deep breath, looked up, and froze instantly. Macy, he exclaimed incredulously, his eyes wide. How are you here? Were you also captured? Wait. He noticed the expensive gown on Macy, her pale skin, excessively cold beauty, and classical elegance blending perfectly with the surroundings. He was struck dumb. Conroy's bold idea emerged in his mind, and his heart pounded. Macy's lips curved slightly as she spoke. Yes, I am that legendary vampire progenitor, Mr. Jonathan. Need to get reacquainted? You, Jonathan was speechless. Conroy's a vampire, Macy could walk in the sunlight, and furthermore. His plan had been exposed under the eyes of the vampire progenitor, but she had just watched it all happen. Conroy's wave of embarrassing anger surged up in Jonathan's heart, and his first reaction was. He had been toyed with. Dumpling, Flint, the affinity is dropping too fast, it's almost negative. Macy spoke calmly. Sorry, because I truly yearned to become human and longed so much to be among humans, I've always hidden my identity. You won't blame me, will you? Her lips slightly downturned, giving her an utterly pitiful appearance. Combined with her breathtaking beauty, making her look watery-eyed like a human beauty. Dumpling, Levy, the plummeting affinity has stopped and is even showing signs of recovery, oh men. The sweet voice uttering sarcastic remarks was quite amusing. Macy held back her laughter and looked at Jonathan. I have never harmed humans, so do you want to leave? I can let you go. Her voice was gentle and harmless. No gentleman would bear to upset such a beautiful lady. Jonathan stood up, staring at Macy, took a step forward, forgetting even his anger over being deceived. Macy, I didn't expect. Sorry, I'm just surprised. He paused, suddenly a bold idea popped into his mind, an idea that excited him. Macy, do you have any feelings for me? Chapter 446, The Pitiful Gemlud Servant of the Cold and Gemotiful Vampire, 18. Karina felt that she had exhausted her entire acting career just to prevent herself from laughing out loud. Her face looked somewhat strange from holding back her laughter. Gemmet in Conroy's eyes, for some reason, he interpreted it as bashful shyness. Wasn't everything very clear now? Conroy vampire ancestor mingling among humans, getting close to him, knowing he was going to kill her yet still being so gentle to him. If this wasn't love, what was? Seeing Karina silent, Conroyers gave a charming smile. Don't worry, I understand. I will keep your secret. Conroy as he spoke, he moved closer to Karina, feeling the atmosphere grow intimate, his smile grew even gentler. Karina, actually, I feel something for you too. Conroy's for summer, don't worry, I always considered her my sister. Karina sighed inwardly at how shameless a man could be. She coughed softly, covering her mouth, appearing even more shy. Is that so? It's late, you should rest now. With that, she prepared to leave. Gemmet Conroyers still had an important question. Levy right, what's up with Lamar? He's also a blood hunter. Does he know you're a vampire? Karina blinked, I know he's a blood hunter, and he knows I'm a vampire. Conroyers' eyes widened, suddenly recalling the words Lamar asked him when inviting him to collaborate. If the vampire ancestor is a woman? That was asking for a solution. Conroyers hurriedly said nervously, don't trust him, he wants to kill you. Karina replied, I know. If he were someone I loved, I'd willingly let him kill me. Gemmet, I no longer like him, so I cast him out. Karina said this to give Conroyers hope, making him realize the high probability of her being killed by him. Sure enough, a glint of surprise flashed in Conroyers' eyes before he forced himself to hide it and said, You are truly a good girl. Karina's lips twitched slightly, turning away without further ado. TSK, Conroyers really made her feel disgusted, she missed her teacher. What was Dwight doing now? Having been stabbed and revived, Karina expended a significant amount of her innate power. Fortunately, her strength was formidable, and the world wouldn't allow her to die so easily, so she wasn't troubled at all. Her figure melded into the darkness like a wraith. Lamar was crawling towards the forest bit by bit. Countless days without food had left his limbs almost powerless. Just now, he received another heavy kick, likely breaking one or two ribs, which pained with every breath. His fingertips were bloody on the rough ground, yet he felt no pain. He only wanted to go back. Just one more glance at her. Karina quietly stepped on a branch not far from him, watching her battered and vulnerable teacher, involuntarily licking her lips. Yes, just like this, so beautiful. Like completely shattered porcelain. She didn't mind her teacher's madness or his murderous intent but disliked his impulsive actions. Under the dim night sky, the man on the ground had a deathly pale complexion, his light blue eyes almost colorless, reflecting only faint specks of light. He panted, moving towards the castle, unable to see anything. His brows and eyes were astonishingly beautiful amidst shattered emotions, accentuated by a dribble of bright red blood. Karina touched her heartbeat, feeling exhilarated. Should she pick up this pitiful big dog now or let him wander a little longer? Karina pondered while stroking her chin, but soon footsteps approached from nearby. Night Patrol Police. They soon saw Lamar and asked if he needed help. Gemmet Lamar couldn't communicate, he could only crawl towards the castle by instinct. The policeman had no choice but to forcibly drag him away. Conroy Knight, a bloody man on the road, could easily attract vampires. They cautiously observed their surroundings, finding nothing unusual, thus relaxing. When dragged away, Lamar lacked the strength to struggle, his bloodshot eyes gazing at the direction of the forest. Karina clicked her tongue, thinking these police officers had made her decision. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Lamar turned his head sharply, looking in Karina's direction. Gemmet he saw nothing. The next day, doctors at the hospital tried to stop Lamar, the highly uncooperative patient, from leaving. Deeming the most famous teacher in the school, he was quickly recognized. He had 2 broken ribs and was severely weakened, yet at dawn the next day, as soon as he could walk, he pulled out the anti-inflammatory drugs and nutritional fluids that were still dripping into his vein. Conroy drop of fresh red blood seeped out from his vein. He stared at the droplet for a moment before striding out. Mr. Lamar. You can't be discharged now. The nurse chased after him. Gemmet Lamar merely glanced back, and the nurse stood rooted to the spot. It was a look that spoke volumes. Conroy's if already dead from despair but still harboring an intense unwillingness to let go, even if all that remained was bones, he would struggle to rise and ask for answers. The light blue surface was coated with blood-colored ice. The nurse stood there, watching the tall and slender figure walking away step by step. Conroy notion surfaced in Lamar's mind. He would continue teaching at school. If he went to the castle now, he would certainly be blocked by those vampires again. The dense forest canopy, like the night, allowed vampires to move freely, and he could not get close. Gemmet what if, just what if, Karina came to school again? This was almost a zero probability event, yet he became obsessed, staring at his treated fingertips for a long time before changing into a well-tailored suit. Handsome and elegant, Mr. Lamar was still Mr. Lamar, only his complexion was too pale. He was still in pain, and he hadn't even taken any painkillers. This pain was a form of self-punishment, a punishment for killing Karina. It wasn't enough, he was even hoping Karina would cut open his chest and take out his heart. Conroynothing was fine, as long as he could see her one more time. Led in the way, some students dared not greet him. His demeanor had completely changed, becoming gloomy, and the suppressed bloodlust that was usually hidden now overflowed without restraint. The moment he stood on the podium, he cast his eyes down to scan. No Karina. His chest hurt fiercely, and it suddenly hurt even more, his lips turning deathly pale. However, the next second, a red figure walked in. Sorry, I'm late. Karina entered the classroom and sat beside Summer. Conroy at the same time, a man was following her, carrying her coat, appearing quite intimate. It was Conroynders. Chapter 447, The Pitiful Gemlud Servant of the Cold Gemluded Vampire, 19. The girl remained as beautiful as ever. Rather, each day she became even more stunningly beautiful than the previous one. Lamar's eyes almost greedily fixed on Conroyna. Conroy the weakness and pitifulness that he used to display before Conroyna had vanished completely. In place of his once harmless gaze was a wolf-like, obsessive possession. Conroy it wasn't just this. There were far more, complex emotions, longing, pain, love. Indescribable, only a glimpse could be caught from the stormy sea in his eyes. Fervent plea, painful redemption, humble love. Conroyed upon seeing Conroynders, there was an almost uncontrollable killing intent. Gemmet Conroyna merely glanced at those nearly broken beautiful eyes and turned her head to speak with Summer. Lamar focused all his attention on Conroyna and naturally knew what she said. Conroyna asked. I've come back earlier than planned. Did you miss me? Summer nodded, her face blushing. Yes, but why is Brother Conroynders here? Conroyna and Summer turned their heads together toward Conroynders. Conroynders, however, paid no mind to the two girls' gazes, feeling like a thorn pricking him under Lamar's stare. It seemed that if he dared take another step forward, a hungry wolf would immediately pounce and snap his neck. Conroynders took a deep breath, reminding himself that he had won, and Lamar was the defeated one. He was jealous. Gemmet with Conroyna present, Conroynders wouldn't dare do anything rash. With that thought, Conroynders smiled, placing Conroyna's coat on her chair, and softly said, Jeemhaven class, I'll wait for you outside and we can go home after class. He deliberately raised his voice, catching a glimpse of Lamar turning deathly pale after hearing these words. The victor's joy welled up within Conroynders, so comforting Summer felt less necessary. Summer, don't worry, I've been busy lately. He knew that by doing this, Summer would certainly be jealous. Gemmet now, in front of Conroyna, he couldn't show any concern or affection for Summer. He had to win over Conroyna quickly. After everything ended, holding Conroyna's heart before Summer, she would surely understand. Seeing Summer obediently nod, Conroynders inwardly sighed. His little Dariushood friend was indeed obedient. Conroyally, Summer felt relieved. Relieved that Conroynders seemed to finally have less control over her. Conroyed apparently, he had shifted his focus to Conroyna. Conroy guess formed in Summer's mind. She watched Conroynders leave and whispered. Conroyna, you didn't date Conroynders just for my sake, did you? Conroyna blinked, unable to hold back a laugh. How naive and cute this innocent girl was. She gently replied, you can think that way, class is starting. Summer's face reddened further, sticking out her tongue and hurriedly sat down. Then she looked up and saw Lamar, pale as if about to faint. He was already quite weak. Originally, he should have stayed in the hospital for at least a week, but he left forcibly the next day and hadn't rested properly since. The dark circles under his eyes and bloodless lips gave him an eerie beauty post-destruction. His fingertips trembled slightly, and his eyes, gazing at Conroyna, were brimming with uncontrolled moisture. Every move clearly illustrated the current state. Conroyers had successfully replaced him. Gemmet, did he have the right to despair here? After all, he was the one who stabbed her heart with a dagger. The students all noticed something odd with Dwight Lamar. They were very worried but dared not ask. Today, Dwight Lamar looked like a vampire, somewhat terrifying. Leavenly Conroy wore the same expression. Conroy's faint smile curled her lips, lazily raising her gaze to look at him as if nothing had happened. Even Conroy spoke up. Dwight Lamar, are you not feeling well? Why haven't you started the lesson? Her voice was gentle yet resonated clearly in the vast and quiet classroom. Despite being soft, to Lamar it sounded like knives dripping with honey, sharply piercing into his heart. Please, stop it. Uncomfortably, he hunched his back, wanting to curl up. Even if it meant being tortured, or killed by her hands, it would feel better than this. Without warning, tears fell from his eyes. Everyone was startled. Finally, the classmates couldn't help but stand up to inquire. Dwight Lamar, are you alright? Is something hurting badly? Dwight, should we call an ambulance? The sight of the fragile beauty crying touched Conroy deeply. Her heart softened painfully, yet strangely satisfying. She stood up, picked up her coat, and instead of showing the same concern as all the students, she slowly said, Since Dwight Lamar isn't feeling well, I'll just head back. Conroy, she spoke, she seemed about to walk out. Lamar suddenly gasped, his voice hoarse and trembling, speaking his first words of the day. Don't go. Conroy turned around, as if she couldn't see the emotions in his eyes, and innocently replied. Gemmet, I came here for class. Since the teacher can't continue, why should I stay? Lamar took a hasty step forward, the abrupt movement causing a tearing pain in his chest. Conroy's metallic taste rose in his throat, but he endured it. He spoke urgently. I can still teach. Swallowing the bitter sweetness in his throat, he managed to smile faintly. His eyes were still wet, and the corners of his eyes were red, yet he forced a pleading smile. Conroy's heart skipped a beat. She had to admit, that smile had hit her right in the heart. The proud and cold girl lifted her chin and returned to her seat. Since the teacher is so dedicated, then let's continue the lesson. Lamar exhaled a breath laced with blood, trying hard to stand upright. No need to call an ambulance, I'm fine, he said in a hoarse voice. The students were at a loss for what to do. Just now, Dwight Lamar and Conroy. It seemed there was some incredible story between them. Lamar closed his eyes, resting his hand on the lectern, trying to stand a bit straighter. Conroy, at least he wanted Conroy to stay longer, he wished to watch her more. He had to hold on, no matter how much it hurt. He began to speak. Each word tugged at his aching lungs, perhaps even when tortured by those vampires long ago, it hadn't been this bad. His terrifying willpower really allowed him to endure. Despite his lips being frighteningly pale and his fingertips trembling, he still looked at Conroy and delivered his lesson, word by word. Until the end of class, he did not stop. Conroy stared back at him, a smile playing on her lips, seemingly very satisfied with today's lesson. Until the classroom door was knocked on. It was Conroy's. It's already after class time, Dwight Lamar, holding over isn't good behavior. Chapter 448, The Poor Gemlud Servant of the Cold and Gemotful Vampire, 20. Lamar's pale face made Jonathan even more delighted. Jonathan actually hoped that Lamar would die. For some inexplicable reason, from the very first moment he saw this man, he felt that he was a formidable opponent who would certainly hinder him. So, the worse Lamar fared, the happier Jonathan became. Sure enough, when Lamar heard these words, he took a slight step back as if struck by them. Jonathan chuckled smugly. In reality, Lamar simply couldn't stand firm any longer. His blood sugar and blood pressure must have been dangerously low, and the chest pain was causing his vision to blur. He really couldn't hold on much longer. Standing here for 2 hours had already reached his limit. Gemmet, he felt unwilling. Unwilling for Conroy to leave with the man who was replacing him. In a daze, he saw Conroy stand up. Few students also walked towards him, preparing to help him to the school clinic. Gemmet Lamar's gaze remained fixed on Conroy. When 2 students supported him on either side, he suddenly lurched forward, breaking free of their support, wanting to get closer to Conroy. However, he overestimated his physical state. Conroy's unbearable wave of pain and weakness washed over him, and his legs gave way, making him kneel on the ground. He fell right in front of Conroy. The dull thud as his knees hit the floor seemed distant. He struggled to stand up but found his body unresponsive. Conroy looked down at him, her eyes hidden in the light coming from outside. Just a little more. Lamar's consciousness was already fading, and all he could do was instinctively inch closer to Conroy. Gemmet Conroy didn't seem to intend to stay there. Instead, she walked toward the door. Unable to stand, he ended up crawling and grabbed her skirt with trembling fingers, holding on tightly. Fresh blood seeped from his injured fingertips onto her red dress, merging into one, making the hem appear even brighter. Don't go. His voice was hoarse and barely audible. Gemmet's eyes stubbornly stayed open, looking up at her despite the pain clouding his senses. Conroy swallowed hard. She was incredibly hungry. The students were too frightened by Lamar's unusual behavior to move, while Jonathan, watching from outside the door, felt both satisfied and furious. Taking a big step forward, Lamar, please have some self-awareness and stop. Conroy as he approached Conroyna, he aimed to step on the hand gripping Conroyna's skirt. Conroy at that moment, Conroyna suddenly squatted down, grabbing Lamar's wrist. Jonathan, who had intended to stomp down, staggered sideways, frowning at Conroyna. Conroyna, don't be soft on this scum. Before he could say more, Conroyna glanced up at him. Her eyes were dark and terrifying, like nothing reflecting could survive inside them. For the first time, Jonathan realized Conroyna was a vampire ancestor. Levine's glance made him shut up immediately. Conroyna then looked at Lamar again, her voice sweet and gentle. Dwight Lamar, this is really not very dignified. Her fingertips lightly brushed the inside of Lamar's wrist, carrying an ambiguous sense of threat. Despite being nearly unconscious, Lamar perked up. Even in near fainting, he still felt elated. Conroyna touched him. Did it mean he still had a chance? He didn't know what to say, just instinctively repeated. Don't go. Don't leave me. Like a lost puppy, finally giving up everything. Conroyna licked her lips, laughing amidst the sweet scent of fresh blood. How pitiful. Was this smile her forgiveness? Lamar's world went completely dark. His forced endurance reached its breaking point, any more strain would cause his body to collapse completely. At Lamar's fainting did not snap the stunned students out of their shock. The conversation between Dwight Lamar, Conroyna, and Jonathan contained too much information. What kind of shocking drama is this? Conroyna slowly stood up, nodding at the students. Please help me take Dwight Lamar to the hospital. Everyone hurriedly helped carry Lamar to Jonathan's car. Jonathan frowned deeply, clenching his fist. What does this mean? Is Conroyna still attached to this blood hunter? He pursed his lips and got into the car, even forgetting about Summer. Leavenly when Conroyna told him to wait and drop off Summer first did he remember his Darius hood friend. After dropping off Summer, he silently drove to the hospital. Finally, Jonathan couldn't hold back any longer. Why save him? Conroyna glanced at Lamar lying in the back seat, his breath so faint it was barely noticeable. His skin was pale to the point of transparency, his lips devoid of color, and he had lost a lot of weight, making his facial features more pronounced. Noemi lashes cast shadows over the craziness, fragility, and humility hidden beneath. He looked vulnerable, easy to bully. Most importantly, he smelled too good. Since waking up, Conroyna had been hungry. Now, the most delicious food was right in front of her, making it incredibly hard to resist. She spoke casually, you know, because I'm a kind vampire. Jonathan choked on his words. Yes, Conroyna was indeed very kind. He had never seen anyone as kind as her. She wouldn't kill a blood hunter, and she was even willing to offer her heart to her lover. Precisely because she was so kind, he had a chance, didn't he? Thinking this way made Jonathan feel a bit better. He pressed the accelerator and sped toward the hospital. He just wanted to get Lamar to the hospital quickly, then go back to the castle with Conroyna and bond properly. Thinking about it now, Conroyna wasn't bad, beautiful, rich, and easily deceived. He suddenly hesitated for a moment. Was exchanging Conroyna's life for Summer's life really worth it? Conroy the hospital, Conroyna even paid for Lamar's hospital fees and arranged for him to stay in a private ward. The doctor who examined him marveled, how is he still alive? What did he encounter? Conroyna smiled lightly, some minor setbacks. He wanted to commit suicide. The doctor nodded, that makes sense. Various drips were hooked up to Lamar, and he would likely remain unconscious for a long time. Right, Conroyna, let's go back. You've done enough, Jonathan said impatiently. Conroyna hummed ambiguously and got into Jonathan's car, returning to the castle. Her affinity didn't drop, it even increased slightly. Jonathan's affection was indeed very cheap. She told Jonathan to go back to his room and then called for Conroymia's. Find someone to give Jonathan a bite. Just don't kill him. Conroymia's looked troubled. Granny, no one but you likes the blood of blood hunters. Conroyna, right, even the lowest ranked vampire will do. She curled her lips slightly. Dwight should be waking up soon. Chapter 449, The Pitiful Gemlud Servant of the Cold and Gemodiful Vampire, 21. Lamar opened his eyes amidst the pain and extreme weakness. When a ray of sunset penetrated his eyes, his light blue irises contracted sharply, causing intense pain. The pain almost made his eyes water instantly. The smell of disinfectant at the tip of his nose told him of his current situation. The sudden opening of his eyes caused them to sting, and logically, he should have closed them for a moment. He kept his eyes wide open, looking towards the bedside, tears streaming down from his dry eyes due to the bright light, afraid to blink. Conroy's slender and graceful silhouette stood there, facing away from him, gazing out the window. The orange evening sunlight fell perfectly on the girl's body, outlining her with a golden edge. She was so beautiful that he dared not even breathe. His chest still hurt, and his limbs were weak, but all these physical sensations were overshadowed by the shock this scene brought him. Was he dead? He thought. The last thing he saw before losing consciousness was Conroyna pinching his chin and smiling slightly. How could Conroyna ever smile at him, someone so despicable and shameless? He should be rebuked and despised by her. So this must be a dream, or an illusion before death. He didn't dare make any movement, just greedily watching that silhouette, fearing that any movement would make this illusion disappear. Conroy, that moment, the girl by the window turned around. His breath caught in his throat, pupils contracting, fingertips tightening on his palm. Conroyna seemed not to notice his pale face and bloodless lips. Nor did she notice those extremely beautiful light blue eyes, or the reddened corners. She only curled her lips and walked towards Lamar, standing to his left, looking down at him from above. Levy, the teacher, didn't die after all. She chuckled lightly, sounding somewhat regretful yet mischievous. It was this laugh that made Lamar realize this wasn't an illusion. Leavenly, the real Conroyna, could be so lively, so beautiful that it made him want to prostrate himself. He struggled to sit up, disregarding the needle in his left wrist, trying hard to hold on to the hem of Conroyna's skirt. He was excited yet timid, knowing that if he didn't seize this opportunity, he might never see Conroyna again. "You still like my blood, don't you?" His voice trembled, his eyes like those of a discarded puppy, cautiously hoping that there was still something useful about him. Whether Conroyna liked him or not, he didn't dare think about. Gemma Conroyna certainly liked his blood. Gemma, cause every time Conroyna bid him to drink his blood, the satisfaction and pleasure on her face couldn't be faked. "I can do it. Let me continue to be your blood servant." Tears welled up in his eyes, making his entire eye sockets wet, reflecting only Conroyna in the sapphire-like orbs. Conroy, the possessiveness and madness were suppressed by this fear. Just like he had realized long ago when he first met Conroyna. He was no match for Connie. So those thoughts would never become reality, only these humble pleas might arouse this powerful vampire's appetite for him. "I beg you, this time I'll be good, I won't ask for anything, I'll do whatever you want, as long as you are willing to bite me." In fact, Conroyna had been starving for a long time. Gemmet, she loved seeing the teacher like this. So she casually glanced at the needle in his left hand and said nonchalantly, "Human tastes change frequently, and vampires too, so perhaps your blood no longer appeals to me?" Lamar trembled violently, large tears falling from his eyes, landing on his wrist, burning him almost to the point where he couldn't hold on to Conroyna's skirt anymore. Then, he suddenly thought of something. Not daring to let go of the hand holding Conroyna's skirt, he raised his left hand, using his teeth to bite off the needle and pull out the one inserted into his vein. The stinging sensation was negligible. Large drops of blood began to flow from the vein, but Connie wasn't enough. Gemmeting the needle, he suddenly raised his left hand. In an instant, the needle cut a deep wound across his wrist and forearm. Finally, more blood started flowing, pouring onto the blanket. He looked up at her, tears streaming unconsciously down his cheeks, while offering a cautious smile, pleading. "Do you like it?" How could she not? Conroyna was already almost driven mad by hunger. She couldn't speak because she felt that once she opened her mouth, saliva would drip directly. So she finally couldn't control herself anymore, leaning forward, grabbing Lamar's left arm, extending her tongue. From one end of the wound to the other, licking. The fresh blood gathered on her tongue, then curled deftly by her agile tongue, swallowed by her beautifully upturned lips. Lamar stared at Conroyna's lips, almost entranced. His heart was racing wildly, the sensation of Conroyna's tongue like a venomous snake, making him tremble and feel pleasure. Conroyna still liked him. This thought made him suddenly excited again. He finally let go of the hem of Conroyna's skirt, his left hand stretching forward to make it easier for Conroyna to lick. With his right hand, he undid the buttons of his shirt, quickly exposing his pale and beautiful neck, delicate collarbone, and perfect pectorals. He knelt on the bed, at eye level with Conroyna, who was standing, bare-chested, with a smile on his lips, his voice trembling. "So, you still want me, don't you?" Summer pushed the door open just in time to witness this scene. Chapter 450, The Pitiful Gemlud Servant of the Cold Gemluded Vampire, 22. The door to the ward opened, and Summer stood there holding a bag of fruit, her eyes wide with shock. 2 seconds later, she slammed the door shut again. It must have been the way she opened it. It must have been. Macy chuckled softly, preparing to let go of Yale's arm to find Summer outside, but was held back by Yale. The handsome man had just bled, yet his face flushed with excitement. "No need to worry about her. Conroy, aren't you hungry? Just bite here." He pointed to his neck where a healed bite mark lingered, along with fresh scratch marks. Conroy pointing, Yale seemed to remember the unattractive marks he left on that bite mark. In a fleeting moment of panic, he pointed to the other side of his neck. "Here works too. You can bite wherever you want." Having reached this point, Macy felt that not tasting him would make her no better than Liu Xiahui **, an ancient Chinese scholar known for his impeccable self-control. Her hungry gaze instantly told Yale what she wanted. Excited, he tilted his head back and moved closer. "Please, enjoy." The first time he stood soberly in front of Macy, those were the words he spoke. Gemmet back then, his intentions were completely different from now. When Macy bit down, Yale sighed contentedly, almost as if in fulfillment. He had missed this pain so much. The sensation of blood flowing out was terrifying, his body gradually turning cold, vision blurring. Gemmet this time, he made no sound, nor struggled, he even tried to remain upright so Macy could drink more easily. Macy feasted, her eyes closing in bliss. Conroy afterward, she stuffed something into Yale's mouth. He obediently swallowed it. Even if Macy had given him poison, he would still be this compliant. Lev, of course, this was one of Macy's treasures, pills she had brought over from the cultivation world. Though they lost most of their power in this world, they could still rapidly enhance physical functions. Macy licked her lips, which had become even more striking after drinking blood. Yale looked at her eagerly, asking softly. So, you still want me? Macy hummed in response, smiling slyly without giving a definitive answer. Conroy little sweetness should be given bit by bit, not all at once. At this small taste was enough to make Yale so happy that his eyes reddened. Kneeling on the bed, in front of Macy, he watched her almost reverently. From now on, I exist solely for you. Macy walked out of the room with a smile. She couldn't help it, it was simply too delightful. She adored her teacher so much. Her excitement even rubbed off on Summer, who looked at her with bright, red-cheeked eyes. Macy, you and Dwight Yale. Yes, exactly as you saw. Macy blinked playfully. He likes me, so much. He's trying to seduce me. Summer gasped dramatically, covering her mouth to keep her voice down. Wow. So, do you like Dwight Yale? Macy replied, Lev of course, very much. Wow. Summer clapped her hands to her cheeks. This is the first time seeing Dwight Yale like this. Such a big contrast, but it's so appealing. Her expression said it all, I'm totally shipping this. Macy couldn't help but laugh, patting Summer on the head. Why did you come here? Summer held up her shopping bag. The doctor treated me as Dwight Yale's family, asked me to buy some supplies. So I did. She smiled sweetly. Dwight Yale probably doesn't need them now. Macy nodded, indeed. Thanks anyway. Summer handed the bag to Macy. Well, I'll head back. Levy right, where's Gemrother Gemlas? Though she disliked Gemlas, he had taken care of her for so long, and she knew gratitude when she felt it. Besides, she wanted to clear things up with Gemlas as soon as possible. Macy coughed lightly, he might be off on some business. In truth, Gemlas was unconscious in the castle. Hours earlier, before Macy went to the hospital, Gemlas was led into a dimly lit, luxurious room and told he would be used by Macy. Gemlas was thrilled, already planning what would happen next, being bitten, undressing himself, undressing her, and making love amid the scent of blood. Suddenly, the door opened. His instincts as a blood hunter immediately sensed an incoming vampire. He smiled, coughed politely, ready to say something romantic, when suddenly, completely unarmed and unprepared, he was tackled to the ground. Was Macy so thirsty for blood? Gemlas didn't have time to think before he felt a sharp pain in his neck. Then he fainted. The one who came in was the lowest level of vampire, extremely hungry, so she didn't even mind drinking the blood of a blood hunter. She didn't drink as slowly and carefully as Macy did. Instead, she sucked desperately like a homeless person who hadn't eaten for a long time. The speed of blood loss was too fast, so Gemlas passed out quickly. Just as he had his last breath left, the vampire reluctantly wiped her lips and walked out. Gemlas didn't know how long he had been unconscious. When he woke up, his neck was throbbing with pain, and he felt a grudge towards Macy. Next time, he must tell her to be more gentle. He didn't know that soon, he would see the blood hunter he hated most again. Chapter 451, The Cold Jamadi Vampire's Pitiful Gemlud Servant, 23. Conroyfter Macy dropped Summer off at home and returned to the ward. Yale appeared to be completely recovered. Indeed, her treasures were very effective. His once pale complexion had regained its color, and his bloodless lips had become rosy. The wound on his chest must have fully healed. Yale was already out of bed, standing by it, taking off his hospital gown. Every inch of his robust body made Macy's eyes feast. Sensing Macy's gaze, his heart trembled, and he deliberately slowed down his movements. Macy should like this. Besides craving his blood, she should also like his body. Excellent, this gave him another reason to stay by Macy's side. Under Macy's intensely passionate gaze, Yale leisurely changed back into his own clothes. Still that elegant black shirt. During this time, he had lost quite a bit of weight. Wearing his gold-rimmed glasses again, which masked the desire and bloodlust in his eyes, he now looked even more like a university professor than before. Slim, handsome, elegant, and gentlemanly. Even such a despicable person as him couldn't help blushing under Macy's piercing gaze. Her unmasked possession and affection were too intense. This intensity excited him. Yale fastened the last button with a smile playing on his lips as he approached Macy. He looked entirely different from how he did just a few hours ago. Leavenly, those light blue eyes remained unchanged. Inside them was only Macy. With all his desires laid bare, no longer hidden, they enveloped that figure in the depths of that ocean. Macy beckoned him with a finger, and he obediently bent down. His beautiful face combined with the gold-rimmed glasses was striking. Especially his watery eyes. Is there anything else you need? Macy curled her lips and pulled at his collar. Dwight is so well behaved. Yale pressed his lips together and lowered his gaze. I'll always be good. This time, he spoke the truth. Macy was in an extremely good mood. Dwights were never obedient, but with just a little torment, they could turn into the most well-behaved big dogs. Now, it was time to completely dedicate her teacher, this wholeheartedly sacrificed teacher, to herself and savor every bit. Macy extended her tongue and licked his Conroymia's apple. Come home with me. Yale shivered all over, licking his lips. Yes. Lev originally, he had no family to speak of, so leaving everything behind was but a fleeting thought. He had planned to resign from his position as a language professor, but Macy said it wasn't necessary. She was obsessed with this teacher-student relationship. Soon, the two returned to the castle. Conroy this time, Jonathan had yet to awaken. Yale wanted to ask Jonathan and those blood servants given to Macy as gifts many questions. Though he was now compliant, his possessiveness towards Macy hadn't changed. He needed to think of a way to get rid of them all. Just as this thought surfaced, Macy seemed to sense something, smiling as she glanced at Yale. Dwight, do you have any questions? She sat down on the soft sofa in the foyer, brushing her waist-length curly hair. Yale followed her, not sitting beside her but half kneeling next to her long legs. If performing this act previously had been somewhat staged, now it felt perfectly natural to him. Conroy's if it should have always been this way. Conroy Macy had to do was lift her hand slightly to touch his head, like stroking a giant dog that had finally found its owner. Not long ago, he was still a wolf, a snake, a fierce predator who wouldn't let go once it bit down on its prey. Macy was immensely satisfied with her current teacher. So, why did you want to kill me? Because I'm a vampire? Yale's Conroymia's apple bobbed. He opened his mouth, only for Macy to continue. Don't lie, be good. Yale's long eyelashes trembled, casting shadows beneath his eyes. Because you're too beautiful, his voice was incredibly gentle, almost sickly so. Because knowing that many people will love you and willingly become your subjects, you'll live for a very long time, but I can only be one of your many blood servants. I'm not willing to settle for that. Conroy first, his voice carried a hint of fear, cautious not to be hated. By the end, a smile curved his lips. He sensed Macy's gaze and suddenly realized she liked this madness. Macy lifted his chin, looking into his eyes from above. Why didn't you leave when I let you? Yale laughed. Because I love you. He spoke clearly, as if it required no thought. He had never known love growing up, nor knew how to love, but if this. I love you. Conroy's if suddenly understanding his own feelings, he said it again seriously. Macy looked into his eyes, and her heartbeat quickened more than it ever did at any bloody scene. Yale took a deep breath and said softly and gently. Love you, I can abandon all principles for you, kneel by your feet, offer everything to you, so. Can you, just love me a little? Macy heard the sound of her heart pounding in her chest, nothing could be feigned. In an instant, Yale's eyes merged with those of her teacher. She moved her lips, about to speak, when suddenly, an astonished and angry voice came from upstairs. Macy! How could you bring him back again? Chapter 452, The Pitiful Gemlud Servant of the Cold Gemluded Vampire, 24. Macy's fingertips twitched as she looked at Jonathan on the steps. To think he woke up so quickly. Looks like his vitality is quite strong. Seems I didn't bite him hard enough. Conroy's for Lamar, he suddenly turned to Jonathan with a gaze that resembled a protective beast guarding its prey from before. Let's put aside the other blood servants for now, this one has to be dealt with first. Lamar suddenly spoke. Do you like him? He doesn't seem like an obedient blood servant. His voice was light and soft, filled with unintentional flattering and coquetry. Conroy speaking, he rubbed his cheek against Macy's knee again. This was a stark contrast to the rough man who had been pale due to excessive blood loss. Macy's mood improved, and she raised her hand to pat Lamar's head. Suddenly noticing how soft his hair was, she found it delightful to touch. Jonathan watched in disbelief as Macy interacted with Lamar, unable to understand what was happening. Clearly, Macy had just driven Lamar out before. Clearly, he was supposed to be the winner. Could it be that because she tasted his blood, she doesn't cherish him anymore? Just like those human scumbags. Jonathan said angrily. Macy, how can you do this? You drank my blood but are now being intimate with another man here. Macy blinked. What he said sounded just like a wronged woman. Finally, Lamar spoke, turning to look at Jonathan without haste. I was already her blood servant when Macy just awakened. Underneath his gentle tone lay viciousness, his wolf-like eyes searching Jonathan's neck for Macy's bite marks. He would carve out wherever those marks were. It was easy to find the bite mark on Jonathan's neck. He saw the bloody wound immediately, but he paused, suddenly retracting his gaze and hooking the corners of his lips upward. That wasn't Macy's bite at all. Suddenly feeling happy, he moved closer to Macy, looking up at her as if awaiting praise. See how well-behaved I am. You're the most well-behaved. Macy licked her lips, gently caressing the back of his neck with her fingertips before turning to Jonathan. It's not strange for an ancient vampire to have multiple blood servants, right? Jonathan's favorability fluctuated wildly. It had risen to 60 yesterday but had just dropped to 20. Macy couldn't directly confront him. Jonathan choked. Indeed, it wasn't strange. Even a slightly powerful vampire usually kept several blood servants, let alone an ancient vampire like Macy. Gemmet, am I just your blood servant? Don't you like me? Jonathan questioned. Macy's eyebrows twitched. Lamar observed her subtle expressions and actions thoroughly. She didn't like Jonathan, rather, she detested him. This thought made him overjoyed and more emboldened. Lamar slowly stood up and walked toward Jonathan, no longer hiding his ferocious gaze. He wanted to teach Jonathan a lesson while testing Macy's reaction. If Macy didn't stop him. Sure enough, Macy didn't stop him, instead winking at him. Like some kind of tacit signal, Lamar excitedly rubbed his fingertips together and approached Jonathan, looking down at him. Lamar was half a head taller than Jonathan. Despite having lost weight, his presence still carried a bloody oppression. Jonathan stepped back. What do you want to do? Lamar raised his hand, touched his wrist, and laughed softly. Then he swung his fist abruptly. The sound of breaking bones echoed as he struck Jonathan's face, throwing him to the ground forcefully. Jonathan felt dazed from the blow, spitting out blood, and yelled disbelievingly. How dare you? Lamar was also a little uneasy, unsure if Macy would think he was overstepping. Gemmet Macy didn't, so he felt even happier and more spirited. Lamar grabbed Jonathan's collar once again, dragging him up forcefully, a chilling smile curving his lips. Just want to spar with you as fellow blood hunters. Can't I? Jonathan shook his head, anger ignited, swinging a punch at him. Gemmet Lamar dodged it. Macy leaned comfortably against the soft sofa backrest, watching the struggle between the two male beasts with interest. Interestingly, after being punched by Lamar, Jonathan's favorability didn't drop. So she could relax. She couldn't torture Jonathan herself, but letting Lamar do it was fine. Within moments, Jonathan was pinned down and beaten until his face was swollen like a pig's head. Lamar was ruthless, striking wherever it hurt the most, including sensitive areas below the abdomen. Each time he dealt a brutal blow, he covered Jonathan's mouth. Jonathan rolled his eyes, convulsing into unconsciousness. Lamar cast a satisfied glance at him, then stood up, approaching Macy like a victorious dog asking for praise. He's not making noise anymore. Macy stood up, grabbed his collar, and raised an eyebrow. Great, so, are you ready to offer everything to me? Lamar suddenly stiffened, his eyes wide with excitement. Ready. Macy led Lamar upstairs, stepping over the unconscious Jonathan. Really, what if I drink all your blood? Lamar looked down at Macy's pale wrist. I couldn't be more willing. Chapter 453, The Pitiful Gemlud Servant of the Cold Vampire, 25. Soon, in the magnificent hall, only Conroyndy, who was unconscious with a face full of blood, remained. Macy didn't bother with him as long as his affinity didn't drop and he still had a breath left in him. Her fingers slowly slid down Lamar's collar, then gripped his wrist. Step by step, she walked towards the room upstairs. Lamar obediently followed behind her, matching her pace, looking down at her fingertips with lowered eyes. The tips of her fingers were white and soft, slender and long, with slightly elongated nails that pressed into his flesh, bringing a slight pain. That slight pain made him feel exhilarated and excited. He had a vague idea of what was coming next. Perhaps it was to dedicate his entire being to her. This was exactly what he wanted to do. Gemmet how? Would it be dying with all his blood drained by her, or being confined here after being possessed by her, facing only her for the rest of his life? No matter which way, he accepted it willingly. Stepping into the room, the door closed behind them. The curtains were drawn as well. This place belonged to vampires, but also to him, the hunter who became the prey. Macy stood before him, her eyebrows arched, her lips curved into a smile as she looked at him. Take one more step forward, and you'll have no way back. Her voice was sweet and soft, like a devil luring souls in the darkness, her pitch-black eyes almost blending into the dark. Now, this is your last chance. Turn around, open the door, walk out, and I'll pretend we never met. I'm a kind vampire. If you leave, I won't hold it against you. You can still be the respected Dwight Lamar. You can continue living a normal life or continue being a gemlud hunter. I could even make sure no other vampire will harm you. So, really not going? Her voice carried a thick layer of temptation, even sincerity. In reality, Macy thought if he dared to take a step back, she would kill him outright. Fortunately, Lamar was a teacher, and teachers would always indulge her, those who didn't ended up dead. The sound of Lamar's heartbeat echoed in the silent darkness. Savoring the dangerous gaze like being wrapped by a venomous snake, he took a step forward without hesitation, nearly plastering himself against Macy. How can I step back? He lowered his head, hot breath brushing over Macy's forehead. I exist for you. Please partake. His voice was filled with sincere joy, without any impurity. Indeed, the feeling of letting go of everything was the most comforting. Macy laughed excitedly, licked her lips, and yanked Lamar's shirt. With a twist, she threw him onto the bed behind her. She didn't use much force, but Lamar landed quite heavily on the bed. He had thrown himself forward, wrapping his arms around Macy's slim waist, pulling her down with him. Macy chuckled lightly, getting up just as he fully lay down, straddling his abdomen. Conroy's her thighs tightened, a stifled grunt escaped Lamar from lack of breath. Looking down at him, she asked. Conroy afraid of pain? Yes, Lamar admitted boldly but quickly added, if it comes from Macy, then I love it. Even without experience, such sweet words came easily to him, even with deliberate seduction. The end notes were soft, his voice hoarse and deep, with a touch of coquettishness. Lamar knew Macy enjoyed when he showed weakness and obeyed her, so naturally, he behaved in her favorite way. Macy was indeed pleased. Underneath her was both deliciousness and love. Leaning down, Lamar thought she was going to bite his neck, so he tilted his head slightly, exposing his vulnerable throat. Gemmet Macy did not bite his neck. Instead, she bit his lips directly. In the darkness, Lamar trembled sharply. Conroy moist and warm sensation combined with sharp pain hit his lips simultaneously, spreading throughout his body like fireworks instantly lighting up the night sky. In that moment of surprise, he felt Macy's nimble tongue, dominating his mouth. Lamar grunted, not willing to be outdone, lifting his hand to grip the back of Macy's head, mimicking her actions, battling passionately in their love. His lips bled, filling his mouth with the taste of blood. Macy drank contentedly, lost in this incomparable delicacy, unaware that such licking would ignite a raging fire. Lamar's breathing grew heavier. He was no longer satisfied being pinned under Macy, he wanted more. Since tonight was the night of dedication, perhaps a slightly wild obedient blood servant wasn't a problem? Taking a deep breath, he suddenly embraced Macy tightly, flipping over and covering her body with his. Then, he lowered his head, deepening the kiss. Even though his tongue and lips were numb with pain, he found no way to break free from this intense embrace. However, in the next second, Macy suddenly emitted a brief, light laugh. What followed was a whirlwind of motion. How could a human possibly match the strength of a vampire progenitor? Macy successfully returned to her dominant position above him, leaving his lips and gripping his neck tightly. The suffocation made Lamar's eyes turn red, yet he showed no sign of struggling. His sapphire-like eyes, streaked with bloodshot veins, gazed at Macy as if entranced by a storm. Give it up, you'll always be beneath me, Dwight. She leaned down, fangs extending, and bit into his artery. The moment Macy bit down, the terrifying rate of blood loss immediately drained the color from Lamar's face. He suddenly realized. Macy was truly going to drain every drop of his blood. Chapter 454, The Pitiful Gemlud Servant of the Cold and Gemmotiful Vampire, 26. Lamar was not afraid of death. Being killed by Conroyna would even bring him immense pleasure. Gemmet that didn't mean he could face death with equanimity. Because now he had a desire to be with Conroyna forever. Therefore, as his life rapidly drained away, he inevitably felt unsatisfied. Conroyna. He whimpered her name, his eyes brimming with tears from reluctance. Tears trickled down his temples onto the sheets. He slightly turned his head, using his chin to nudge Conroyna who was buried in his neck, drinking blood. Will you always remember me? Will I be your only one? Please don't have any other blood servants in the future, okay? His voice was barely audible. With blood loss so rapid, his brain quickly began to blur. Leavenly the smell of blood at his nostrils, mixed with Conroyna's unique fragrance, filled his senses. It is said that memories of past lives appear when one is on the verge of death. When Conroyna gulped down another large mouthful of blood, a flash of white light appeared before his eyes, and suddenly he saw a bright, tender young girl. The girl's features resembled Conroyna only somewhat, but he knew it was her. In this hallucination, Conroyna held a sharp knife, her pitch-black eyes focused only on him. I like you, Dwight. I also, love you. He raised his trembling hand, unsure whether to caress the illusion of Conroyna's face or embrace the real Conroyna. His body grew colder, he stopped feeling pain in his neck, and then lost his sight. Conroyna, I love you. After saying these words, he finally lost consciousness. Naturally, he didn't see Conroyna leisurely licking her lips, rubbing her satisfied belly, and then slicing open her own wrist with her fingernails. Conroymias helped Conroyna clean up Conroyna's mess. He even remembered Conroyna's instructions. Just keep him alive, anything else goes, preferably make him feel that I love him deeply. Conroymias was really puzzled, was this some strange fetish of hers? He dragged the barely breathing Conroyndra away, gave him medicine, and when Conroyndra woke up, Conroymias told him. Hello, my ancestress asked me to take good care of you. She's very worried about you and has gone out to find an effective remedy for you. Sure enough, a self-satisfied expression appeared on this arrogant human's face, confirming what he expected. Conroymias shivered and hurriedly left. He still had things to do. Recently, he had met a young human girl. Killing her would be as easy as squashing a bug. Gemmet, she was kind of cute. He plucked a fresh rose from the garden, thinking of that little girl brought a smile to his face, and he walked out with a light step. When Lamar opened his eyes, he was truly bewildered. Wasn't he dead? The sensation of dying had felt so real, all the way until his last moment. Conroyna hadn't loosened her grip. Lever, was this heaven? The next second, his lips were kissed. His dazed gaze focused, and he saw a young girl lying beside him, propping up her cheek. Levy, it worked. The girl smiled like a wild rose on a branch, dewdrops quivering on its petals, dripping sweet dew into Lamar's heart. This was indeed heaven. Lamar blinked, reaching out slowly, gently, wanting to touch the girl before him. He was a bit afraid, if he touched her, would she disappear? Gemmet the next second, Conroyna flipped over, holding his wrist as she pinned it above his head against the bed. Lamar's eyes widened, feeling the touch on his wrists, his whole body trembled as if every hair stood on end. Before he could think further, a passionate kiss pressed down on him. Conroyna joyfully nibbled his lips, her voice sticky. Now, let's get down to business. What? Wasn't draining his blood supposed to be the main event? What else? Conroy, soon as this question popped into his mind, a cool small hand slipped under his shirt. His whole body twitched instantly, he gasped for breath, arching his back in unfamiliar pleasure. Wanting to be proactive, his hands were tightly pinned above his head. "Jim, a good boy," Conroy's voice rang out, and he relaxed. Thus, in his blue eyes, a storm raged in the depths, undulating wildly. Conroy, accompanied by rising waves, a sense of weightlessness swept over him, turning into a suffocating feeling as if he were drowning. Pale fingertips twitched, the sheets tangled in a mess, everything disappeared into the clouds. No telling how long it took, until the sky faintly brightened, the two finally panted, exchanging satisfied looks in the thick scent. Conroy, after eating her fill, Conroyna would temporarily become a gentle kitten. So different from the assertive dominance she had shown earlier. Nestled in Lamar's arms, she rubbed contentedly against him. "Can you feel it?" "I can feel it," Lamar's voice was somewhat hoarse. He could feel the differences in his body that set him apart from humans, and he could sense his craving for blood. Gemmet, most importantly. "What, did you give up?" His voice trembled slightly. Chapter 455, The Pitiful Gemlud Servant of the Cold and Gemotiful Vampire, 27. Macy blinked her eyes, looking innocent. "I was just about to die." Yale's eyes widened, his fingertips trembled, then he suddenly laughed. "That doesn't matter, I'll come find you." Macy snorted lightly. "I was fooling you. I merely divided my strength with you, we will die together." The words, "die together," resonated in Yale's ears, more stirring than, "I love you." What declaration could be more moving than dying together? He bent down and kissed Macy's forehead, his voice trembling with excitement. "Great, I love you, Macy." Suddenly he recalled what he saw earlier in his hallucinations. For some reason, he felt those weren't illusions. They must have had a bond, otherwise, he wouldn't love her to the point of wanting her all to himself, wanting to kill her. "Macy, did we meet before?" "Conroy, long time ago." Macy raised an eyebrow. "Have you remembered?" Yale hugged Macy even tighter. Sure enough, those deeply etched feelings were correct. "I must have loved you very much, for a very, very long time." Yale's voice was hoarse as he softly murmured in Macy's ear. Her scent filled his nose, and he turned into what he once detested the most. Gemmet, he relished it willingly. When he finished speaking, Macy looked up. "Not really, you refused my confession." Yale froze, then rebutted without hesitation, "Impossible." He lifted his hand, touching his heart. "I love you so much, this feeling won't lie to me." Macy gazed into Yale's eyes but didn't insist further. Conroy, actually, she had noticed already. No matter which world's teacher, they would eventually love her more profoundly and intensely than she did. Even teachers who rejected her seemed to do so much for her. Conroy's Macy was still thinking, she was pulled tightly by Yale again. Ernst's voice carried an inexplicable hint of jealousy. "What is Macy thinking about?" "Thinking about the man who rejected you before?" "Don't think about him, think about me." Macy buried her face in his chest and bit his collarbone lightly. Vampires could still feel pain, even more acutely than humans. Gemmet, Yale squeezed his eyes shut in excitement. "Do it again." Conroy's sensation bestowed by this treasured gem at his heart was worth savoring. Macy snorted. "You also rejected me, it's all because of you." Yale shook his head. "Gemmet, I don't remember." "No, you can only love me now." He stubbornly indulged in his jealousy, while kissing Macy's lips and mumbling unclearly. "Did he kiss you like this? Was he better behaved than me?" His voice was soon drowned out by the sticky sound of kisses. Conroy, teacher who came willingly, there was no way not to consume her. Conroy, though Macy had shared half her power with Yale, her fundamental strength provided a considerable boost. Yale tried to overpower Macy but soon found the situation reversing. Gem breathing heavily, the man thought amid extreme pleasure. He would probably always be held in the palm of this young girl's hand. Summer has been in high spirits recently, and even her classmates couldn't help asking. "Summer, did something good happen to you recently?" Summer blushed and nodded shyly. It seemed she had encountered a boy she liked. She never felt this way toward Conroymias, but she was always tied to Conroymias, leaving no room for meeting other boys. Sometimes even talking to another boy student would leave her feeling morally conflicted. Now that Conroymias was gone, she finally began normal social interactions. Especially on the second day after Conroymias left, she met this gentlemanly, elegant, and mysterious man. That day, as Summer walked home from school, she suddenly felt uneasy. In a daze, she collapsed directly into the arms of a man. "Miss, are you all right?" Facing the man's amber eyes, she blushed. Conroymias, one of the strongest vampires second only to Macy and capable of walking under sunlight, had come out this time to investigate Conroymias' background. Levine might say he worried too much about his great-grandmother. When he asked this accidentally encountered girl, he never expected that she knew Conroymias quite well. Under Summer's warm invitation, he went to sit at her place for a while. Then, the two hit it off. Conroymias hadn't expected falling in love with food, a silly thing, would happen to him, but he indeed felt this frail and beautiful human was different from all others he'd ever met. Their relationship progressed rapidly, and both harbored unspoken knots in their hearts. Summer was torn about whether to tell Conroymias that her time was running out. Conroymius didn't dare let Summer find out that he was actually a vampire. Humans all loathed vampires, didn't they? Conroymius would soon have to confront his possessiveness. Cause Jonathan woke up. The first thing Jonathan wanted to do upon waking was to go back and see Summer. He couldn't stand it anymore, he had suffered so much in this forest. Jonathan felt that although Macy liked him very much, she did not treat him as the only one, so it would still take a long time for him to become her sole favorite. Most importantly, he felt like he wasn't quite as fond of Summer anymore. Was it really worth it to do something potentially fatal for Summer? So he wanted to go back, to reaffirm his feelings once again. Of course, Macy agreed to Jonathan's request, letting him do whatever he wanted. This kind of indulgence was naturally taken by Jonathan as a sign that Macy liked him. He never expected that once he returned home, his head would be covered in green. Chapter 456, The Pitiful Gemlud Servant of the Cold Jamadi Vampire, complete. When two people are right for each other, their relationship can develop very quickly. Right now, Summer had just finished school and invited Conroymius to her home as a guest, saying she wanted to return the books she borrowed from him. Conroymius seemed to know everything and had many books in his collection. He also spoke with great depth. Summer felt a bit inferior, such an excellent gentleman seemed beyond her reach. After being friends with Conroyna for some time, she had been influenced by her to be more bold. Ultimately, she decided to be more proactive. Why can't girls confess to boys? So today, she prepared to make a dessert for Conroymius and then confess her feelings to him. Conroymius brought flowers and gifts, also intending to come clean with Summer tonight. If she didn't hate vampires, he would confess. Conroymius sat in the living room while Summer served him the dessert she made herself, her face flushed. Conroymius, try this. I just learned how to make it. Do you like it? Vampires can eat human food but don't really enjoy it. Conroymius took a bite and was surprisingly impressed by the taste. He nodded. Yes, I like it. Summer's eyes lit up. That's good. I have something I want to tell you. Conroymius was nervous too and interrupted her. No, listen to me first. There's something I've been hiding from you. At that moment, the front door suddenly opened. Gemeth looked toward the entrance. Conroy man stood there, disheveled and looking as if he were about to burst into flames. Conroymius raised an eyebrow. Wasn't this his great-grandmother's blood servant? Jonathan felt dizzy. Why did his love end up alone with another man so soon after he left? He hadn't taken a good look at Conroymius, so he didn't recognize the vampire butler. Conroy he knew was that this was a despicable stranger. Conroy's Summer. Summer deserved death too. For Summer, he was even willing to die, sacrificing so much, only for her to treat him like this. Conroy surged in Jonathan's chest, clouding his mind as his hands fumbled inside his coat. He was searching for his pistol. When he left the castle, he retrieved the gun he had hidden in the forest, just in case, and now. He raised the trembling pistol, his face twisted. I'll kill both of you adulterers. Conroy's he said this, he was ready to pull the trigger like a madman. Summer turned pale, standing up. No. The gun was aimed at Conroymius first, and Summer's instinctive reaction was to shield him. What she didn't expect was that Conroymius's movements were incredibly fast. He remained expressionless, yet in an instant, he appeared in front of Jonathan, tapping the pistol with his fingertip. The magazine flew out of Jonathan's hand. In a flash, the gun disassembled completely. Such actions were impossible for a human, and in his extreme anger and terror, Jonathan tried to curse but was silenced when Conroymius covered his mouth. MMH. He looked like an ugly chicken. Conroymius snorted coldly, striking the back of Jonathan's neck with his other hand. Jonathan's eyes rolled back, and he fainted on the spot. With his true nature exposed, there was no way to hide anymore. He stood up, sighed, and straightened his cuffs. Summer, as you see, I'm not human, I'm actually a vampire. Sorry for keeping it from you for so long. If you can't accept. Before he could finish, the girl flung herself into his arms like a little bird. Wow. That's so cool. Jonathan woke up in an alley. His first thought was to go back, find Conroyna, use her love, and become stronger before killing that adulterous couple. Yes, indeed, he should be with Conroyna. Conroyna liked him so much, she would do anything for him. Conroy's for Lamar, Jonathan grudgingly decided to coexist peacefully with him for his own benefit. Conroy de Bayo's soft voice sounded in Conroyna's mind. Conroy, amazingly, after discovering you had cuckolded him, Jonathan's affection for you soared to 90 points. Conroyna had just finished an invigorating session and was now bathing with Lamar. She lounged in the man's arms, lazily responding to Conroy de Bayo. It's a bit too high. It's time to lower it a bit. Jonathan wanted to see Conroyna, but he was kept waiting in the living room for hours without any results. His anger grew. He was ready to give all his love to Conroyna, yet why was she so negligent toward him? Just as he thought, Conroyna finally came out. She was carried out. Though she had nearly suffocated Lamar earlier, she complained about being tired afterward and insisted on being carried. The ever-indulgent Lamar, of course, carried her without letting her touch the ground. Gemeth were wearing soft silk bathrobes. Conroyna hugged Lamar's neck and looked at the green-faced Jonathan. Hey, what's wrong? Jonathan wanted to spit blood, but he held it back. Conroyna, I am willing to be your blood servant. I will give you all my love. Before he could finish his prepared sweet words, he saw Conroyna make a vomiting expression. Jonathan was immediately struck dumb. Conroyna giggled. How disgusting. What do I need your love for? That cheap and nasty thing. Just looking at it makes my eyes dirty. Conroy, she spoke. She waved her hand to have Jonathan dragged away. Just leave him with a breath. Phew, the affection dropped to 10, just in time. Don't worry, Conroyna curled her lips. It will never go down, because apart from me, no one can save him. Then, she wrapped her arms around Lamar's neck and bit his lips hard. Dwight, tomorrow, let's continue the class. Chapter 457, The Naively Gemottiful Little Mermaid and the Mad Scientist, 01. Macy and Yale had grown tired of their teacher-student roleplay, so they resumed wandering about. During this time, Macy also helped Conroymius with a favor. Helping him share his heart with his lover. Even if he could only be a vampire that acts at night from then on, Conroymius did not regret it. Power can continue to accumulate, but there's only one love. Conroymius and Summer even held a wedding in the castle. Gemlaces, locked in the dungeon, heard the noise and struggled to reach the window, only catching glimpses of two beautiful maiden skirts. Levine had an astonishingly beautiful face, wearing a black long dress, leaning in the embrace of her rival, Yale. The other resembled a beautiful little white flower, holding bright wild roses, blushing as she looked at the groom before her. Gemeth should have been his woman. Why had he fallen to such a state? Would Macy still remember him? Surely she would, surely. He dreamed absurd dreams, never leaving the dark, damp dungeon for the rest of his life. Meanwhile, on the day Macy left, she and Yale embraced as they slipped into a coffin together. Conroy coffin was a bit small for two people. Macy giggled as she pressed tightly against Yale. Ernst's chest was broad, his arms holding her tight, their bodies pressed together without any space between them. The crowded coffin felt as full as his heart. Before meeting Macy, he had never known what contentment was. Conroy possessing Macy, he felt whole for the first time. Conroy now, facing death with his beloved. Wasn't this the most thrilling and anticipated thing in the world? Macy tilted her head up, meeting his deep blue eyes. Leavenly a sliver of light seeped through the gaps in the coffin, yet the profound love in his eyes seemed to overflow, wrapping around her. Don't you doubt my words? So many worlds, each with you in them. Macy nipped his lips, asking in a muffled voice. There's no need to doubt. Yale's voice trembled slightly, trembling with excitement. Love otherwise, I wouldn't have fallen in love with you at first sight. Find me quickly, my little girl. He satisfied his urge by tangling his tongue with hers, feeling her soft arms lifting to his back. It was finally happening, dying with his lover. I love you, he croaked out these 3 words. Then, Macy pulled the trigger. The silver bullet pierced through his heart and then hers. Death didn't bring pain but supreme pleasure. In the split second before losing consciousness, Yale felt a familiar sensation, as if in some world, Macy had done something similar. Macy woke up to intense light. Even though her eyes were closed, it felt like daytime. She was drowsy, yet the piercing light sweeping over her eyelids made it impossible for her to sleep. Frowning, she slowly opened her eyes. The next moment, she heard murmurs and not far away, as if many people surrounded her at a distance, whispering. Wow, so beautiful, indeed, her reputation is well deserved. She really looks like a fairy from myths. How can anyone be this beautiful? No wonder about this price. She moved, opening her eyes. My God, are those eyes real? Will she cry? They say her tears turn into pearls. Who could afford to buy her? Conroy being like this should be worshipped. This is reportedly the first capture in decades. Gemmet, isn't such beauty better when tainted? People's whispers reached Macy's ears, admiration, amazement, desire, and most of all, maliciousness. The greed of humans. Using her arm, she slowly sat up, realizing she was inside a huge glass box. The box was on a stage in the middle of a hall, spotlight shining on her, making it hard to see the greedy eyes below. Beneath her was shallow water, rising almost to her forearm as she pressed her hands against the bottom of the box. Her eyes moved from her body to her legs. Or rather, her fish tail. Levy, no, not human in this world. Before she could speak, Matwan angrily spoke up. Flint, you're a captured mermaid. Now in an auction, priced to be sold. Disgusting humans. Matwan grew more agitated. Flint, with your power now, just charge out and kill them all. Macy. Macy smiled faintly. No, I want to see what will happen next. The moment she smiled, the surrounding gasps intensified. My goodness, she's so beautiful it's overwhelming. Such a wondrous creature exists in this world, she must be equally beautiful when crying. The auctioneer looked satisfied at the audience's reaction, cleared his throat and stepped out from the shadows. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, this is indeed a genuine mermaid. Levier brave sailors ventured into the farthest depths of the ocean, paying the price of 2 ships and several lives, finally capturing this mermaid. The tears of a mermaid turn into pearls, the flesh of a mermaid cures all diseases, and mermaids have an extremely strong healing ability and a long lifespan. You can't ruin her. His tone became increasingly ambiguous, and the atmosphere in the venue became indescribable. Chapter 458, The Innocent and Exquisite Little Mermaid and the Mad Scientist, 02. Macy glanced at the host, memorizing his face. Immersed in dreams of profiting greatly, the host suddenly felt a chill run through his scalp as if being watched by something terrifying. He didn't take it seriously. Macy then asked Conroy de Bayo to introduce the plot. Mermaids usually appear in fairy tales, right? Why did I become an auction item upon arrival? This dark? Conroy de Bayo, Flint, you're right. This is a dark fairy tale. You are an extremely pitiful mermaid. The little mermaid, driven by curiosity, surfaced and saw a fishing boat nearly capsizing due to waves. She went to help. Unexpectedly, the fisherman repaid kindness with ingratitude, stabbing her shoulders and tail with sharp tridents, capturing her. Humans had never captured a mermaid before because they lived deep in the ocean, far beyond human reach. Due to her innocence, she fell into their hands and ended up at the auction. Terrified, Gemma was bought by Hawkins. Her initial affection turned into infatuation instantly. Her nightmare was only just beginning. The prince wanted to use her to cure his seriously ill lover. It was said that mermaid flesh could treat all diseases. Conroy's Hawkins consoled Gemma. He cut pieces of flesh from her body. The little mermaid's emotions were too transparent. Her love was unabashed. So, Hawkins brainwashed her. True love means giving everything for your beloved. He would wipe her tears when she cried out in pain. Despite unbearable suffering, Gemma still loved Hawkins deeply. Conroy after a series of slicing, bleeding, removing organs, and peeling scales. The prince finally realized that the one who saved him initially wasn't his lover but this little mermaid. Noemi ago, out of curiosity, Gemma had once surfaced and saved a man. That man was Hawkins. However, upon waking up, the first person he saw was his lover, whom he fell deeply in love with. Conroyal truths revealed, yet Hawkins dared not tell Gemma. He feared she would lose faith in him. So, he secretly got rid of his lover and told Gemma. You are useless, my lover died, so you must replace her, redeem yourself. Prolonged suffering made Gemma insecure and obedient. She willingly stayed by Hawkins' side, doing anything for him. Even after his death, she committed suicide for him. This became a tale of perfect love. Conroy corner of Macy's mouth twitched. She should have known better than to listen to this original story. It was truly disgusting. Indeed, it resembled Gemma fairy tale from her previous world but darker and bloodier. Such a prince deserved to be executed slowly. Macy lowered her eyes, hiding the malice behind her long lashes. Looking at her reflection in the water, she noticed more similarities between herself and her true form. No wonder those people were astonished. Conroy introducing Gemma, the host announced an exorbitant price. This price was almost enough to buy a small country. Immediately, most faces showed disappointment. They couldn't even bid. While a few wealthy individuals showed both pain and greed. Though the expenditure was large, selling mermaid tears, auctioning her virginity, or even her flesh. This was an inexhaustible treasure. People started bidding, and the lights below brightened. Macy could see each face clearly. The rich dressed in gentlemanly or ladylike attire, more archaic than the last world, making capturing mermaids harder. Those faces filled with greed, malice, envy, all were absorbed into Macy's eyes. Indeed, people in this dark fairy tale world made one uncomfortable. How she wished to destroy this world. Her thoughts grew darker, yet her expression remained sweet. That slight smile only fueled the burning gazes. She wore a halter top with an overcoat, but under these stares, she felt exposed. No wonder the original owner fell in love with Hawkins the moment he saved her. Soon, a voice raised the already absurd price to an unreachable height. It was Hawkins. Dawson stood up, with spotlight on him, his expression gentle. I want this mermaid. My men will take her back to the palace. Macy lifted her eyes, glancing at him briefly, but soon her peripheral vision caught something. Her heart skipped a beat. Conroy's if destined, she slightly turned her head, accurately meeting those sinister eyes in the crowd. Those pupils trembled slightly, staring straight at Macy with a fanatical intensity that made one's hairs stand on end. It was like a creature that thrives in darkness, suddenly encountering something that piques its interest. Chapter 459, The Innocent and Stunning Little Mermaid and the Crazy Ghost Stock Scientist, 03. Such a hair-raising gaze made Macy suddenly break into an exceptionally happy laugh. Lev originally an already stunning face, this smile was enough to make heaven and earth lose their color. Conroy commotion broke out on the scene, even Gordon was momentarily stunned. Very soon, he turned and left. He had to return to the palace quickly to accompany his seriously ill queen. Macy did not care about others' reactions, she only cared about the emotions in those eyes. Sure enough, in those eyes, there appeared a hint of human surprise. Conroyed, a bit of confusion. Macy lowered her gaze, gently touching her fingertips. She was about to be sent to the palace. She wondered what that monster who had set his sights on her would do. Conroy de Bayo knew what Macy was thinking, it also sensed the presence of the Norbert, said with a sour tone. Humph, it's really strange. In the original storyline, this crazy scientist had no such great interest in you. He just wanted to take some flesh from the original host for research. Later, he killed a few people on the way, gave the original host a slash, and ran away, and no one could catch him. How unlike now, where this look seems like it wants to devour you whole. Macy giggled, isn't that good? If I must cut my flesh to feed humans, I am very willing to feed my flesh to him. Without a physical form, Conroy shivered with a chill. Conroy, though I'm getting more and more like the owner, I still can't understand this kind of thought. Soon, someone came over and lifted the glass tank Macy was in. The Little Mermaid was bought by Hawkins, no one had the right to touch her. Seeing someone come, Macy fearfully shrank into the corner. Those bright, beautiful, and clear eyes were filled with fear of the unknown. The shimmering water in them made one's heart tremble. Really wanting to see the shimmer drop from her eyes, revealing a painful expression. It would certainly look better. The leader of the group, unable to contain his itching heart, shouted at Macy. Cry. Why aren't you crying? Macy suddenly shrunk further, crouching tighter in the corner, trembling slightly as if scared out of her wits. Her pitiful appearance pleased these people. They laughed and carried the glass tank out, placing it on a carriage. The prince naturally rode back first. They had to escort this precious mermaid, occasionally injecting fresh water into the tank, taking about 10 days. Macy curled up, but her lips curved slightly. Levy, it works. Just then, those eyes in the corner moved closer. When Macy feigned being frightened and trembling, the malice in those eyes fiercely landed on the guards. These were eyes carrying pure malice, as if feeling offended because something dirty had disturbed something of interest. With everyone lingering with greed and longing, the dozen guards started driving the carriage. This was originally a dark world, so the evil thoughts and desires in people's hearts were all magnified. Initially, these palace guards maintained a composed demeanor. Yet soon, after leaving the city and entering the outskirts, their gazes began to shift. Heard that mermaids suffer in stagnant water? Yeah, why? If we don't change the water for her, she'll suffer, right? Might beg us or cry. Ha ha ha, makes sense. She hasn't spoken yet. When the time comes, let her sing a song to cheer us up before changing the water. They laughed, their greedy eyes landing on Macy. Macy glanced down at her palms, licking her lips. Can't hold back any longer, have been pretending to be good in several worlds, haven't played killing games for a long time. Conroy didn't dissuade anymore. Conroy felt it should hope more than Macy for these people to die. Just as Macy casually hooked her lips, there was suddenly a commotion around her. Who's there? Step forward. Lifting her gaze, Macy saw thick white smoke emerging from somewhere. In the glass tank, she couldn't smell the odor, but seeing the guard's pain told her it was poisonous. Levy, Dwight is truly ruthless and quick. She liked it. Shortly after, cries of agony echoed. Conroy Black Shadow seemed to flash through the white fog. The royal guards weren't amateurs, they soon reacted by putting on gas masks and dispersing the white mist. 2 bodies lay on the ground. Exactly those 2 who discussed changing Macy's water earlier. Conroy, their deaths were anything but peaceful. Their throats were slit, and at the same time, their eyes and tongues were gouged out. The remaining guards fearfully formed up and looked around, but they couldn't see a single figure. Macy looked at the faint handprint on the glass tank before her and smiled with pleasure. Just now, he had greeted her. The madman in black robes, with those eyes, truly delightful. Chapter 460, The Innocently Gemotiful Little Mermaid and the Insane Machinist Scientist, 04. Conroy losing 2 companions, the atmosphere within the team became somber. They no longer joked and laughed about Macy. Moreover, the manner of their deaths was horrifying. They suspected they had encountered a powerful, insane wizard. Something as precious as a mermaid would naturally attract attention from ravenous wolves. They heightened their alertness, paying attention to everything around them, holding their swords tightly. Conroy's for Macy, she still appeared innocent and pitiful. Her fish tail trembled slightly in shallow water, scales flashing blue or purple hues under the sunlight, complemented by gentle ripples, beautiful like a dream. Such beauty made one feel fulfilled with just a glance. The group quickened their pace and walked for another day. The faint handprint before Macy gradually faded. She lifted her finger to touch the surface of the water below her, wondering if she should appear more pitiful. Jeeming followed by someone like a ghost was indeed an itchy situation. She still hadn't seen what Dwight looked like yet. Feigning sadness became addictive, especially watching Dwight's emotions being manipulated by her. This thought emerged, and suddenly she lifted her head, sobbing with pale cheeks. Conroy, breathtakingly beautiful creature weeping, could not be ignored. The guards couldn't help but gaze greedily at Macy, admiring her teardrops. Indeed, mermaids' tears truly turned into pearls. Unfortunately, they didn't have the right to take them. The mermaid belonged to Hawkins now, so everything on her body was Hawkins's possession. Macy felt that cold gaze intensify, retreating into a corner, covering her face while smirking uncontrollably. That night, the guards slept unusually deeply. Macy pretended to sleep but soon heard subtle sounds. She slightly opened her eyes. In the dim moonlight, she saw that black-robed figure again, pausing in front of each guard, examining their faces, seemingly deciding which life to claim. Finally, he stopped before one person. This was the person who stood closest to Macy's glass box during the day and gazed at her with lustful eyes the longest. The shadow slowly squatted down, raised a short dagger, and struck. That person died silently. The bloody night had just begun. Through half-open eyes, Macy watched the shadow carve a circle on the dead man's face. He then poured something unknown. Aeons later, he lifted a whole layer of skin. Macy shivered, having been too long without witnessing such brutality, excited to join in. The shadow seemed to sense something, hesitated, but did not turn around. Facing away from Macy, he applied the face skin to his own face, then stripped off the guard's clothes. Finally, he dragged the guard's body into the nearby forest. Aeons later, a man in guard armor approached, dragging a wolf's corpse. He placed the wolf's body over the blood left by the guard. Then, leaning against a tree, he sat down. Macy noticed that his walking seemed a bit awkward. Like someone cramped up, legs uncomfortable. She narrowed her eyes, observing his crazy and natural actions, unable to resist licking her lips. Suddenly, the man looked straight into her eyes. In the dark, those icy eyes accurately found the voyeur. For a moment, Macy's heart skipped a beat. However, the man made no move. With someone else's face, he awkwardly smiled, raising a hand, pointing his index finger to his lips. Making a shoo gesture. The next morning, when the guards woke up and saw the blood on the ground, they were startled. Seeing the wolf's corpse, they breathed a sigh of relief. Counting heads, finding no one missing, they continued on their way. The guard closest to Macy's box was still him. Except Macy, no one knew that beneath that stiff face, was a death god, a madman. Macy remained huddled in the corner, deep in thought. How should her character react to last night's gruesome scene? Perhaps she should have been frightened out of her wits? Scared to cry? Frozen with fear? While contemplating, she noticed the man approaching closer. Then, almost pressing his entire body against the glass. Those eyes and that face were incredibly discordant, filled with a bizarre excitement and possessiveness as they looked into Macy's pupils. It wasn't for a lover, but for a test subject. Macy shrank back sharply, curling herself even smaller. Ernst was momentarily stunned, revealing a look of confusion in his eyes. He had already used the most friendly gaze he could muster. Chapter 461, The Naively Gemottiful Little Mermaid and the Insane Scientist, 05. Ernst strolled slowly to the lakeside, examining his face wrapped in human skin. Strange, there was nothing wrong with the human skin mask. If the mermaid had seen his original face and showed a look of terror, it wouldn't have been surprising. This was clearly a normal human face. What was there to be afraid of? Unaware of his own gaze, he, after all, was a monster living in darkness. When faced with his dark eyes in the reflection, he saw nothing wrong. Darkness itself could never fear darkness. He returned to Macy's side. Macy was the treasure he lusted for at first sight. He crazily wanted to possess her. And then study her thoroughly. Originally, there was nothing left in the world that intrigued him. This small interlude occurred during lunchtime, and a piece of dry ration was placed into the man's hand. The person distributing rations, frowning, wanted to slap him. What's up with you these past couple of days? Not saying a word, pretending to be mute like a mermaid? As his hand was about to touch the man, it suddenly froze. Then, it swung violently. Conroy. Painful. What is this? His fingertips started to swell and turn red, spreading inch by inch toward his arm, as if bitten by a venomous snake. Yet, he hadn't touched anything just now. This man's scream attracted others, who began discussing whether it might be an allergic reaction or a bite from some poisonous insect. Taking advantage of the commotion, the man quietly moved away and continued to press himself against the glass tank. Standing right in front of Macy, he tilted his head slightly, looking at her through the glass. The human skin mask on his face was plain, but no normal person would stare at someone so intently until their eyes reddened and quickly blinked. It was too eerie. No wonder she had such a teacher. Excited internally, Macy put on a timid appearance, trying hard to probe while lifting her gaze to glance at him. Ernst's eyes lit up as he tried to push the dry ration through the small opening used for water changes into Macy's glass tank. Macy finally couldn't pretend anymore. She waved her hands frantically, shaking her head vigorously. No. What kind of rotten ration was this? It looked absolutely disgusting. She'd rather starve to death or throw herself down than eat a single bite. However, the moment these words escaped her lips, not only did the man stop, but everyone else also turned to look at Macy, their eyes filled with amazement. Her voice was ethereal yet alluring, like a drop of dew carrying moonlight landing on rocks under a rainy night, or the final exquisite note in a concert in a grand hall. The legend was true. Mermaids were not only breathtakingly beautiful in appearance, but their voices stirred one's soul. They had never heard such a melodious voice before. If she wept or pleaded, the desire they had slightly suppressed due to the recent deaths flared up again. Conroy's more people gathered around, the man's expression darkened. With that mask on, he showed no visible emotions, perhaps felt none. If anyone noticed his eyes, they would realize the Grim Reaper they feared was among them all along. Gemmy evening, the guards were still sleeping deeply. Conroy Macy witnessed the man kill another person. Like a ghost, he wandered and found his target. The first one to praise Macy's voice. With such a mesmerizing voice, imagine how enchanting it would be when sobbing or forced to sing during that act. This guard slept closer to Macy's glass tank, so Macy watched everything clearly. Ernst crouched down, and as soon as the blade flashed, the guard's eyes snapped open but couldn't make a sound. His vocal cords were slashed. However, only his vocal cords were severed. The guard didn't die, but what happened next was 10,000 times worse than death. Conroy cutting his vocal cords, the man tilted his head thoughtfully, then plunged the dagger between his legs. The guard convulsed violently, eyes bulging and veins popping on his forehead, fear, agony, disbelief all over his face. Gemmet the man showed no sign of pleasure or disgust. Conroy's if dealing with a loaf of bread. Conroy he just wanted to see what filling was inside. Watching the guard struggle and bleed on the ground, the man's movements slowed gradually. In the next second, he slashed the guard's thigh. Conroy's were severed, blood sprayed a meter high, and the guard writhed in pain once more. This cycle repeated several times before the guard finally lay still, never to move again. Blood was everywhere, even Macy's glass tank had a few splatters. Ernst was drenched in blood. It seemed he did not care about these bloodstains. Just as he was about to dispose of the guard's body, suddenly, he thought of something and turned his head abruptly. Those cold, bloodshot eyes, still dripping with blood, stared at Macy. Then, he slowly approached, raised his hand, and gently wiped off the bloodstains on the glass for her. Chapter 462, The Purely Gemottiful Little Mermaid and the Maniacal Scientist, 06. He seemed to have a very peculiar obsession with cleanliness. Things that interested him could not be touched by others, not even glanced at too many times. Even a few drops of blood splattering around her were unacceptable. Macy watched as he slowly walked away, raising her hand to touch the spot on the glass box he had just touched. That place still seemed to retain the warmth from his touch. Levy, she didn't want to stay in this box anymore. She wanted to touch him. Were his fingertips also scalding hot? The next day, the frightened guards found another one dead. Dermot seriously discussed a plan. From now on, every hour, 2 people must stand watch while we sleep. They had been wondering lately why they slept so deeply at night. There was no sign of fatigue when they woke up the next morning. It probably wasn't poisoning either. Maybe they were just too tired during the day. Conroy, as long as someone was on guard, they would be able to deal with any issues promptly. They couldn't afford to lose more men. They had already sped up, but it was still 4 or 5 days to the palace. If they lost more people, they might not make it to the end. Leaving the road, Macy began making eye contact with the man. Ernst kept staring straight at her, his eyes filled with an unyielding fervor, as if he couldn't get enough of her. This made Macy feel itchy inside, wishing to peel off the human skin on his face and see his true appearance. He must be very handsome, right? She played the part of a curious yet naive and timid little mermaid perfectly. From initial fear to gradually becoming bold as she realized no one was going to harm her, she now dared to leave the corner where she had been curled up and explore her surroundings. Her small displays of boldness drove the guards too. Macy remained silent, staring at them with wide, innocent eyes. The guards were moved by her gaze, almost enchanted. If you don't speak, we'll smash your box. Levine of them menacingly threatened. They enjoyed seeing this mermaid cry out in panic. Macy blinked, thinking this was exactly what she wanted. Lev, of course, she didn't speak, only slightly lowering her head as if she were about to cry from fear. Unbeknownst to everyone, the man had quietly moved to the back of the group. Then, his fingers twitched. In the next moment, the cart carrying their provisions erupted into flames. The guards were thrown into chaos, rushing over in terror to put out the fire. Suddenly, no one was in front of Macy's glass box. Ernst slowly approached. This time, he lifted his hand and placed it against the glass. Macy got her first clear look at his hand, long, slender fingers, very thin, clearly defined joints, surely a very beautiful hand. Gemmet, there were many wounds on it, cuts, burns, scars, and various other strange marks. So this mad scientist never wore gloves and doing experiments. Ernst's fingertips slightly spread, pressing against the glass, staring intently at Macy. Macy tilted her head curiously, her large, innocent eyes full of cautious wonder. After a while, she seemed to realize something, slowly lifting her hand. Her soft, tender hand pressed against the spot where the man's palm rested. Conroy, she could feel his warmth. Through the thin layer of glass, their palms met. Conroy, this moment, the man's pupils constricted slightly, then his eyelashes fluttered, a mix of madness and joy shining in his eyes as he stared at Macy's hand for a long time. Her hand was so small, smaller than his by a circle. If they really touched, he could hold her entire hand in his own. The madness in his eyes, combined with a bit of excitement, made him seem even more terrifying, as if he would tear her apart and eat her the next second. Leavenly Macy could smile under such a gaze. She curved her fingertips, giggling softly, greeting him warmly. Hello there. Conroy, the words she had spoken so far were directed at him. Ernst's eyes lit up even brighter. Ignoring the cold and madness, it was like a Darius looking up at the stars suddenly receiving a greeting from above. He moved his lips and actually spoke. Next, Di, who do you want? In that instant, Macy felt a thrilling sensation run through her scalp at the sound of his voice. No wonder he rarely spoke, this voice was incredibly distinctive and recognizable. His throat must have been injured, making his voice particularly hoarse, raspy like the wind brushing through the branches of a dark forest, tickling from the earlobes to the back of the neck. It was also very deep, with no discernible emotion, and his halting speech added an extra layer of mystery. Gemmet, what was with the inverted sentence structure? Had he rarely spoken? Macy licked her lips, smiling, either one is fine. Conroy, the people in this world were all quite hateful. Conroy fairy tale world polluted by darkness, where no one was truly innocent. Ernst seemed somewhat pleased, even though his face was expressionless. Suddenly, he felt that this little mermaid was different from others. Gemicide stirring up an unprecedented fervent curiosity in him, it was also because... What? Even he couldn't quite put his finger on it. It was as if he had encountered a kindred spirit. Even though she looked entirely different from him, she was so beautiful, while he was so ugly. Ernst mimicked Macy's gesture, curling his fingers. Do you want to come out? Chapter 463, The Naively Gemotiful Little Mermaid and the Crazy Scientist, 07. Wow, we're really on the same wavelength. Macy giggled softly, yes, I was thinking about it. What's the point of being separated by glass? We should touch and feel each other, experience the sensations. Ernst tilted his head to look at her, and his lips curled slightly. Wearing a human skin mask, his expression appeared stiff. Gemmet Macy could clearly see that he was happy. How much she wished he would take off the mask and reveal what he truly looked like. Ernst slowly raised his hand, and Macy saw a silver flash in his hand. Gemmet the next moment, the guards who were dealing with the fire rushed over and shouted loudly. What are you doing here? Taking advantage of the situation to be alone with the mermaid. How dare you? Conroys they spoke, one of them grabbed a long spear and lunged at the man. Ernst slowly shifted his gaze from Macy's face and turned to look at the guard. The guard hesitated for a moment, then his face turned even uglier. For a moment there, he felt as if he had been stared at by a venomous snake. This guard was already an enemy of the owner of the face under the man's mask. Now he wanted him dead even more. He thought to himself that during the dead of night, he must kill this person. After all, so many people have died today, one more wouldn't draw attention. Unbeknownst to him, the man had similar thoughts. Ernst watched the guards back for a second, then refocused his gaze on Macy. Wait, he said in a gentle, hoarse voice. He rarely spoke and had never comforted anyone before, thus, his tone was cautious. Because he cared too much for this little mermaid, he even cared deeply about her emotions. If she feared someone, he would kill the one who frightened her. If she cried, he would kill the one who made her cry. She wanted to come out, but now wasn't the right time, so he awkwardly tried to soothe her, afraid she might cry again. Fortunately, Gemma didn't cry. Macy blinked her eyes, and the sunlight reflected off the rippling water below her, casting bright light into her clear eyes. She said, Leave IK. Ernst breathed a sigh of relief. His eyelashes fluttered, and he felt something strange in his heart. Macy tapped on the glass, and the man looked up to see Macy push a pearl through the small opening used for water changes. I'm giving it to you, she said softly. The pearl fell down, and the man quickly caught it. It was a milky white pearl, small but sparkling under the sunlight. Cool to the touch, the man carefully held it in his palm, revealing a look of feverish joy in his eyes. Macy was pleased by how much he seemed to like it. Gemmet the next moment, the man opened his mouth, Conroy, and swallowed the pearl whole. Macy? Why did you eat it? Ernst licked his lips in satisfaction, his cold eyes glowing brightly. He liked it so much that he wanted to become one with it. Under Macy's astonished gaze, he gently touched the closest part of the glass to her forehead, staring at her intently, excited and manic. That night, Macy watched as he killed 3 people in one go. Conroy they were major projects. He meticulously used delicate techniques to remove the faces of the 3 people, sprinkled some of the preservatives he developed, and presented them to Macy. Which one? Macy twitched a vein. Was this supposed to be a return gift? Gemmet she wasn't interested in these pieces of human skin. It reminded her of a cat proudly dropping a live mouse at a human's feet as a thank you gift. Macy shook her head. Disappointed, the man tossed the skin aside carelessly, fumbled in his coat, and took out a few spherical objects, presenting them to Macy with both hands. Under the dim moonlight, Macy had to look closely several times before she realized what they were. They were processed eyeballs. Not feeling particularly scared, just a bit disgusted. She didn't want to see anything that wasn't related to her teacher. Macy shook her head again. Ernst then produced various strange and bloody items. Any normal person would faint at the sight. Unable to bear it any longer, Macy whispered. I don't want any of them. Ernst stopped, tilting his head to stare at her. Macy blinked and suddenly smiled. If you really want to give me a gift, I think I'd prefer something from your body. Ernst blinked like Macy did. Then, his long lashes trembled, pupils constricting slightly. Gemma, he wasn't angry or thought the request was unreasonable, rather, he was genuinely considering it. Seemed to be contemplating how to do it. He thought quickly. Gemma, before Macy could react to what he intended to do, he suddenly raised a dagger. The dagger gleamed in the moonlight, its cold edge slicing through the dim night. He abruptly stabbed his left eye. Wait. Gemma, before Macy could finish her sentence, his dagger stabbed right in. Then, an eyeball was gouged out just like that. Macy. Conroy horror movie? Ernst held the eyeball of his left eye and presented it to Macy, tilting his head and asking her softly, do you like it? His tone even sounded full of anticipation. Chapter 464, Naive and Gemmatiful Little Mermaid and a Crazy Gemma-Starred Scientist, 08. Under the dim moonlight, not far away, 3 skinned corpses were dumped on the ground, blood still spreading outwards. The bizarre and crazy man clutched his eyeball in his hand, while his other eye stared at Macy with madness and anticipation. Macy, who had always acted unpredictably, was taken aback for the first time encountering such a scene. However, there was no blood from the man's hollowed-out eye socket. It was dark and void, like the entrance to hell. Gemmed in the cold moonlight, Macy noticed when she saw the eyeball in his palm that it was a false one. Conroy, very beautiful false eye. Translucent amber in color, with eerie yet alluring dark patterns inside, and the pupil intricately crafted, with filaments extending from the center. Mysterious, bizarre, and beautiful. Macy heard her heart beating faster. Indeed, she liked this. Very much. Finally, under the man's expectant gaze, she nodded, I like it. Ernst smiled and pointed to the pearls beneath Macy. Give me another one. Macy scooped up a handful and sent them over one by one. Ernst's expression was as if he caught falling stars in his arms, scrambling to catch each pearl, none of which fell to the ground. Then he inserted the eyeball into his own eye socket again. Macy pinched it with her fingers and could even feel the lingering warmth when the eyeball was still in his eye socket. Warm and dry, it was the most beautiful amber she had ever seen. When Macy held the eyeball in her hand and examined it closely in surprise, the man walked away holding the pile of pearls, sat down facing away from Macy, and did something unknown. Confounded a moment, he turned back, walked to Macy's face, and looked at her expectantly. He had made another eyeball with the pearls she gave him and placed it into his eye socket. Macy's eyes widened in amazement. Who knew pearls could be so beautiful? He had ground several pearls together, probably using some kind of dye, transforming the originally milky white pearls with fine sparkle into an amber color similar to the eyeball in her palm. Not transparent, but the opaque amber was like a starry sky full of grandeur. Embedded in his eye, it was as if all the stars were contained within. Without those eerie patterns, this eye seemed almost gentle. Gemmet, the other real eye, remained chillingly bizarre and beautiful. Combined, these conflicting elements produced a beauty that made hearts quiver. Macy swallowed hard. She declared that the teacher in this world was the most romantic. To craft an eye out of pearls made from her tears. Could anything be more romantic than this? Macy blinked excitedly, trying to conceal her extreme joy. Really beautiful, I like it. She praised wholeheartedly. Pleasure also shone in the man's eyes. Strange, clearly a false eye, but why did it seem to have emotions? How fitting it was for him. She wanted to see his original appearance even more. Unknowingly, the sky turned pale white, dawn was breaking. Ernst glanced at the unattended corpses and then pointed at the 3 pieces of human skin on the ground. Which one? I will use it. He was going to change his face. Macy understood and randomly picked one. Ernst picked it up and washed it with some strange liquid. Holding the amber eyeball, Macy watched excitedly. Would changing the face reveal his true appearance? Unfortunately, the man turned away. When he faced Macy again, he had changed his face. Then he dragged the 3 bodies away. Conroy's daylight broke fully, people became even more terrified. 3 people vanished in one night. Who would be next? Fear of death clouded everyone's hearts, and one of their teammates suddenly became sullen and silent, but no one cared. They must have encountered the Grim Reaper. Love or something impure. They nervously speculated amongst themselves, inexplicably glancing at Macy. Dermot abruptly walked up to Macy and shouted loudly. Did you see anything at night? Do you know something? Macy seemed startled by his loud voice, shrinking back abruptly and retreating into her corner. Even her beautiful fish tail curled up pitifully. Naive, fearful, and innocent, her clear eyes seemed incapable of harboring any malice. So foolish, yet timid, it really didn't seem like she had any sinister intentions. People looked at each other, and in the atmosphere of fear, they began to blame each other, became neurotic, and even started to suspect one another. They no longer had the heart to appreciate the beautiful mermaid. In the face of death, fear clung like a shadow. While everyone was leaving to think of a solution, the man quietly approached Macy. He gently touched the dust on the glass, his eyes full of sympathy for the small, pitiful mermaid curled up in the corner. He spoke to her in a hesitant yet tender voice. Tonight, they all die. Don't be afraid. Chapter 465, The Naively Gemmatiful Little Mermaid and the Insane Scientist, 09. Macy edged closer to him, her watery eyes filled with anticipation as she looked at him. You're so nice. So soft and obedient, it made his heart clench. She liked it. This thought gave the man an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. His heart felt completely full, and his energy peaked in this moment. He wanted nothing more than to kill everyone immediately and claim credit. Soon, the guards returned with grave expressions. It was still midday, the bright sunlight dispelling people's fear. People continued on their journey, and the man still walked closest to Macy. Perhaps because of the new eyeballs, or perhaps due to the sunny day. His gaze wasn't as crazed and cold. Upon closer inspection, there was even a pure beauty to it. Despite being on a rather plain face, those dazzling eyes drew attention at first glance. Love, of course, madness and fervor were still evident. The guards around them didn't know that death had opened the final door. They would all die here. People sped up, and Macy turned her head to look at the man. The first time she saw him, his step seemed somewhat awkward. Gemmet now, he looked no different from a normal person. She was really curious about the environment he lived in before, as he seemed out of place with the whole world. However, that night, everything didn't go according to plan. The guards didn't sleep. They sat in a circle around the campfire, watching each other intently with wide eyes. Ernst didn't even have the chance to slip them any drugs. No matter, he thought. He'd find an opportunity to quietly toss some medication into the fire. They wouldn't be able to hold out for long. When the moon reached its zenith, people were at their drowsiest. Conroy few were already dozing off, only to be woken by others nearby. It was then that the man slightly moved. Something fell into the fire. The flames flickered but showed no signs of abnormality. The drug acted slowly, but the man was a patient hunter. Just as a few people were about to drift into unconsciousness, sudden hoofbeats rang out nearby. Everyone instantly stood up, their faces showing relief. Reinforcements had arrived. Dermot had suspected something evil was watching them since the second death. So he sent a message via homing pigeon to the palace requesting reinforcements. Finally, they were safe. The guards approached the newcomers and reported everything to Rodney of the reinforcements. Ernst slowly stood up, standing by the campfire. The red flames cast a dancing shadow on half of his face. He raised his eyes to glance in Macy's direction, his fingertips curling slightly. Dermot of the reinforcements soon frowned. I suspect that these evil beings are among you. Everyone, stand still. The guards quickly lined up, eager to cooperate and identify the cruel person. Ernst stood at the back of the line. He lowered his eyes, making it hard to read his expression. Behind Rodney were several men, some even carrying guns, showing how seriously this escort mission was treated. Guns were rare now, aside from homemade hunting rifles in civilian hands, only the royal family possessed pistols. Levine's shot could incapacitate if not kill. The guards stood straight while Rodney and his men conducted body searches. To kill so many without anyone noticing, one must hide weapons and poison. The cool night breeze rustled the tree shadows. It wasn't warm. Conroy's guards were searched and trembled in the cold, their expressions remained relaxed. Dermot found nothing suspicious and finally stood before the devil in human skin. You, look up, Rodney ordered in a low voice. Ernst did not lift his head. Dermot frowned, about to grab his shoulder when suddenly, there was the sound of shattering glass. Crash. The sound of broken glass was piercing in the quiet night. Everyone's eyes turned toward the mermaid in the carriage, widening in surprise. Like the moon goddess descending to earth. The large glass tank had shattered for some unknown reason. Glass shards spread out, water gushed out. Conroy the mermaid, as soon as she left the water, her long fish tail transformed into legs, scales turning into blue silk covering her long, slender thighs. Even without seeing the full picture, one could see the calves, delicate ankles, and tender feet. Conroy masterpiece sculpted by a master artist couldn't be more exquisite. The little mermaid seemed to be scared as well, hugging her arms and curling her legs on the open carriage, with a look of panic. Macy sniffed and pointed towards the nearby forest. Something was just there, it broke my glass. She spoke in sobs, tears threatening to fall, as if a round moon had landed in her eyes. Conroy, who heard this melodious, soft voice and saw such pure beauty, would likely believe what she said. Conroy, this moment, everyone forgot the fisherman's warnings. It was said that mermaids were most adept at beguiling hearts. Dermot finally reacted, swallowed hard, and pointed in the direction Macy had indicated. Go after it. Ignoring the last person who had yet to be searched. Ernst slowly lifted his head and looked at Macy. His terrifying, full of possessiveness seemed even more intense. Conroy, there was a bit of grievance. Chapter 466, The Purely Gemottiful Little Mermaid and the Insane Masochistic Scientist, 10. Ernst thought to himself that he did actually have a way. He felt somewhat aggrieved, and the crux of his grievance lay in. She hadn't even seen what he was capable of. Lev originally, when the head guard was about to touch him, he would convulse, followed by a pack of wolves surrounding them. However, the instant the glass containing the mermaid shattered, he discreetly released those drugs, dispersing the slowly encircling wolf pack. He didn't possess human emotions or consciousness, but at this moment, it seemed like he understood that Gemma was helping him. It turned out that even someone like him, a monster, had someone who would help him. This made him feel a bit happy. Ernst realized that ever since he met this mermaid, unfamiliar, never-before experienced emotions had surged within him. No one dared to touch the mermaid because she was Hawkins's possession. They all knew that Hawkins had an extremely strong sense of ownership over his possessions, to a terrifying extent. Last time, a guard reached out to steady Hawkins who nearly tripped, only to have his hand chopped off immediately. Though these guards didn't dare touch the mermaid, some keen-eyed ones secretly picked up pearls from the ground. After all, pearls were scattered everywhere, and there would always be more. Surely no one would mind, right? Gemmet, they didn't know they had entered the sights of an even more possessive demon. Conroy, pair of sinister eyes, targeted those who quietly picked up the pearls. Even with someone keeping watch during the first night, an accident still occurred. Those who took the pearls inexplicably started to swell and rot from their fingertips. It was as if they had been bitten by a highly venomous snake, without any antidote. This was an incredibly terrifying way to die, watching your body decay before your eyes, unable to stop it. They screamed, cried out in pain, praying, and eventually became corpses. Even Karina widened her eyes in shock. She usually didn't toy with her prey unless they were extremely guilty. Normally, she killed them with a single blow. It seemed that the mentor of this world was worse than her. No, not worse. He showed indifference. Seeing his prey tortured, he didn't feel pleasure. Killing them this way might just be because he wanted to try out the new poison he developed. Such a horrifying and bloody scene filled everyone with terror. Jeeming exposed while the enemy remained hidden made people extremely uneasy. Suddenly, those sent to check the bodies despite feeling nauseous made a new discovery. They all have pearls from the mermaid. The person, wearing gloves and enduring the nausea, pulled out a lustrous pearl from the sticky corpse's clothes. Strangely enough, even though it was taken out of bloodstains, the pearl wasn't tainted at all. Under the sunlight, it shimmered beautifully. Yet, such a beautiful object now sent chills down everyone's spines. They looked at each other, suddenly realizing something. The person holding the pearl also seemed to recall something, abruptly throwing it on the ground. Ernst standing beside, looking down, his gaze followed the pearl, and the corner of his eye twitched slightly when it hit the ground. Dermot spoke first, his voice trembling, voicing his suspicions. When did we start encountering strange events? Was it when we brought this mermaid along? Levin said, everyone started agreeing. Yes. Ever since that day, every night, we'd mysteriously lose team members. Conroyed now, those who took the mermaid's pearls have rotted entirely. They shivered as they discussed the abnormalities around them. What witch, what evil god? Conroy's royal guards, they had seen many things but never encountered such a situation. The only thing they didn't understand was this mermaid. No one had ever caught a mermaid before either. Legends about mermaids were just legends, perhaps the more beautiful something is, the more dangerous it is. Even the head guard changed his expression. People trembled as they turned to look at the direction of the mermaid. In the sunlight, Gemma, with her golden hair flowing freely, had skin so fair it seemed translucent. Her beautiful features and small face exuded an endearing charm. No. The mermaid suddenly lifted her head, revealing a radiant, dazzling smile unlike her previous timid, innocent, pitiful self. She smiled brightly at everyone, revealing tiny sharp teeth. This smile left everyone mesmerized by its beauty, but in the next second, fear gripped their hearts. Was this the true form of a mermaid? So, mermaids' teeth were actually this sharp? There wasn't a trace of pitiful demeanor on that face. They all took a step back. The object of their lust had suddenly turned into a deadly demon. Unfortunately, when everyone was looking at the mermaid, the man in human skin was carefully squatting on the ground to pick up pearls. He meticulously wiped off the dust from the pearls before gently placing them in his bosom. Naturally, he didn't see Gemma's sudden change of expression. When the man lifted his head again, he found Rodney pointing at him. No one wants to guard the mermaid, so you go. Chapter 467, The Innocent and Exquisitely Gemotiful Little Mermaid and the Danilo, 11. For the first time, the man responded to someone other than Gemma. Ernst did not reply verbally but strode with large steps to stand beside Gemma. People cast sympathetic glances at him. Who could blame him for not pleasing Rodney of the guards? Now he could only become the caretaker of this terrifying mermaid. Levinly Macy noticed the excitement in his eyes growing increasingly obvious. In the man's arms, closest to his heart, were Macy's tear pearls. Each pearl felt a bit abrasive against him, yet his heart felt full. His amber-cold eyes stared straight at Macy as if trying to engrave every contour of her body into his very soul. Conroy's for Macy, she once again adopted an innocent and pitiable appearance. She met his gaze, then curled her lips upward, revealing an extremely soft smile. This smile made the man's heart tremble. It wasn't because she was beautiful, or rather, it wasn't just because she was beautiful. More so, it was something engraved deep within his soul. He suddenly felt that he wanted to see more of her smiles. The group continued on their journey. This time they quickened their pace, and each person was provided with a horse. To more conveniently care for this terrifying mermaid, Rodney of the guards had another supersized aquarium prepared, filled with water, allowing the mermaid to maintain her fishtail form. Conroy at least, a fishtail looked less mobile. Meanwhile, the man was also arranged to board the carriage. The aquarium reached Macy's waist level. She clung to the edge, gently swaying her tail, looking slightly braver and especially innocent and radiant. The caravan moved forward. Ernst knelt at the edge of the carriage, lowering his eyes, for the first time not staring directly at Macy. He was so close to Gemma this time, his heart pounding rapidly. He actually felt some hesitation in looking at her. However, soon, desire and possession overcame the shy feeling. He edged a little closer to Macy, then slowly extended his hand. Closer, closer, almost touching. That blue luminescent fish tail rested on the edge of the aquarium, so close. Conroy perfect curve, seemingly cool to the touch, like a work of art, yet carrying the faint rhythm of life. Just a little bit more. In the instant his fingertips were about to touch the fish tail, it flicked lightly, brushing against the back of his hand. Slap. Conroy loud sound echoed, and his hand back turned red. Ernst lifted his eyes sharply, his ears blushing red with excitement. He touched. It hurt. Cold, smooth, like jade. It really hurt. Gemma it felt far more pleasant than jade, with a hardness similar to jade and the softness of silk. He had never experienced such a wonderful sensation. Yet it really hurt. Ernst rubbed his hand back, his feverish passion giving way to a hint of. Why did she hit him? After being red for a while, his hand back began to swell. Macy didn't expect her tail to be so powerful, she just gave a light flick. No wonder humans find it difficult to capture mermaids. So, the original owner hadn't resisted all along, truly too innocent and kind-hearted. Meeting the man's eyes, which were tinged with mild grievance, she spoke softly. Touching a mermaid without permission is impolite. Ernst blinked, getting excitedly closer because Macy was speaking to him, then became puzzled by her words. Impolite, he repeated hoarsely. Macy's voice was obedient and gentle. Yes, anything you want to do to me should be asked first. I need to agree before you proceed. Ernst, rubbing his burning hand back, tilted his head. He had never heard such logic before. Levine needs to ask. He killed people, conducted experiments, and never asked. Gemma if it was Gemma. He nodded, his fanatical and eerie eyes gazing seriously at Macy. Can I touch? His hoarse and hesitant voice sounded tentative. Even though she wore a plain expression, Macy found him adorable. She suddenly wanted to tease him. No, she replied softly. Ernst was stunned. No one told him what to do when faced with this problem. Was it because he said he would kill everyone but failed to do so? It must be. Ernst quickly found Macy's reason for refusal. He glanced around, estimating the combat ability of these people and horses, and the toxins and hidden weapons remaining on his body, then lowered his eyes sadly. There are too many, it's hard. Sorry. Macy felt she must be hallucinating. Why did this sinister and creepy snake give off a dog-like scent? She couldn't help but laugh, and the man raised his head abruptly, greedily staring at her face. The venomous snake briefly revealed its fangs in this moment. Leavenly Macy would feel pleasure, even relaxation, under such a gaze. She softened her voice and asked. No need to kill anyone. My name is Macy, what's yours? Ernst froze again. After a while, he shook his head, I don't know. Conroy monster like him wouldn't have a name. Macy squinted her eyes with a smile, then how about I call you Freddy, okay? Conroy another day of naming her teacher, what joy. Ernst repeated the two words, just about to nod in agreement, when he suddenly became shrewd. Conroy right, but, you have to let me touch you. Chapter 468, The Innocently Gemottiful Little Mermaid and the Crazy Scientist, 12. Under Freddy's fanatic gaze, Macy suppressed her laughter, nodded, and reminded him. Just for a moment. Conroy it truly was just for a moment. Freddy used his untouched hand to gently touch her tail with his fingertips. It was as if a Darius had encountered the vastness of the sky, something so precious he was afraid he might break it. However, in an instant, he withdrew his fingers. His eyes were flushed with excitement. Freddy's breathing became rapid as he looked at Macy's eyes, then at her tail. It was peculiar. He had encountered things that piqued his curiosity before, but never had anything made him this cautious and... There was only one such being in the world, and he had to be very careful, incredibly careful. Leavenly he was allowed to touch her. Conroy else would spoil her with a single glance. He couldn't help but touch the area where his heart was beating so fast. Macy watched his ears turn red from excitement and finally spoke her long-anticipated request. I want to see you. Freddy paused mid-motion, suddenly lowering his eyes. Conroy as if he were dodging. His gaze shifted away, looking instead at Rodney of the guards. Who's next? Who dies? His voice was hoarse and timid, soft, a bit guilty, as if afraid she might be startled. Macy wasn't buying it. Her eyes reddened, making her look even more pitiful. I want to see you without that human skin mask. Freddy stiffened, shaking his head in panic. No, I'm not pretty. He was a monster, sure to scare Gemma. Macy grew even more excited. She felt even more curious. She had already prepared herself. He likely didn't look like an ordinary human. Those scarred hands, the beautiful fake eye that had gone blind, the somewhat stiff gait, occasionally revealing a glint of metal under the moonlight. Such imperfections and perfections intertwined must stir the heart even more. Though excited and anticipating, her expression became increasingly pitiful and sad. Tears welled up in her eyes, ready to fall like pearls any second now. Freddy became even more panicked. The sinister look in his eyes faded. In the next moment, he raised his hand, pushed against the edge of the carriage, and fled directly. Macy? So this terrifying monster, snake-like, runs away when faced with something he can't handle? Just letting her take a look, wouldn't lose a piece of flesh or anything. Was it really necessary? Gemmet thinking about it, if she asked for a piece of his flesh, he would probably exhale in relief and cut a piece off for her without hesitation. The tall figure vanished into the nearby forest. The guards frowned as they watched the man who guarded the mermaid flee in disarray, then cautiously glanced at the mermaid. Right the moment their eyes met the mermaid, Macy bared her teeth at them, her pupils constricting into vertical slits, almost demon-like. Everyone hurriedly turned away, hearts pounding. Too scary, the mermaid was clearly the embodiment of a demon. No wonder the guardian of the mermaid ran away, he must have seen something even more frightening. Dermot of the guards frowned tightly, hiding his fear, and sent word to Hawkins. This mermaid is off. Conroy's long as Freddy wasn't around, Macy lost interest in pretending to be pitiful. Levine's glance could make all gazes disappear, and she enjoyed the peace. She needed to think of a way to peel off Freddy's mask, maybe create an accident. During the rest time, Macy supported herself on the edge of the fish tank, propping up her small face, looking towards where Freddy had fled. He wouldn't disappear forever just to avoid showing his true face, right? Conroy de Bayo, then kill him. Macy, not necessarily, we can play with him. Dwights in this world are a bit different. Conroy de Bayo had just finished collecting information on this world's administrator and was excited to report. I found it strange earlier why this world's main villain didn't have concrete information. Turns out, no one ever saw his true face until his death. He was a legendary evil wizard. Scientists in this era were often considered wizards, especially mad scientists like him. His various experiments caused much trouble for ordinary people. Even Hawkins failed in besieging him, causing many troubles for himself. Gemmet eventually, he was captured and burned. Conroy de Bayo's tone was inexplicably excited. Macy rubbed her chin, no one had seen him even at death, making her more eager to capture him and examine him closely. Soon, the group was to continue moving forward. Macy stroked her fingertips. The teacher still hasn't shown up, she felt a bit unhappy. Just as she was about to do something naughty, her nose caught a whiff of blood. Eve turned back and saw Freddy appear behind her. Conroy, though there were no bloodstains on him, he carried a strong scent of blood. He met Eve's eyes, startled for a moment, then wore an expression of surprise mixed with cautious flattery. Here, don't cry. He opened his palm toward Eve, revealing a black bracelet that shimmered in the dim light. Gemmet Eve's first glance was at his wrist. Conroy deep wound oozed blood, soaking through his sleeve. Yet, he seemed to feel no pain at all, stepping forward excitedly. These are snake scales, beautiful, right? Do you like them? Conroy, anything you want, I'll give it to you. Chapter 469, The Naively Gemotiful Little Mermaid and the Mad Scientist, 13. Conroy, actually, Freddy thought very simply. She doesn't like human skin, nor does she like eyeballs, so what does she like? Conroy, at least, she would like her own scales, right? Gemmet, there is nothing more beautiful in the world than a mermaid's scales. Except for that black snake, which can barely match 1/10 of her beauty. Conroy, few days ago, he saw a large black python in the forest. It was the largest snake he had ever seen, its body shiny black, with a cold blue luster that even the finest gemstones couldn't compare to. If it were before, he would have followed it long ago. Gemmet this time, he just glanced at it, then turned his head back to look at his little mermaid. If it weren't for Karina being angry, he wouldn't have even remembered this black python. To please her, she might think about crying a little less. Freddy thought as he went alone into the forest to find the snake. Conroy's for what kind of life or death struggle occurred, his body was bitten several times again. The python nearly snapped his thigh bone. He sliced it from its midsection all the way to its tail with a dagger. He took several of the brightest protective scales, polished them into smooth pieces, and strung them into a bracelet. Then, he cut open his own wrist, smeared his own blood on them, making the black scales even more vivid. When he cut himself, he didn't feel any pain. Conroy, after all, he often experimented on himself before. Gemmet, when he noticed Karina staring at the wound on his wrist, he instinctively withdrew his hand, feeling inexplicably guilty. Do you like it? Seeing Karina didn't respond, he cautiously asked again. Finally, Karina looked up and smiled at him. I like it. These two words excited Freddy beyond measure. He wanted to put the bracelet on Karina but realized his fingers were covered in blood when he touched her wrist. Karina's hands are so clean, they would be dirted by him. Freddy was about to go clean himself, but suddenly he saw Karina open her palm. His former eyeball lay in her palm, like a sinister black jade resting on pure white jade. String this on too. Karina winked at him. Freddy was so happy that his nails trembled. He very carefully touched the amber-colored glass ball in her hand, then turned away. Conroy, for some time, an unparalleled bracelet made with his body temperature and blood, imbued with the aura of the world's most savage and evil animals, was presented to Karina. Don't cry anymore. While putting the bracelet on Karina, he tilted his head, hoarsely pleading. Karina stared at the bracelet on her wrist, feeling the cold, bloody aura crawl up her arm. Her heart raced with excitement. Dwight's taste always perfectly matched hers. The slender, ivory-white wrist adorned with dark red, black beads coiled twice around. It looked like a real snake entwining her arm. In the middle was a slightly larger, semi-transparent amber sphere, with pupils and bloodshot veins, like an eye. How romantic, as if he turned into a little snake, wrapping around her wrist, forever watching her. Karina's mood instantly brightened. Not looking at his face is fine, after all, there's plenty of time ahead. Gemicides, she had already prepared, let Conroy create an accident. Then, during this accident, she would tear off Dwight's human skin and happily run away with him. She would never let Dwight end up burned alive. That prince or whatever, she didn't care at all. Conroy, the current favorability remained at 20. If she kept avoiding him, it would never rise or fall, allowing her to stay with Dwight forever. However, as Karina was happily envisioning her perfect future, it seemed like the world was against her. Conroy's dispirited voice sounded. Levener, it looks like you still need to go to the palace. August Gordon seems to have received some news, and your favorability towards him is gradually decreasing. I guess the news about your strange incidents reached his hands. Karina's eyebrows twitched. Slightly annoying. Gemma, it's okay, as long as Freddie stays with her. Karina sniffled, looking pitiful. She leaned on the edge of the fish tank, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Freddie, when we get to the palace, can you stay by my side? Gemma. Freddie shook his head. Karina's eyes welled up, then heard Freddie panic-stricken and hoarsely say. I want to take you, and run away. Conroy, it turns out while Karina was thinking about staging an accident to escape, he was also thinking about it. Karina felt even better, seeming even more pitiable. Gemma, I must go to the palace. There's something important I need to do, so, will you accompany me? Gemma. The end, her voice quivered slightly. She was too timid and pitiful, at the thought of going to a strange environment, she couldn't wait to cling to someone she knew. Freddie's heart was clutched tightly once more. Strange, he had never felt this way about an experimental subject before. Previously, he would directly kill anything he was interested in and take it home. Gemma now. He abruptly reached out and caught a pearl that fell from Karina's eyes. The pearl seemed to still carry her body temperature, burning his palm. Don't cry, don't be afraid, I'll be with you. He carefully hid that pearl in his chest, his bottom line being continuously lowered. Karina instantly stopped crying. She even gave a somewhat mischievous smile. That's great, you're so nice. Gemma, do you know who can stay by my side day and night in the palace? Freddie tilted his head. Who? Karina smiled innocently. It's a maidservant. Oh. Chapter 470, The Naive and Exquisite Mermaid and the Danilo, 14. Arvin had no concept of wearing women's clothing. To be precise, he had no understanding of any human rules, showing indifference to all life forms. Gemma Macy, upon imagining that scene, suddenly felt incredibly excited. She had long noticed that Arvin's figure was of a tall and slender build. He was one of the tallest among the group of guards. Even when he hunched his back intentionally to impersonate someone, it couldn't conceal his beautiful spinal structure. His clavicles protruded delicately, with straight shoulders, a slim waist, and long legs. He must either not eat properly or constantly harm himself, making him very thin. Yet, his arms were covered with a thin layer of muscles. Such a physique would look great in a maid outfit. Macy daydreamed about her blissful life in the palace, already beginning to look forward to it. Though Arvin didn't fully understand the deeper meaning of Macy's words, seeing her excitement made his heart beat joyfully. It's good. It's wonderful for her to keep smiling like this. Just smile for me. The entire team traveled day and night, finally successfully delivering Gemma to the palace. During this time, several more people died. They hadn't found common factors among these deaths, but Arvin knew. These were the ones who had shown those disgusting looks at Macy before, those who had once discussed how to make Macy cry. He remembered each and every one of them. Upon arriving at the palace, the guards, no longer under fear, would soon discover Arvin's unusual behavior. So, before getting off the carriage, Macy lightly hooked his finger. Prepare well and come find me quickly. You will definitely find me, won't you? Arvin's eyes remained as sinister as ever, his possessiveness and fervor only deepening. Gemma, there was also an inexplicable obedience. Fearing her tears, desiring her smile, even disobeying his own wishes for her sake seemed not so unbearable. Arvin nodded, yes. He jumped down from the carriage, taking a step away from the crowd before they could gather around him. Then, recalling something, he turned and winked at Macy. Don't take off the bracelet. Don't cry. Even if you do, your tears are mine. Did he ask for too much? Would Gemma agree? Arvin felt a bit nervous, but soon, he saw his little mermaid nodding and smiling at him. His heart overflowed, the pearl in his chest glowing hot. He quietly slipped away before anyone noticed something was amiss. He needed to prepare well, he had to find his little mermaid quickly. Macy was carried into a bedroom behind the palace. The palace was extremely luxurious, and she appeared to be in the area where Hawkins and Princess lived. They specially prepared a super large room for her. The room was equipped with a huge fish tank, with walls and ceilings decorated with shells and corals. No wonder the original occupant fell deeply in love with Hawkins. In such extreme panic and fear, finding such a caring presence would surely leave a strong impression. Unfortunately, the current prince had no idea that he was not facing a pitiful little mermaid, but a little demon. Two maids attended Macy. They looked at her jealously, treating her roughly. Just a fish. Why did it get so much attention from Hawkins? Ignoring these two, Macy leaped onto the ground, her fish tail transforming into legs. Despite being newly on land, each step she took was graceful. Her golden hair draped over her waist, swaying gently with her movements. Her perfect features and porcelain skin surpassed all humans. The two maids were almost entranced, filled with jealousy and envy, wishing to replace her. Conroy's Macy walked towards the wardrobe and picked out a white bathrobe. The door opened. The two maids' faces instantly turned red, becoming obedient, greeting the newcomer. Macy turned to see August Gordon. Gordon was momentarily stunned upon seeing Macy's face. She was even more beautiful than he had seen at the auction, her beauty startling. Jackson's Darius-ish voice grumbled. The dog prince's affection for you dropped to 5 because of previous rumors, but it just increased to 20 after seeing you again. Macy curled her lips slightly, inwardly humming. Leavenly up to 20? Seems he is still cautious. Macy fluttered her lashes, revealing gratitude towards her savior and innocent timidity perfectly. Hello, she spoke softly. Gordon froze, his heart pounding rapidly. Mermaids' voices were really so enchanting? Conroy's affection increased by another 10, he began to doubt the information from his head guard. Mermaids are ominous and evil. Many people in the team died mysteriously, and their deaths were very tragic. Do not be deceived by her appearance. Gordon took a deep breath and put on a gentlemanly, elegant smile. Hello, my name is Gordon, and I am Hawkins of this country. You miss home very much, don't you? Macy timidly nodded. Gordon, I will send you back, but I have run into some trouble recently. Can you help me? Macy rolled her eyes inwardly but showed an expression of joy on her face. Yes, I can. Gordon's heart stirred. The hand behind his back, which was holding a dagger, came into view, and he beckoned Macy with a gentle smile. His voice was very mild. Come here. Chapter 471, The Naively Gemotiful Mermaid and the Deranged Scientist, 15. Macy tilted her head. What? Her clear eyes were filled only with innocence, their pupils crystalline and transparent, where no filth or desire could linger. Gordon was momentarily startled by those eyes. Gemmet in the next second, he suddenly remembered that phrase. Mermaids are best at ensnaring hearts. Indeed, they ensnare hearts. He had almost softened. Gordon composed himself, taking another step towards Macy. Don't forget, I saved you. If it weren't for me, you might now be bought by some wealthy man, put on exhibition, or even subjected to vile acts by a group of people. Conroy's he spoke, he observed the mermaid's expression. Sure enough, terror appeared on that beautifully innocent face. Gordon was gratified by this fear. You, such a kind and grateful mermaid, would certainly agree to my small request, wouldn't you? Don't be afraid, I just need a little of your blood. The pitiful mermaid sniffled, her eyes reddened. Levi, I agree. Joy flickered in Gordon's eyes. It seemed that regardless of whether she could bewitch hearts, she was obedient. If she continued to be so compliant, he wouldn't mind showing her a bit of care. Gordon raised an eyebrow at Macy, extending his hand to indicate she should place her wrist in his. Gemmet Macy took a step back, looking pitifully at him. Can I do it myself? I'm a little scared. Could you please leave? Gordon was nearly moved by her face. Conroy admittedly, she was truly beautiful, every word making one involuntarily agree. Gordon glanced at the two maids, pointing to the taller one. You stay here, make her bleed quickly. With that, he and the other maid left. The tall maid blushed as she took the dagger from Gordon. Conroy's the door closed, her demeanor changed instantly. Her malice towards the mermaid became evident. You, come over. Stop dawdling. Don't think you can lure Hawkins with that pitiful act. Jealousy and viciousness shone in her eyes as she sized up the mermaid, contemplating how to scar her face. Deface her, and she would no longer be so beautiful. Conroy's strange pleasure welled up in the maid's heart, especially seeing the fear on Macy's face. She felt immensely satisfied and laughed. Scared now, huh? If you kneel and beg me, maybe I'll be gentler. Why are people in this world so full of malice? Macy pouted. So low level, not fun. The maid was taken aback. What do you mean? What attitude is this? Macy looked at her, suddenly smiling. Jemmy the way, how do you want to die? How about cutting out your tongue and gouging out your eyes? The mermaid's voice was sweet and soft, clear and melodious, yet it chanted the curse of death. The maid shuddered, shocked by the sudden change in Macy's expression. Something wasn't right. Just as this thought crossed her mind, a chill ran down her spine. Compared to the mermaid before her, something even more terrifying seemed to be watching her from behind. She abruptly turned around, but before she could see who was there, everything went dark. Two sharp spikes pierced her eyes. Conroyganizing pain surged through her body. She tried to scream but felt a cold sensation at her neck. Conroy, chop chop sound followed, and she couldn't utter another word. Her vocal cords were severed accurately. Macy exclaimed with delight. Wow, you're so fast. Arvin still wore the dead guard's face, though it looked somewhat pale now. Expressionless, he pulled out the 2 metal spikes, cleaning the eyeballs and blood on the thrashing, nearly unconscious maid. Then he lifted his eyes to Macy, his gaze intensifying the moment their eyes met. How much I've missed you. His hoarse voice whispered softly. These 3 words flowed smoothly. He had started missing her the moment he couldn't see her. Lev originally, preparing supplies in his territory would take a day or 2, but he couldn't wait. So, he did something more dangerous, venturing into deep swamps to catch many venomous creatures, casually creating some poison. Lev, of course, he was also injured. Gemmet, he wanted to see his mermaid sooner. To his surprise, when he first saw the mermaid while sneaking in, someone was actually harming his precious one. He kicked the maid lying unconscious on the ground and looked at Macy. Don't let her die, just make her hurt. Macy smiled. I thought the same thing. Her teacher never disappointed her. Don't let her die, just tie her up and stuff her into the wardrobe. She's very useful. Arvin was about to act and Macy suddenly thought of something and stopped him. I'll do it myself. She smiled mischievously. Turn your back. Wait until I call you before you turn around. Conroy hint of, wrong word, maybe a grievance or sullenness, flashed in Arvin's dark, insane eyes. He wanted to say that he had many wounds, and it hurt so much that he needed to see her more to heal. Gemmet, as Macy pouted, he obediently turned his back. Macy cheerfully stripped the maid of her clothes. Thankfully, Arvin's technique was excellent, leaving no bloodstains on them. Conroy, they were brand new clothes. Probably because this maid knew she would meet Hawkins today, so she changed into them specially. After stripping the clothes off, Macy casually tied up the maid with a bedsheet and stuffed her into a well-sealed wardrobe. Then, she shook out the maid's uniform on her hands. Conroy, admittedly, the clothes were beautiful. The pretty lace, the delicate corset. Macy grinned and said, turn around. Chapter 472, The Naively Gemotiful Little Mermaid and the Insane Scientist, 16. Freddie turned his head, meeting Macy's beaming eyes, and his ears instantly turned red. How strange, why does this happen every time I see her? What kind of emotion is this that makes my whole body feel hot, my heart race, yet it feels so comfortable? Gemmet, before he could dwell on it, Macy threw the maid costume right in front of him. Go ahead and put it on. Her soft, alluring voice carried an enticing charm. Freddie, dressed in a black robe with a human skin mask on his face, stared blankly at the maid costume in front of him and tilted his head. Me? Please, Macy pleaded with teary eyes, I really want to see you in it. Conroy, only by doing this can you stay by my side all the time. We could even sleep together. The last few words instantly caught Freddie's attention. Sleep together? Macy nodded vigorously. Yeah, don't you want to? Freddie's eyes lit up. He looked even more mad and passionate, his pure anticipation almost spilling over. Without hesitation, he picked up the maid outfit and took off his black robe. Unfortunately, he was still wearing something underneath. Macy felt a bit disappointed. Gemicides, the maid outfit had long sleeves and a long skirt, which did not reveal any of his skin. Gemmet, when Freddie slipped it on, she couldn't take her eyes off him. He was like a mannequin come to life. His shoulders were slender but broad, and after tying the waistband, his waist seemed even slimmer than the previous servant girl's. Very tall, the long skirt made his legs look even longer. The exposed part of his wrist, with delicate bones and perfect curves, was anything but frail like a woman's figure, yet it exuded a peculiar allure. Just looking at his physique made her hungry. The only thing that felt out of place was his face. He still hadn't removed the human skin mask, making his average-looking face seem jarringly disconnected from his body. Macy blinked and took a step forward. Gemmet, this small step caused her to trip and fall straight forward. Right in front of her was the dagger that the servant girl had dropped earlier. Freddie's pupils constricted. His body reacted faster than his brain, and he rushed to catch Macy in his arms. Just as he was about to embrace Macy, he suddenly heard her light laugh. Then, his face felt cold. Levy, no. He thought. He pulled on Macy's arm and abruptly lowered his head, as if trying to hide himself. He even forgot to breathe. She must be terrified and screaming. Is she crying? Freddie thought, feeling his heart being torn apart. Macy's silence was slowly torturing him. Suddenly, he took a step back, intending to turn and run away. Finally, Macy found her voice. Wait. She held her chest, almost screaming. This is too beautiful. Gemlac patterns extended upward from his neck, their lines twisting strangely yet mysteriously beautiful. Following his right cheek up to the corner of his eye. Like the vines of a rose. His features were striking, a high-bridged nose, perfectly carved without any feminine softness. Pale lips, and when his brows and eyes were fully revealed, they formed slightly upward slanting almond-shaped eyes. Those bizarre black patterns extended gracefully from the corners of his eyes, adding an otherworldly allure to his already striking features. Conroy, at first sight, Macy was stunned. Freddie was indeed frozen by Macy's weight, but stood rooted to the spot, afraid to turn around. He kept his head down, his gaze falling on the dagger on the ground nearby. She must hate it so much, even he despises it. He had once tried to cut or scrape it off, but those patterns would always grow back. Like venomous snakes coiling on his skin, proclaiming some innate sin. Intense self-destructive urges surged like raging wildfire. Just as those terrifying chaotic thoughts were about to overwhelm him, his long hair hanging behind him was yanked. The force was quite strong. Still lost in his pain and self-loathing, he didn't have time to react before being forcibly turned around. Then, he met Gemma's eyes. Those eyes brimmed with unfamiliar fervor and joy, along with a dazzling admiration he had never imagined. There was none of the familiar revulsion and hatred. How could this be? He wondered blankly, feeling his deadened heart beat wildly again. Unbeknownst to him, his recent panic had left his eyes bloodshot. Now, those snake-like eyes gleamed with red rims, moisture shimmering, oddly mingling bewilderment and coldness. Macy couldn't help but lick her lips. This was the proper way to wear a maid outfit. The chaste and adorable long dress, the coy and pure lace edges. Noemi legs, narrow waist, beautiful features, and loose long hair, with mysterious and bewitching patterns extending from the neckline to cover half of his face. It made one couldn't help but wonder where these patterns originated. Really beautiful. She almost admiringly raised her hand, her fingertip touching the corner of his eye. The moment their skin touched, Freddie flinched sharply. Conroitually, someone would touch such a monster like him voluntarily? Everyone always avoided him as much as possible. Why did she get close? It felt like everything around was fading away, leaving only things about her in his world. His whole body trembled slightly uncontrollably, as if he had fallen into hell and was instantly pulled into heaven by that hand. His voice became even hoarser, trembling greatly, then gradually surging with pure joy and more madness. Macy. Just then, there came a knock on the door. Gordon's voice outside was impatient. Why isn't it ready yet? Chapter 473, The Pure and Gemotiful Little Mermaid and the Crazy Masochistic Scientist, 17. This voice immediately pierced the perfect atmosphere. In an instant, Freddie's eyes revealed intense murderous intent. Even the eerie patterns on his face seemed to twist, exuding pure malice, accompanied by snake-like eyes that fixed intently on the door. When Macy saw Freddie's expression, her heart skipped a beat. It wasn't because she was afraid of her teacher being perverse. She was afraid that her teacher might kill this target again at any moment, and then she would be back to square one. Several times before, in different worlds, targets had been indirectly killed by her teacher, and she didn't want to repeat the same mistake. She lifted her other hand, cradling Freddie's face with both hands, turning his gaze from the door back to her. Freddie's cruel eyes hadn't yet receded when they met Macy's beautiful, moist eyes, making his eyelashes tremble in fear. Conroy afraid of frightening Gemma. Fortunately, Gemma wasn't frightened but blinked her eyes seriously. Freddie, you can kill anyone, but don't kill Gordon. Freddie's eye twitched slightly as he lowered his eyelashes. Conroy's if trying with all his might to restrain the malevolence in his heart. However, the patterns on his face became even deeper in color at that moment. Macy chuckled softly and said, Gemma, cause if you kill him, I will die too. Freddie's eyes widened, looking at Macy and rasping out, why? Macy tilted her head. Due to certain rules. Conroy, though I hate him very much, he can't die. If Freddie wants to be with me forever, you must not kill him. Gem obedient, okay? If you obey, I'll be happy. Freddie stared at Macy without blinking, Lev obedient. He repeated these two words slowly. Conroitually, he didn't need Macy to say it. He thought. Ever since he first laid eyes on Macy, it was as if the whole world revolved around her. Lev, of course, he would be obedient, as long as she could only see him in her eyes, tears, scales, and flesh all belonged only to him. Conroy, as long as she doesn't cry and smiles more, he was willing to do anything. Freddie nodded. Lev, of course, obedient. Don't cry. Macy smiled happily. Her teacher's attachment to her was growing deeper and deeper. Such an obedient teacher couldn't go unrewarded. She slowly tiptoed up. Freddie's pupils slowly constricted, her lips gently touched his cheek. Still on the right half of his face covered with black patterns. Macy thought he had no idea how mesmerizing he was. His skin was pale and transparent due to prolonged exposure to darkness, making the patterns appear even more alluring. The kiss was like a light touch, yet it instantly flushed Freddie's ears red. The soft, warm sensation made his heart race uncontrollably. What was this? His head was dizzy, as if he was dancing happily in the clouds. Leavenly after getting closer did Macy smell the scent on him, a woody fragrance mixed with the smell of blood, carrying the scent of incense burning in the forest, distant yet mysterious. More tempting. Macy licked her lips, stood straight, and looked at him with innocent, clear eyes. Levi K., from now on, you're my most intimate servant. The words, most intimate, were like a piece of candy directly stuffed into Freddie's mouth, sweetening his heart. With flushed ears, he excitedly nodded toward Macy. His overly demonic face paired with those eager-to-be praised eyes looked a bit incongruous. Macy held back her laughter and casually picked up the glass of water from the bedside table and handed it to Freddie. Conroy bleed her a bit. Freddie picked up the dagger from the floor and walked toward the wardrobe. There was no sound coming from inside the wardrobe, only a strong smell of blood wafting out. Conroy, after a while, Freddie came out wearing the servant's face mask. Perfect, except for those eyes, there was no flaw at all. However, this small issue wouldn't be noticed by anyone. Conroy, as long as he lowered his eyes, he would be a servant with an unusually tall stature, broad shoulders, narrow waist, and long legs. In his hand, the glass cup was full of blood. He even wiped his fingers clean. If it weren't for the lingering bloody smell in the air, it would be impossible to tell what brutal and cruel act he had just committed. Macy praised generously, "Good boy, Freddy." She smiled so warmly, and Freddy loved seeing her smile the most. His eyes lit up, wishing he could bleed everyone else to make Macy laugh more. Macy walked over, dipping her finger in the blood in the cup, and smeared it on her wrist. This way, it looked as if she had cut her own wrist. However, Freddy frowned. His little mermaid had been dirted. He put down the cup filled with blood, cradled Macy's arm, scrutinized it with a dark look for several seconds, then carefully wiped off the blood on her wrist. Macy explained softly, "I need this blood to create a disguise." Before she could finish her sentence, she paused. Freddy drew out the dagger and, without any hesitation, slashed his own wrist. Blood instantly gushed out. His eyes finally showed pleasure. Using his long, pale fingertips, he wiped the blood from his own wrist and smeared it onto Macy's wrist. "Use mine." His voice was soft, with a fanatical look in his eyes. The little mermaid was now marked by his blood. It felt like a special kind of branding. So beautiful. Chapter 474, The Innocent and Exquisite Little Mermaid and the Insane Scientist, 18. It was crazy. Macy could perfectly understand this kind of craziness. This kind of obsession with keeping possessions pristine, while she wasn't as severe herself, she completely understood. Moreover, if it was Dwight, it was cuter in a way. She was just about to say she preferred his blood when she heard a noise from the door. Gordon felt too slow, didn't want to wait, and directly opened the door. Conroy's pungent smell of blood hit them, and a tall maid was holding the poor little mermaid's wrist in one hand and a blood-stained dagger in the other. Conroyed on Gemma's wrist, blood was streaming down. Macy instantly adjusted her expression. Her eyes immediately turned red-rimmed, biting her lower lip as if enduring pain, her little face becoming pale. She seemed startled by the opening of the door, shivering slightly, swiftly pulling back her arm, hiding it behind her back. Then, seeming to recall something, she picked up the bowl of blood beside her with a look of grievance, approached Gordon, and handed it over to him. Gordon's heart ached. Such a beautifully pure existence, tainted with blood, slashed, destroyed. Seemed even more beautiful afterward. He felt his breathing quicken but then suddenly felt a numbness in his back, as if being watched by a venomous snake. Gordon quickly glanced around but saw nothing out of place. The tall maid only lowered her head, waiting for his orders. Probably an illusion brought on by excessive excitement. The glass cup in his hand still retained the warmth of the fresh blood, also feeling warm to the touch. Though he wanted to soothe this obedient little mermaid, he was now more eager to know the effects of the mermaid's blood. Taking 2 deep breaths to calm himself, he said, "You did well. If you want anything, I can fulfill a request when I return." His voice dripped with the arrogance of someone bestowing favor from above. Having spoken, he strode out. Seeing Hawkins leave, another maid gave Macy a scornful look. "Don't bother me." Having said that, she walked away. Without Hawkins there, she had no intention of taking care of this mermaid. This suited Macy and Elliot just fine. The moment the door closed, Elliot lifted his head, his hoarse voice filled with madness. "Can't we kill him? How about turning him into a human puppet, not dead, okay?" Macy seriously considered this possibility. She thought for a moment, not impossible, but not now. Right now, Hawkins's good impression of her was still too low. If she directly imprisoned and tormented him, even if Macy separated herself, Gordon might still believe she brought misfortune. If this angered him and reduced her good impression, it would be difficult for her to get close again. Elliot, hearing her refusal, showed a hint off in his eyes. In the next second, the mask on his face was peeled off, revealing his originally exquisite yet monstrous face. Yes, this is perfect. Elliot was still a bit unaccustomed to exposing his face without cover, especially to Gemma he cherished so deeply. Instinctively, he lowered his head, slightly turning his body to keep the side of his face covered in black veins away from Macy. Soon, Macy hooked his chin, turning him back. Her beautiful, watery eyes reflected his monster-like face, full of possession and affection. Surprised, nervous, yet eager to know why. Scared? He bent closer, darker eyes brimming with crazed yet cautious probing. There was a slight difference between his 2 eyes. After all, one was a fake pearl implanted by Macy. Both were equally bewitchingly beautiful. Macy couldn't bear to blink. "Why should I be scared? You're so beautiful." For the first time, someone evaluated him like this, and he realized why he'd wanted to forever bind this little mermaid at first sight. She was different from everyone else in this world. He was a monster, yet the luckiest monster in the world. Her soft words filled his heart. He wanted to offer her everything, every drop of blood, every inch of skin. He had always sought things that intrigued him, creating toxins that thrilled him, but finally, he understood the meaning of his existence. Meeting this little mermaid. "I belong to you." He suddenly spoke, trembling fingers gently caressing Macy's cheek. The softness made his heart soften. His voice hitched, realizing he might have said something wrong. You belong to me. He corrected carefully. Macy curled her lips, the smile spreading from her raised corners to her eyes, sweet like sugar. You're right, she agreed. The two of them were entangled in the tightly closed room, and Elliot's heartbeat was getting faster and faster. It felt as if something was about to burst forth. He lowered his head and bent over, getting closer and closer to Macy, almost feeling her breath. He didn't even know what he was going to do, only instinctively drawing near, becoming intimate, and then. Suddenly, he took a sharp step backward, his face showing an expression of enduring intense pain, biting his lips hard. Macy was taken aback, the smile on her face fading away. The patterns on Elliot's face began to twist as if they were living things. Chapter 475, The Purely Gemotiful Little Mermaid and the Insane Scientist, 19. The distorted, eerie patterns writhed within his body, delivering pain that pierced his soul. Freddy couldn't help but kneel half on the ground, his spine arched, every muscle tightly tensed and trembling. He emitted heavy breaths, cold sweat trickled down from his temples, eyes tightly shut, biting his lower lip. The vertebrae on his back protruded segment by segment. Macy lowered her gaze to look at him. She knew he was in severe pain, and anger and heartache welled up inside her. Yet, she found him beautiful. Tragic. She licked her lips, savoring the bittersweet feeling for a moment, then raised her hand to ponder whether she should use abilities not of this world to block his pain. Macy seldom used powers that were incompatible with this world, even though she was now very strong. There was still a high risk of being expelled by the world's force. Unless it was an emergency, she was reluctant to use her powers casually. Moreover, this world actually had a faint aura of magic. Conroy, as long as she used them appropriately, she could still be the strongest existence here. Just as Macy was about to take some measures to help the poor teacher, Freddy's struggle ended. His breathing shifted from heavy to light as he slowly stood up, his eye sockets still tinged red physiologically. With a hoarse voice, he said, "It's fine now." He was someone who could endure much pain, having plucked out his own eyes while fully conscious. This kind of pain almost drove him mad each time. If Macy hadn't been by his side, he probably would have gone on a killing spree just now. With reddened eyes and darker lines at the corners, he looked strikingly beautiful, almost painted in vivid colors. Macy approached him, her expression clear and gentle, opening her arms to lightly embrace his still slightly trembling body. "Thank you for bearing with it." Her soft voice hit directly into Freddy's heart. His fingertips trembled, carefully returning her embrace with a voice filled with timid excitement. No problem, it's just a curse." "Conroy curse?" Macy widened her eyes. Wearing a maid outfit, Freddy straightened up, his sinister eyes staring earnestly into hers. "Yes, I suppose I must have been cursed either at birth or even before that. I'm an ominous monster. These patterns are my curse, and they cause me pain periodically. I've tried cutting them open, but they seem to grow from my marrow. To verify this conjecture, I also cut." He suddenly shut his mouth, revealing a hint of panic. Seemed like he had spoken more than intended. He didn't let Macy see his leg when changing clothes. How did he inadvertently mention it? Macy raised an eyebrow. "What's wrong with your leg?" Freddy took a step back, shaking his head guiltily. "Nothing." Macy stared at him for a few seconds, then pouted, frowning with tears welling up in her eyes. "If you asked me something, I wouldn't hide it at all. Weren't you always good?" Seeing Gemma's tearful eyes, the monster immediately faltered. Gemmaing his lower lip, making a firm decision, he lifted his skirt hem, all the way up to his thigh root. Thus, Macy saw the left leg mechanical limb shimmering with a cold silver light. The gears and elegant metal frame perfectly combined with the flesh of the thigh, connected in a way that seemed to be fused with metal pins into bones, yet it looked like it was originally part of his body, both abstinent and sensual. The other leg exhibited perfectly fluid muscle lines, draped in perfect skin with black patterns spreading up the inner thigh, further moving upwards. Gemlocked by the lace hem. Macy's eyes widened. She never knew that the combination of metal and human body could be so beautiful. Coupled with those enigmatic, sultry patterns, there must be similar ones on the abdomen too, perhaps extending even further. She swallowed once, giving a sweet smile amidst Freddy's tense near-madness. "Really beautiful, I really like it." Like a demon burdened with sins receiving forgiveness from a deity, his heart shuddered violently, followed by an intensely weak pain. Conroyed so much sweetness. Even these don't repulse her, she is truly kind. Freddy leaned over, asking in a flattering tone, "Do you want to touch?" He noticed the curiosity and awe in Macy's eyes when she saw his mechanical limb. This mechanical limb was also crafted by him. Macy was interested in everything about him, which was wonderful. Macy blinked. "Lev, of course I do." She slowly raised her hand. Just as that soft, pale hand was about to touch the cold metal, it suddenly changed direction, stroking the inner thigh of his other leg instead. Wow, she touched it. Taut muscles, scorching skin. Freddy was caught off guard by Macy's sudden action. He trembled taking a hasty step back, his pupils constricting. Moon Swallow appeared innocent. "Didn't you say I could touch?" "Freddy, I thought I thought you were going to touch that mechanical limb. The inner thigh is such a sensitive area. The moment that warm, soft touch appeared, it made half of his body go numb with tingles. Conroy's strange warmth seemed to spread instantly from the touched spot throughout his entire body, making his ears turn red as if blood might drip from them. Then he heard Macy say, "So, I can't touch." Freddy widened his eyes, and his mouth spoke faster than his brain. "You can." Chapter 476, The Naive and Exquisitely Gemotiful Little Mermaid and the Insane Scientist, 20. Macy suppressed the corners of her lips from rising, almost feeling the tension and tremor beneath her fingers. How adorable. However, after stroking twice more, she straightened up, letting this pitiful little creature, who was teased without even knowing it, off. Freddy sighed with relief and let down her skirt. Gemmet, the warmth in her body hadn't dissipated yet, and her ear tips were still red. It wasn't that Macy didn't want to continue touching, rather, Macy had been distracted by another thought. Who had placed the curse on Freddy? She instructed Conroy de Bayo to investigate and then stretched lazily, softly cooing to Freddy. "I'm hungry." Freddy paused, unsure what a mermaid ate. Were they small fish? The expression of confusion on that beautiful face seemed oddly amusing, making Macy's eyes crinkle. "You go to the kitchen. Whatever you make, I'll eat." Then, remembering something, she added. "Something humans eat." She certainly didn't want to see piles of eyeballs or other strange things. It wasn't fear, it was just an aversion she felt toward eating such things. Freddy nodded earnestly, turned around, and walked out but was called back by Macy. Macy pointed at the discarded face mask. "Take this along. We wouldn't want anyone to notice anything odd." Conroy Mermaid's physical capabilities are indeed much stronger than a human's. Even though she hadn't eaten, she didn't feel particularly hungry. Mermaids usually live up to 300 years, no wonder these humans think mermaids have miraculous effects. Conroy de Bayo had already been upgraded many times by Macy and could easily uncover deeper storylines. Soon came the response. "Flint, I found out. Indeed, someone has placed a curse on the Norbert. Moreover, in the original storyline, the heinous acts committed by the Norbert seem to be under the control of the one who cast the curse. However, this person is deeply hidden and never appeared. They vanished completely, so we couldn't identify the mysterious person. Should I look further?" Macy stroked her chin. "Freddy doesn't appear to be controlled now, so the mastermind hasn't made their move yet." Macy shook her head. "Keep investigating, but don't stress over it. Conroy, after all, as long as she was here, when the time comes, using a bit of this world's magical power, she could follow the thread and find the mastermind." Conroy right now, she wanted to meet someone. The prince's love interest. In the original storyline, this love interest met a tragic fate. When the truth finally came to light, she was directly dealt with by Hawkins, disguised as having died from a severe illness. Girls from previous worlds were all very cute, and Macy didn't mind giving them a hand. Peeking through the keyhole, she saw several guards outside the door. The prince guarded her quite closely, but this wasn't a problem. She shortened her long dress, revealing her slender legs, and with a leap, jumped out of the window. Conroy de Bayo had already provided Macy with a map of the entire palace, so finding the queen's location was effortless. It was the central room, large and luxurious. Macy nimbly avoided all the guards, hopped onto the window, and silently entered the queen's chamber. No one was in the outer room, but there was a faint fragrance inside. Macy furrowed her brow upon landing. How strange, she sensed. Suddenly, a panicked female voice came from inside. "Who are you?" Macy turned to see a girl in a white robe with waist-length hair staring at her in terror. She was pretty, but Macy's gaze suddenly shifted from her face to her wrist. Conroy flash of black markings. Her heart skipped a beat, but she put on a fearful expression. Sorry, I got lost." Stepping back, her wet eyes and exquisitely beautiful face left an impression on the other. The queen visibly froze for a moment. Macy's eyes were unmistakable, indeed those of a mermaid. The queen widened her eyes, covering her mouth. "You're a mermaid?" He said he caught a mermaid. "Is it you?" Conroy, she spoke, her lashes fluttered, lowering slowly, then closing briefly before lifting again, gradually approaching Macy. "Hello, my name is Samara. I never expected mermaids to be so beautiful." Conroy approaching Macy, she sighed sincerely. Gemmet Macy saw an unsettling note in that sincere face. Samara was indeed beautiful, no wonder Hawkins, accustomed to this face, wasn't initially bewitched by Macy. Yet, despite her seemingly innocent appearance, there was an unnatural hint in her eyes. Conroyedness? Macy's heart skipped a beat, her expression becoming more innocent. "My name is Macy." "Hello, you are beautiful too." "Sorry, I should go back, my maid will be worried." Samara smiled. "Don't be afraid. You must have sneaked out, right? Let me escort you." Macy lowered her eyes and nodded timidly. In her mind, she told Conroy de Bayo. "No need to investigate further. I think I know who that person is." Chapter 477, The Innocently Gemotiful Little Mermaid and the Insane Scientist, 21. When the guards saw the Rhoda appearing in the corridor with Gemma, they were all startled. When did the mermaid leave? They had long heard that mermaids could bewitch people's hearts and bring misfortune. Their faces immediately changed. However, the gentle Rhoda just smiled at them. Don't worry, I won't tell Gordon. You don't need to guard the mermaid anymore, she only mustn't leave the palace. She can walk around freely here. If Gordon asks, tell him it's my order. The guards heaved a sigh of relief. The Rhoda was indeed as gentle and kind as ever. Khan hadn't returned yet, but Samara seemed friendly and enthusiastic towards Gemma. Samara followed Conroyna into the room with a smile, glancing around before her gaze finally rested on Conroyna. It was the look of someone considering whether the person before her could be useful. Conroyna put on an extremely innocent and pitiful appearance, leaving Samara without any suspicions. When the door closed, Samara chatted casually with Conroyna for a few moments before getting to the point. In fact, I don't want Gordon to hurt you. Sorry for making you leave the sea. You must hate him, right? Conroyna's mind turned quickly, and her eyes suddenly reddened. Yes, I hate him so much. I want to go home. Conroy's smile involuntarily curled at the corner of Samara's mouth but was quickly suppressed. She rubbed her eyes vigorously to appear tearful. Great, it turns out we think alike. Conroy, actually, I am also imprisoned here by him. Let's cooperate. Indeed. Conroyna lowered her head, her lips curling slightly. In the original storyline, Samara should have also tested the original protagonist like this. Unfortunately, the original protagonist was once completely devoted to Gordon, making her useless to Samara, so she let her go. Conroyna Samara was probably an evil witch who wanted to destroy the entire royal family. For some reason, she chose Khan, then began controlling him when he grew up, making him do things that opposed the royal family and destroyed the world. Gemma ultimately, her puppet was caught, and she was executed. Conroyna suddenly found the logic fitting. Why did Gordon execute Samara directly instead of sending her away? This suggested that he had discovered her true identity. Conroyna looked at her palm, raising an eyebrow. Everyone in this world is evil. Truly, a dark fairy tale. She didn't dislike such clear-cut villains, but since this Rhoda had caused Khan so much pain, the debts owed should be reclaimed. Conroyna blinked her eyes, looking innocently excited. Really? How do we cooperate? Samara's smile became even gentler. Don't worry, I'll tell you how. Conroy, after saying this, she glanced out the window. Gordon should be back soon. I'll return. See you later. Samara smiled warmly at Conroyna, hard not to win anyone's affection. Shortly after Samara left, Khan arrived with a tray of food. The aroma directly filled Conroyna's nose, and she happily moved closer, admiring the delicious food, thinking that her teacher's cooking would never disappoint her. Jemmet Khan frowned, sniffing the air and speaking in a hoarse voice. Who came here? He seemed like a beast detecting a stranger sent around his treasure. Conroyna, with beef in her mouth, looked at him innocently without intending to hide. The Rhoda, and I think I found out who cursed you. Khan was stunned, his first reaction being, then don't see her. She's very dangerous. He wasn't too concerned about the curse on himself but was worried about Conroyna being harmed by that witch. Conroyna laughed brightly. Don't worry, I'm very capable. Looking at her smile, Khan couldn't help but move closer, kneeling before her, watching her eat almost mesmerized. Conroyna satisfied his peculiar gaze, finishing her meal elegantly, then met Khan's eager eyes. What's wrong? Khan raised his arm, looking hopeful. Want to eat me? Conroyna blinked. Sure, but not now. Khan looked somewhat disappointed, lowering his arm, finally realizing something. I know about this curse. If the one who cast it dies, I will die too. Conroyna twitched her forehead. Well, in this world, both she and her teacher had their lives tied to someone else's. Jemmet, this meant. Conroyna's eyes lit up. I've got a great idea. Samara wanted to use her but didn't know she was being used. Conroyna thought of a good plan. She could make Gordon and Samara bite each other. Then, when the two of them are about to die, she would step in to save them, keeping them barely alive. She would then create opportunities for them to torture each other properly. Conroy, after that, she could happily be close to her teacher and leave these trivial matters behind. She smiled with twinkling eyes, lifting Khan's chin. Khan, you're the most obedient little monster in the world, aren't you? Unbeknownst to Wen, the pitifully innocent prey had revealed its true nature, yet the one who was initially the hunter didn't feel anything amiss. He looked at her face almost obsessively and nodded. Conroyna stroked his head as if petting him, baring her fangs. Now, be a good boy, keep a low profile, and stop killing people. Once everything is over, I'll accompany you in a proper killing spree. Chapter 478, The Innocent and Exquisite Little Mermaid and the Insane Scientist, 22. Conroy, according to Freddy, the pain brought by those patterns on his body was becoming more frequent. Clearly, Samara must be preparing to control him. Macy would of course not let Samara know that the puppet she had cursed was right here in this palace. She needed to divert Samara's attention. The first step was to make Samara realize that mermaids were far more useful than the cursed human. Of course, if she could remove the curse, it would be best. In recent days, Hawkins did not come to find Macy. It seemed he was still waiting for the blood's effect. Every day, Macy either teased her maids or inadvertently revealed her exceptional abilities in front of Samara. When Macy once again knocked out several guards in front of Samara, by accident, a fervent look appeared in Samara's eyes. Macy, we are good friends, right? Macy blinked her large eyes and nodded. Samara restrained her excitement. With your skills, escaping from the palace shouldn't be a problem. I want you to pour this into the river near the city. She handed Macy a small bottle. Macy raised an eyebrow, truly vicious. From the start, she wanted her to poison the entire city. It seemed this witch not only wanted to kill the royal family but everyone, making her a complete antisocial terrorist. Macy nodded obediently, sure. Macy's apparent trust made Samara almost forget about the puppet she had nurtured. Samara said softly to Macy. Macy, during these days, when Junior did not visit you, it was because I stopped him. Conroy, as long as you listen to me, I won't let you hurt again. I will have my people help you when you leave the palace. Don't think about running away. Without my help, you will surely be caught before you reach the sea and sold again. You won't find another kind-hearted person like me. Levine must admit, Samara and Junior, being husband and wife, were quite consistent in their manipulative speech. Macy perfectly displayed an expression of trust mixed with fear. I will definitely come back. Then she asked in a soft tone. Can I take my maid with me? Samara smiled, Lev, of course. Thus, Macy happily went out with Freddie. Holding the small bottle given by Samara in her bosom, holding Freddie's hand, and wearing a hat with a veil to cover her somewhat different eyes, Macy looked just like a noble lady who sneaked out of the house, curiously observing everything with her maidservant and bodyguard. Macy had long noticed something was wrong with this world, as if everyone was corrupted by darkness, losing all goodness and retaining only their dark sides. If it were true, she wouldn't mind really throwing the small bottle into the water for Samara. Conroy, this moment, the fluffy ball spoke softly. Don't hesitate, Flint, do whatever without guilt. I checked, everyone in this world is indeed evil. Macy raised her eyebrows and threw the small bottle into the river without hesitation, then looked at Freddie. Where do you want to play? Freddie just stared intently at Macy, seemingly uninterested in anything around him. The whole world was dull to him, except for his little mermaid. Those cold eyes affectionately gazed at his treasure. Macy had told him to behave and not kill anyone, so he didn't. Even though he desperately wanted to kill anyone who dared to look at Macy. Gemmet he held back. However, recently, there was something that troubled him greatly. Macy kept visiting that queen's room. Was that so-called queen interested in his little mermaid? He always listened to Macy. When Macy went out, he waited patiently in her room. Gemmet, as Macy's visits to the queen's room became more frequent, Freddie felt uneasy. He hid his emotions in his eyes and said softly. Conroy, as long as I'm with Macy, it's fine. Macy also lost interest in sightseeing, as she felt the sticky and disgusting gazes on her, devoid of any kindness. She might as well return to the palace early and figure out how to break the curse on Freddie. Macy bought some glittery trinkets with Freddie and returned to the palace. Soon, Samara's people reported everything to her. Samara was delighted. This little mermaid was indeed obedient and easy to deceive. Conroy, she might possess many unknown powers. Excited, Samara came to Macy's room herself. Macy opened the door, looking innocent. Please come in. Freddie stood in the corner of the room and tensed up immediately upon seeing Samara. The snake-like gaze was suppressed by his long lashes, and he lowered his presence. With his hands behind his back, he slowly cut his wrist with the tip of a knife. Samara should have sensed the presence of her cursed object, but she was completely immersed in the excitement of having an obedient mermaid, ignoring everything around her as she rushed directly to Macy's face. She looked at Macy with a fanatical expression. Macy, you really will help me. Conroy, actually, from the first moment I saw you, I knew that I was deeply captivated by you. I like you. Will you be with me forever? Macy? In the next second after she was stunned by this sudden confession, the door opened, and Junior stared intensely at the two of them, his face turning green. Chapter 479, The Purely Gemottiful Little Mermaid and the Mad Scientist, 23. Gordon had not come to find Macy during this period, nor stayed by Samara's side, because he had actually discovered some clues. He was investigating something. In the original storyline, it would take him several more months of abusing the previous owner before Gordon realized that his savior was this little mermaid. Macy didn't want to drag out the timeline so long. She wanted to resolve the matter quickly so she could be close to her teacher. So she sent Conroy to Bayo to create some evidence. Sure enough, the suspicious prince began to suspect and investigate, finally realizing he had loved the wrong person. Thankfully, led on the way back to the palace, Gordon kept rejoicing inwardly. Fortunately, he had captured Gemma. Fortunately, he had only taken a cup of her blood. Now he was still the savior of Gemma. Gaining her trust and love should be easy. Gordon hadn't yet discovered that Samara was actually a witch, so he did not plan to kill Samara but just to drive her away, leaving her to fend for herself. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to return and try to cultivate feelings with Gemma, he heard such an absurd scene. His queen confessed to his mermaid? Suddenly, Gordon felt his head was full of green grass. To him, both were his possessions. There was only what he didn't want, never what he couldn't control. Conroy's his possessions, shouldn't they be loyal to him? How could they have their own thoughts? Gordon's eyes darkened as he looked at the two beauties in the room, suddenly feeling a surge of competitiveness. Since these two wanted to be together, he would thwart their wishes. These two should be devoted to him and become his women. Macy widened her innocent eyes and took a step back, looking frightened by Gordon's gaze. Fragile and pitiful, making one want to hold her and comfort her. Conroyed the sight of Macy, Gordon's goodwill shot up to 80. Indeed, this was his true savior, his little mermaid who should be his queen. Conroy's for this queen. He still had lingering feelings for her, but thinking about how she deceived him for so long, she deserved punishment. Gordon raised his hand, and a few guards appeared behind him. Frowning, he ordered. Conroyris the queen. From now on, she is no longer my queen. However, Samara suddenly shed her sickly, gentle facade, stepped back, and cracked a smile, filled with wickedness and cruelty. Gordon, your sudden change of tone probably means you've already figured out I'm not your savior. So there's no need for me to pretend anymore. Macy, stop him. Samara commanded the gullible mermaid, believing that the mermaid was completely devoted to her and would stand by her side. Conroy at the same time, Gordon also looked at Macy. Macy, I am your savior, you should listen to me. Now I want you to capture the queen. Conroy ? Slowly appeared above Macy's head. The development of the plot was beyond her imagination. These two weren't pretending anymore. Was this a fairy tale? Conroy Dariusran's book? Conroy de Bayo whispered in Macy's mind, yes, fairy tales are indeed Dariusran's books. Macy timidly took a step back, hugging her small and pitiful self, her tiny body trembling with apparent fear, refusing to follow either of their orders. Suddenly, two arms circled around her from behind. Then, her back pressed against a warm chest. Those arms wore lace-trimmed sleeves, but the cuffs were stained with blood. Macy noticed the countless cuts on his wrists. Pale fingertips gripped her slender waist while he lowered his head behind her, whispering hoarsely into her ear. Don't be afraid. True to form, her foolish teacher. Even though she had exposed her true nature multiple times in front of him, whenever she made expressions of fear and panic, he always fell for it. Before Macy could react, Gordon's face changed. You wretched maid, release my future queen. Someone like you isn't worthy to touch her. Khan's arms trembled slightly as he slowly lifted his head. His gaze, like a venomous snake's, was sinister, terrifying, and insanely shadowy. Just one glance at Gordon made his scalp tingle. Instinctively, Gordon sensed that this maid seemed even more off than his former queen. Gordon issued an order, forget about the queen, capture this maid first. Several guards immediately marched towards Khan. At that moment, Samara suddenly revealed a grotesque end on her face. She spread her 10 fingers wide and lunged directly at Gordon's neck. Die, all of you. Chaos erupted in that single second. Gordon's eyes had actually turned red, as if he had lost his mind, wrestling frenziedly with Samara. Conroyed, those few guards also went berserk, turning on each other in a frenzy of self-destruction. Macy's eyes widened slightly, feeling the arms around her waist tighten. Khan's lips almost brushed against her earlobe, his hoarse voice filled with manic delight. Look, Macy, isn't this interesting? I only cast a small curse. He paused for a moment, then unexpectedly leaned down and kissed Macy's cheek. His raspy voice was gentle yet sticky, winding like a venomous snake around Macy's neck. Don't worry, you're fine. You won't be affected because the source of the curse is on your body. Conroyed, wasn't I very obedient? I didn't kill anyone. Don't you want to praise me? Chapter 480, The Innocently Gemotiful Little Mermaid and the Mad Scientist, 24. Would his little mermaid be afraid? Even if she were, it wouldn't help because she had no chance of escaping now. Freddy's arms around Macy's waist trembled with excitement. He would never hurt her. How could he bear to? It was only making all those who harbored wicked thoughts and desires toward her go insane. Clearly, none of these people were spared. Including himself. He had been a madman long before this. There was no way he could become more deranged. Moreover, they turned out this way because of the darkness in their hearts, not just for Macy, but also for others, for property and power. So they would tear each other apart like dogs. Conroy's for him, his desire was so pure, centered solely on Macy. How much madder could he get? He was just being a little more bold. For example, after saying that, he kissed Macy's cheek again. If it were earlier, he definitely wouldn't have dared. Macy raised an eyebrow. She didn't expect to be outwitted by her teacher once more. Without turning her head, she spoke in a voice that feigned grievance, trembling exaggeratedly. Did you put a curse on me? Why, do you want to hurt me? Though she was obviously pretending, Freddy took it seriously. He clung to Macy even tighter, his voice quivering, hoarse as he pleaded. No, I don't want to hurt you. Don't be afraid of me. I will be obedient, very obedient. Whatever Macy wants me to do, just please don't be scared of me, alright? Rarely did he speak so many words at once, and the speed made his words slightly unclear, which only emphasized his misery. Macy thought to herself that while she was the one cursed, why did he look more wrong than her? Yet, she felt excited because of his next words. Whatever I can do for you, right? Freddy hurriedly nodded, his temple brushing against her cheek. Yes, anything. Macy turned around happily, her bright eyes showing no trace of fear or grievance, but rather something familiarly mischievous, resembling his own wickedness. How could I blame you, my little monster? I love you the most. The little mermaid's innocent yet exquisitely beautiful face displayed a sweet madness. She tiptoed, hooked her arms around Freddy's neck, pulled off his human mask, and lifted her head to bite his lips. Their first kiss, amidst the chaotic scent of blood, tasted intensely sweet. In the luxurious and extravagant room, greedy humans butchered each other, screams and curses filled the air. Two strange beings kissed, their lips locked together, wild passion surged between them. Freddy was stunned by Macy's action. Despite becoming bolder, he still couldn't react quickly enough to such an ardent kiss. The moist, soft touch along with the pain made him dizzy. His heart raced, filled with the taste of his little mermaid. His arm, which held her slender waist, tightened uncontrollably. In the suffocating pleasure, he finally tried to mimic Macy's actions, tentatively extending his tongue. At the next second, his tongue was bitten again, causing a fresh wave of pain. Nothing around them could penetrate the tension between them. When Macy finally licked her lips in satisfaction and released her bite, she looked up at Freddy and noticed his eyes rimmed with red. His ears and cheeks looked ready to drip blood, paired with the eerie patterns, making him look even more bewitching. Really clumsy, Macy blinked. You can't even breathe properly? Freddy's eyes were rare in their purity, wet and misty, blurred yet clear. His gaze was entirely on his little mermaid, his voice even hoarser. I can learn. Just then, a woman's scream suddenly echoed. My puppet. Conroyfter revealing her true strength, Samara pinned Gordon to the ground and clawed at his face. Her nails were full of flesh and blood. Just now, she happened to see the pattern on Freddy's face. This was actually the puppet she had been cultivating. Conroyfter casting a curse on him, she hadn't seen him since. Jemika's her divination revealed that this Darius would grow into a powerful madman, despised by the world. Once he became strong enough, she would call him back, making him the sharpest blade in her hand. Samara couldn't comprehend why her puppet was with the mermaid, appearing so intimate. Her heart was consumed by mad hatred, jealousy, and desire. Her eyes blazed with fervor, rising abruptly. Freddy stretched out his finger. Come over, to my side. Freddy's eyes suddenly turned cold and sinister, pulling Macy closer and stepping back. At this moment, the patterns on his body began to twist wildly, tightening as if countless chains beneath his skin controlled his every move. Freddy, in pain, moved his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. Veins bulged on his forehead as he bit down hard on his lower lip, still struggling against the force, his eyes bloodshot. Seeing her puppet disobey her, Samara became even more enraged. Just as she was about to increase the punishment on her puppet, Macy suddenly raised her hand. The cold glint of the dagger flashed and plunged straight into Samara's heart. So annoying, Macy frowned and licked her lips. Samara fell to the ground in disbelief, staring at Macy. Why are you betraying me too? Macy, sorry lady, am I that familiar with you? She didn't bother to look at Samara anymore, picking up another dagger and aiming it at Freddy's heart, smiling sweetly. Look, she's going to die soon, so, before she dies, how about letting me kill you? Freddy's face turned pale, but at this moment, he laughed along. More than willing. Macy's eyes gleamed with joy. It might hurt a little, though. Chapter 481, The Naively Gemotiful Little Mermaid and the Insane Scientist, 25. London glanced at Samara. The old witch had discarded her mask and pretense, revealing a face riddled with wrinkles. Gordon's face was torn and bloody, his neck bound by a chain from somewhere unknown, his eyes rolling back, barely breathing. London stared at Gordon for a moment longer. Mutwan knew exactly what London was thinking. Flint, rest assured, he still has 2 breaths left. You don't need to worry, he can survive for a few more hours. London raised an eyebrow. That's good. Conroys for the guards, they had long turned into corpses. London pulled Con into the inner chamber, blocking the lingering gazes of Hawkins and Princess who were clinging to their last breaths. Then, she smiled pleasantly and looked at Con. Take off your skirt. The bloodstains on the maid's dress, paired with that pale face and the vibrant patterns, made one's heart shudder. Con's eyes widened. Take it off. London nodded. Yes, didn't you say you would do anything I asked? Con hesitantly raised his hand and grabbed the hem of his dress. His long, pale fingers trembled slightly, his anticipation intense, making his breathing and heartbeat rapid. His eyes, filled with obsession, gazed greedily at London. Con were right. He would, of course, be the most obedient. He slowly unbuttoned each button on his chest, then untied the corset. The corset of the maid's outfit made his waist appear exceptionally alluring. Conroy's the long skirt slid off, followed by the undergarments. When the skin below his neck was exposed to the air, Con shivered slightly. It had been too long since he had done this. He had never exposed himself under the daylight. He was a monster that should not be seen, a madman restrained by evil, with a body covered in sinful and nauseating marks. Thus, his skin was almost transparently pale, making the black patterns appear even deeper. The undergarments gradually came undone, revealing delicate collarbones, broad shoulders, thin muscles covering perfect bone structure, and devilishly beautiful patterns etched beneath the skin. His body was more captivating than any piece of art. London heard her own heartbeat, unable to blink her eyes. When his upper body was fully exposed, Con stopped. His ears flushed red, the blush spreading down his cheeks, tinting his entire upper body a faint pink. Conjoined those bizarre yet mesmerizing black patterns wound around his chest, abs, and disappeared into his waist along the mermaid line. The scene was too intoxicating, making London feel her face growing hot as well. She swallowed hard, gripping the dagger tightly, and softly laughed. Continue. Khan's lashes fluttered as he lifted his gaze to meet hers, his eyes red and glossy, looking almost pitifully moist. His lips moved slightly, seemingly wanting to object, but he swallowed his words, remembering his promise to London. The shy serpent, now a big dog, pleaded silently, yet the cruel owner wasn't going to let him off. Continue, do I need to say it a third time? Khan bit his lower lip, closed his eyes, and finally placed his fingers on his waist again. Rip. Levin one side was a leg covered in black patterns, on the other, a mechanical limb shimmering with dark silver light. London couldn't help but touch her nose. Thankfully, no nosebleed, but it was close. The patterns on his abdomen seemed like an invitation, right? Those patterns were simply too alluring, compelling sin. Under London's gaze, Khan nearly curled up, but soon straightened his chest and tilted his head toward her. Since he was going to die anyway, why not be a little more daring? How does Conroyna want to kill me? His voice was hoarse, with a hint of coquettishness, creating an oddly harmonious effect. London took a deep breath, stepped forward, and tiptoed, gemmeting into his Conroymia's apple while simultaneously stabbing the dagger into his clavicle. Pleasure and pain surged together, blending into heat. Following London's force, Khan fell onto the soft bed behind him. London buried her head in his neck, her voice seductive and indistinct. Just leave it to me, be a good boy. She lowered her head, her lips following the path of his collarbone, smelling the faint fragrance amidst the scent of blood. Conroy fragrance so familiar, so irresistible to her. Her hands didn't stop either, following the black patterns on his body, slicing open the skin as if peeling it away. The black patterns covered almost his entire body, so her knife tip traced them, cutting through the skin across his entire body. This was her treasured dagger, coated with some drugs. She certainly didn't want her teacher to be in so much pain. There would be slight tearing, but when intertwined with the pleasure she brought, it instead became an even more intense catalyst. Khan abruptly raised his head, his face flushed pink rather than deathly pale from blood loss due to the cuts on his skin. Tears fell involuntarily from his eyes, large droplets hanging on his eyelashes, making his gaze hazy. His body felt light, the pain and intense pleasure making him feel as if he were floating on clouds. Conroy of this was bestowed upon him by his little mermaid. Was there anything more exhilarating than dying happily at her hands? Chapter 482, The Innocently Gorgeous Little Mermaid and the Deranged Scientist, 26. This was also Karina's first time doing such a thing. While doing what everyone in every world loved to do, she simultaneously cut all over her teacher's body. The white sheets were already stained bright red with blood. Freddy's breathing was extremely faint, his pupils slightly dilated, but in those incredibly beautiful wet peach eyes, there was still only the figure of Karina. Perhaps he thought he was about to die, ruthlessness faded away, replaced by some lingering attachment. Gemmet madness remained, etched into the soul even after death. This was the love he bore. Karina was breathing lightly from excitement and pleasure as she lay on top of him, whispering, "Do you like it?" Though barely able to move, Freddy still tried to lower his head to look into her eyes. His lips moved, he was too weak to produce sound. Karina lowered her head, hearing clearly that he was saying, "I love you. I love you, so I am willing to do anything for you." The lunatic who had always gone solo could tear off his mask, becoming obediently docile. Karina's heart pounded fiercely, and she smiled sweetly. Dwight is so good. She rubbed against Freddy's chin and, as his gaze gradually lost focus, she cut open her own wrist. Though nearly losing consciousness, when he saw Karina hurting herself, his eyes widened dramatically. Seeing Karina injured was more painful than being dissected himself by 10,000 times. Unfortunately, he was powerless to struggle, only watching as Karina let her blood flow onto him. Karina admired the stunning scene, her breathtaking face filled with anticipation and excitement. The blood of a mermaid indeed has magic, but it doesn't cure all diseases or bring back the dead. It lifts all curses. So she cut open every inch of skin on him marked by the curse, letting her blood flow along these lines. This might be true flesh and blood integration. Mermaid blood looked slightly lighter in color compared to human blood, seemingly carrying a faint glow. She cut deeply into her wrist, the blood impatiently streaming down her slender, fair wrist, pooling into his wounds through her soft, petite fingertips. His wounds were dark red, the deep blood seeming to carry dark cursed energy, meandering as it flowed. Conroy soon as Karina's blood touched his wounds, it was instantly swallowed, those deep cuts like black holes greedily devouring the fresh blood. Conroyed as her blood mixed with his, the blackness along those black patterns visibly faded, slowly healing. Her bloody fingertips caressed every inch of his wounds, probing deeper into the cuts, touching his flesh, allowing her blood to penetrate further. Freddy shook involuntarily from pain throughout his body. Every spot where her fingertips touched felt like it was being torn apart, far more agonizing than being slashed with a blade. Yet, what followed was scorching heat, like magma flowing into the abyss, monsters in the depths tearing apart and merging, coalescing into the form she adored most. Conroy's Karina grew increasingly pale, Freddy's lips gradually regained their color. He slowly felt warmth return to his limbs which had been cold, his previously scattered pupils focusing again. When he saw Karina clearly, he raised his finger, gripping her wrist tightly. Don't, it hurts. Karina hadn't cried out in pain while cutting him, yet seeing her bleed made him choke back tears. Still tingling from mingled pain and pleasure, his eyes were red and moist, not understanding what Karina was doing. Struggling to rise, he wanted to stop his little mermaid from bleeding further. Karina just raised her eyes, smiling mockingly at him. Didn't you say you would behave? I didn't ask you to move. Freddie was momentarily bewildered. He didn't want his little mermaid to get hurt either. Just as Freddie hesitated in his weakness, Karina's fingers happened to reach the wound on his abdomen. The mischievous little mermaid suddenly swept her fingertips over it. Right that instant, the pain made Freddie arch his back, his head thrown back, revealing a vulnerable curve from neck to chest. Tears fell due to the intense pain, his mouth opening, emitting low, hoarse breaths. Taking advantage of this moment, Karina traced every wound with her blood-dripping fingers. Dizziness washed over her. The feeling of losing too much blood wasn't pleasant, but thinking of what she was doing now made her lightheadedly happy. Conroy's Karina was about to collapse. Freddie lifted his hand to catch her. His arm trembled as he sat up, finally seeing his own wounds clearly. The previously repulsive black patterns on his body were healing, the black fading to a dark red. Blood still dripped from Karina's wrist. Freddie, trembling, cradled her wrist, licking it with his tongue. The taste of blood filled his mouth as he held his little mermaid tightly. Karina. It's fine. Karina closed her eyes briefly, touched the wound on her wrist with her fingertip, and it healed rapidly. Her pale complexion gradually returned to normal, and she recovered in just a moment. Regaining a bit of energy, she couldn't wait to see the results. Karina wriggled out of Freddie's embrace and looked at his flawless body. Her eyes widened in shock. She had thought those black patterns would fade away, and she had even felt a bit disappointed. Not only did they not fade, they turned dark red instead. The dark red patterns on his pale skin, on that perfect surface, looked even more striking and vivid. They looked more like tattoos. Karina swallowed, and before Freddie could fully grasp what was happening, she pounced on him again with a bewildered look in his eyes. Chapter 483, The Naively Gemottiful Little Mermaid and the Crazy Masochistic Scientist, complete. Betty freed herself from control, and Macy and Arvin repeated the happiest thing over and over again on the blood-stained bed. Until Conroy de Bayo's voice slowly sounded. Hey, Gordon is about to die. Macy lay in Arvin's arms, rubbing her cheek against his chest. The teacher of this world was too tempting, just too delicious. Arvin held Macy in his arms, gently running his fingertips down her golden long hair. In the past few hours, he experienced unprecedented pain and pleasure. He had never come into contact with other humans before, nor did he know what normal should be like, so he obediently let Macy manipulate him as if he were a doll. So intense, so crazy, his heart was almost overflowing. He could feel the bond that Macy added to him. That was great. His little mermaid didn't blame him for cursing her but became his controller instead. This was simply the happiest thing ever. Macy pushed away his arm, gave him a peck on the cheek amidst his mournful eyes. Get up, let's look at those trash. Arvin didn't want to move, still wanting to lie in Macy's embrace, kissing her neck like a puppy. Macy's fingers twitched slightly, then the dark red patterns on Arvin's body trembled slightly. Subsequently, he couldn't help but stand up. Arvin widened his eyes. The feeling of being controlled was much stronger than before. It was also Macy's first attempt, and the effect left her very satisfied. She jumped off the bed, changed into her long skirt, and beckoned to Arvin. Wear your maid dress well, my little maid. Arvin wondered. He no longer needed to play the maid role, so why wear a maid dress? It seemed Macy liked it. He decided to obediently follow. When the pattern turned dark red and he wore the maid outfit with his hair down, it revealed a different kind of beauty. More gorgeous, beautiful beyond gender distinction. Suddenly, Macy wanted him to wear his human skin mask. So beautiful, she didn't want anyone else to see. She pulled Arvin out, sweeping her gaze, discovering Samara was already dead. With a grotesque face and wide eyes, staring in the direction Macy walked out from. Macy sneered, looking at Arvin, want to whip the corpse. Arvin shook his head, no, it's dirty. He gently pulled Macy, letting her avoid the pool of blood in front. Blood was everywhere on the ground, causing Arvin to frown. After thinking for only a second, he directly picked up Macy. The small mermaid curled in his arms, and Arvin's eyes noticeably brightened. This was the first time he held Macy, he didn't want to let go. The floor is dirty. His raspy voice softly resonated above Macy's head, filled with repressed excitement. Macy naturally didn't want to walk when she could be carried. She pointed at the nearly dead Gordon who was barely holding on to life. Carry me there, he can't die. Arvin half lowered his eyelashes and obediently walked to Gordon's side. Macy asked, is there any drug to keep him alive? Just as long as he doesn't die, anything goes. Arvin, who was originally somewhat dispirited, immediately got excited upon hearing this. Yes. He felt around in his embrace and pulled out a small bottle. Then roughly kicked open Gordon's mouth without even bending down, pouring in the strangely smelling liquid. Gordon convulsed twice, then stopped moving. Macy felt something was amiss. Seemingly knowing what Macy was about to ask, Arvin quietly answered. He'll stay alive, but just alive, never waking up. TSK, what a great idea. Moreover, in this case, Gordon's favorability towards her would likely never decrease. Macy smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped. Great, let's go. Soon someone would discover Gordon, and they'd definitely do whatever to keep him alive. There was nothing or nobody in this world that required her rescue. The dark-eroded fairy tale was destined to perish and disappear. Gem it before its disappearance, she would tour this world with her teacher. Then, at its most splendid moment, it would end. Conroy the seaside, waves crashed against the shore, white foam blooming on the water. Macy hooked Arvin's neck and planted a deep kiss. Come on, let's go back into the sea together. Arvin carried her, his ears blushing from the previous kiss. Macy noticed that the more excited he was, the deeper the color of those patterns on his body would turn. Like now, an even deeper red spread across his jade-like skin. Conroy's if enchanted by a sea demon, Arvin took step after step toward the water. The seawater gradually rose from his ankles, creeping up to his calves, thighs, and abdomen. Macy was carried in a princess hold. The moment her legs touched the water, they transformed into a fish tail. Gemla purple scales shimmered under the sunlight, and with a graceful flick of her beautiful fish tail, she stirred up a splash of waves. Arvin was almost mesmerized. This was the treasure he fell in love with at first sight. Now completely free, she exuded an even more divine aura that made him want to beg for her mercy. Macy swished her fish tail lightly, urging him to take faster steps forward. Water soon reached his chest, and a suffocating sensation came, but Arvin did not stop. You might die if you go with me into the deep sea. Arvin only raised his eyes to look at her. Conroyfter being thoroughly possessed, a sense of security and fulfillment washed over him, transforming his obsessive madness into a near-sacrificial tenderness. It doesn't matter as long as I can always be with Macy. Then, an idea struck him, and he spoke hastily. Well, then, will Macy eat me? Mermaids were indeed carnivorous, wild beasts of the sea. Their beautiful appearance was merely an exquisite deception. Macy chuckled, I can consider it. The seawater covered Arvin's head, and Macy swam out of his arms. She held his hand, flicked her dazzling tail lightly, and swam toward deeper, darker waters. Chapter 484, The Doomsday Researcher is Levin's Conroy Gain cornered by zombies, 01. Karina certainly did not eat Freddy, because he tasted awful. Untreated human flesh was truly hard to swallow. She tried taking a bite and frowned before spitting it out. Just the fresh blood alone was still tolerable. However, she had still killed him with her own hands. Conroy she swam deeper into the suffocating depths of the sea. Just 1 second before Freddy lost consciousness, Karina kissed his lips and gave him a breath of air. The surrounding seawater gently pressed against his body, but all his senses were focused on Karina's touch and soft kisses. Karina once again cut through his skin, not with a dagger this time, but with her sharp nails. Her touch made him shiver, and then the feeling of suffocation turned into endless pleasure. It was as if there were splendid auroras in his mind. He indulged his body in the sensations, toes curling in the intertwined pain and pleasure. Karina tore open his chest, her fingertips touching his heart. In that instant, Freddy opened his eyes. In the dark underwater world, his eyes were strikingly bright, one of them made from Karina's tears. He curled his lips, using his last bit of consciousness to lightly kiss her fingertips. Whether or not he had a physical form didn't matter, she only wanted his heart. The moment his heart was crushed, Karina sliced her own fingertip. Her blood mixed with his heart, quickly shrinking and solidifying into a deep red ruby. Conroy that moment, his body dispersed, melting into the seawater around Karina. Conroy's if giving her one last embrace. Her long eyelashes trembled, and Karina opened her eyes. Before she could clearly see where she was thrown up and landed hard on a solid surface. No, it was under a car. Karina touched herself and immediately saw a pair of disdainful eyes. Conroy, this moment, you can still sleep. The speaker was a young woman who looked dirty both on her face and body. Karina glanced around. This was an off-road vehicle packed with people, each looking haggard and scared. She turned back to the woman who scolded her, about to speak when she heard a man's voice. This isn't the time for blaming each other. We've encountered zombies ahead. This situation might be tough. No sooner had the words left his mouth than cries broke out inside the vehicle. Zombies? Karina's eyes lit up. In the previous modern world, she had seen zombie movies. Humans infected by those terrifying viruses would turn into monsters that only knew how to eat people. She never imagined she would end up in such a world. Curiosity overcame her anger at being yelled at right after waking up. She didn't cry but patted her buttocks, standing up to look toward the back of the vehicle. The rear compartment was removed, revealing a large group of zombies chasing the off-road vehicle. There were also many zombies ahead, and the car drove recklessly over them, but inevitably became slower. The woman who initially blamed Karina took a deep breath and looked at the man who had spoken earlier. Bellamy, you've always spoiled Karina. I know she's an important researcher, but this is not like before. You need to make her understand the current situation. The woman frowned, looking at Karina with undisguised disgust. Conroy de Bayo promptly reminded her. Her name is Mitzi, and the man who just spoke is Yonatan, your target. You are currently en route from a fallen small base to a larger one. You're all researchers from the same lab. You and Yonatan were college classmates and are now in a relationship. He already has an initial favorability rating of 50 toward you, so you don't have to worry too much. Conroy relationship? Karina glanced sideways. Yonatan wasn't looking at her but at Mitzi. That's enough. Don't take it out on her. I know you care about me. Karina's lips twitched slightly as she turned away. She had no interest in these people now, but the running zombies intrigued her. For Karina, anything she hadn't seen before was worth exploring, like these zombies. Just as she thought this, a hand suddenly appeared on her shoulder. Karina frowned and looked back, seeing Mitzi place her hand on her shoulder. Her expression changed from disdain to unusual gentleness. Karina, I envy you for having someone like Deranged Chen as your boyfriend, but the situation is critical now. We'll probably all die here unless someone willingly sacrifices themselves to attract the zombies. She stared intently at Karina, a hint of red flashing in her eyes. Levy, so she can control minds. Interesting. Yes, Flint, many humans in the apocalypse have awakened with abilities. This is one of Mitzi's abilities, not very useful, and she has never told anyone else about it. Useless for zombies, but for her companions, it's truly the best and most insidious weapon. Karina decided to play along. Her eyes flickered as she softly said, I am willing. Mitzi's eyes lit up suddenly, and she shouted loudly. Karina. You can't do this. We'll be fine, don't do anything foolish, everyone will be heartbroken. Conroy, she spoke, she made motions to pull Karina back. In reality, she was pushing Karina outwards. The car was slowing down more and more, and the zombies chasing behind were getting dangerously close. Some were almost touching the car. Right this moment, if any human fell, they would be torn apart until not even a bone remained. Yonatan, sitting in the passenger seat, turned around immediately when he heard the commotion behind, his eyes widening. Karina, are you going to? Before he could finish his sentence, he saw a petite figure jump from the back. No. His pupils contracted tightly. Mitzi also covered her eyes and started crying. I'm sorry, Deranged Chen, I couldn't hold on to Karina. Yonatan closed his eyes briefly, gritted his teeth, and sat back. Speed up, keep going forward. There was no chance of Karina surviving. They had to honor her sacrifice now. Sure enough, all the zombies surged toward where Karina had fallen. With nothing blocking them ahead, the car sped away. No one dared to look at Karina's fate, except Mitzi, who peeked through her fingers. The moment Karina fell, she was surrounded by the zombie horde. Though she didn't see Karina being bitten to death with her own eyes, there was no way she could survive. Conroy's smile crept onto Mitzi's lips, and she rubbed her eyes red. The instant Karina went down following Mitzi's push, she found a weapon in the spatial ring. She decided on something pretty, like a diamond-studded butterfly knife. Just as she picked her weapon and was about to start a massacre, she suddenly felt herself caught in a pair of arms. Lifting her gaze, she saw a zombie with grayish-white eyes giving her a Princess Carrie. Then it tilted its head to look at her. Karina. Chapter 485. The Doomsday Researcher is Levin's Conroy gain close to zombies. 02. Macy's confusion only lasted for a second. Everything after that was incredibly chaotic. The zombie who was carrying her bridal style was a young man with delicate eyebrows and eyes. In the next second, a fit female zombie charged over, slamming into the young male zombie and sending him flying. Conroy Macy saw was a blur before she found herself in an extremely soft embrace. The overwhelming chest of the zombie sister made her dizzy. Except for the not-so-pleasant smell. Macy struggled to stand on the ground but felt nothing but swaying. The zombie sister had already started sprinting, with a massive army of zombies chasing after her. The scene was spectacularly intense. Was this a scramble for food? Macy wondered. Did she look very tasty? Ultimately, the zombie sister was caught up by a man with broad shoulders and a large chest. Conroy snatching Macy into his arms, this man's speed far exceeded that of other zombies. Looking up, Macy noticed that the degree of decay on his face was less severe than the others, and his eyeballs were not completely grayish-white but rather glowed with a faint red light. He had a strong jawline, well-defined muscles. It seemed like he might have been a fitness coach before turning into a zombie. Running, he realized the zombies were still chasing after them, so he growled lowly and shifted from cradling Macy to holding her with one arm while swinging his free hand backward. Conroy's large fireball was thrown out, dispersing the army of zombies behind. The screams behind were piercing. The man's steps grew faster until finally, he shook off the pursuing zombies. They eventually ran into a city. The city was long desolate, with broken road signs and scrapped cars piled haphazardly on the sides of barren streets devoid of any living creature. Ernst slowed down, looking at Macy in his arms. Their eyes met, those glowing red eyes, and Macy blinked. Hello, are you going to eat me? Ernst tilted his head, showing no expression, and his gaze didn't change either. He probably couldn't understand what she was saying. Entering an already emptied supermarket, he gently placed Macy on the ground. Then, squatting in front of her, he stared at her intently. It felt a bit eerie. Scratching her head, Macy wasn't sure what was happening. Neither did Conroy de Bayo. So strange, you're indeed in the body of a human native to this world. Why don't the zombies eat you? In the original story, the protagonist was pushed down, bitten directly, and turned into a zombie. Gemmet she had good luck and awakened plant-based abilities, retaining her human consciousness and evolving quickly. She later met the object, nearly being killed, but... Right. Macy interrupted Conroy de Bayo in her mind. I guess, isn't it because the target utilized and misunderstood her yet she remained devoted? Conroy, there was also that evil woman meddling, but they ended up together. Conroy de Bayo, hee, even more dramatic. In the end, the protagonist dug out her crystal core for the male lead's advancement and died, but the target preserved a bit of her genetic material. Conroy's a scientist, he used this bit to recreate you, leading to a beautiful ending. Macy. Indeed, every plot always surpassed her imagination. Gemmet something seemed off from the beginning. Zombies simply wouldn't bite her. The towering man squatted before her, his intelligent eyes staring. His physique was impressive, sunlight from behind illuminated his muscular figure. His upper body clothing was torn apart, just some rags hanging on. His skin was bluish-gray, but his muscles were well-defined and bulging, like a super-chested man. Macy felt something was odd but couldn't pinpoint what it was. She asked Conroy de Bayo. Who is Yonathan's archenemy in this world? Conroy de Bayo pondered. There are many, especially when zombies completed their evolution. There were numerous zombie kings. Conroyso, the dictator leader of the largest base in Dongfang, was a big nemesis. Macy stroked her chin. The zombie before her tilted his head and stared at her for a second before suddenly standing up and rummaging through the shelves. Then, he dumped a pile of cans in front of Macy. It appeared that evolved zombies had a bit of reasoning ability. Perhaps by the end, the strength of zombies' thoughts would be similar to humans. Looking at the pile of cans, Macy moved back in disgust. Her spatial dimension had better food, she wouldn't eat these potentially expired cans. Ernst watched Macy's actions blankly, possibly thinking she couldn't open them. So, he picked up a can and crushed it with one hand. The can burst, its contents dripping down his hand. Macy, you, expressed disgust. Ernst became even more puzzled. He took a step forward, lifted his hand, and actually tried to shove the contents from his hand directly into Macy's mouth. Macy moved back, speechless. The poor and weak human was forced into a corner by the towering zombie. Just then. Jamang. Macy was startled by the sudden sound, and then she felt something wet on her face. Ernst, who had just been opening the can for her, had his head explode. Sticky brain matter splattered all over her face. The massive body fell to the ground, and at the supermarket entrance appeared a man and a woman with guns in their hands. They looked at Macy and sighed in relief. Thank goodness we saved another one. Girl, it's okay now, come over here. Macy stiffly touched her face. Ugh. Chapter 486, The Doomsday Researcher Meets Zombies. Conroy Gain, 03. She threw up. Conroy, though she had encountered such situations before, after experiencing several worlds and being pampered by her teacher, she had become overly delicate. Especially in the last world, her teacher was so obsessive about cleanliness that he wouldn't let her get even a bit dirty. Most of the time, Macy was held in the arms of her clean, fragrant, and beautiful teacher. In this world, she was splattered with zombie brain matter right away. Macy's face turned pale. She was told that there was an underground well behind the supermarket where she could wash off, so she rushed over immediately. The men and women outside came in with guns, not minding the dirtiness of the zombie corpses. They squatted down to inspect the zombies that had just been shot, prodding them with daggers and picking out tiny crystals from inside. Sure enough, it's a zombie that has already undergone mutation, specifically fire type. The woman handed the crystal core to the man beside her. It suits you. Ernst nodded, putting it in his pocket. Conroyter checking around inside, he beckoned outside. Come in, it's safe here. 3 more people came in, making a total of 4 men and 2 women. 5 of them were dressed in similar workwear, looking like a team that had come out to search for supplies. There was also a girl with disheveled hair, wearing a man's coat, appearing timid and still shaken. She had probably just been rescued. Ernst, who took the crystal core, was the leader named Stone. He was tall, not much shorter than the zombies they faced. He and his teammates collected the cans on the ground, assuming Macy had gathered them earlier. Petra, go check on that girl, Stone said to another woman holding a gun. Petra nodded, ready to go see Macy. The rescued girl approached Stone, touching her chest and whispering. That girl almost got eaten by a zombie but is still concerned about being dirty. She even dares to bathe alone at this time. Is now the time to care about being clean? She definitely wouldn't dare do that herself. She looked at Stone with admiration, firmly deciding that she must attach herself to this man. Stone didn't respond but agreed with what she said in his heart. Being overly delicate was fatal in these times. Before Petra took more than a couple of steps, she turned around and bumped into Macy, who had finally cleaned herself up and changed into clothes from her space. Conroy, soon as Petra met the young girl's eyes, she froze. The other party looked entirely different from anyone else in this world. Noemi black hair hung obediently over her shoulders, wearing a creamy white short-sleeve top and a brown pleated miniskirt. Her legs were clean and fair, with small boots on her feet. Even if one couldn't tell the brand, the fabric and quality of the clothes showed their high price. Most importantly, her face was captivating, with almond-shaped eyes, arched eyebrows, a high nose bridge, and a small mouth. Her small, palm-sized face even had a slight blush. She was more beautiful than any pre-apocalypse idol, looking like a doll straight out of a toy store. Macy felt a little awkward. She didn't really want to dress this way, but after searching through her space, this was the only normal outfit available besides the long dresses encrusted with gems. She smiled sweetly at the cool-looking sister in workwear. "Hi, I'm Macy, I'm a, doctor." In this world, being a doctor would be more liked than being a researcher. Indeed, Petra finally recovered from her shock, her eyes lighting up. She introduced herself and then pulled Macy over. Conroyal. She still found it bizarre. Seeing a clean and beautiful girl in the apocalypse was stranger than seeing a talking zombie. Conroy's Macy passed by the zombie corpses. She couldn't help but glance at them a few more times. This zombie who had given her cans hadn't died too quickly. Everyone heard footsteps and looked back, all of their faces showing the same stunned expression. The ball of yarn whispered a reminder, in this world, there are spatial abilities, you can say you awakened them. Macy smiled shyly, I only have this outfit in my space. Don't worry, I won't be a burden. Her bright smile showed no trace of panic or despair. They hadn't seen such a smile since the apocalypse began. It was Stone who first snapped out of it. He hid his surprise and stood up to shake her hand. Gemmed, upon realizing how dirty his hands were compared to Macy's clean ones, he quickly withdrew his hand. Great, our base desperately needs doctors. I didn't expect you to also awaken abilities, especially the rare spatial ability. Levier Eastern G-Mace welcomes you. Turns out she and her target belong to the same base. Macy smiled sweetly, thank you for your care. Her bright smile caused the other male team members to blush, lowering their eyes and not daring to look at her. However, they all became attentive, offering the best cans of luncheon meat to her. Conroy, you hungry? Macy politely declined with a smile. Conroy's harsh voice suddenly broke in, Gemrother Zhang, do we just take her word for it? What if she's just a scammer trying to get resources? Macy lowered her gaze and saw the girl sitting on the ground, whose jealousy was evident in her eyes. Indeed, everyone was so ragged, why should she be so beautiful and clean? I am indeed a doctor, Macy flicked her wrist, and a scalpel appeared out of thin air, and a general practitioner who carries a scalpel with her. Conroy want to try? Stone, seeing her obvious spatial ability, looked even more pleased and turned to glare at the girl. Destiny, shut up. Destiny pouted, biting her lip in grievance, then her lashes fluttered and dropped abruptly as she clenched her fists. Conroy Zombie was silently emerging from behind the shelves, its eyes fixed on Macy's back. Everyone was eagerly asking how Macy had awakened her spatial ability, while she was fibbing. Even Stone, the most perceptive one, was immersed in the joy of finding a doctor with abilities, failing to notice the approaching evolved zombie. Moreover, only Destiny could see Macy's back and the direction of that zombie. She subtly moved backward, half her body hiding behind Stone, concealing her excitement. There was no need for another protected girl. Closer, even closer. Suddenly, the zombie growled low and lunged toward Macy's back at lightning speed. Everyone's pupils instantly constricted, the sudden attack left no one thinking to reach for their guns. No! Petra cried out, her eyes welling up, watching helplessly as the girl was grabbed by the zombie. Then, the zombie wrapped its arms around Macy's waist, rubbing its face against her neck. Chapter 487, The Doom Researcher Got Too Close to a Zombie Conroy Gain, 04. It was the zombie's movement that gave the team members time to react. The zombie was too close to Macy, and they didn't dare to shoot. So Stone swung the gun butt and smashed it onto the zombie's head. Conroy-awakened superhumans were incredibly strong. This blow sent the zombie flying 3 meters away. Petra quickly grabbed Macy's wrist and pulled her behind while other team members aimed at the zombie and pulled the triggers. Jamang. Stone had excellent marksmanship, delivering another precise headshot. He carried himself like a soldier, likely a former Special Forces member. Macy took a step back, thankful that this time the zombie's brains did not splatter on her. She glanced at Destiny, who showed a hint of regret in her eyes. Probably regretting that she hadn't been bitten by the zombie. Destiny was indeed thinking how lucky this woman was. Conroy, she raised her eyes, she met Macy's smiling gaze and suddenly felt a chill run through her body. Stone frowned deeply, letting out a sigh of relief. It's my fault. I didn't clear the area properly at first. He squatted down, examined the zombie's brainstem, and found that it was also an evolved zombie, which explained why it made no sound and acted opportunistically. His frown deepened further. The zombies are evolving faster, but we still have too few awakened ones. Petra sighed. She intended to comfort the scared Macy but found that the girl seemed lost in thought, not showing any sign of fear. She felt the girl didn't fit into this world at all. Conroyed, it was strange that the zombie hadn't immediately bitten her just now. Perhaps like wild beasts, it had smelled the food to see if it suited its taste. Petra patted Macy on the shoulder. We've gathered enough supplies and are ready to return to base. Do you want to come with us? Macy smiled sweetly. Can I? I would love to. She was already looking forward to seeing Yonatan and Mitzi's expressions when they meet at the base. Gemmet, Macy, why are you alone here? It's very rare to see someone acting alone during these times. Stone asked curiously. Macy replied calmly, a faint smile on her lips. My companions encountered a group of zombies on the way to the base and needed someone to lure them, so they left me behind. Stone's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately sympathized. You met some trash, Macy. Don't be afraid, we will never abandon our comrades. Macy nodded, feeling envious glances falling upon her, her fingertips twitching slightly. Destiny suddenly felt a sharp pain in her stomach, turning red from holding it in. She couldn't hold it much longer. I need to go. Macy volunteered promptly, let me accompany Destiny. I can use a gun, so nothing will happen. Stone nodded, don't go far, and call for help immediately if anything happens. Destiny felt a tingling sensation in her scalp, but her stomach hurt so badly that she didn't get a chance to refuse as Macy pulled her away. The moment they walked out of the supermarket, Macy's expression changed. She looked at Destiny disdainfully and mockingly, like she was watching an insect. To Destiny's surprise, her stomachache disappeared, making her even more nervous under Macy's stare. Just as she was about to turn back, Macy grabbed her wrist. Conroy's sweet voice rang out, don't go. Come with me to do an experiment. What kind of experiment? Before Destiny could react, Macy dragged her off at full speed. She screamed loudly, what are you going to do to me? If you dare to do anything bad, Brother Zhang will kill you. Macy ignored her, running swiftly. Since this world allowed for superpowers, she could unleash hers slightly. This non-human speed made Destiny dizzy and pale-faced. Especially when she saw Macy running towards several wandering zombies, she became even more terrified. What are you doing? You're crazy. Let me go. Help. Under the threat of death, Destiny finally lost control of her facial expression, crying uncontrollably. Macy chuckled, I'm a law-abiding good citizen who will protect you. Don't worry. Does throwing her into a crowd of zombies count as protection? Destiny nearly went mad, begging and crying. I'm sorry, I was blind. Please let me go, I won't dare anymore. Those sinister thoughts vanished instantly before absolute power, like a grain of sand in a storm. Macy seemed like a pampered daughter from a wealthy family who was still in college. If they had known she was so strong, how would Destiny have dared to do this? Macy paid no attention and walked happily, throwing Destiny in front of the zombies. Destiny's screams almost pierced the sky. The zombies ran towards her, her legs went weak, and she fell directly to the ground, trembling all over waiting for death, her pleading turning into curses before she died. Macy stood behind Destiny, standing still. Destiny was closer to the zombies, so logically speaking, driven by their instinctual appetite, the zombies would grab the nearest human and start gnawing on them. The zombies rushed towards Destiny. Then they stepped right over her, bypassing her and rushing to Macy. They all found themselves in front of Macy, tilting their heads and staring at her for 2 seconds, then moving closer. Conroys they moved closer, they pushed other zombies away. Then, they started fighting among themselves. Macy. Chapter 488, The Conroypocalypse Researcher Gets Cornered by Zombies. Conroy Gain, 05. Conroy. At this moment, Macy almost wanted to shout, stop fighting for me. The corner of her mouth twitched, and she kicked away a few zombies, leaving only the one who looked most presentable. It was a man wearing a white shirt and gold-rimmed glasses, with sharp features and also the cleanest in appearance. Without other zombies around to disturb them, he leaned closer to Macy, bending down to sniff her neck. Then he carefully raised his hand and helped Macy remove a small leaf from her hair. His grayish-white eyes showed no emotion or intelligence. The zombies Macy had kicked away unwillingly got up again and ran towards her. The zombie with the gold-rimmed glasses noticed other zombies trying to take her, immediately bent down, Princess carried Macy, and sprinted away. Macy. Playing hard to get, huh? She jumped out of the zombie's embrace and ran towards Destiny. Destiny nearly choked on her own breath from nearly being trampled. Before she could process what happened, she saw several zombies chasing after Macy and screamed. Conroy, don't come near me. Led them away. Conroy, Ignoring Destiny, Macy instead pointed at her and turned to the zombies. Why don't you guys eat something else? There's plenty of chicken legs here. Why chase me? Lev. Of course, the zombies didn't respond, they acted purely on instinct. Macy once again ran behind Destiny, using her as a shield. Destiny was terrified, unable to comprehend what was happening. Seeing the zombies rush forward again, Destiny fainted on the spot. She was then mercilessly trampled upon. The zombies ignored her and continued rushing towards Macy, arms outstretched as if eager to embrace her. Macy. She wrinkled her nose in disgust, skillfully dodged, then picked up the unconscious Destiny from the ground and ran back. Her speed was extraordinary, even the evolved zombies couldn't catch up. Within moments, she had outrun the zombies, threw Destiny on the ground, and kicked her foot. Wake up. Destiny woke up, still showing signs of fear. Seeing Macy's face, she let out a scream and scooted backward. Don't kill me. Startled, Destiny dared not play any more tricks in front of Macy. There were too many hidden talents in this world, she should have thought about it. Conroy. Lone girl walking alone looking so pristine and beautiful must be extraordinary. Her jealousy really clouded her judgment. Macy smiled slightly, I won't kill you. Gemmet, I suggest you don't tell anyone about today's incident, or you might die in an unpleasant way. Destiny nodded frantically. Levi, okay. My lips are sealed. Truthfully, she was too scared to understand much, but she knew Macy had easily escaped those high-level zombies. Even Stone probably couldn't do that. Macy walked towards the supermarket. Let's go back. Not killing the mindless girl wasn't due to mercy. Macy suddenly felt they smelled the same as the one who pushed her off the car earlier. She decided to bring her back to the base to watch them compete. Macy and Destiny returned to the supermarket. Destiny was pale, her eyes barely daring to meet anyone's. People noticed her odd behavior but paid little attention. After briefing Macy on the essentials, they prepared to return to the base. The sky gradually darkened, turning from gray to a vibrant red. Beautiful as the sunset was, people in the apocalypse had no time to appreciate it. Leavenly Macy lay against the car window watching outside. Seemingly lost in thought, she was actually conversing with Conroy de Bayo in her mind. So why do zombies desire physical contact more than food? Conroy de Bayo, I don't get it. Conroy, I've been here for a day and a half without seeing Dwight. Conroy de Bayo, Levy right. Maybe we'll see them at the base. That dictator seems quite evil, fitting for a leader. Macy, does Dwight know what you think? Conroy de Bayo, even if they know, I'm not afraid. I'm just Flint's dog. Macy. Pfft, kid, don't say weird things. Where did you learn that? Macy couldn't help but laugh. Her sweet laughter caught everyone's attention. The last warm rays of the sunset fell on her nose and the strands of hair on her forehead, casting a warm golden glow over her. She looked like a princess straight out of a fairy tale. Everyone couldn't look away, except Destiny, who dared not. This isn't an angel, she's a devil. Unfortunately, their luck wasn't great. Despite avoiding them multiple times before, they encountered a zombie wave just when they were about to return home. Hearing the shrill roars getting closer and closer, no sooner had the machine guns mowed down a batch of zombies than another batch surged forward from behind. The zombies were crazed and never knew fatigue, relying purely on instinct to chase these living beings. Conroy's the last rays of sunlight disappeared, despair appeared on their faces. Leavenly Macy did not look desperate, instead, she looked a bit guilty. These zombies seemed to have come because of her. Zombies came from all directions, and it seemed that the entire vehicle would soon be submerged. Suddenly, Macy stood up and without a word, opened the car door. Before anyone could stop her, she jumped out directly. Chapter 489, The Doomsday Researcher is Stuck with Zombies. Conroy Gain, 06. Macy. Everyone was beside themselves with grief, except Destiny, who let out a sigh of relief. Destiny felt a complex mixture of emotions. She both hated and feared Macy, yet Macy's choice to sacrifice herself to buy them time made her heart tremble. She opened her palm, revealing a small piece of paper that Macy had slipped into her hand just before jumping down. It read, "Flirt with Jonathan, you'll like him." Who was Jonathan? Though unknown to Destiny, she repeated the name twice and committed it to memory. Stone, eyes red with anger, wanted to jump after Macy but was held back by the others. Gemrother Zhang. Think about it, since Macy made this choice, it means she has her own plan. We can't drag her down. Yes, Gemrother Zhang. Now we're running out of supplies. Let's head back to the base to restock and then come out looking for her. These were rational words, and Stone pinched his wrist, forcing himself to calm down. The car sped away. Through the window, they saw all the zombies abandon their pursuit and rush towards where Macy had jumped. Like a small rabbit falling into a pack of hungry wolves, Macy was about to be torn apart. Even though they knew the chances were slim, everyone in the team secretly resolved to find Macy again after resupplying. Gemmet Macy's situation was far from what they imagined. This time, instead of landing on top of a zombie, she landed steadily on the ground. However, the next second, zombies rushed over, opening their arms, attempting to hug her. Macy ran as fast as she could, heading away from where Stone's group had left. Sure enough, the group of zombies chased after her. In her previous memories, encountering such a large number of zombies was uncommon. Gemmet within just 2 days in this world, she had already encountered 2 large-scale zombie groups. Macy ran while pondering this strange occurrence. Suddenly, she found herself at a dead end. In front of her was a large lake, the water quality of which did not look too good. Macy stopped running, but the zombies behind her continued to sprint towards her. Macy sighed deeply, flipped her wrist, and a beautiful handgun appeared in her hand. She narrowed her eyes slightly, aiming at the frontmost zombies and shooting them in the head one by one. Though these zombies wouldn't harm her, it didn't mean she was willing to be close to dirty zombies. The shot zombies fell, but the others kept coming. Macy scratched her head in frustration, considering whether to find a more powerful weapon to wipe out the entire group. Suddenly, a low growl echoed. The zombies, which were almost upon Macy, suddenly stopped. It seemed they were being restrained by a higher-level zombie. Curious, Macy looked up and saw the zombies parting ways, making room for a VIP. Indeed, through the path cleared by the zombies, a high-level zombie was charging towards her. Macy deduced it was a high-level zombie because it looked exceptionally clean, wearing only a loose white t-shirt. Its exposed arms and legs gleamed white, almost like those of a human. The long-haired zombie rushed up to Macy, who noticed that it was a beautifully curvaceous sister. Its gray-blue eyes suggested it had awakened hydrokinetic abilities. The degree of decay on its body was much less compared to other zombies, nearly indistinguishable from humans. That face, perfect enough for a female celebrity, with striking features and a high nose bridge, towered over Macy by half a head, a mature woman who could appeal to anyone. Macy hesitated about attacking such a beautiful zombie sister when the latter arrived, tilted her head, stared at Macy for a moment, and then wrapped an arm around her waist. The high-level zombie had no discernible odor, remaining clean and fresh. Leavenly now, when embraced, did Macy realize the zombie wore only a white t-shirt. The soft, cool, and shapely body hugged Macy tightly, rubbing its cheek against hers as if petting a cat. This zombie must be even higher in rank than the previous one, able to control lower-level zombies. The surrounding zombies stared directly at Macy. Though expressionless and lacking clear eye contact, it was obvious they also yearned to get close to her, but dared not. Held tightly by the beautiful sister, Macy asked softly. "Sister, can you talk? Why did you chase me?" Lev, of course, she received no response. The high-level zombie growled blankly at her, lifted her by the thighs, and carried her like a Darius. The high-level zombie's actions were gentler than the big brother's, carefully smoothing out Macy's wind-tousled hair after picking her up. Right this moment, suddenly not far away came another low growl, followed by rapid footsteps. The zombie sister suddenly became tense, hugging Macy a little tighter and looking toward the source of the sound. Macy turned her head and saw another high-level zombie approaching her. It was a handsome young man with sharp features, narrow eyes filled with wildness. He had broad shoulders, a slender waist, and long legs. His white shirt and black pants were somewhat torn, giving him an even more enticing allure. He rushed to Macy's front and reached out his hand, giving me a hug. The zombie sister turned away, refusing. Lev, of course, these dialogues were what Macy imagined based on their actions. Conroy faint red light flickered in the young man's hand, but he seemed afraid of hurting Macy, so he didn't dare fight the zombie sister holding Macy. After a while, he pulled out a bunch of sparkling jewelry from his pocket and tilted his head, offering it to Macy. "Macy, did he rob a jewelry store?" She raised her hand to take it, but the young man stepped back and gently growled at her. Macy even thought she understood. "If you want it, leave her and come give me a hug." Chapter 490, The Doomsday Researcher Gets Close to a Zombie. Conroy Gain, 07. This zombie seemed a bit smarter and even knew how to tempt with material things. It appeared that zombies inherently liked shiny objects, so it assumed Conroyna would like them too. Indeed, they were very shiny and attractive, but Conroyna had seen too many such things and was indifferent. Seeing this, the zombie sister kicked the young man away, then looked at Conroyna. Roar. Conroyna didn't quite understand zombie language. "I think I should go back to the base." Conroyna scratched her head. "Can you take me there?" This zombie sister was the strongest one she had encountered so far. If this sister took her, they likely wouldn't encounter other zombies on the way. The zombie sister tilted her head, trying hard to understand what Conroyna said. After some thought, Conroyna pointed toward the direction of eastern Gmace. "I'm going that way." Understanding this gesture, the zombie sister hugged Conroyna's cheek gently before speeding off in the direction Conroyna pointed. Conroyna held onto the zombie sister's neck, thinking to herself that perhaps she had just gained a new mode of transportation. The zombie sister quickly outran the crowd of lower-level zombies but couldn't shake off the high-level zombie youth. He stared at Conroyna with emotionless eyes and silently followed behind the zombie sister. When he saw a supermarket, he went inside. When he caught up with the zombie sister again, the youth had two large fluffy teddy bears in his hands. He tilted his head and handed the teddy bears to Conroyna. Conroyna smiled politely. "No, thank you." Conroy, she said this, the youth lowered his head, expressionless, though Conroyna felt his disappointment despite the silence. So, a high-level water-type zombie carried a human while running, with a high-level fire-type zombie chasing after. To observers, it looked like three people moving together. When several people driving toward eastern Gmace saw the scene, they mistook the trio for two superhumans protecting an ordinary human who was escaping danger. They immediately stopped their vehicle, ready to offer help. Gemmet, when the girl being carried saw them, she patted the woman carrying her and directed them to run further away. The drivers exchanged puzzled glances. How strange, what kind of superhuman runs away upon seeing a car? Did they offend the base ruler and get expelled with a bounty on their heads? Conroyna clung to the zombie sister's neck and let her continue running toward the base until the car disappeared from view. After being carried for so long, Conroyna felt dizzy from the constant motion. Fortunately, she could already see the outline of the base. Conroyna couldn't let the zombie sister get any closer, or she'd be shot by the base sentries. She patted the zombie sister's hand and made a stopping gesture. "Conroy, all right, let me down." The zombie sister obediently stopped but didn't release her hold. For a moment, Conroyna felt like a spoiled Darius cherished by her parents. She took a deep breath, pushed against the zombie sister's shoulders, and twisted her body, jumping down to the ground. Caught off guard by Conroyna's strength, the zombie sister let go unexpectedly. Her first reaction was to rush forward and hug Conroyna again. The youth holding the giant teddy bear also spread his arms, trying to reach Conroyna faster than the zombie sister. Conroyna hurriedly took a few steps back and waved frantically. No, I can walk myself. Her resistance was clear, and both the zombie sister and the youth stopped, tilting their heads and staring at her intently. Conroyna thought if they could understand her words, they might do whatever she asked. She tried to explain using gestures. Go ahead, I'll come out later. I just need to go to the base for some business. After explaining for a while, she felt they understood, so she took a couple of steps toward the base. Gemmet the two zombies followed step by step. Conroyna scratched her head, frustrated, then pointed behind them, mimicking eating motions. I'm hungry, I need to eat. With this, the zombies understood. The zombie sister dashed off first. The youth glanced at the giant teddy bear in his hands, shoved it into Conroyna's arms, and rushed after her. The zombies moved so fast they vanished from Conroyna's sight in an instant. She turned and hurried toward the base. The teddy bear felt nice to hold. Since it was a gift from zombies, throwing it away felt wrong, so Conroyna carried the big bear past all the astonished eyes, heading toward the entrance. There were two gates, one for regular civilians, where a long queue formed. Those who came here for shelter would be checked to ensure they hadn't been bitten by zombies, then they'd be assigned to the most rudimentary communal living quarters. There was another entrance for psychics, which was almost completely empty. So Conroyna walked over there. Conroyna approached the two inspectors, who were still stunned. Conroy, clean and fair-skinned girl in a short skirt, holding a huge stuffed bear that was nearly as tall as she was, appeared at the psychic entrance. What an eerie scene. Conroyna tilted her head, trying hard to peek out from behind the big bear's head, and smiled sweetly. Hello, I want to go in. Levine of the inspectors pinched himself hard and poked his companion fiercely, only then did the two regain their voices. Little sister, you should go find your bodyguards. This is the entrance for psychics. Their first thought was that this must be a well-protected rich girl, probably escorted all the way here by her family, possibly not even knowing what zombies looked like. Conroyna sighed with frustration and was about to show them some spatial abilities. Suddenly, she heard an astonished voice by her ear. Conroyna. Chapter 491, The Doomsday Researcher Gets Cornered by Zombies. Conroy Gain, 08. Karina turned her head and saw her boyfriend, Jonathan, standing at the entrance, staring at her with wide eyes, his shock and joy clearly visible. However, his arm was being held by a woman. It was Mitzi, the woman who had pushed her off the vehicle. Mitzi looked at Karina with disbelief, her expression extremely unpleasant, as if she had seen a ghost. When Karina's gaze fell on Mitzi, Jonathan suddenly came to his senses. Like a man caught cheating by his spouse, he hastily shook off Mitzi's hand and strode over to Karina. Well, Karina, listen to me. Seeing Karina's appearance clearly, all the excuses he had planned fled his mind. Is this really my girlfriend? She is perfectly beautiful, almost to the point of being surreal. Conroy. The moment Jonathan shook off her hand, Mitzi's expression became very ugly, glaring viciously at Karina as if she wanted to tear her into pieces. Gemmet soon, she followed Jonathan and stood in front of Karina. Karina, this is the Psion channel, go wait in that line. Mitzi restrained her emotions, speaking to Karina. Karina has always been a soft pushover, never getting into conflicts with others, which is why Mitzi could bully Karina endlessly. Gemmet. This time, Karina didn't heed her words. Instead, she smiled sweetly at Jonathan. I don't want to wait in line. Karina used to be a simple genius scholar. Let alone flirting, even after confirming their relationship for so long, Jonathan had never dared to get intimate with her. This was the first time Karina showed such an expression, and it was also the first time he realized how endearingly charming Karina could be. Jonathan's heart pounded fiercely. If Karina doesn't want to queue, then no queuing. He then said to the two inspectors, Gemrothers, this is my girlfriend. Could you please let her in? Mitzi's face turned ashen, like she had eaten something foul. Just last night, Jonathan thought Karina was dead and was incredibly upset. Conroy. She took advantage of the situation to spend the night with him. She thought they had confirmed their relationship. Gemmet. Now Karina is not dead. Conroy. Gemrother actually seemed to forget what happened last night. In extreme anger, Mitzi began to feel burning hot all over, and then Conroy. Little flame appeared at the tip of her finger. It was a psionic ability. She had awakened her psionics. Mitzi screamed excitedly, Gemrother, look. Look quickly. I've awakened too. I can live in the Psion quarters just like you. Too bad, Karina. She glanced disdainfully at Karina, sneering, even if Karina entered through this entrance, she'd still be a civilian and would have to squeeze into those dirty dorms with other civilians. Jonathan also looked delighted. Mitzi, great, we can go on missions together. While they were talking, Karina had already walked in, holding Teddy. Then, right before everyone's eyes, Teddy vanished from her hand. Gemeth inspectors and Jonathan and Mitzi stared wide-eyed. Karina curled her lips into a smile. Sorry, I forgot to mention, I have spatial psionics. Just when Mitzi was immersed in her ecstasy, she was once again cast into despair. Jonathan's eyes sparkled even more. No wonder, Karina. You didn't die because of this ability, hiding in your own space? That's wonderful, Karina. Come back with me quickly. We can apply for a double room and live together. Hearing this, Mitzi's face turned pale, tears welling up as she looked at Yonatan. Gemrother-chin, what about me, you, last night? Yonatan coughed heavily. If Karina had really died, he wouldn't mind making Mitzi his girlfriend. Gemmet Karina isn't dead, and moreover, Karina is much prettier than Mitzi, obedient and docile. He's not an idiot. Yonatan's voice turned cold. Mitzi, let's talk about our issues privately. Karina rolled her eyes impatiently. She really had no interest in participating in this tragic love triangle drama with them. The main reason she came to the base was to meet that legendary tyrant. What if it's Dwight? Conroilso, there's the best laboratory here, where she could use the facilities to study why zombies treated her as a treasure. Watching Yonatan and Mitzi's reactions was merely an added amusement. Conroifter enjoying it, she lost interest. Karina waved at the two. I have some things to do. I'll go ahead. Yonatan, Karina, the only people you know in this base should be us. What could you possibly need to do? Conroy, are you still throwing a tantrum? Jeem good and come back with me. Looking at his earnest face, Karina almost slapped him. Yonatan's affection for her had risen to 70, and she was seriously considering whether she should let this affection drop a bit. Just then, several voices of pleasant surprise sounded again. Karina. Karina heaved a sigh of relief. Perfect, the backup has arrived. She ran happily towards the direction of the sound. Gemrother Zhang, I'm fine. Can I join your team? It was Stone and his group. Seeing Karina was still alive and not injured at all, their eyes were red with emotion. Especially Petra, who directly came up and hugged Karina, spinning her around twice on the spot. That's great, that's great. We were just preparing to go out looking for you. Who would have thought you? I'll take you to arrange a place to stay right away. The crowd. Yonatan was thinking, Karina had changed, she wasn't as obedient anymore. While Mitzi was pondering how she could get rid of Karina. Just then, a coquettish female voice suddenly rang out, Gemrother-chin. Chapter 492, The Doomsday Researcher Gets Cornered by Zombies. Conroy Gain, 09. The two turned their heads and saw a woman with a decent face. It was Destiny, whom Macy had asked to flirt with Yonatan. Destiny was a mistress before the apocalypse, well versed in the ways of being manipulative. She looked at Mitzi timidly and softly. Don't be angry, sister. I just came to deliver something to Gemrother-chin. Sister, you're just teammates, right? Why do you look at me so fiercely? Conroy new round of love triangle drama started over there. Here, Macy was treated like a star and arranged into the room for psychics. Psychics were still rare now, with only about 100 in the entire base. Each external mission team consisted of 2 or 3 psychics along with a few trained ordinary people. Stone's team, as the 7th squad, was one of the strongest. Macy had a good impression of them and was naturally willing to join. When they knew Macy was really willing to join their squad, Petra gave her another big hug. Forced to be buried in softness, Macy wondered if she accidentally obtained a being hugged every day buff. Just as she was about to propose meeting the base's Norbert, she was notified that the Norbert wanted to see her. This wasn't strange, the Norbert always met new psychics who came to the base. Macy quickly tidied up her room and followed Stone to the Norbert's door. Led the way, Stone kept telling Macy about the legendary deeds of the Norbert. For example, he was the first person to awaken with psychic powers, occupied a fallen military base, and gradually grew stronger. However, Macy was somewhat absent-minded. She only cared about whether the Norbert was Dwight. If not, where could Dwight be? While thinking, Macy walked into the Norbert's office. Ernst behind the desk raised his head. Upon seeing Macy, he paused for a moment. Macy, on the other hand, was full of disappointment. Nope. Even though he was quite handsome, with a good face and figure, and carried an aura from blood and corpses, it wasn't him. Macy wasn't interested in any men besides Dwight and didn't plan on chatting, but directly went to the point. Hello, I'm not just a psychic but also a researcher. If you check the research lab of the highest academy, you should have heard of my name. Regarding zombie research, I believe you need it very much. Ernstager stood up, his eyes filled with surprise and some unexpected emotion. He had assumed she was a pampered lady who seemed clueless. Gemmet unexpectedly, she was straightforward without any nonsense. Conroy's a man of business, he likes such people the most. He nodded. Hello, my name is Conroirsteid. Indeed, I've already checked on you. Levier base needs talents like you very much. I'll give you top access to the laboratory. Since I have time now, shall I take you to the lab? Macy nodded, that would be best. Conroirsteid took 2 steps forward, hesitated for a moment, and then added. Right, there are several zombies we captured in the lab, including a high-level one that's quite agitated. Have you seen zombies before? She looked too clean, with no trace of fear or suspicion in her eyes that post-apocalypse humans usually have. Conroirsteid suspected she hadn't even seen zombies up close, having been protected too well, hence no fear. Macy blinked, not only have I seen them, but a zombie has even hugged me. Conroirsteid took this as a witty joke, let's go. Led the way to the lab, Macy saw many training grounds and factories. The entire base was orderly and self-sufficient, even if there were hidden matters beneath this surface order. It was clear that Conroirsteid indeed had an iron fist. The lab was large, after all, it used to be a large military base's lab. When entering the first door, many researchers could still be seen. They greeted Conroyerstein curiously, wondering who this girl following the Norbert was. Gemmet as the doors opened and closed, the number of people inside dwindled. Finally, Macy faintly heard the low growls of zombies. These are test subjects that our psychics risk their lives for, but no researcher has dared to study them up close. You should know, even if they are restrained, the beast-like threat makes it hard to approach. Conroyerstein watched Macy's expression while using his fingerprint to open the last door. Conroy mix of bloody and dusty smells hit them. The zombies, smelling the human scent, became more restless and agitated. The sound of iron chains clattered continuously. The guard inside pressed the electric baton forcefully, then pulled out a sniper rifle, aiming at the zombies in the middle. The powerful electric current running through the iron chains made the zombies' sounds weaker but still sent shivers down one's spine. Conroyerstein had thought Macy would be afraid and dare not go in. However, the young girl's pace did not slow down even a bit, she walked straight in with large strides. Then, before he could warn her, she crossed the safety yellow line. Chapter 493, The Doomsday Researcher Gets Too Close to Zombies. Conroy Gain, 10. Macy. Come out now. Conroyerstein's heart leaped into his throat. The reason for the safety yellow line was because last time, a researcher had ventured a little too close and hadn't expected the high-level zombie to break free from its iron chains. It directly bit through the researcher's throat, turning him into another zombie. That unfortunate researcher is now one of these zombies. Several guards were lost during that incident, so they thickened the chains, added electric shock devices, and established a safety yellow line. People walking over it wouldn't trigger it. Once the zombies crossed it, the laser would instantly slice them in half. Macy ignored all this and continued forward. Conroyerstein frowned deeply. Everyone, aim for the heads of the zombies. Shoot immediately if anything goes wrong. Zombies could be recaptured, but such an outstanding, bold, and talented researcher was rare and hard to come by. Macy stopped right in front of the high-level zombie whose clavicle was pierced by the iron chain. She glanced back. Don't worry about me. I'll be fine. The zombie growled louder as she approached, seeming to try to break the chain and lunge at her. Under this intense pressure, she remained calm and unperturbed, impressing Conroyerstein even more with this unassuming young lady. Macy stared straight at the zombie in front of her, looking into its eyes. It was a man with a delicate and somewhat seductive appearance, with upturned eyes and a tear mole beneath them. His grayish-white irises faintly revealed an icy blue color, like the most beautiful ice crystal. This zombie also stared intently at Macy. Zombies shouldn't feel pain, as evidenced by how it moved despite the mangled mess of flesh where the chain pierced its clavicle. Yet it leaned forward as much as possible, closer to Macy. Their eyes met, and it tilted its head slightly before making a twitching motion with its bound arms. Conroy's if trying to embrace her. Was this her teacher? Wasn't this her teacher? Macy slowly raised her hand. Conroyerstein yelled in alarm, Macy, are you crazy? You'll be bitten. They're not wearing mouth guards now. Don't. Before he finished speaking, he watched in horror as Macy's fingers touched the side of the high-level zombie's face. Finished. Conroyerstein thought. They finally found an exceptional researcher, yet she turned out to be a naive fool. Gemmet when he saw what happened next, all the sounds got stuck in his throat. Macy's fingers brushed against the cold skin of the zombie. The zombie strained to lower its head, the chains clattering. Not to bite her, but to rub its face against her fingertips affectionately, like a loyal dog meeting its owner, regardless of its own wounds. Macy's fingers twitched. The zombie's skin felt cool and not quite soft but smooth and pleasant to touch. Macy turned to look at the stupefied Conroyerstein. Humans awakened abilities vary widely. This is another ability I've awakened. I can't be harmed by zombies. Conroy part from this reason, she couldn't think of any other reasonable explanation. Sure enough, Conroyerstein believed her. It was still early in the apocalypse, with many unknowns facing humanity, so the appearance of such a unique awakener seemed plausible. What an important ability this is. Suddenly, all the peculiarities surrounding Macy made sense. Conroyerstein wore a euphoric expression, as if he'd struck gold. Great, Macy. I'll grant you the highest access privileges immediately. You can go anywhere in the laboratory, and I will entrust everything here to you. Just be careful not to let the zombies get out of control. He didn't finish his sentence before seeing Macy move to the machine beside her and press the button to release the chains. Conroyerstein. The crowd's expressions changed drastically, retreating rapidly as if faced with an impending disaster. Gemmet their speed couldn't match the speed of the zombies breaking free from the chains. Especially that exceptionally strong high-level zombie. While the zombies wouldn't attack Macy, they could still attack them. Just as everyone was in panic, something even more shocking occurred. Those zombies didn't spare them a glance, instead clustering around Macy. The high-level zombie even hugged her waist, emitting a low growl from its throat, burying its face in the crook of her neck and rubbing gently. It looked extremely well-behaved. Macy gave a, I knew this would happen, look and waved to the stunned Conroyerstein and others, go on out. This lab is mine now. They walked out as if in a trance, not forgetting to close the door behind them for Macy. Conroyster being held by the high-level zombie for a while, Macy started losing patience. Its scent and body odor weren't unpleasant, even carrying a faint fragrance. Macy pushed it away, and the next second, she saw a hint of, should be replaced with an appropriate English word, expression on its face. The other lower-level zombies also stared straight at Macy, all wanting to hug her, eager to try. Macy raised her hand and poked the zombie's wound that had been pierced through, getting a bit of sticky blackish-red blood on her fingers. The zombie didn't feel any pain, it only moved closer, making it easier for Macy to poke. Macy looked at the bloodstains on her fingers and said to Conroy in her mind. Check thoroughly, find out exactly what happened in this world. If it doesn't work, go ask the Dimension Management Chimero. Conroy responded eagerly. Macy slowly raised her hand and gripped the zombie's neck. The zombie, which was taller than her, bent over and obediently turned its head to look at her. Even though her fingers were pressing against the most vulnerable spot on its neck where one hit could kill it, it remained extremely docile. Macy smiled softly. Come here, little dog. Lie down on the operating table so I can examine you properly. Chapter 494, The Doom Researcher got close to a zombie. Conroy 11. The entire base was cleared, leaving only Macy. Conroy gave orders that all researchers here must cooperate with Macy whenever she needed help. However, when Macy did not need anything, no one was allowed to disturb her. Conroy's for the conditions given to Macy, they were even more advantageous. Conroy's suite was directly allocated to her, luxurious and with a dedicated nanny. This was unprecedented treatment. Conroy knew these benefits were nothing compared to the value created by Macy. He was excited beyond measure and appreciated Macy greatly. Deeming a man of vision and wildness, he naturally wouldn't be deceived by appearances like ordinary people. She was also the first person he admired so much since leading the base. In the original plot, he was eventually replaced by Jonathan, who had greater good fortune, much later on. Now, Jonathan was still just an ordinary psychokinetic, only capable of being a deputy team leader. Jonathan also heard about Macy's news at this time. When he heard the news, he was quarreling with his team's captain over a detail. Just as he was flushed red with resentment, hearing that his girlfriend received very good treatment instantly made him feel complicated inside. Yes, Jonathan still felt that he and Macy were in a romantic relationship. Even more annoying was that Macy wasn't always clinging to him anymore. Macy used to be quite girlish, and he had her under his thumb. Jonathan glared fiercely at Rodney, thinking to himself, my girlfriend is the one who got the best treatment, what are you? Though he didn't know why Macy changed towards him a bit, after much deliberation, it was probably because he did not go back to look for her when she jumped into the zombie crowd. Girls do get moody sometimes. Coaxing would make things better. Once he coaxed Macy properly, he could ask her to speak to Conroy, so that he could also become a captain and avoid being humiliated here. Thinking of this, Jonathan felt comfortable again. With half a day before the team went on a mission, he decided to find Macy and comfort her properly. However, just 2 steps toward the lab, Destiny blocked him. Destiny's face was slightly red. Gemrother Jonathan, this is for you. It was a red rope bracelet. It was prayed for before the apocalypse. Gemrother, you're facing great danger outside, I hope this can protect you. Jonathan accepted it wholeheartedly. He sensed that Destiny had feelings for him and enjoyed such attention. He took the small gift. Thank you, I'll wear it. Destiny glanced at another figure not far away, then saw Jonathan stumble when he raised his hand. Jonathan hurriedly reached out to support him, looking like they embraced. Sure enough, Mitzi, standing nearby, turned green with jealousy and rushed over. You shameless woman, stop hanging around Gemrother Chin. Destiny's eyes welled up with tears. Gemig's sister Mitzi, why are you scolding me? Seeing green-eyed rivals, Mitzi's head nearly smoked up. She wanted to fight but was stopped by Jonathan. Mitzi sobbed and stormed off. If Macy knew she missed such a wonderful show, she might have regretted it. She was now completely engrossed in her research. The nearby operating table lay a tame zombie, turning its head to stare at Macy. There were no restraints or chains, it seemed like the most obedient patient. Even though Macy had just cut a piece of flesh from it, it remained motionless. Its ash-blue eyes were wide open, like a sky covered in light mist. Originally, zombies' eyes looked so gentle when they were quiet. While other low-level zombies, suppressed by this high-level zombie, shrank into the corner, trying hard to suppress their instinct to get close to Macy. In Macy's memory, no one had ever made a definitive study on the zombie virus before. Macy, while studying seriously, suddenly realized that the so-called zombie virus was less like a virus and more like an invisible parasitism. Highly contagious, akin to a virus. Infected humans lost human thought and consciousness, along with changes in appearance. Macy finally understood what that strange feeling was all along. She always found these zombies incongruous, but now recalled that they seemed rather handsome. How many good-looking people could there be among ordinary humans? Yet every zombie made Macy feel at ease. Conroy the higher-level ones, the easier they were to look at. Like the one before her now. Gemotiful features delicately gorgeous, skin tinged with gray and breathless. When it stared at Macy without moving, it resembled a broken piece of art covered in dust. Macy gently touched its eyebrows and eyes, and it slightly widened its eyes, like a big dog that finally got its owner's attention, excitedly rubbing against her. Macy stroked its hair accordingly, finding it quite soft. She stood up and stretched lazily. Unknowingly, she had spent so much time in the laboratory. It was time to go out for a stroll. She smiled at the zombie dog. Gene, good, don't cause any trouble, I'll be back after a quick walk. The zombie probably didn't understand. When she walked out, it grabbed her finger. Gemmet Macy mercilessly pried it open. Jean have, she winked at the zombie and left the lab. Conroy, soon as the sunlight shone on her, Macy nodded contentedly. However, in the next second, she heard the voice she did not want to hear at all. Macy, let's talk. Chapter 495, The Doomsday Researcher is Stuck with Zombies. Conroy Gain, 12. Macy turned around, raising an eyebrow. Mitzi. Wasn't she supposed to be dueling with Destiny? Looking at her expression. Mitzi's eyes were bloodshot and her face was pale green. Levy, it looks like she lost the duel. It seems Destiny's Deo method is a bit higher than Mitzi's. Macy feigned innocence. What's wrong? Is there something you need? Mitzi clenched her fists tightly, wanting nothing more than to punch Macy's innocent face into oblivion. Gemmet, she restrained herself. Suppressing her emotions and anger, she said. Macy, aren't you in a relationship with Gemrother Chin now? Shouldn't you be concerned about him? Macy raised an eyebrow. She didn't believe that Mitzi was so kind as to come and advise her to communicate with Yonatan. Sure enough, the next sentence hit the mark. If you don't go see, Gemrother Chin will be lured away by other women. Macy suppressed a laugh, putting on a look of surprise and worry. What? Yonatan isn't that kind of person. Fuming, Mitzi retorted, yes, Gemrother Chin isn't like that. Conroy, this is because of that cheap woman. Macy, can you tolerate it? You've been together for so long, and that woman obviously doesn't have any good intentions. Can you accept it? Macy frowned deeply. How could this happen? Seeing that Macy was listening, Mitzi sighed in relief and took 2 steps forward. You know, I've always cared about you and Gemrother Chin. Earlier, when we were in the car, I didn't stop you from jumping out because you said you were willing to do it yourself. Now that nothing happened to you, surely you won't blame me, right? I did everything for your sake. Hearing this heartfelt confession, Macy inwardly marveled at its absurdity but kept her expression unchanged. I know. Mitzi smiled. Great, I'll help you get rid of that cheap woman. I found a perfect place where no one will notice the disappearance of a common person. Upon hearing this, Macy widened her eyes in horror, looking like a timid little white rabbit who just heard something terrible. Han, handle. Mitzi inwardly scorned her. So stupid and naive, even now, she acts as if she can't accept killing someone. Truly useless. Mitzi said aloud, nowadays, the death of a common person won't attract much attention. Macy, you shouldn't be so soft-hearted anymore. Macy's eyes reddened slightly, biting her lower lip. After a moment of thought, she nodded firmly. Conroy, right, I agree. Mitzi felt elated inside and pointed to a spot not far away. I'll tell you, it's right over there. I've checked it out already. There are few people around here, no surveillance either. It's also where many people take care of business. Let me show you the place, then we can discuss the details. Macy bit her lip, fiddling with her fingers, hesitating again and again. Finally, under Mitzi's urging, she followed slowly. This was the edge of the base, surrounded by walls that were the tallest and thickest, thus unguarded. There was a steep ladder up the wall leading to the top. It was a chaotic mini-society here, sometimes a black market, where dirty work often took place. Most people wouldn't come here unless necessary, fearing they might see something they shouldn't. Following Mitzi, Macy climbed to the top. Conroy, she looked down, she heard zombies roaring below. Mitzi explained, leave outside these walls, there are often corpses, so zombies frequently gather here. This time, among the crowd of zombies outside, there were actually 2 high-level zombies. Levine high-level zombie could match 10 ability users, hence they were extremely rare. Encountering one was difficult enough, let alone seeing 2 together, it was unheard of. Mitzi naturally wouldn't tell Macy this. While talking, she kept an eye on Macy's expression. The wall was very high. Macy timidly glanced down once, quickly withdrawing her gaze. Conroy bit, a bit scary. Macy's voice was soft and tiny. Mitzi stared intently at Macy for a moment, then gestured toward a nearby protrusion. When the time comes, you can have Destiny stand there, yes, right here. Leading Macy forward, she pushed her slightly ahead. Go check. If there's no problem, we'll go downstairs and bring Destiny here. With both of us being ability users, it should be fine. Macy, biting her lip, took a step forward. Conroy another step. Just then. Conroy crazy gleam appeared in Mitzi's eyes as she suddenly pushed Macy from behind. She wasn't planning to kill Destiny together with Macy, her intention was to kill Macy directly. She had almost gone mad after dealing with Destiny and hearing about Macy's new treatment, her jealousy nearly overwhelming her. Destiny is just an ordinary person. Now that I have awakened the fire ability, killing Destiny would be a matter of minutes. What she hates most is Macy. Macy has been monopolizing Gemrother Chen for so long. With these resources now, Gemrother Chen will never leave Macy. Conroy the moment Mitzi pushed Macy's back, she was almost bursting into laughter. Gemma, at this moment, Macy suddenly turned her head, looked straight into her eyes, and actually smiled. This smile made Mitzi suddenly blank-minded. Gemma, before she could react to what was happening, Macy had already grabbed her wrist. Then, she was pulled and thrown out. Conroya. Mitzi let out a brief scream, suddenly bursting with immense strength, and tightly held onto Macy's wrist. Macy stumbled, slipping. Macy managed to grab the steel bar on the outer edge of the wall with one hand, hanging in the air. Mitzi clung tightly to Macy's hand, dangling with both feet off the ground, right above a large crowd of zombies. Mitzi cried in fear, "Macy, pull me up. I won't let go, please pull me up." Macy just chuckled lightly, "I didn't expect you to make no progress at all, still as stupid as ever." Gemma, at this point, Mitzi couldn't think about what Macy said, she was screaming at the top of her lungs. "I won't let go. If you don't throw me up, you can't hold on for much longer either, we'll die together. If you throw me up, I will definitely pull you up." Macy looked down at her pityingly and gave a sweet smile. Mitzi froze, and then a sense of weightlessness came. Macy actually let go, and they fell down together. How could this be? Conroy, this height, as an ability user, Mitzi wouldn't die, but she would be crippled. If there were no zombies below, it might be fine, but beneath them was a dense crowd of zombies. Mitzi screamed in agony as she crashed down, and the pain shot through her leg bones as the surrounding zombies surged forward to start biting her. Conroy, amidst the pain, she saw Macy falling, and the two high-level zombies ran towards her, holding her and embracing her in their arms. They even combed her slightly messy hair. Chapter 496, The Doomsday Researcher Encounters Zombies. Conroy Gain, 13. Mitzi died in great agony. Meanwhile, Macy encountered an old acquaintance. That exceptionally fit and beautiful female zombie and the young male zombie who had given her a teddy bear. The two of them vied to embrace her, but ultimately it was the beautiful sister who took the lead. The youth could only touch Macy's hair with his hand, fawningly leaning in and gently brushing his cheek against the tips of her hair. Only to be slapped away by the zombie sister. Those lower-level zombies also wanted to rush to Macy's side at first, but they were intimidated by the pressure from the two higher-level zombies. So they ended up tearing Mitzi apart and devouring her instead. When Macy finally glanced towards where Mitzi had fallen, she saw that her body had been shredded, her flesh mangled into an indescribable mess, a truly horrific sight. Being bitten by one or two zombies would likely result in becoming a zombie. Facing a swarm like this, one could only become a meal. Macy clicked her tongue, retracting her gaze. "Why are you here? Conroy, are you looking for me?" Conroy, after a few days, it seemed that the intelligence of these two higher-level zombies had increased slightly. The zombie sister actually tilted her head in thought before nodding at Macy with a low growl. The handsome young man beside her, looking somewhat neglected, eagerly brushed up against her again to get attention. Macy stared at the two beauties for a few seconds and then smiled. "Do you want to come back with me?" Half an hour later, Macy walked into the base holding hands with both the heavily dressed man and woman. The guards gaped at her. "When did you leave?" Macy's name was already well known throughout the entire base, her authority second only to Conroy, so everyone now recognized her face. Macy grinned innocently. "Sorry, I scaled the wall to avoid trouble. These two are my friends, I went out to pick them up. They will become my lab assistants." The inspector was dazzled by Macy's smile, nodding dazedly. While being captivated by Macy's beauty, he couldn't help but take another look at Macy's friends. These two friends looked quite mysterious, still wearing sunglasses and masks. Could they be celebrities? Thus, Macy effortlessly brought the two high-level zombies back to the lab. The moment she opened the door, the zombies inside rushed out, drawn by the scent. Seeing that there were two more of their kind, and one was even hugging Macy, they immediately let out a low growl signaling danger, like wild animals panting, then lunged at the zombie sister. Macy raised her hand, grabbing the man's wrist, stopping him instantly, transforming him into an obedient yet angry puppy. "Let's get along harmoniously. Good puppies don't fight." Conroy, she spoke, she stroked her chin, eyeing the three zombies. The handsome man with a beauty mark under his eye looked aggrieved, the curvaceous zombie sister still clinging to her waist, and the rebellious-looking young zombie pitifully. With all four of them, they could almost start a mahjong game. Macy decided to give them names. Ernst became Jake, the sister Tamika, and the youth Conroy. Conroy, though Macy named them rather casually, the three zombies seemed very happy, especially Tamika, who immediately gave Macy another intimate cuddle, causing Macy to blush slightly at the soft contact. This also provoked angry growls from the other two. Macy felt like she had adopted three large dogs with strong jealousy and destructive power. With more samples available, her research process went more smoothly. Tamika was the smartest of the three and quickly learned to serve tea and water under Macy's direction. She led the other two to become both Macy's experimental subjects and personal maids. Macy spent the whole day in the lab until Conroy died, fearing she might die inside, came to check on her. He was shocked to find two additional high-level zombies. With a stupefied expression, Conroy nodded when Macy waved him away. Conroy, though feared by everyone in the base as a formidable leader, remained utterly humble before Macy. He smiled bitterly. "Take care of yourself. Don't overwork." He toyed with the flowers behind him, deciding not to present them. When Macy made another small discovery the next day. News of Mitzi's disappearance had already spread. Disappearing ordinary people might not attract much attention, but Mitzi was a psyker. If a psyker had turned traitor, it was indeed a dangerous signal. The investigation soon focused on Macy. Macy had just soothed her zombies and was stepping out of the lab to bask in the sun. After just 2 steps, she met Jonathan's eyes filled with accusation. Macy. Did you do something to Mitzi? Chapter 497, The Doomsday Researcher is Stuck with Zombies. Conroy Gain, 14. Macy turned her head to look at Jonathan, whose face carried an expression that was 1/3 disbelief, 1/3 reproach, and 1/3. Forget it, she was too lazy to calculate pie charts. Macy raised an eyebrow. Why do you say that? Jonathan was stunned for a moment. Even though this wasn't the first time he saw Macy, he was still amazed by her beauty. Days without sunlight had made the young girl's complexion almost translucent white, like warm jade with a hint of pink, making one can't help but want to hold it in their palms. Even Jonathan, who was preparing to confront her, slowed down his pace and softened his voice as he approached step by step. Macy, I know you've never liked Mitzi, but I have always regarded her as a friend. Now she's missing, and someone last saw her right outside this lab when she was with you. Macy, did you do something? To question his girlfriend based on a mere eyewitness account with no solid evidence, this kind of man was truly disgusting. Macy gave a light scoff and took a step back. What could I possibly do? She has pyrokinetic abilities, while I have spatial abilities. In terms of combat power, even my Luoluo cannot match her. What do you think I can do? Macy's argument was logical and well supported, leaving Jonathan speechless for a moment. He wasn't stupid, he naturally thought of this point. Questioning her like this wasn't really because he doubted Macy, but rather to pressure her. Jemmy making her feel uneasy and scared, he could then make his demands. However, he didn't expect Macy to be so calm and rational. Jonathan's thoughts raced through various scenarios, finally softening his expression and giving Macy a gentle smile. Leave IK, Macy, I know you definitely haven't done anything, and I only acted that way out of worry for you. Since everyone suspects you now, but don't worry, I will explain things to them and protect you. This statement was pure nonsense. Even if they traced it back to Macy and knew she had contact with Mitzi, no one would suspect Macy. Conroy, genius researcher highly favored by the administrators, with a promising future, why would she bother creating conflicts with a mediocre ability user who lacks both talent and popularity? Jonathan had to say these things to highlight his value as a boyfriend and his special status. Macy said nothing, biting her lip from the inside, almost finding it amusing. Seeing Macy remain silent, Jonathan assumed she was afraid, feeling even more delighted. Macy, since you came to the base, I feel like you've changed. You don't come see me anymore. I heard you were given a suite, spacious with living and bedroom areas. Don't you want me to move in with you? You once said your biggest wish was to prepare meals for me. Ugh. Macy felt nauseous. The original owner never said that. How could he be so repulsive? She frowned and took another step back. Jonathan, I thought I've made it very clear. We've already broken up. It's over. Please stay away from me. Macy was in a good mood, so she spoke relatively politely. Mainly because she had just been affectionately touched by 3 zombies in the lab, which left her feeling quite pleased. However, upon hearing her words, Jonathan's expression immediately changed. He couldn't accept that his normally obedient girlfriend would suddenly want to break up. How did Macy become like this? Jonathan frowned deeply, stepping forward with a greenish face. Macy, do you know what you're saying? We've been together for so long, how can you just break up whenever you want? Lever, are you now getting noticed by the administrator and thinking you're better than me? I never thought you'd be this kind of person. Why should you be able to end it just like that? I won't agree. Macy looked at him as if he were an idiot. This conquest target must have some mental issues. Conroy de Bayo went to check the situation of the world, leaving behind a simple prompt program that would alert when the protagonist's approval rating dropped below 20. There hadn't been any prompts yet, so Macy stopped pretending. Conroy, are you okay? If not, go find a mirror and see what makes you think you deserve me. My eyesight used to be poor, but now it's corrected. Can you please stop hanging around me? Conroy, furthermore. Macy glanced at Destiny, who was peeking from a distance, curving her lips. Go do something meaningful. Without waiting for a response, she was ready to walk past this trash pile and head elsewhere. Unexpectedly, Jonathan's eyes lit up, and he stepped aside to block Macy's path, ignoring her increasingly cold expression, wearing a joyful look. Macy, I knew you were acting like this out of jealousy. Haven't you understood me yet? Though many girls like me, my heart has always belonged only to you. I indeed neglected you recently, but I was busy trying to provide you with a better life. Conroy, as he spoke, he brightened his eyes, attempting to initiate an embrace. Don't all girls act like this? They just need a hug and a kiss to settle things down. Macy's eyelashes trembled slightly. She touched her fingertips together, contemplating how many of his ribs she should kick in. Just then, a deep voice sounded from not far away, Macy. Jonathan's brows furrowed as he turned to look, only to see Conroy, the young and promising administrator. Conroristide stared at Yonatan and said, Captain Lee, haven't you heard the alarm? The zombies are coming. Conroyal psychics need to gather. Yonatan finally noticed the alarms were indeed blaring, and everyone had already assembled. He wasn't very convinced by this administrator, especially since he keenly sensed that Conroristide was also interested in Macy. His tone worsened. Macy is also a psychic. I'll bring my girlfriend along. Is there a problem? Macy scoffed and took a step back. Stay away from me. Having said that, she ignored Yonatan's greenish face and walked towards Conroristide. I'll take a look too. Seeing Macy approach, Conroristide's expression noticeably softened, but then he frowned slightly. You don't have to go, it's dangerous. I will lead them to defend the base. Macy shook her head. It's not that I'm worried about you. I just feel. She paused, carefully choosing her words. I think the incoming zombie horde might be, friends of mine. Conroristide? Chapter 498, The Doomsday Researcher Gets Cornered by Zombies. Conroy Gain, 15. Conroristide ultimately couldn't persuade Macy otherwise and brought her to the front line. Yonatan followed behind, his eyes almost spitting fire. So, Macy had actually transferred her affections to someone else and found a new benefactor. No wonder Conroristide gave her such good conditions. His resentment fueled his determination even more. He was determined to win Macy back. Conroristide and Macy were completely oblivious to Yonatan's strange thoughts behind them. They stood on the watchtower. Conroristide frowned deeply. Missed on those zombies' speed, they will likely be here in less than 5 minutes. In the past, we've encountered zombie groups like this before, but they were all low-level zombies that attacked blindly. Machine gun fire could handle them easily. At this time, there are several high-level zombies. It's usually rare to encounter even one, yet now so many have appeared at once. Has the evolution of zombies accelerated? Macy blinked. Is it possible that all the high-level zombies are converging here, making you think there are more? Conroristide looked puzzled. How could that be? We're not the only base. Why would they all come here? Macy rubbed her chin. Maybe they want to play with me. Conroristide couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Macy, don't joke around. I know you have special abilities, but there are too many zombies. You could easily get hurt. Your safety is really important. Macy didn't feel like explaining further. She turned her head to look outside. Just as she spoke, the dark throng of zombies surged forward. Snipers atop the wall had already readied their machine guns, awaiting Conroristide's order. Conroristide scowled deeply, keeping his eyes on the leading high-level zombies, raising his hand. Just as he was about to give the order, a figure flashed into his peripheral vision. Without hesitation, Macy leaped from the high watchtower into the horde of zombies. Macy! Conroristide's eyes nearly burst from their sockets, and Yonatan was also stunned, standing still without any reaction. Everyone saw the figure in the white dress plunge into the mass of roaring, blood-soaked zombies. Then, the zombies surged toward her frantically. Especially the high-level zombies, they trampled over the lower-level ones, charging directly where Macy had landed. Macy relaxed her body, enjoying the sensation of weightlessness, then felt herself being caught in a clean and fresh embrace. These zombies seem cleaner now. She raised her head and met 3 pairs of very concerned eyes. Strange, how did she see concern in those grayish eyes? Sure enough, another trio of handsome faces. The one who successfully caught her first appeared to be a mature man in his 30s. With a face as chiseled as stone, sharp brows, and star-like eyes, he exuded an air of sophistication and restraint. Even without expression, his gaze conveyed warmth. He wore a clean white shirt and suit pants, emitting a faint scent of sandalwood, probably from when he was still human. Did he evolve immediately after turning into a zombie, staying so clean? Macy glanced at the other 2. One was a Godfrey whose beauty made it hard to distinguish gender, his eyes and lips slightly upturned, looking as stunning as a peach blossom just blooming on a branch. The other was a Oren with a blank expression, fierce eyes, and a wild look. Conroy's scar ran diagonally from his left eye down to his jawline, and tattoos stretched from his neck to his side waist, every inch of muscle perfectly sculpted, mouth-watering. Is this heaven? Macy blinked. The older man held her gently, lightly stroking her hair, tenderly tucking stray strands behind her ear. Macy nuzzled against him, lifting her head to look around. The low-level zombies surrounded her in circles, no longer advancing toward the base. Macy realized she couldn't stay at the base anymore. She needed to go out on her own. Wherever she went, zombies followed. Why not establish her own zombie empire? Macy always acted on her ideas right away. She poked her head out from the older man's embrace and waved at Conroristide, who was dumbfounded on the watchtower. Is there a similar base nearby without humans? Conroristide's mind was blank, mechanically replying. Yes, there's a military base about 100 kilometers south, but it's overrun with zombies. We've never managed to capture it, and I doubt other bases have succeeded either. Macy smiled sweetly. Great. Let's go there. It will become my zombie kingdom. You're welcome to visit anytime. Chapter 499, The Doomsday Researcher Got Stuck to a Zombie. Conroy Gain, 16. Conroristide led a group of people driving a jeep out, still in a daze. They watched with their own eyes as this delicate and tender young girl struggled out from the crowd of zombies, got into the car, and sat in the driver's seat. Then she waved at the zombies behind her, and the car sped off. The scene was spectacular for a moment. The back of the Jeep kicked up a cloud of dust, and a massive army of zombies, led by 3 high-level zombies, sprinted after the car. In just a moment, the swarm of zombies vanished from everyone's sight. Everyone was in a state of shock. Conwaristide slapped his head hard. When he delivered the Jeep to Macy just now, she had instructed him not to open the laboratory. Of course, he listened to Macy. Now she seemed like a deity in the sky to him. Conroyed his command, everyone retreated. Levinly Yonatan stood aside, staring intently at the direction where Macy's car had disappeared. He never expected Macy to have this ability. Wasn't this much stronger than what these combat-oriented psychics could do? He was shocked and excited that his girlfriend suddenly became the controller of all the zombies. Gemmet, there was also some anger. Macy had such abilities but didn't tell him, causing him to worry for so long. Conroy's for the talk about breaking up, he did not take it seriously at all. It was nothing more than a little girl throwing a tantrum. Levin's again, he became determined to win Macy back. Macy soon saw a vast military base, even larger than the previous one. No wonder Conwaristide said they always wanted to occupy it, but there were too many zombies inside. They attempted several times and failed, losing quite a few people. Macy drove in, followed by the zombies. Conroyfter getting out and closing the tall walls at the control room, this base became more powerful than Conwaristide's. How great is this? This was the first time Macy had such a large house in this world, along with so many little followers. With the suppression of the 3 high-level zombies, those low-level ones dared not move forward and only stared at Macy helplessly from the corners. Conroy accompanied by the high-level zombies, Macy drove around like a commanding officer to inspect the entire base. Just driving from one end of the base to the other took over half an hour. What pleased Macy the most was that the laboratory here looked more advanced than the one in Conwaristide's base. The giant solar power plant was still operating normally without human intervention. Macy didn't need to worry about it. Conroy's for this lab, although she couldn't enter it now, breaking into an unmaintained system would be Darius's play for her. However, it hadn't been inhabited for a long time, and there was a lot of dust. Standing in the residential area, Macy scratched her head and looked at the 3 zombies beside her, saying softly, "Unfortunately, you can't understand what I'm saying, nor can you." Before she finished speaking, the elegant man in a shirt lowered his gaze and growled softly, emitting a hoarse voice from his throat. "Here. Understand. Macy. Evolving so fast. How terrifying. If humans saw this, they might feel fear. The more evolved the zombies are, the greater the threat to humans. Levin's zombies learn to think, humans cannot resist." Macy felt excited. She widened her eyes and said, "That's wonderful. Help me clean up a room." Then, after thinking carefully about her request, she added, "The best, largest bed and softest blanket." Ernst stared straight at her, with seemingly affectionate deep gray eyes. Before the man could respond, the other 2 nodded first, Levi K. Levine's voice was gentle and clear, the other deep and sexy. "Macy, wow. This must be paradise." Conroyfter giving instructions to her 3 butlers, Macy got back into the car. She waved to the 3 zombies, "I'm going to pick up a few people, wait for me nicely." Then, she pointed to the large group of low-level zombies huddled in the corner. "Conroy, don't let them run around." With that, she floored the gas pedal. Conwaristide's base. The guards on the watchtower immediately reported to Conwaristide upon seeing this jeep. So when Macy arrived at the entrance, Conwaristide was already waiting for her. Macy gave him a sweet smile. "I came to pick up the zombies in my laboratory." Conwaristide stared at her, his eyes passionate and reluctant, and filled with complex emotions. "Gemmet, if you do that, we won't have any, in our laboratory." Macy knew what he meant. "Don't worry, I'll share any research results with you promptly." "Conroy, so, even if I don't take my zombies away, you wouldn't be able to research anything." She said seriously, "These things are very complicated. No one except me can achieve any results from studying them." Conwaristide was momentarily speechless, wanting to refute her but realized that Macy indeed made a breakthrough in the zombie research that had been stagnant for a year within just one day. He sighed deeply. "Conroy, right, I'll listen to you, but please stay in touch with us all the time. If you need anything, please let me know." Macy smiled, "Don't worry." She didn't dislike Conwaristide. He was an ambitious man with integrity and sharp vision. Even if he was slightly greedy, Macy might have replaced him already. Macy drove the car to the laboratory. Conroy, soon as she opened the door, the 3 inside pounced at her like dogs who hadn't seen their owner in days. "Conroy, right. Jean, good." Macy made a stop gesture, then pointed to the back of the car. "Get in the car, I'm taking you to your new home." Sister Tamika quickly took the front passenger seat beside Macy. The 2 men had no choice but to sit in the back seat, glaring at each other. Sister Tamika turned her face towards Macy, gently stroked her hair, and her eyes curved into a smile. "Sure. Conroy, first, the zombies needed sunglasses and masks to blend in. Now, as long as one didn't closely examine their eyes, they were almost indistinguishable from humans. Unless they were eating people. Thus, when Yonatan blocked Macy's car, he didn't realize what was inside. Chapter 500, The Doomsday Researcher Got Cornered by Zombies. Conroy Gain, 17. Macy looked at Yonatan in front of her with a speechless expression. Yonatan's favorability rating towards her had never dropped to the critical point of 20, so Macy had no intention whatsoever to show him any kindness. If it wasn't for his unchangeable survival condition, she would have run him over without hesitation. Facing Macy, Yonatan spoke in an unusually gentle tone. Macy, I know you're upset with me. Can you come down and talk to me? Macy frowned. There's nothing worth talking about between us. We have no relationship left. This statement angered Yonatan, but he forcibly suppressed his annoyance for the sake of pacifying Macy. Gemmet, you obviously loved me so much. Besides me, who else could love you this much? Please don't be angry anymore, okay? Macy felt like gagging. After experiencing countless worlds, she thought she had become more civilized. Gemmet, this time, she really wanted to curse. She smirked bitterly towards the window. Enough, Yonatan. Have you ever considered that I'm not just upset, but truly find you worthless? Go take a look in the mirror. You can't match me academically, nor can you surpass me in abilities. Conroy's for your appearance. Forget it, even looking at you makes me feel sick. I must have been delusional back then. If you block my way again, I will really carve you up piece by piece, understand? With a casual and delicate voice, Macy delivered words that sent chills down anyone's spine. Her extremely beautiful face bore a cold smile, cutting through Yonatan's heart like an ice blade. Shocked, Yonatan involuntarily took a step back. Gemmet, in the next second, a furious rage surged within him. How dare Macy speak to him like this? What did he lack compared to her? He had so many women adoring him, why should Macy say such things? Yonatan always regarded himself as a prodigy. It was the first time someone had belittled him so thoroughly, and soon, anger overpowered reason and fear. Flames ignited in his hands, and he struck directly at Macy's car with all his strength. Suddenly, Tamika Jiejia's pupils constricted, jumping out of the passenger window at an almost superhuman speed to shield herself in front of the flames. Conroy behind them, Jake and Conroy moved in perfect unison. They instantly rushed out of the car and charged at Yonatan, with large ice crystals turning into blades stabbing toward him. Yonatan didn't expect such formidable psychics on Macy's vehicle. He hurriedly retracted the flames and retreated quickly. Gemmet, these people were too strong for him to resist. He had just upgraded, replacing the team leader, and there weren't many psychics stronger than him in the base. Yet, who were these three people? Why were they so powerful, and why had he never seen them before? Yonatan barely had time to think before he was already covered in blood, his lower body frozen solid. Conroyed around his neck, three cold hands were clenching tightly. Just a nod from Macy, and his head would separate from his body. Macy smiled sweetly at the three of them. Conroy, right, no need to be angry, no killing. Come back now. The three zombies paused, seeming slightly aggrieved. Gemmet, they finally released him and returned to the car. However, when Tamika Jijia let go, her sharp nails accidentally grazed Yonatan's neck, leaving a cut that nearly severed his artery. Feeling the intense pain, Yonatan dared not move a muscle, staring at Macy with disbelief and bloodshot eyes. This time, he didn't dare question her. Conroy, who walks through the gates of hell once becomes more obedient. Macy raised an eyebrow at him. I told you, don't provoke me. Why did an angelic face behave like a devil? Conroy almost fainting, Yonatan watched helplessly as Macy drove away. Before leaving, Macy bid farewell to Stone's team. She warmly invited, you can visit anytime. Stone and his team replied hastily, ha ha ha, no thank you. Back at her zombie base, Macy was pleasantly surprised by the efficiency of the zombies. Before she left, the base was still dark and messy. Now, it was completely transformed. It almost looked like how it was before the apocalypse. Zombies had great strength and never got tired, naturally leading to high efficiency. Getting off the car, Macy greeted 6 zombies. Though they hadn't fought, she suspected they would tear each other apart the moment she was away. Smiling, Macy comforted, no fighting, everyone should coexist peacefully. The 6 appeared obedient. In reality, they were secretly pushing nearby zombies away from Macy. Macy, feeling elated, took the 6 to the laboratory. How wonderful, with a better equipped lab and more subjects for experiments. They all had different abilities, different appearances, but there was a similarity. Conroy were incredibly good-looking and powerful. Immersed in unraveling the mysteries of zombies, Macy began working diligently again. This time, her assistants increased, each one attentively serving her every need, from bringing tea to pouring water. However, she was unaware that these few would fight to the death outside just to be the one serving her a cup of water, and the eventual victor would have to clean themselves up afterward. Of course, the winner's reward was being able to get closer to Macy. However, Macy's blissful days immersed in research didn't last long. Soon enough, an attack came from outside. Initially, Macy thought it was another horde of zombies, but to her surprise, it turned out to be a group of humans. They waved flags and shouted slogans, determined to capture this base. Chapter 501, The Doomsday Researcher Gets Stuck by Zombies. Conroy Gain, 18. Karina was curious and asked Conroyersteid via radio who these people were. Conroyersteid said they were from another base. Their management style was quite different from his. They scoured for supplies like bandits. The base Karina was currently in had been coveted by them for a long time. They had even clashed with Conroyersteid's team before. Now, likely unaware of the exact situation, they were still taking a gamble. After all, if they could capture this base, those coveted supplies, equipment, and strategic resources would all be theirs. Conroyersteid wasn't entirely sure about Karina's current situation and was somewhat worried, asking if she needed reinforcements. Karina was standing on the rooftop of the tallest building in the base, leaning against the bright floor-to-ceiling windows, watching the approaching convoy with a faint smile curling her lips. No need, just pray for them. In the leading armored vehicle of the convoy heading towards Karina's base, a middle-aged man showed a greedy look as he glanced at the youth beside him. Conroy, are you serious? Ernstager of this base is just a little girl. That youth was Yonatan. Yonatan's neck was wrapped thickly in bandages, but his complexion was good. Conroy, after being beaten by Karina's zombies that time, he had unexpectedly gained something valuable and advanced. His ability increased dramatically, and his physical condition became very high. Maybe now, he was finally worthy of Karina. Yonatan knew that if he stayed in this base, he might never see Karina again. He indeed wanted to replace Conroyersteid, but that needed time. Impatient, he stole a car and a few guns and directly defected from Conroyersteid's base. He went to the most ambitious base, also bringing what was excellent news to the Norbert of that base. That previously unconquerable base now had an owner, but only a little girl immune to zombie attacks. Persuaded and tempted by Yonatan, Isidore Ely felt exhilarated and prepared for several days before setting out with his team. Seeing Ely questioning him again, Yonatan felt impatient but still held back, repeating. Commander Zhang, I wouldn't lie to you. That little girl is my girlfriend. She just ran away because we had a small quarrel. Her ability prevents zombies from harming her, which is why she survived in that base. Don't worry, if there were danger ahead, how could I come with you? Ely nodded, coldly snorted. Conroy girlfriend throwing tantrums? Conroy beating will do. Yonatan looked down on Ely, thinking to himself how he couldn't beat a woman. Gemmet, some punishment was necessary. Just as they were thinking, the cars arrived at the base's main gate. The gates were closed tightly, eerily quiet, as if nothing existed inside. Ely frowned. Where's your girlfriend? Yonatan, maybe she doesn't know we're coming. Just blow up the gate with explosives. Ely, that decision seems rash. Do you know what's inside? Yonatan smiled lightly. Commander Zhang, you've always been ambitious. Why hesitate now? We still have our secret weapon. He then looked back at the huge armored vehicle carrying their secret weapon. 2 high-level zombies implanted with chips. In their prolonged battles, they captured 2 high-level zombies and planned to utilize their value completely. Ely, a mad scientist dedicated to controlling human brain behavior, had been arrested for human experiments before the apocalypse. After the apocalypse, he created a mad base, capturing high-level zombies and transforming them into killing machines. This took a lot of effort, more challenging than controlling humans, costing him several assistants. However, the benefits were immense. With these powerful high-level zombies, he had already devoured several smaller bases. Ely nodded. You're right. Gemlo it up. Even if there are zombies inside, we have 2 high-level zombies. With a wave of his hand, he ordered his subordinates to set up the explosives. Several men placed the explosives at the tall metal gates of the base, just about to wire them up when Jamang. Levine man's head exploded in a shower of blood, and his body fell. There was a sniper. Ely's pupils contracted, suddenly looking up at the base, yet seeing no one. Conjoined within these few seconds of observation, another bullet flew in, instantly taking out 2 more men who were setting up the explosives with headshots. How can this be? Ely's face was extremely grim as he glared at Yonatan. You said the only human inside is a little girl. How could zombies use a sniper rifle, and from such a distance? It's a very skilled sniper. Yonatan hadn't anticipated this situation either. His face turned extremely grim, while Ely even reached for the pistol at his waist. Conroy, are you lying to me, Yonatan? Suddenly, an inconceivable thought popped into Yonatan's mind. Perhaps the one shooting was Karina. Karina had awakened so many peculiar abilities, having one more shouldn't be strange. He steeled his heart and suddenly spoke. I'm not lying to you. Commander Zhang, please believe me. The one shooting might be my girlfriend. She definitely won't shoot me. I'll get out of the car to set up the explosives. Ely's finger rested on the trigger, staring intently at Yonatan's micro-expressions. Finally, he nodded at Yonatan. Conroy, right, go ahead. Yonatan took a deep breath and carefully got out of the car. In truth, he wasn't quite sure if Karina would kill him. Karina had changed too much recently, making him feel like he barely recognized her anymore. Gemmet, if he didn't do this, he wouldn't stand a chance against Ely and his numerous followers. He could only take the gamble. Clutching his fists tightly, he walked step by step towards the explosives. Conroy, as he crouched down to start setting them up, no shots rang out. Yonatan exhaled heavily, a smile creeping onto his lips. Sure enough, Karina couldn't bear to hurt him. Karina stood by the window, putting away the sniper rifle. TSK, don't blow up my front door. Tamika Jijia behind her had just finished brewing again, serving a cup of flower tea to Karina's lips. Leaning softly against the mature woman's embrace, Karina pressed the button to open the main gate. Chapter 502, The Doomsday Researcher Got Too Close to Zombies. Conroy Gain, 19. Yonatan was in the middle of installing a bomb when he heard the main gate tremble slightly. It then slowly opened. Yonatan, Ely, and everyone else felt a surge of joy. Ely immediately ordered everyone forward, while Yonatan stood up straight, already planning how he would comfort Macy when he saw her. She even opened the base's door for him. It seemed she was just throwing a tantrum. However, as the gate slowly cracked open, the joyful expressions on everyone's faces faded. Wait, why did it feel like there were zombies everywhere inside? Just like crazed elderly shoppers rushing into a supermarket and it opens its doors during a sale. When the gate opened wide enough for a person to pass through, the zombie horde poured out like mad, lunging straight at Yonatan. Yonatan felt his heart leap, his body reacted faster than his mind, and he hurled a fireball at the front before they could bite him. He then tumbled into the vehicle, slamming the door shut just as the zombies pounced. The zombies started banging furiously against the car door, causing the vehicle to shake. Jemeth, Ely, and Yonatan had grim expressions on their faces. The people in the convoy behind began mowing down the zombies with gunfire. Though the zombies fell in large numbers, more kept pouring out as the gate widened, seemingly endless. Ely gritted his teeth, don't waste bullets. Release number Levine and number 2. He referred to the 2 zombies implanted with control chips that were kept in cages at the back of the vehicles. High-level zombies wouldn't be attacked by low-level ones, so they could move freely among them, slaughtering ruthlessly. With the command given, the iron cages opened, and the 2 zombies leaped to the ground. Ely's controller was his voice, and he shouted, "Kill your way through." The 2 high-level zombies followed his command, unleashing lightning-like powers that killed swaths of zombies with each attack, proving far more effective than machine guns. Macy, standing on the top floor with a cup in her hand, suddenly paused. So they had a secret weapon, and what a secret weapon. Conroy, coolly indifferent delinquent-looking teenager, with a refined and distant demeanor like an unattainable flower. They all fit her taste perfectly. Moreover, the Norbert of this base could control zombies. Did he have the same ability as her? Macy straightened from her position in Tamika Jia's embrace, carefully observing for a moment and realizing it wasn't the case. Ely only controlled these 2 zombies, and though powerful, their movements were stiff, like marionettes, unlike her zombies. Conroy's Macy watched the 2 controlled high-level zombies. They suddenly lifted their heads slightly. Too far away, Macy couldn't see clearly. Jemmet, she felt they seemed to meet her gaze for a moment. The slaughter continued at the gate, and soon, as another large batch of low-level zombies fell, Ely's team finally faced no further obstacles. The remaining zombies, fearing the high-level ones, dared not come closer. Thus, Ely's convoy drove in unimpeded. Seeing the advanced equipment and structures inside the base, they all stared wide-eyed. This was far more advanced than their own base. Thinking about soon becoming the master of this place, Ely smiled smugly, his expression toward Yonatan softening. Sure enough, it had to be you. Jemmet, your girlfriend is quite ruthless, letting out zombies instead of killing you. Yonatan inwardly sneered. Macy definitely knew he could protect himself. Since she opened the door, it meant she forgave him. He must find Macy and claim her again. Macy was about to go downstairs to take a look. Initially, she wanted her zombies to wipe them out, but now she decided to wait. She was interested in those 2 controlled high-level zombies. Turning around, she met 6 pairs of somewhat resentful eyes. Macy felt guilty, as if she had betrayed her own pets. She smiled sweetly, Jean, good. I'm going out for a bit. She wasn't foolish, she could sense the connection between her and the high-level zombies. Anything that could catch her attention wouldn't be just any passerby. In the end, Macy led the 6 zombies downstairs, heading towards the main gate. Today, Macy wore a white dress, a silver bracelet on her wrist, items Tamika Jia had somehow found. Her hair was braided into 2 plaits by Tamika Jia, who had just gotten used to using her hands. With her doll-like face, she looked like a fresh graduate in mature attire and like a student in younger clothes. Behind the gentle young girl followed 6 towering, high-ranking bodyguards with intimidating expressions. The bodyguards had all been dressed up by Macy. Elegant ones were made more elegant, handsome ones more handsome. They looked like elites, not at all like zombies. Macy was the first to face Ely's 2 controlled zombies. Conroys, they were clearing the way ahead, they naturally came face to face with Macy. Meeting those 2 pairs of grayish-white eyes, Macy smiled sweetly and waved her hand. Come over. Chapter 503, The Conroy-Apocalypse Researcher Got Stuck to a Zombie. Conroy Gain, 20. Ely, who was following behind these 2 zombies, was momentarily stunned when he saw Macy, despite his extensive experience. It had been so long since he had seen such a clean and beautiful young girl in the apocalypse. No, even before the apocalypse, he didn't seem to have ever seen one. No wonder Yonatan cared about her so much. Conroy, after seeing Macy's actions, Ely came back to his senses and sneered, she does indeed look good, but what is she doing? Ely knew that this young girl had the ability to be unaffected by zombies and could even control them. Gemmet, she actually intended to control his zombies? How could that be possible? Every inch of those zombies' bones belonged to him. Yonatan, on the other hand, stared straight at Macy, his eyes brightening. She looked even more beautiful. Her beauty left him feeling slightly alarmed. Hearing Ely's words, Yonatan suddenly felt a stir in his heart and said, indeed, Macy might be a little naive. How about this, Commander Zhang, let your zombies capture my girlfriend. Ely remarked, Jemmy the way, your information isn't very accurate either. Look at the people standing behind her, each one of them is an elite. It seems your little girlfriend has quite some nerbutial skills. Yonatan, how did she end up with you? Yonatan's face flushed with embarrassment. He noticed that among the people behind Macy was a psionic who had knocked him out with one move. When did Macy gather so many psionics around her without his knowledge? Because he wasn't sure about Macy's feelings towards him, he acted this way toward Ely. Yonatan gritted his teeth, Conroy right, Commander Zhang, make your zombies grab Macy now. Speaking of which, your zombies shouldn't be unable to handle those few psionics behind her, right? Ely snorted coldly, impossible. I'll hand over this little girl to you, along with the 6 people behind her. Just as he was about to command the 2 zombies under his control, he suddenly saw the 2 zombies move forward on their own. Yonatan's eyes widened in excitement, yes, just like that, thank you, Commander Zhang. However, Ely's heart sank as a bad premonition crept over him. He hadn't issued any commands just now. Before Ely could react, the 2 zombies had already walked up to Macy. They lowered their gazes to look at her, their faces expressionless but exuding a gentle calmness. Even the exquisite features of those gloomy zombies seemed to radiate affection. Macy's heart skipped a beat, and she smiled even sweeter, want to come home with me? It was almost like Darius trafficking. If Macy turned back, she would definitely see the 6 people behind her looking rather displeased. Gemmet, the 2 zombies in front of her showed no signs of abnormality, only lowering their gazes at her and then slightly bending down. Moved by this, Macy lifted her hand and stroked their heads. This action seemed extraordinarily harmonious. Yonatan? Ely. Ely was going mad. How could it happen like this? His killing machines had become this little girl's pets. Opening the car window, Ely roared in anger, what are you doing? Capture them, tie them up. Knock them all out. Conroy. Soon as he finished speaking, the 2 zombies suddenly stiffened. Then they abruptly raised their hands toward Macy. In an instant, the 6 people behind Macy stepped forward, ready to knock these 2 suspicious zombies away, but Macy softly said, don't attack. Macy kept her gaze fixed on the 2 zombies in front of her, watching as they raised their hands and then froze, their previously expressionless faces showing signs of intense pain. It was as if they were struggling against something. Conroy's strong sense of déjà vu washed over Macy, reminding her of when the teacher in the dark fairy tale world was controlled by the old witch. Gemmet, in that world, the teacher would die if the old witch died. Here, it was different. Macy didn't think the controller's death would mean the zombies' deaths. That made things easier. The 2 zombies in front of her were already hunched over in pain, veins bulging on their grayish-white arms, golden light flashing and fading in their eyes. The pain and restraint etched on those perfect faces stirred something within Macy. She really wanted to get closer to them, but there were more important matters at hand. Glancing quickly, she saw Ely on the armored vehicle, furious. Conroyerstein had explained to her that this man was the Norbert of that base and also a science fanatic, responsible for many deaths. This made it easier for her, she wouldn't hesitate in killing him. Lately, she had become lazy, not having killed anyone for a long time. Her teacher had been doing the job. It was time for practice, or else she'd forget her old skills. Meeting Ely's gaze, she suddenly curled her lips into a smile. Her delicate and beautiful face, when smiling, became that of a pure yet alluring little demon. Before Ely could react, he saw the face that had made him lose his senses magnify in his pupils. Then, there was a flash of silver light before his eyes. It wasn't just silver light, the sunlight also reflected dazzling, colorful brilliance off what appeared to be tiny diamonds. Before his brain could process it, he felt a chill at his neck. Then, a gush of crimson spurted out as the white-dressed girl nimbly dodged to the side. Conroy, she dodged, she even wiped the blade on his clothes. Macy skillfully flicked the butterfly knives twice, retracted the blades, and spun them around her fingertips. The butterfly knives she had brought out upon arriving in this world were finally put to use. Leavenly, she hadn't expected to kill a human with them. Ely's body fell straight out of the car window, still imprinted with the image of the white-dressed girl and the fragmented brilliance. Gemmet, his body was already stiffening. Ely's subordinates hadn't even reacted. Each aimed their guns at Macy, but no one gave orders for them to fire. Seeming completely oblivious to these threats, Macy walked happily over to her zombies and looked up, saying, well, my maid team has grown. The ruffian boy and the high-class flower showed no signs of struggle after Ely's death. Without these indications, they tilted their heads to look at Macy, then stretched out their arms, gently hugging her. Leavenly to be separated by the others. The zombies inconspicuously surrounded Macy, shielding her from those gun barrels. Chapter 504, The Doom Researcher Got Too Close to the Zombie. Conroy Gain, 21. Yonatan was utterly terrified in the car. He had forgotten what he was supposed to do. He had clearly run through his plan just a moment ago, but now his mind was a blank slate. He stared straight at the patch of blood beside him. It took him some time to realize that his gentle and delicate girlfriend had killed someone. She executed the man mercilessly with one stroke, even wearing a contemptuous and indifferent smile on her face. Gemmet, after the shock and fear passed, he suddenly became excited. He never liked Ely anyway. Karina is so powerful, he has always admired strong people. He must latch onto Karina's coattails even more tightly. He didn't expect Karina to be this strong. If he could truly latch onto Karina, he would surely achieve his ambitions and rise above everyone else. His excitement even overshadowed the fear and oddness, and he kept staring at Karina's figure. The gentle and delicate girl was surrounded by 8 people. She tilted her head slightly upward, smiling as if she were saying something. The warm sunlight fell on her face and hair, casting a soft halo. This absolutely beautiful scene easily induced certain pleasant illusions for those who weren't fully coherent. Like Yonatan right now. Yonatan stared blankly at Karina, got out of the car, and walked toward her step by step. Karina. He muttered, I love you so much, please look at me once more. The moment he finished speaking, Karina suddenly locked eyes with him. Yonatan failed to decipher the emotions in Karina's eyes but felt honored. In reality, Karina found herself speechless. Gemicause of the clues system left by Daniel Leo. Target's affection level has reached 80, please reduce it. Karina hadn't expected that scolding him and killing someone in front of him would actually increase his affection. Indeed, target objects are all problematic. With Yonatan looking at her eagerly, Karina retracted her gaze and looked forward to the gloomy boy. She pointed at Yonatan. Can you knock him out? Don't kill him, just knock him out. Abelardo seemed to understand her words. Abelardo, who received his first task from Karina, looked very excited, even his grayish-white pupils narrowed momentarily. His beautiful eyebrows slightly bent before he turned around and walked toward Yonatan. Yonatan paused in his steps, still immersed in the eye contact with Karina, when he suddenly felt an intense pain in his neck and lost consciousness. Sure enough, the affection level stopped rising. Karina decided to research how to put him into eternal slumber. There were such drugs in the previous world, but Karina was unsure whether the magic items from the last world would work here. She couldn't be bothered to waste time on Yonatan and naturally did not bother studying it. Now, it seemed that turning this incomprehensible target object into a vegetative state would indeed save her trouble. Abelardo, who knocked Yonatan unconscious, dragged him over to Karina like a dead dog, then slightly bent down, his grayish-white eyes gleaming as he looked at her expectantly. Just like a puppy asking for praise after completing its master's task. Lev, of course, Karina patted his head, only for the others surrounding her to protest. Thus, Karina ended up patting everyone. Conroe afterward, she walked out of the encirclement and looked back at the dazed convoy, smirking. I believe you can see the disparity in strength between us. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Now that your leader is gone, shouldn't you hurry back and have a proper discussion? Lev, originally, morale in Ely's base wasn't stable. Hearing Karina's words made many people restless. The car at the front turned around first, speeding away. The subsequent vehicles followed suit, exiting Karina's base. Facing merely a pretty young lady, they felt as if devils were chasing them. Unexpectedly, soon after their convoy began moving, they froze. Not far ahead, in the direction they planned to escape, came a massive wave of zombies. Convoyed leading them were several high-level zombies. They seemed to have seen all the high-level zombies in their lifetime today. Lev, of course, they would never get the chance to see any again. Conroe, those from Ely's base were annihilated. The zombie horde swarmed in like locusts, relentless even under machine gun fire. Just as Karina was about to head to the lab, she sensed something and looked up. Conroe, dark sea of zombies surged towards them, taking advantage of the unclosed door gap. Conroe among them, a few high-level zombies caught her eye. Conroy, elegant and beautiful older sister, a tanned and handsome sportsman basking in the sun, a brother with sickly exquisite looks, and an urbane uncle. What kind of large-scale beauty pageant was this? Conroy, amidst the bloody scene of carnage, the 4 high-level zombies who were rushing over now approached Karina cautiously, as if afraid of frightening her, though their eyes stared straight ahead in an unsettling manner. Right at this moment, Danielio's voice sounded. I'm back. I have a pretty good idea of what's going on. Chapter 505, The Conroy Apocalypse Researcher is stuck with zombies. Conroy Gain, 22. London's eyes lit up. Conroy, she hurried towards the laboratory, she couldn't wait to ask. Hurry up and tell me. In fact, she had a vague guess about it, but she could not quite grasp the truth. She was about to see through the mist. Intuitively, London had some premonitions and started running excitedly toward the lab. Conroy de Bayo, Flint, please slow down. Conroy, actually, in this world, you were only supposed to make a brief appearance for a transition before returning to the management Jamuro after tidying up from the last world. This was originally an ordinary world that should not have turned into an apocalypse. However, some forces not belonging to this world forcibly invaded it. Conroy, after several powers intruded and merged, they became some kind of parasitic body that couldn't be studied, and began to spread wildly. Jemmy now, London had arrived at the laboratory, her pupils slightly contracting. Her extremely beautiful eyes stared intently at the zombies in front of her. It seemed like she knew what they were. Who else could make her have such an urge? Continue, she curled her lips upward and couldn't help but lick her lips. Her heartbeat quickened as if something exciting was about to happen. Conroy de Bayo, people from the Dimensional Management Jamuro have upgraded their monitoring system. So of course, they figured it out too. Conroy, though you've collected all the soul fragments of the Norberts, there are still strong lingering thoughts left over in each world. To be precise, these things are remnants of strong attachment, which can even break through these small worlds to eventually find you. These things are like viruses, and the changes exhibited by the infected can be the most fundamental aspect of these attachments. Those things are just like viruses. His love is a virus, an attachment, a pursuit transcending time and space. London heard her rapid heartbeat and a charming smile appeared on her face. So, what should I do? Conroy de Bayo, Flint, don't rush, let me finish. Their attachments follow you, so all the zombies in this world will follow you. Conroy, these attachments have selected targets. Flint, haven't you noticed that these 12 advanced zombies resemble the Norberts in those 12 small worlds? Did you notice? Conroy, actually, she did notice. Tear mole, upturned corners of the eyes, beautiful features, perfect figures. Each one matched her aesthetic preferences, reminding her of her teachers in each world. Unfortunately, the special feeling for her teacher here was a little too faint compared to her teachers in other worlds, making them somewhat different. Thus, she nearly overlooked it. London's gaze swept over each of them. What she saw was nothing but obsessive love. Those grayish-white eyes were confessions of long duration. Conroy de Bayo, Flint, the people from the Management Jamuro have researched it thoroughly. If you carve out all their hearts, you can turn them into the hearts of Norberts. Conroy de Bayo's voice was also very excited. The once gentle and kind Conroy de Bayo had become a bloodthirsty little madman, completely assimilated by London. London was very satisfied. Lev, of course, she was also very satisfied with what Conroy de Bayo said. She reached for the scalpel beside her, silver gleamed between her fingers. She felt sure that her eyes must have shown a murderous look, yet the zombies merely watched her. It seemed whatever she did to them didn't matter. Can I kill you? London asked sweetly. The zombies had long evolved into beings capable of speaking, thinking, and communicating. Sharon Tamika approached London first, her slender fingertips hooking a strand of her hair. With a pampering smile, she said, Lev, of course, it's what we desire. That line sounded so familiar, wasn't it? She would hear similar words in every world she visited. Before she could act, Sharon Tamika's fingers slowly slid down her arm and gently held her wrist. The cold blade, gleaming, rested against her chest. The cool skin pressed against the sharp edge, yet London felt her palm burning. In those grayish-white eyes, London saw wild offerings and intense love. With a tight grip, she pushed forward, slicing through the skin, revealing ribs, and then the red heart. Strangely, while other zombies were rotten and pale, they remained vividly red, like fervent love that never rots. London was almost mesmerized by the vibrant color, her fingertips irresistibly touching the warmth. Conroy, the moment London touched the heart, the crimson color emitted in dazzling light. The heat stung her fingertips, but this pain excited her, exciting her to the point that she couldn't help but open her palm and tightly grasp the scorching warmth. She touched it, the heart turned into a blazing gem that fell into her palm. In the moment she clutched the gem, Sister Tamika's body turned to dust and vanished before her eyes. The ruby in her hand served as a reminder that her lover had willingly, and with great pleasure, been killed by her. Chapter 506, The Doomsday Researcher is stuck with zombies. Conroy gain, complete. Karina had not yet regained her composure when her wrist was gently grasped by another hand. The graceful and aloof scholar, with gentle eyes and a low, hoarse voice, said, Can you kill me next? He didn't even know Karina's name, so after speaking, he slightly turned his head in thought. Then, as if something occurred to him, he softly spoke, Flint? Karina. How smooth. Indeed, befitting a teacher. She wanted to do all sorts of things with her teacher. Come to think of it, it seemed like it had been a very long time since she last teased her teacher. Just imagining she would soon see her complete teacher made Karina even more excited. Her trembling fingertips betrayed her excitement as she quietly asked Conroy de Bayo. So, I will see my teacher soon. Conroy de Bayo's voice sounded excited too, almost gloating. Yes, Flint. The Conroy administrator's body has always been perfectly preserved, taking the heart will be enough. Conroy, so, Flint, let me tell you secretly, this ghost setting of binding with each world's target seems to be related to the Conroy administrator. You must give him a good lesson when you return. Little Conroy de Bayo was thoroughly mischievous, and Karina smiled in satisfaction. Very well, I'll definitely give him a good lesson. Conroy, she spoke, she moved her fingertips forward. She always killed elegantly, especially now, filled with deep love and possessiveness. Her fingertips turned as if sculpting a masterpiece. The work under her hands was her greatest creation. Conroy, after experiencing these worlds, she had indeed changed. At the same time, she had also shaped an entirely different teacher, one who was her favorite. Macy's knife slashed down, and the rubies in her palm grew brighter and more numerous. Conroy, at the same time, many people in this world felt something strange. Zombies became slower and more sluggish, and the abilities of psychics seemed to weaken. External factors were gradually fading from this world, returning it to its original state. Conroy stood on the observation deck, sensing something as he looked toward the direction of Karina's base. Somehow, he felt this had something to do with Karina. Karina killed her teacher again. Gemak then, she stabbed the dagger into her teacher's heart, activating her ability mercilessly twisting the blade twice, piercing through him completely. Now, she killed her teacher's host once more, clutching his heart tightly. Would he have willingly accepted this back then? Would he do so now? Conroy zombies had vanished before her, and Karina's palm now held a warm red light. The red light was scorching but did not burn her. Seeming to act on instinct, it moved towards Karina's neck. The glowing orb, surrounded by a faint halo, resembled the cutest, most affectionate pet. Conroy's the orb softly brushed against Karina's neck, she suddenly felt something heavy in her arms. The little kitten Conroy, unseen for a long time, couldn't help but jump out, baring its teeth at the orb, its voice sounding cute yet fierce. I am Flint's favorite Fluffy, don't try to steal Flint. The orb, just a fragment of memory and will, naturally didn't understand Conroy threats, still swaying toward Karina. Just as Conroy was about to bite it, Karina lifted him by the scruff of his neck away. Karina suppressed her laughter. Levi K, good kitty, you can't bite this. This was what she had painstakingly collected. What if it got damaged? After all, this Conroy was now a super strong little madman. Conroy, staring blankly at Karina's actions, mewed sadly. Wah wah wah, Flint doesn't love me anymore. Conroy annoying, nothing good ever happens when the Conroy administrator wakes up. It hated the Conroy administrator. Love you, love you. Karina cooed softly, you're always my favorite Fluffy. Conroy was easy to placate and immediately rubbed against Karina's fingers happily but remained hostile towards the red glow. The red light had now moved from Karina's palm to her shoulder, brushing against her cheek affectionately. Like a tender kiss. Conroy, let's go back. Karina gently held the orb in one hand, hugging Conroy with the other. She looked around, this lab, this base were both quite good. If possible, she might come back. Gem it now, there was no need for farewells. It was strange, she had never cared for farewells before, she had never empathized, never sensed others' emotions, nor had any interest in perceiving them. Now, she actually had the awareness to say goodbye. Perhaps, this modified system called Conroy had always been affecting her. Her figure disappeared within the laboratory. This place was spotlessly clean, as if nothing had ever been there. Leavenly the surgical knife on the ground gleamed with a cold silver light. Karina appeared at the Conroy Administration Gymuro, where the administrators were on high alert, their scalps tingling with apprehension. They really feared this little madwoman might want to revive the Conroy administrator just to kill him again. She would really do such a thing. Karina smiled sweetly and softly. Conroy, why are you all standing there dumbfounded? Take me there. Chapter 507, Conroy untouchable Jamadi on the pedestal. The administrators exchanged glances, and finally Conroy was pushed forward, reluctantly turning to look at Karina. Why you can't just kill an administrator? After saying this, Conroy shrank back, closed his eyes, and waited for death. It didn't come. Karina only tilted her head with a slight smile, looking at him. I probably won't. When did this little lunatic become so easygoing? The administrators exchanged looks again, seeing shock and relief in each other's eyes. Levy, it seems that criminal reform system is indeed useful. Just then, the furry Precious suddenly appeared, perching on Karina's shoulder, speaking in a small but fierce voice. Flint, how can you not kill? Kill, kill, kill. Conroy administrators? Is this the effect of that criminal reform system? Karina chuckled. What are you all standing there for? Everyone hurriedly guided Karina forward, explaining as they walked. Conroy, actually, the fragments of administrators from the previous 12 worlds have already returned to the original administrator's body, but for some reason, he hasn't awakened yet. Conroy, you were supposed to return, but somehow got dragged into the 13th world. We're still studying it, and Precious just came back to ask about it too. We realized it's because the remnants of each world's fragment were too deep-rooted. Even if they vanished randomly, they could leave behind traces of energy. Levins gathered, this energy actually caused drastic changes in the world. According to the original course of events in that world, even without an apocalypse, a world war would have erupted, with more deaths than the apocalypse itself. Not surprising that our administrators, even by instinct, choose such worlds. The administrators admired their superiors so much that even Karina, who doted on administrators, always had a peculiar elder looking down on a Darius vibe. Even though she had killed an administrator. Karina blinked, looking obedient. I see. She touched her wrist. Her power was fully restored, and possibly stronger. The faint patterns on her wrist hinted that she remained the unstoppable force of nature. Conroy's uncontrolled, except by herself. Karina looked around. It had been a long time since she last visited. The Conroy Administration Gymuro remained unchanged. Noemi ago, when she first met her teacher, he held her hand and led her through every corner of this place. She didn't seem rushed, her pace suggested enjoyment. None of the administrators could guess what she was thinking. While they knew Karina experienced passionate love stories with administrators in the mini-worlds, they couldn't tell what emotions or attitudes Karina held. Probably no one truly understood Karina's thoughts, not even the administrator who raised her. In the eerie silence, only Karina seemed relaxed, almost eagerly awaiting something. Yet those bright eyes held an unfathomably dark depth. Conroy as they approached the central control room's cryogenic chamber, everyone except Karina stepped back, trembling slightly. They feared Karina might lose control upon seeing the administrator. Karina lowered her gaze, peering through the transparent glass case at the face she could never forget. It was the embodiment of all her lovers from different worlds. Conroy high-up beauty whose presence was untouchably perfect. Just looking at him felt like desecration. He lay there with his eyes closed, as if sleeping, exuding an unreachable grace even in slumber. Gentle, yes, but a gentleness that gazed down upon all existence as equals. Conroy at least, that's what the administrators believed. Gemma Karina knew her former teacher used to look at her differently. She couldn't describe it, but it excited her. So, after being taught what love meant, she confessed immediately. Her teacher, she thought, must feel the same way. Yet he gently refused her. How could she bear that? Karina retracted her thoughts, licking her lips. She lifted her hand and gently pressed the glass panel. The panel opened, and her fingertips extended, touching the cool skin. How beautiful, yet so distant, never showing anger, possession, or excitement. He seemed very different from her teacher in the mini-worlds. Which one is real? Lover, are they both parts of him? Maybe the elegance of her finger tracing the administrator's brow was too beautiful yet disturbing. Conroy was pushed forward once again, cautiously reminding. Karina, please take out that heart and place it on the administrator's chest. That should do it. Karina's eyelashes fluttered, her eyes flickering impatiently towards Conroy. Karina's temper seemed much better now, she probably wouldn't do anything. Then he died. Silence fell. The rest silently took another step back. Her temper had improved, but only slightly. Karina retracted her fingers and looked at her teacher once more. Her soft, delicate fingers didn't seem like they had just killed someone, they were fair and smooth, gently holding a crystalline red glow. Conroy's burning sensation instantly made the command room feel restless and uneasy, yet it enveloped Karina in a soft, hazy light. Then, following Karina's movements, the halo slowly disappeared into the administrator's chest. Chapter 508 Unattainable. The administrators all gaped, holding their breath. Even though they dared not get close, they tiptoed as if they wished to place their eyes in the palms of their hands and hold them up. Macy appeared the calmest, but she knew her heart was beating very fast. Not out of nervousness, but excitement. Conroy's the red light faded, a visible trace of color returned to the teacher's pale lips. Macy stared intently at that face, her dark pupils like an unfathomable abyss. She had just become somewhat impatient when her fingertips trailed up the teacher's chest, gently caressing his Conroymia's apple before applying slight pressure. That Conroymia's apple trembled. Macy, as if she had found something amusing, pressed down harder. In the next second, her wrist was lightly held. Ernst's voice had a sleepy, raspy quality, deep yet gentle, like melting snow on a mountain peak, clear and moist. It was laced with exasperation, and a lot of indulgence. Is it fun? The fingertips holding Macy's wrist didn't exert any force, they merely stroked the inside of her wrist. Even those delicate movements conveyed a deep sense of yearning. Macy's eyelashes fluttered slightly as she met those amber eyes. Those narrow, upward slanting eyes had opened at some point, long lashes casting faint shadows on his lower eyelids. Perhaps due to being exposed to light for a long time, his pupils contracted slightly, making his gaze even more profound when looking at Macy. This was a nearly perfect blend of enchantment and elegance. Even Macy, who was accustomed to beauty, momentarily held her breath. Seeing Macy speechless, the administrator chuckled softly, tilting his head back slightly, his Conroymia's apple quivering, as if exposing a vulnerable neck to a wild beast. Welcome home, Macy. Macy. Still that tone, so gentle it seemed ready to drown her. Did death bring no anger? Conroy, after being bullied by so many worlds, did she still not feel those emotions? Macy's fingertips lightly stroked, then suddenly yanked her hand back from his grip. Flipping her wrist, a blue-lit dagger appeared in her hand. Conroy, the cold glint went straight for the recently awakened administrator. Macy! The administrators exclaimed, attempting to pull Macy despite knowing it was futile. Suddenly, the administrator raised a hand, signaling, leave it be. They stood frozen, clutching their palms tightly, watching carefully. Macy pressed the dagger against the administrator's neck. The sharp blade tip had already drawn blood on his neck. Her lips curled into a malicious smile, just like long ago. Dwight, long time no see. What do you think, stabbing your chest last time, and cutting your throat this time? How does that sound? How annoying, how could Dwight revert to the state before she killed him right after her return? Such limitless indulgence, a Dwight with no emotional fluctuations, was truly unsettling. The administrator smiled, his eyes slightly red, but the curve of his lips widened, revealing a hint of madness on a face usually gentle, elegant, and indifferent, a touch Macy recognized. Madness? Macy, if you kill me, of course. I would welcome it. These were words his fragments had said many times, now finally spoken from his own mouth. Macy's pupils instantly constricted, her eyebrows raising. Yes, this feeling. He was never just as he appeared. Macy licked her lips, visibly excited. She did not loosen the dagger upon hearing these words but pushed her wrist forward. The wound on the administrator's neck deepened, bright red blood flowing down the blade tip, her laugh malicious. Really? You welcome it? Then I really will kill you. The administrator didn't blink, smiling too. Yes, of course I welcome it, but not now, Macy. After saying this, he suddenly tightened his fingers. Suddenly, the defenseless Macy felt a wave of warmth surge from her wrist into her body, weakening her instantly. Many of her abilities were taught by him, even now. Unimaginably powerful, he could still slightly restrain Macy, for a few seconds. That was enough. The administrator chuckled hoarsely, taking advantage of Macy's momentary weakness to sit up, one hand wrapping around her waist, the other gripping the back of her head. Then, a soft, cold kiss descended. Macy's nostrils filled with the teacher's unique, refreshing, and pleasant scent, accompanied by his cool breath. The kiss was gentle, but the large hand on her nape was assertive. She had been kissed forcefully by Dwight. However, the emotions brought by this kiss were so intense and lingering that she couldn't help but lift the corners of her mouth. Just as she was about to deepen the kiss, the teacher pulled back. Macy opened her eyes in dissatisfaction. That breathtakingly beautiful face was very close to hers, with a light flush on it. His deep eyes gazed at her, his voice filled with tenderness. Without kissing Macy, I would of course be unwilling to die. Now, does Macy still want to kill me? Chapter 509, What is Desired? Conroy as he spoke, the corners of his eyes curved slightly. His long lashes fluttered like delicate black butterfly wings, a fragile sheen of moisture misted in them, looking gentle and harmless. Ignoring the blood on his neck, he didn't loosen his fingers that were gripping the back of Macy's head either. When he exerted a little more force with his fingers, more droplets of blood would seep from the wound on his neck, rolling down his pale skin, crimson and alluring. His eyes, brimming with a rosy moisture, along with those overly complicated emotions, seemed to spread out tangibly, enveloping Macy. Macy's fingertips loosened, causing the dagger to drop to the ground. The clear metallic sound startled the onlookers into sudden alertness, making them shiver. The administrators regained their senses, not daring to breathe audibly, glancing at each other uneasily. Conroy, seeing the two stop and look at each other, scratched his head and was just about to say something when Jem covered his mouth and dragged him out. Then everyone quietly slipped out. They even took the fluffy, round dumpling who was showing its teeth nearby. The door to the control room slowly closed, enclosing the humid, ambiguous air into steaming fog. Macy savored that kiss, staring at the teacher for a moment before suddenly curving her lips in a delighted smile. Dwight, after all we've been through, how can you still not know how to kiss? Having said that, amidst the trembling pupils of the administrator, she kissed him again. This wasn't the kind of loving, tender, and lingering kiss that the administrator had given her earlier. She opened her mouth slightly, revealing sharp fangs. While biting his lip, her tongue slipped between his teeth, like a nimble fish slipping inside. Conroy, it had been so long, this taste of the teacher. The metallic smell of blood spread between her lips and teeth, making Macy close her eyes contentedly. The teacher was really cooperative, even opening his lips slightly. When she bit his tongue, he let out a muffled groan, carrying a smile. It should have hurt, but he didn't pull away. Instead, he tilted his head back slightly and entwined with her even more gently. Before Macy killed the teacher, she never thought she could kiss the teacher like this, nor did she expect such indulgence from the other party. Conroy's the warmth grew intense enough to almost suffocate her. Macy finally pinched his neck and left his lips. Her fingertips touched the fresh blood from the wound, staining her fingers red. Yet she distinctly remembered that the teacher's body had been enhanced long ago. Such a minor injury should have healed quickly. Unless he chose not to heal. Macy's heart was pounding rapidly. Her lips, redder and more lustrous due to the kiss, resembled a stunningly beautiful little devil. She stared intently at the teacher, at his bitten lips, his exquisite features, his moist brows and eyes, and his slightly red ear tips. So, what exactly does the teacher want? Her voice was soft and carried a touch of pathological coquettishness, as if she would strangle his neck immediately if his answer displeased her. The administrator's large hand that had been holding the back of her head slowly stroked down to her nape. Pale, slender fingers splayed out, the heel of his palm pressing below her earlobe, while his thumb gently caressed her cheek. In a gesture full of possessiveness, his voice raspy and gentle enough to make one's ears tingle. Conroy, I desire is Macy. Let's talk this over, shall we? Don't kill me. I love you so much, even if you kill me, I'll keep haunting you. So, please love me too, my little girl. Chapter 510, Past and Wagers. The previous Norbert was an extremely capable yet highly ambitious madman. Conroy that time, the small world was in chaos. He suppressed it with ironclad measures, but no matter how strong his abilities were, he couldn't realize his even grander ambitions. He wished to create a completely obedient combat machine, ideally one with exceptional talent and the most emotionless heart. He started with his own Darius. That Darius was an unexpected product from when he went into the small world, apparently with some divine lineage and features resembling those of its mother, the stunningly beautiful eyebrows and eyes. This Norbert didn't care about these aspects. He only cared whether he could create what he wanted in this Darius. He thought he was almost successful. The Darius was exceptionally intelligent and talented. Considering the Darius merely as an object, he naturally never showed any affection towards it. He only injected strange potions, forcing it to evolve, grow, and kill. However, this Norbert didn't expect that despite the Darius's seemingly obedient demeanor, always meek and compliant, it had a rebellious spirit he never noticed. The Darius escaped. Conroe actually managing to escape from his laboratory, not bad for a creation of his. Given time, it would definitely surpass him. Unfortunately, after searching every corner of the small world, he failed to find this satisfactory blade. He had to start choosing another one. It was a fortunate Darius born with the power of the world. If she grew up healthily, perhaps she would become the messenger of all wandering souls or some other sacred vocation. Gemmed, her abilities were too powerful, not using her as an experiment would be wasteful. This Norbert brought this Nina back. He learned from the mistakes of the previous experiment. Since he intended to erase humanity, he should do it entirely. There should be no independent thoughts, just enjoyment of killing and obedience. The drugs and experiments used on the first test subject were applied again on this little girl. Lev, of course, this time they inflicted unimaginable pain. Electroshocks, knife wounds, drugs rampaging through her veins, metal spreading in her bones. She endured everything, just like a worthy test subject he chose, this Norbert thought. When his specimen fully grew up, it indeed became his most satisfactory blade. Conroe, pure and perfect face, the sweetest smile, the smartest mind, the strongest body and combat skills. Lev, of course, complete loss of humanity and empathy, only becoming a compliant pleasure offender. Perfect. Just as this Norbert thought he would always be invincible, someone emerged to challenge him. Quite troublesome indeed. He felt flustered and wanted to upgrade his killing machine in the laboratory once more. Gemmed, he didn't have the chance anymore. The challenger plowed forward effortlessly, incredibly powerful, near genius-level intelligence, almost like. He obviously had no opportunity to ponder further. He had memory since birth, so he saw the man who seemed to be his father look at him without a trace of familial affection. Later, he learned what kind of existence he was and understood his circumstances. He wanted to escape, so he pretended to be obedient. Every time he was in excruciating pain, he lowered his eyes, long lashes trembling like black feathers, his young face utterly pale, beautiful like a porcelain doll. How he hated him and was determined to escape and then kill him. He succeeded in escaping, but didn't become any happier. He strengthened himself almost self-abusively, wandering through each small world, seeing too much. Thus, he wore a thick mask, becoming elegant and gentle, yet in his core, just like his so-called father, he was a madman. Later, he heard that his father found another satisfying test subject. It wasn't important, he thought. Anyway, he would kill him and that unwarranted test subject. When he finally matured, bringing strength and influence to cleanse the disgusting management Jimuro in blood, he saw a bloody little girl in the laboratory. She must have been in terrible pain, shivering uncontrollably, but when she saw him, she opened her eyes wide with curiosity and mischief and softly asked, "Who are you?" In that instant, he felt his heart constrict violently, hearing a deafening heartbeat. He suddenly changed his mind. He walked over, patted her head, and smiled warmly. He looked into her eyes, feeling like falling into an endless abyss. He heard himself say softly to her, "I'm the new Norbert. Call me Dwight from now on." Now, as he looked into Macy's eyes, they still seemed bright as the first time they met, yet now held many new elements. She had always carried a divinity within her, one that was cruel and mischievous. Now there were even more complex things added to it, no longer the innocent malice she had when she said she liked him before. When he spoke the words, "Please love me too," his voice was gentle and soft. In reality, he was so terrified that his whole body tensed up. Even if Macy liked him in the small world, what did it matter? Did she truly like him, or was it just the kind of love fueled by possession as before? He had set a trap for her, with her intelligence, she must have seen through it already. Would she be angry? Would she kill him? Lever, would she still want to kill him even if she loved him? His eyes revealed a vulnerable, almost pleading look. In an instant, Macy saw again what seemed like a big dog, pitifully crouching before her, ears drooping backward, tail wagging cautiously, eyes moist, filled with purest love. Macy felt her heart tighten and swell. The insane possessiveness was still there, the desire to kill him was still there. Gemmed, more than that, she wanted to stand beside him, bully him, bite him, and then lick his wounds. Then hold tightly onto his fingers, leaving only her in his eyes. Macy laughed. When she laughed from her heart, it could sweeten anyone's soul. Her eyes curved, her eyebrows curved, her lips forming a crescent moon shape, her voice light and soft. She blinked and said, "Sure, Dwight, I love you." Ernstager's fingers trembled violently, his pupils constricted for a moment, his narrow eyes seemingly on the verge of tears. He chuckled softly. He once thought he was Macy's redemption. Gemmed, later he realized, Macy was his redemption. Without Macy, he would eventually go mad under prolonged suppression, turning into someone like his father. His little moon had finally returned to him, and it was all worth it to risk his life. To bet that she loved him. Chapter 5:11, The Future Conroe Waits. The tips of the Isidore's fingers curled slightly, trembling after Macy finished her sentence. He took a deep breath and laughed. I knew it, my little girl would never leave me. Conroyter speaking, he turned his head slightly, revealing the wound on the side of his neck. Though his body was extraordinarily strong due to the modifications, that particular wound continued to bleed. He smiled enticingly with upturned lips. Want to kiss my wound? With that, he moved a bit closer. Their hot breaths intertwined, and even their heartbeats seemed to synchronize. They were always unique companions in each other's worlds. Such an invitation was explicit and exhilarating. Macy, who had never known what restraint was, eagerly licked her lips. Lev, of course. Is Dwight afraid of pain? The Isidore smiled, lips curling. Conroy afraid, yes, but if it's Macy, I wouldn't fear death. Saying this, he embraced Macy by the waist, his muscles tensing slightly as he lifted her into the sleeping pod. His husky voice carried an indulgent laugh. The sleeping pod is quite large, Macy can be as unrestrained as you like. Macy blinked innocently, appearing innocent. Dwight, anything goes? He lifted his hand, his slender fingers unbuttoning his shirt before leaning in impatiently to lightly peck her lips. If it's Macy, anything goes. His words faded into a muffled groan from the pain. Soon, labored breathing became more urgent. The Isidore wished to control Macy, yet he might understand Macy better than she did herself. Conroyter experiencing countless small worlds, he long ago gave up resistance. In the end, as long as the little girl was happy, wasn't that all right? In the large sleeping pod, black hair tangled like a cocoon wrapping around the two. The cold, elegant man's cheeks flushed, perfect and stern features filled with unbearable desire. Looking up, one could see his Conroymia's apple tremble and roll. Conroyed whether it was sweat or tears, translucent drops rolled down that beautiful jawline. Macy. Conroy hoarse male voice murmured, red eyes reflecting an entrancing allure. Macy bit his collarbone, closing her eyes contentedly amidst the familiar scent of blood, feeling strange yet familiar emotions swell within her. She was playing with the one-of-a-kind, most perfect piece of art in the world. Her teacher, her mentor, her savior, her follower. His breath enveloped her like warm water. Gentle, suffocatingly so. Crazed love and obsessive possession turned soft as silk. Thoroughly satisfying, intertwined endlessly. Leaving outside the control room, the administrators nervously whispered amongst themselves. There shouldn't be any problem, they've kissed. Who knows, Macy that little madcap called him Dwight sweetly and kissed his face just a day before killing him. Gemma, perhaps the little madcap has changed. Gemma, before the words were finished, a Darius-like voice protested. Who are you calling a madcap? Don't insult my Flint. Conroy looked at Aaron speechlessly. Aaron, do you remember you were created by the Isidore? So what? Aaron raised his furry head, round black eyes full of disdain. Flint made me strong, gave me form, made me the cutest kitten. The administrators sighed deeply. Macy really knows how to win people over. Indeed, though unpredictable and incomprehensible by normal standards. When she wanted something from someone using charm, no one could resist. They indeed never truly feared Macy. The door to the control room was too advanced for them to sense any movements inside. They waited for a very long time, but no one came out. Conroy anxiety began to set in, fearing Macy might get upset and hurt the Isidore again. Lever worse, this madcap might think it's not enough fun and shatter the Isidore's soul into small worlds. Just when everyone was worried and restless, Aaron sighed. The adorable voice sounded melancholic. Don't worry, they might be doing things little kids shouldn't watch. In small worlds, it happens too often, every time they lock me out for a long, long time. Cough, cough, cough. The administrators started coughing harshly, glaring at Aaron. Don't say such things in front of Darius Wren. Conrotho saying this, everyone visibly relaxed somewhat. Not waiting at the door any longer, she returned to various positions in the Conroy administration Jamuro with Aaron. The Isidore had come back, and so had the little madcap. They could all rest easy now. When Macy finally felt a bit tired, she lay on her teacher's chest, not wanting to move. Conroyter being sated, she looked obedient and compliant. If one didn't see the scratch marks and bite marks on the man holding her. The Isidore's voice was still slightly hurried as he hugged Macy around the waist, his chin brushing against the top of her head. See? Really, you can do anything. In the small worlds, all the traits of those fragments were fully revealed in him. Shy, seductive, restrained, or those deliberate little intentions. Lev, of course, there was also the unique aura of indulgence and aloofness that only the teacher had. In the end, he was pulled down from the pedestal by her, becoming a big dog panting and calling her name under her control. So, teacher, what exactly is the situation with each world's target object? The Isidore's arms stiffened for a moment, then he chuckled softly. Gemma, cause I love Macy, too much, I set up this scheme for Macy early on. I selected some worlds and prepared for death, hoping that by having Macy conquer me in those worlds, it might let you know what liking someone really means. Gemma, I didn't expect that before I completely arranged everything, Macy confessed to me and killed me. His voice at the end carried affectionate helplessness. The system, Aaron, was indeed prepared by me, but it wasn't originally intended as a criminal reform system, it was a conquest system. The original target object in each world should have been me, but since I didn't bind it in time, the world chose randomly. Conroy my fragments, became the person closest to my true essence. He was never a good person. Killing his own father without a hint of hesitation, elegance, and gentleness were just appearances. Gemmet, his little girl, the one he brought out of prison and held in his palm, eventually found him. Meeting Macy was probably the greatest fortune in his long, lonely, and repressed life. Macy played with his long hair, laughing mischievously. So, Dwight, since you caused me so much trouble, should there be some punishment? Sure. He agreed without hesitation. His slender fingers patted her head. He sat up and lifted Macy into his arms as well. Gemmet first, let's go meet those restless small worlds. My little girl, are you ready for your murderous desires? We have all the time in the world. In the long years ahead, fortunately with you, we'll watch the sunrise and sunset, the brilliance of the stars. Gemmeties intertwined, bones invaded, hearts connected, living and dying together. End of main text. Chapter 512 Maxim's If Trinity. Karina had destroyed the Mu family and was hidden away by Maxim, cherished in his hands. Gemmet Maxim never expected that his little girl would sneak out. When Maxim saw Karina standing on top of a tall building, his heart almost stopped. In her hand, she held crucial documents that could ensure smoother progress for his career. She intended to destroy those items, paving the way for him so he could become invincible. Yet, just one glance at her made him feel as if he was about to die. No, no, please. Maxim dashed forward, nearly breaking down, uttering words even he couldn't hear clearly. Suddenly, he saw Nevin and a few others rushing toward Karina, and then the young girl leaped. Everything froze. Conroy, as if the whole world shattered before his eyes, he ran desperately but fell uncontrollably. He heard nothing, stumbled around, felt no sensation in his body, and in despair, wanted to catch that falling light. The moment Karina plummeted, flames rose from the building, and the explosion swallowed her slender figure. Ignoring everything, he rushed inside but was held back by the police. Gemmet, 3 people couldn't hold him back. He cried out crazily, kneeling on the ground with bloodied knees. Ultimately, it was an overdose of tranquilizers that calmed him down. When Maxim woke up, his first words were, I want Karina. He stubbornly believed his little girl was still there. Pale-faced, he pulled the needle from his hand and staggered out. Gemmet, as soon as he reached the corridor, his eyes widened. Conroy, at the other end of the corridor, his little girl stood there in the dress he bought her, holding a rose in her hand, looking at him with a tilted head. Was this a dream, an illusion, or had he already died? Maxim didn't dare blink, fearing Karina might disappear if he did. Tears filled his eyes uncontrollably, blurring Karina's image. Desperately opening his mouth, his voice hoarse, don't go. He was almost blind with emotion. Freddie, has anyone ever told you that you look really good when you cry? The soft, sweet voice of the girl carried laughter, resonating in his ear. Maxim's eyes widened, tears fell, and were wiped away by her tender fingertips. He felt the warmth of her touch. Karina didn't know what happened herself. As she jumped, she suddenly felt free from all constraints. Her power returned, so she wouldn't die. Not only wouldn't she die, but she could leisurely take a bath, change clothes, and pick a dew-drenched rose from the garden. Leavenly, after getting comfortable, did the carefree little lunatic remember the unlucky senpai. Karina was in a good mood and unexpectedly saw her senpai in tears. He seemed thinner but still tall, his features beautiful yet desolate and desperate. His trembling lashes and reddened eyes brought a sense of broken beauty that captivated her. Conroy, how handsome her senpai looked. She wished to control every inch of his bones and flesh. Her fingers traced from Maxim's cheek to his chin, gently lifting it. I have good news. I won't leave. Not only will I stay, but I'll also give you the best reward. Maxim's body trembled slightly as he greedily gazed at her face. His moon, his light, his heart's desire. Even if she still seemed carefree, so what? He would grab onto her, willing to give everything. What reward? His voice was rough and trembling. Karina smiled brightly. How about killing you myself and making sure it looks good? Maxim's breath caught, then he softly exhaled, revealing genuine pleasure. Good. So good. Her gentle compliance made Karina feel even better. Come here, let me kiss you. She thought she would quickly tire of it and kill Maxim before leaving this world. Unexpectedly, she stayed and accompanied Maxim for the rest of his life. 11 a bright morning, Maxim suddenly hugged her and wept silently. Karina, I dreamed, that time you really died. Conroy then? Karina was curious about his dream. Then. I killed many people, cleaned up everything for you, and went to find you. Jemmy the last sentence, his voice became calm again. Kill me, Karina. His voice was inexplicably gentle, even pleading. Tell me it was a dream, it wasn't real. This is real, right? You've always been here, haven't you? Karina looked into his eyes. They were still so beautiful, red-rimmed, with only her reflection in them. Lev, of course, I've always been here. Karina felt a tenderness in her heart, surprisingly cooperative. With a flick of her wrist, a dagger gleaming with blue light appeared. Then she gently plunged it into his back. Conroy's smile of utmost happiness curled at the corner of Maxim's lips. His deity had granted him rebirth and also bestowed upon him death. How fortunate he was. Karina tapped Maxim's forehead, listening to his heart gradually ceasing, withdrew the dagger, and tilted her head. I think I like you a little. Chapter 513, Side Story, Marshall's If Trinity. Karina felt that she had died. Her Uncle G's bloodshot eyes, hoarse voice, and the scars on his cheeks still seemed vividly imprinted in her mind. Gemmed at the moment of death, she found herself suddenly free from the constraints of the world. It was a bit strange. She looked at her fingertips and discovered that she could actually appear in this world in her true form. Conroy's if she had escaped the shackles of the world's rules. Gemmed, what did it matter anyway, since this world had already ended for her? Karina said to Conroy, let's go to the next world. Conroy replied softly, well, you really liked that antagonist, didn't you? You can actually stay in this world as long as you want. You can leave whenever you like. Karina blinked. Gemmed, from his perspective, I'm dead. Why would I want to go back? Conroy sighed inwardly. She really doesn't understand what love is. Gemmed just now, it learned that the antagonist was an administrator. For the sake of its administrator, it decided to try and persuade her one more time. Karina, just take a look. He's so handsome, and he loves you so much. Have some pity on him. Karina stroked her chin. Conroy, right. Just a glance, he probably wouldn't recognize her anyway. The removal of the world's constraints was somewhat slow. When she reappeared in this world, it had been a year since her death. What was Uncle G doing? He must have forgotten about her by now and gotten better, right? Conroy, after all, she had helped him remove all obstacles. Now he must be standing at the pinnacle. Karina went to Marshall's house but found it locked up. She didn't see Marshall, only an auntie who was weeding. Karina's appearance was hard to ignore, especially when she asked with a sweet smile. Where's Marshall? The auntie was momentarily stunned by Karina's face. Conroy, though she shouldn't reveal her boss's privacy, she couldn't help but say. Avon hasn't lived here for a year. He hasn't come once, but he asks me to keep the place spotless every day. Karina thanked her politely, scratched her head, and then went to Marshall's company headquarters. She was wondering how to get inside when she heard footsteps from within. Conroy, tall man with an expressionless face, walked out, dark circles under his eyes, lips lacking color. His deep, sharp gaze, filled with hostility, was just like when she first met him. No, even colder and harder than when they first met. Clearly, he had recovered well, everything was going smoothly. So why was he like this? Karina stood by the roadside, tilting her head to watch him. She watched him give instructions to someone behind him, who opened the car door for him. He sat inside and rubbed his temples. Then, in an instant, their eyes met. Clear yet indistinct, those beautiful teenage eyes that no one dared to desecrate. Karina blinked and said to Conroy, you see, I bet he wouldn't recognize me. Before she finished speaking, she saw Marshall's pupils constrict sharply. Stop the car. His voice was hoarse and trembling. The driver was startled, stepping on the brake, never having seen Avon act like this before. He nearly lost composure as he rushed toward Karina. His eyes were red, fingers trembling, strides large as if 1 second slower meant she would vanish. That excessively beautiful young girl had been standing there all along. The assistant stared wide-eyed, shocked by Avon's reaction, not daring to approach. Marshall's presence was formidable, his methods ruthless, making people hesitant to speak. Gemmed, strangely, that young girl showed no fear. She simply stood there, smiling as she watched him. Marshall soon stood before Karina. His breathing was rapid, throat bobbing, eyes red-rimmed, lifting his hand as if to touch her, but stopping midair. Karina was dead. He reminded himself again. This isn't Karina, even though those eyes were too similar. Marshall bit down on the soft flesh inside his mouth, the pain and metallic taste perfectly restraining his next move. Gemmed, just as he was about to pull his hand back, Karina gently caught his wrist. The young girl's eyes widened with surprise. Uncle actually recognized me. That deserves praise. In that instant, Marshall's heart hurt so much he bent over. He panted heavily, looking at Karina's eyes with reddened eyes, shattered gaze struggling to focus, despair mingling with disbelief and wild joy. Tears were almost ready to fall. This isn't an illusion, is it? His trembling, hoarse voice sounded like it carried blood, brokenly recounting the unbearable pain of each night. He was always incredibly handsome, and now he looked even more appealing, making Karina's heart flutter and feel soft and tender. How much she loved him, how much she wanted to bite him. Since she felt like doing it, she did it. She laughed pleasantly, tiptoed, hooked Marshall's neck, and bit down on his Conroy's apple. Does it hurt? Then it's not an illusion. Marshall didn't dare ask why his little girl had come back from the dead. She seemed like a treasure bestowed by heaven. If he knew too much, perhaps she would disappear again. Gemmed, his PTSD after losing Karina became more severe. Every day, he clung to Karina, whether going to the company or on business trips, always bringing his little girl along. When the little girl was unhappy, he would coax her, spoil her, or indulge her mischief every night. Conroyed when Karina wanted to go out to play, he would drop everything at the group and accompany Karina. Life is short, merely 100 years or so. He only wanted to hold his little girl's hand, cherish her carefully, and eventually die in her hands. His wish would eventually come true. Chapter 514, Cane's If Trinity, Final Chapter. Karina held the blood-covered cane, her face expressionless as she licked her lips and pulled the trigger. Nothing happened. The gun jammed. Karina. Can't even die properly? This world filled her heart with many unfamiliar emotions, oppressive yet giving her some understanding. Even death couldn't come swiftly, which annoyed Karina. She pushed Kane away slightly, then gripped his neck. Wait, he doesn't seem dead. She was just venting by squeezing his neck but ended up feeling his barely perceptible pulse. He's actually not dead. Karina patted Kane's cheek. The scar across his eyes stained with blood added a savage wildness to his perfect, cold face. Pity he had his eyes tightly shut, unconscious. His pulse grew weaker, and Karina sighed inwardly, not wanting him to die anymore. Gemmet, now she was bound by the power of this world, what could she do? Wait, the bindings disappeared? In that moment of freedom, she immediately grabbed Kane's neck again. Gemmet, this time, it wasn't to kill, it was to save. Not far away, enemy soldiers were cheering as they charged over. They trampled on the corpses of martyrs, stabbing wildly with knives like ravenous beasts, devoid of humanity. Disgusting. Karina instantly stabilized Kane's fading life force. When she looked up again, her strikingly beautiful eyes blazed with intense impatience and hostility. Combat, her forte. Especially against these insect-like creatures. She didn't even stand up. Kneeling amidst the pile of bodies, covered in blood, under the dim sky and the tattered flag. She hugged the leader who fought until the very end, her other hand slowly rising, a sinister cold smile curling her lips. In an instant, raindrops turned into transparent blades, like countless swords descending upon the enemy forces. No one had ever seen such a terrifying and eerie scene. Everyone hit by those blades collapsed instantly, as if shot through the heart. Gem-bloody mists exploded everywhere, leaving no chance for reaction. Leavenly after the front line fell did the ones behind think to raise their guns at Karina. That stunning woman looked like a rose dyed red by blood. Before their fear could settle, they saw something even more horrifying. Conroy's army appeared behind that woman. How could this be? Why are they coming here? We were surely doomed. The reinforcements quickly stormed in, rushing to Karina's side, shielding her from enemy gunfire with their bodies. Karina raised an eyebrow. Killing some people improved her mood. She stood up, hugging Kane's waist. Her blood-soaked cheepow became even more vivid, and the white skin exposed by the garment, now smeared with red, seemed even more radiant. The person you're holding is General Shen, right? Please let us. Someone asked cautiously beside her. Karina glanced at him. No need. She carried Kane easily despite him being much taller than her. Conroy's sunlight broke through the clouds, the continuous drizzle vanished, turning into colorful mist. Then, light spread widely, illuminating the bloody ground, revealing a shimmering golden hue. Karina walked step by step toward the back under everyone's gaze, still holding Kane. She walked fast. Got into her car, and drove off immediately. Levins assured Kane would be fine, her obsession with cleanliness returned. She sped all the way to a small building, stripped off her clothes, and took a shower. Meanwhile, Kane, whom she had mercilessly thrown on the ground, moved his fingertips slightly. When Karina came out with her hair still wet, she met Kane's deep eyes directly. Dried blood clung to his eyelashes, his eyes showed confusion and disbelief, along with guilt. Karina. He licked his lips, pressing his fingertips into his palm. I didn't die. Karina looked up at him, hooking her lips in a sneer without saying a word. This sneer made even the fearless General Shen wobble on his knees. Gritting his teeth, he knelt half before her again. Karina. He knelt as before, lifting her fingers, trembling as he kissed them. I'm sorry, did the reinforcements arrive? To this day, he still remembered to ask if the reinforcements had arrived. Karina wanted to kill someone, but then again, this was indeed him. What do you think? She hooked Kane's chin, and his movements made her expression lighten somewhat. Commander Shen knocked me out and deceived me. How should you repay this debt? Kane tilted his head up. Those eyes that were once wild like a beast's now looked at his little moon with gentleness. Whatever Karina does is fine. Conroy as he spoke, he felt behind his waist, found the dagger, held it in his palm, and presented it before Karina. If Karina wants to kill me, that's fine too. This answer made Karina even happier. She kicked Kane's knee, a haughty smile curling her lips. Clean yourself up first. Kane also smiled. Conroy's you wish. Satisfied, Karina released her fingertips and stood by the window, gazing outside. It seemed tomorrow would be a good day as well. When she heard footsteps behind her, Karina turned around. In that instant when she saw Kane, her pupils contracted slightly. Uniform muscles covered his perfect bone structure, broad shoulders and narrow waist, crisscrossed with scars. Many intersecting wounds were still bleeding, trickling down along the muscle lines, making one want to lick away those drops of blood irresistibly. Most importantly, he really knew what was appropriate, not hiding anything at all. The tips of Kane's ears were very red. Yet under Karina's teasing yet ardent gaze, he bent forward, gently holding her hand, devoutly kissing her fingertips. I belong completely to you. Karina, what if I killed you? Kane would welcome it. Thus, his wrists were tied, wounds reopened, but amidst the pain, he experienced the most intense pleasure. Lev, of course, he would never let his little girl go again. Even the starlit sky paled in comparison to having the moon in his arms. The end.